Fantasy Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. We made it. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. And we are with you until 10 a.m. this morning. Sorry that we may have jinxed the greatest day in Houston sports history.
You promised me a golden era.
I did.
Or a golden weekend, at least.
A golden 24 hours. Just a day.
Oh, like I took a golden something else.
Just a day. It was all. I promised a good day yesterday, and boy.
You pooped a golden turd is what you did.
I know. And you can blame me. I wasn't the only one saying it, but I'm happy to take the blame. I partially blame the Rockets for getting things started off the way they did. For those just waking up, if we could do a checklist of the 4 things that were supposed to be part of a golden 24-hour, I'll call it a 24-hour period, because technically, Seth, the Rockets game was on Monday or was on Wednesday night. But if we take the end of the Rockets game, that overtime where they took a 13-point lead, I wasn't even counting on the Rockets being part of this whole thing. But when they took a 13-point lead in a game where they staged an 11-point comeback in the final 3 minutes of regulation, I said, you know what? This is a pretty good appetizer to what is going to, on Thursday, be the greatest day in Houston sports history. The first day of the golf tournament, the Texas Children's Houston Open, where Sports Radio 610 had a presence. The guys on In the Loop were out there, and the weather was gorgeous. It was nice and overcast, so it wasn't too hot. And then the Astros opening day at 3:10 first pitch. Oh, that's going to be delightful. They're playing the Angels, so you got a pretty good chance you're coming out with a W with Hunter Brown on the mound. And then the Coogs last night playing in the late game, which gave you time to go get dinner and, head on over to Toyota Center, catch the end of Iowa and Nebraska, which was a very nip-and-tuck game throughout the way. And then the Coogs lose by 10 last night. So yeah, those are the 4 pillars of what was going to be a great 24 hours, and 3 of the 4 did not live up to the hype.
That was the Astros. The problem was, man, too. I was all excited, obviously, like everybody else was. Ballpark was packed.
Yep.
And I sat down, and something I started last year. I take notes on my notepad so I don't get distracted, so I can stay dialed in.
Like handwritten notes?
Yeah. I do like you do, because you're so good at it. And it's, you don't get distracted by your computer or anything.
Right.
But we got to the 7th inning, man, and it was hard. It was hard for me to just pay attention. It was hard, like Joey Loperfido, the only guy that has any hope for us at all offensively yesterday. It was bad. It was bad. It was the pitch judgment, the thing that we were supposed to be. Remember spring training of 2025 when the Astros were going to get back to the days of old?
Yeah, we were
with
there.
Their pitch selection.
Yeah.
Oh, Sean, they were whiffing all over that. I could feel the breeze sitting on my couch from all of the whiffs yesterday.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what the hell they're doing up there at the plate.
They
don't know a damn thing. What the hell? You have to score runs. In modern baseball, it's really hard to win if you don't score a run.
It's a good
single run.
Yes, that's a good take.
Maybe I'm offensively minded,
Yeah.
I'm not one of these connoisseurs that loves the defensive side of the game so much.
You're the greatest show on turf for baseball. That's your mentality. That's what you want.
Oh, I love too. I love when the manager makes a super aggressive move in the 7th and brings in Mauricio Dubon's replacement to pinch run for Christian
Nick
Walker.
Allen.
Yeah, and when that doesn't work out, it's like, nah, we quit.
Yep.
No. Oh, Pena? No. He's got an injured finger. We won't bring him in. No, we won't do that.
Okay.
Oh, you want to see Abreu? No. We need Moa in our lives.
And I'm not saying this. I'm not saying what I'm about to say just because they lost and they got shut out 3-0. I'm not. I felt this way. I felt this way when I saw Brian McTaggart, tweet out the lineup, but with the caption that they're bringing Pena along slowly.
Right.
I just didn't feel like you know, Seth, that I don't mind the smoke. Just yesterday morning after the show and the way the mood the Rockets got me in, and the fact that the start times for all these sports over the last 2 weeks have led to – it's been this confluence of late start times, horrible basketball, and going to bed at late that have led me to be a little sleep deprived. And I was about to type it, but I said, no, I just don't feel like dealing with it. And I've gotten pretty good at not looking at my mentions, but some of them get pushed to you. So and I didn't want McTaggart to have to deal with all the replies and everything else. But when I saw that lineup and I saw Altuve batting leadoff and I saw Correa playing shortstop, my first instinct was, okay, well, this is one of those times where it's good you have Isaac Paredes on the team. That's just factual. But Pena is your best player. At least he was last year. He finished top 10 in the MVP voting. He hit a home run on Tuesday night. He hit a 400-foot home run on Tuesday night. Like, he's clearly fine. But we're bringing him along slowly for this. Yeah, like we got to take it easy with this finger that clearly works. Because he hit a freaking home run the other night.
Yeah.
And I guess the flip side, I'm trying to be I'm trying not to overreact.
This team's had setbacks with injury recovery.
That's what I was going to say. Like I'm trying to go to the other side and say, look, if something happens with Pena 2 weeks in and they had played him on opening day, I would have said, this is a team that should know with these injuries. But, man, it is. So maybe some of it is the fact they got shut out 3-0. I don't know. I just know my gut reaction when I saw – I'm going to be totally honest. When I saw Altuve batting leadoff and Pena not in the lineup is these coddled professional athletes.
Yeah. No. It turns into a grumpy old man right quick. Quick, Sean. 100%. Pretty, at the very least, though, it affords them the luxury of playing one of their best players who they're also trying to trade away. Yeah. So Paredes at least had some judgment at the plate.
Yep.
At least Paredes wasn't taking a swing at 50% of every ball that Soriano threw like the rest of everybody else.
Yep.
They had horrible judgment at the plate last year. They were only the Rockies were worse than them, and they displayed all of it. You know what pissed me off about Zach Allen, Sean? You know what really pissed me off about Zach Allen?
What?
How tiny he is. Because Zach Allen, the football player, he's a great big hulking beast.
Oh no!
Of a
Hold on. I think it's Nick Allen is the name of the guy on the Astros. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, Nick Allen. That's right. Yeah. No, sorry. I had Nick and Zach. And because what pisses me off about Nick Allen
sounds like Zach Allen.
In my mind, it's like a Zach Allen. Yeah. It's a pasty white dude.
Yes.
But I'm expecting him to be this hulking defensive end for the Broncos, and he's not.
He can't hit.
He's tiny little Nick Allen.
Yep, that's right.
They can't look. And then we got to sit there and look. Correa missed a chance of making out at first. It wasn't a big deal, but it's because he's wearing his third base glove. And there were so many things that pissed me off yesterday. And I get it. Obviously, you don't want to necessarily bring out your current closer when you're down 2 runs on a day where you can't score any runs at all or anything.
Right.
But it did all feel like it gave the effect of, oh, all right, our little pinch running experiment or attempt in the seventh inning didn't work out, so we're just going to quit and wait for tomorrow because it's a long season.
I didn't have an issue with him.
I know only the caveman of me was pissed off.
Well, but mostly because there's that's the only guy you've got, that's a hammer.
Yeah.
So
there might be a game in the future where the Astros score some runs. Or have a chance of scoring some runs.
Pretty optimistic. I don't know.
So, you got to come in.
That's the hottest take we've had so far.
You got to save Abreu for those times where maybe you've scored a run or two in a game.
Maybe today. You never know, Seth.
No.
You never know what's creeping around the corner. Amy and I are, well, I don't know if Amy knows this yet. I am toying with the idea of going on Sunday to the game. Sunday afternoon. It's not football season, so we pretty much got our Sunday afternoons. I haven't looked to see what the prices for tickets are. But I watched a game like that yesterday, and if I had bought tickets for opening day, I would just be so pissed off afterwards. It was such a dud. And Hunter Brown. And the funny thing is, I have slotted as the next segment to overreact to the Astros game.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
We're doing a pretty damn good job of it right now. No, it's okay. But even Hunter Brown, in throwing 4 2/3 shutout innings.
Yeah.
was a bit of a disappointment in that he was a little Javier McCullers-like. You know, you're looking in the middle of the second inning, his pitch count's up to 31 already. You know, he's going to – that's the thing about strikeout pitchers sometimes is they don't get quick outs, you know?
I just like – now I'm thinking of a Javier McCullers. Get ChatGPT to work on that. Mash those two faces together.
Oh, make it into one person.
Yeah, make it a man named Javier McCullers.
Who combines –
who might give you – who might one day pitch a complete game. Javier McCullers could – you might be able to add up. Okay, so Hunter Brown.
Hunter Brown was a little all over the place yesterday.
And that's where I give him a little bit of a break because, man, he was the victim of some bad luck with some soft contact. It was soft contact all over the place yesterday. The one glorious piece of hard contact was Yordan Alvarez, who bashed the rafter. We got to paint that rafter orange. That was a majestic foul ball.
He hit it too hard. Do we have the audio? We got the play-by-play of that, Seth.
Yeah.
So here is, if you missed it, this was Yordan's first at-bat of the season in the bottom of the
After
first.
He got walked in. Oh, okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. It was in the bottom of the first. And this is what it sounded like. Yordan Alvarez hit a ball so majestically that would have been a home run. It bounced off the rafters and landed in the stands in foul territory.
This ball hit high, hit deep, hit near the rafters. Will it come down? Oh, it just hooked off the rafters, and it's a foul ball. It hit the rafter and went into foul territory. That ball was going to be a home run.
That ball was coming down right in the middle of your screen and hitting it and kicking right. But, yeah, I'm with you, TK. That was in fair territory.
Easily fair.
Yeah.
Easily fair when it hit the – I don't think we've seen one of those.
After review, the call on the field is confirmed. It is a foul ball.
I've never seen anything like that before.
I don't think we've ever seen one of those rafters out there get hit by a baseball. You know, we see it, you know what I liked most about the broadcast yesterday? When Julia was interviewing Ryan Presley, it was after that had taken place. And I like it when I hear guys like Ryan Presley say that he's not quite sure about what the rules are with the rafters in that ballpark. It feels like every time something happens on the rafters, the people who are definitely way smarter, like a million times smarter than me about baseball, are still like, I'm not exactly sure what the rule is here.
It felt like that for the umpires. It felt like they did not have a rule in the ground rules, you know, because every ballpark, there's the rule book for MLB, and then every ballpark has its own set of rules because the parks are all different. They're all quirky. They all have little quirks and things like that. That felt like something they didn't have in the ground rules. And maybe there was an interview after the game with the umpire. I don't know if MLB does a pool report like they do in the NFL or whatever. But I hated that it was a foul ball. It would have felt very strange for a judgment call by an umpire to be, well, it looked like it was going to be a home run, so it's a home run. That would have felt
very ground rule double at least.
Something something that would have put Yordan Alvarez on base. Yes. I'll be honest with you, Seth. My feeling after that, given all that Yordan has gone through physically over the last few years, and given the fact too that he's always a slow starter. Yeah. Like he ramped up in spring training, but there was a point in spring training where he looked awful early on. I was just glad to see that he still had something in him that it feels like only like 4 humans on Earth can do.
It was a superhuman feat of strength that didn't result in anything. You know what it reminds me of? Remember when DeAndre Hopkins had that incredible catch up in New York against the Giants a long time ago?
2014.
And it was negated because he himself had lined up illegally.
Yeah.
So it was something that
it's a great analogy.
It doesn't make the algorithm won't spit it out as an all-time highlight or anything because it was all for not in the box score.
Yep.
But it was. I'm not even joking. They should paint that girder
orange
the
like
way they did the seat up in the upper deck.
Absolutely.
It's a superhuman feat of strength. It was all for naught. Rough day for the umpire because he also, when that first challenge, the first pitch challenge that they had in the automatic strike zone,
something went wrong.
The system was working, but it wasn't showing up on the board. So the umpire had to announce that the computer had said he was wrong.
Okay.
It felt like he was being cuckolded by a computer or a robot. Yeah.
What is it about the Astros? Because if you recall, the first spring training game for the Astros this season, or the first one on TV, was, and I think it might have been the first one overall. At any rate, it was the first the first chance that we've had in this season to see the ABS system in place, and Callis and Blum are doing the Astro at West Palm Beach, and on TV they go out to the Diamond Vision, to the Jumbotron out there, and everybody's hearing that it's only supposed to take 8 seconds.
Yeah,
we're all just staring at it for 25 seconds, and we're not getting anything.
That's what I was thinking yesterday. I was like, I've told everybody that it's really quick.
Yeah,
and the ump's just standing there.
And the first one in spring training and the first one in the regular season, there's all these technical issues with it. Like,
you know what I don't like either? I don't like that. I understand that on any of the monitors in the stadium, they don't show the strike zone because they don't want fans or anybody else being able to yell to the catcher or the batter, hey, challenge it.
Right.
But I feel like Callis and Blum should have the box. That's where it puts them at a real disadvantage, because there were some ones that were clearly balls. There was at least one instance yesterday where it was clearly a ball. But I think Callis mentioned that maybe that would be worth challenging or something. But it's because he can't see the zone.
Okay, they can't, because I'm watching. The game is on.
I know. Yes, we can see it.
Okay, got you.
But anybody in the stadium can't see it.
Gotcha. All right, I didn't know.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, they explained it at one point during the broadcast.
Okay,
as I understood it, that nobody in the stadium on any of those monitors, including the broadcasters themselves, can see the strike zone while they're watching
So they don't see the broadcast feed up in the – they don't have a TV or anything up in their box up there. Okay.
I don't know. Let's get confirmation on that.
Okay. I mean, that doesn't – I didn't sound crazy by bringing that up, right?
No. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm like, I see it right there on the TV.
I must not have explained it well enough the first time. I mean, Nick Allen, Zach Allen, the details elude me this morning.
No, that's okay. No. And Nick Allen, if you're looking for trivia, is the first Astro, I believe, to ever – challenge balls and strike call. He did it, I think, in the 9th inning.
Yeah, it was the right time to do it. You know, it was probably a dicey. I don't think he would have done it in any other point in the game, but it was the right time.
And he was wrong, but you smoke him if you got him, that kind of thing. Yeah. What?
We'll cover this again in the next segment. But
okay.
Mike Trout has his first stolen base since 2021.
He had 2 last year. He's on pace for 162.
So what was that? That must have been the first one against the Astros since 2021. It was whatever they had said. Yeah,
maybe they said on the broadcast he had 2 last season, and
he had 2 last season.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
So he had 2 all last season.
Yeah.
He immediately runs on Yiner, and you're immediately reminded of. I wanted to go back in time and talk about the things that I was nervous about or that I was concerned about, and the Astros' inability to hold guys on base.
It was a big thing last year.
And Yiner just is nowhere close to throwing out Mike Trout. Old man Trout, who barely steals anymore.
35-year-old Mike Trout, whose legs barely work, yes. All right, off and running. I would say reaction with minor overreaction in that first segment to the Houston Astros. All right, so let's unpack this, what was supposed to be the best day ever, because we didn't get to the Coogs. And also, Seth and I gave Kendrick Perkins free reign to say whatever the hell he wants to about the Rockets. And he did the most Perkins thing ever. Came up with a new nickname for them. That's his gimmick. He loves making up nicknames. He's got a new one for the Houston Rockets. We'll let you hear it coming up next.
Oh, they should come up with a nickname for you. Old Mr. Retirement Plan. I know. It's a cheesy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. I was doing the Lord's work during the break when I said that Hunter Brown, in the open, I said Hunter Brown kind of had a Javier McCullers thing going on yesterday and that his pitch count got way up in the first and second innings, and he struggled to stay under 100 pitches through 5. He wasn't even in there long enough to get the win officially. And so Seth just liked the sound, I think, of a fictional human being named Javier McCullers. Well, he's no longer fiction. He's been created by ChatGPT. I just sent it to Seth.
Yeah, which doesn't look like either of those guys, really.
The hair looks like McCullers. It's got the long hair coming out the back. I think it looks way more like Lance.
He's a stunning human being, though.
It's a beautiful human
Whoever
being.
this ChatGPT person is, doesn't look a lot like Javier or McCullers.
No.
Other than maybe Lance's facial hair.
Yeah.
It's got that 5 o'clock shadow.
Definitely way more McCullers than Javier in it, I would say.
I've realized I'm ChatGPT racist. I feel like all ChatGPT people look alike to me. They just kind of they look like better looking versions of normal humans.
Seth gets canceled for being racist over fake people generated
I already did
by
with Zach Allen and Nick
AI.
Allen.
Yeah, that's true.
Two guys that don't really look a lot alike at all, other than their skin tone.
Yep, that's right. So yesterday, at about this time, I was getting my blood pressure checked after blowing a gasket in the open to the show. If you want to find it, it's up on our social media. But I was so angry with the Rockets, and I wasn't the only one. I think everybody's very upset with them.
Sean, everybody. It is. I went back and I watched a cut-up this morning of all the offensive and defensive possessions in that final 3 minutes.
Yep.
And it's mathematically impossible, it seems.
Yeah.
Like, to blow that lead.
Yeah.
It's astounding.
It's astounding.
Amazing. It's impressive in a way.
I'd be very upset if they did it just by missing good shots because you're doing something that's never been done since they've been tracking play-by-play in box scores. That's sort of the defining point in the stat that we recited yesterday, which is in the last 29 years, which is when they started tracking play-by-play in box. You can go back and look at box scores of games and look at every play of the game.
Yeah.
There's never been a game where a team's had a 10-point lead or more in overtime where that team has gone on to lose the game until Wednesday night with the Rockets. Those teams are now 1-180. And if they had just lost the game because they're doing what you're supposed to do with a 13-point lead in overtime, which is work the clock, don't give the other team too much time, get your best shot, but your best shot with about 4 or 5 seconds left in the shot clock. I could, in retrospect, I guess I could live with that. They're just missing good shots.
Yeah.
They got an 8-second violation along the way. Yeah. I don't care what else happens. If you get a freaking 8-second violation in overtime of a game you're leading, what are you doing, man?
This is I watched Levitard yesterday, kind of going through it with one of his co-hosts. That it felt like a little bit like the Patriots game, where afterwards you start wondering, could they have just kneeled on the ball?
Right. Could they have just burned off
just
24
run the
seconds?
Stover shove every play and actually won that game? Levitard and his co-hosts were going through this exercise of all the things that they could have done and not lost that game just by almost just refusing to even play basketball.
Yeah, like Jabari is shooting. Jabari is shooting with like 13 seconds left on the shot clock.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Just, to actually blow that game, you had to do so many things the wrong way.
Across the board, players and coaches. I mean, this is on Ime, too. Like, this is like, call a timeout. Gather the guys around. What are you doing?
Boston people are chiming in about, like, hey, here's what you guys forgot to mention about Ime's impressive streak up in Boston.
Yeah. So you and I yesterday at about this time gave Kendrick Perkins permission to say whatever the hell he wanted to about the Rockets.
We would basically rubber stamp it.
We would.
Like, just do whatever you want.
Right.
We allowed him to invade our country.
You take what you want.
Yes.
We will rubber stamp whatever it is you say. So this is Kendrick Perkins.
I will bend the knee to Kendrick Perkins.
That's what we're doing. Oh, my God. So here's Kendrick Perkins with his latest nickname for the Houston Rockets.
I mean, you know what? Seriously, I got a new nickname for the Rockets. Laundry Man. Because they're just waiting in the dryer to come out the dryer because they're going to fold like clean sheets every single time. That was an embarrassment. We less than 10 games in the season. You're trying to find your identity. You were in the slug match at halftime. It was a 1-point game, I believe it was. You come out aggressive, you force it to overtime, you take a 13-point lead, and you fold like clean sheets. That's called a team that's not together. No chemistry whatsoever. I said it at halftime yesterday. It looked like an AAU team out there playing with no practice.
Yeah.
And part of it, look, 50% you could blame on the players that's performing on the floor. It's time to start putting some blame on Ime Udoka as well.
I agree.
Like, we can't just keep letting him off the hook for what he did in Boston or how he came last year and put the made the Rockets relevant again. What are you going to do with this squad?
Yeah, I mean, basically echoed what you and I just said.
I kiss the ring. I bend the knee.
Yep.
I do the little, worshiping motion with my hands and everything. Whatever you want to say, Kendrick.
Which means we've got to rubber stamp his annoying thing that he does now at the beginning of every cut about the Rockets or about Şengün or anybody, where he's like, I got a nickname for this guy.
I'll tell you, the one revision I would make is they fold like fitted sheets. It's a very sloppy. They're going to fold, but they're going to make it even look uglier than it might be.
Oh, like with the sheets with the elastic at the bottom.
Yeah, good luck folding those
so hard to fold. I know I know you don't believe that I actually fold laundry sometimes. I know.
No, you used to run a laundry service at Notre Dame.
That's true. I didn't fold it for people, but I was the middleman on a laundry service. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, you didn't actually get your hands dirty.
No.
I guess.
No, I was the middleman, but I folded those fitted sheets before, and you're 100% right. Those are a pain in the ass. You know what Kendrick Perkins reminds me of? Because I feel like the last 4 or 5 Kendrick Perkins cuts we played have all begun with him giving somebody a nickname. Yeah. You remember he's like, I used to call Şengün Baby Jokic, but now I call him, bank is closed because he's not accountable or something like that. Mm-hmm. He reminds me, and now I'm probably catering to an older crowd, but there was a character on the old Fat Albert show named Russell. He was Bill Cosby's little brother on the show.
Which one was he?
He was the shortest one and the youngest one out of all of them. He was the short one that kind of followed everybody around. He wore kind of a funny hat with ear flaps.
Did it cover his ears?
No.
Or his eyes?
No, that was Dumb Donald. That was Dumb Donald. Donald. No, Russell used to have the same running joke in every single show where he would go, "You're like a Halloween party at school. Why do you call me a Halloween party at school? No class, Pumpkinhead." The punchline was always "no class."
Oh, no class.
No class.
That was his catchphase.
Yeah. That was his catchphrase.
Oh,
It was like, what you talking about, Willis?
He had the winter hat.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did
At
he
all
wear
times.
the winter hat year-round?
All times. And you never saw
In
Russell.
the scarf?
You never saw him without it, man. Yeah. At least I can't remember seeing him without it.
It's a poor choice.
It's like a luchador with his mask. You never see him out in public with the mask off.
You know what we do all the time is where we'll talk about modern fat versus fat back in the day.
Yeah.
Because you look at some of the guys that you used to think of as fat athletes, and you're like, oh, it just looks like a happy, healthy guy by 2026 standards.
Me with Charles Barkley a couple of weeks ago. Remember
I'm going back to Fat Albert. Yeah, he was fat in any generation. Yeah.
Fat Albert?
Yeah.
Oh, he was huge.
Yeah, he needs to be Ozempic Albert.
He had bad parents. I mean, they got to get him on a treadmill or something.
He had a glandular issue or something.
Maybe that's fair. That's fair.
know?
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. People are blaming me for the ruined day yesterday.
It did. I feel like you jinxed everybody.
Yeah.
I almost, you know what? Oh boy, I'm glad I didn't tweet anything out. I was going to tweet something out about Blue Ball. Like when is he ever going to let up a run again? Because he comes in.
Oh,
everybody! If you didn't watch the game, maybe you've got a real job, and you didn't get to watch this afternoon game. Hunter Brown gets removed in the fifth inning, right?
Fifth inning. 4 2/3.
1 out to go.
Yep.
And Blue Ball comes in and throws the fastest pitch he's ever thrown in Major League Baseball, 98.6 miles per hour.
That was a positive yesterday, other than giving up a run. But the velocity was great. Yes.
Well, and then it was in the next inning after Hunter Brown had pitched around Mike Trout.
Yeah.
Multiple times already. Blue Ball pitched to Mike Trout, and Mike Trout deposited it in the right field stands.
Deposited it. Yeah, he smoked that thing.
He managed to avoid a girder. He didn't hit the steel beam the way that Jordan did earlier in the game.
No, he smoked it. Someone on the text page, Seth, because you and I were incredulous about old man Trout getting a stolen base.
Yeah.
When I went and looked during the break. He's had 14 stolen bases in the last 6 seasons.
Yeah.
Now, granted, he's missed plenty of time, but that's not very many for a guy who used to steal all kinds of bases. He was a 30-30 guy back in the day. Someone says on the Base Power text line that they heard a radio segment on Trout yesterday. It said in spring training his foot speed, okay, this number's definitely wrong, got up to like 32 miles an hour. 32 miles an hour is cartoonish. Like, you probably heard 22 miles per hour. Either way, the point is this person heard that Trout's foot speed had actually been really good throughout spring training.
So steroids.
Maybe.
That makes sense. All right, I'm going to wash away yesterday's loss and just say that the Angels are cheating. The cheating Angels are back at it.
A big-time home run and a stolen base. PEDs. That's our excuse.
Anytime anybody in their mid-30s gets all of a sudden faster, it's totally just because of revised training methods. Everybody knows that. Yeah.
That's right. All right, headlines are coming up next. We'll hear from Astros manager Joe Espada in the aftermath of yesterday's opening day loss to the Angels. Today should be fun. We get a little Mike Burrows, and then I may go Sunday. That's Imai's debut. That could be fun. All right, I got to think that through during the break, but we'll do headlines coming up next. Stay there. But before we do that, I want to talk to you folks. This is the time to do it. The last
powercompany.com/610. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Here are your headlines brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. We've not really talked about the Coogs yet, so let's start there. Then we'll get to the Astros and the Rockets and some NFL news. Last night over at Toyota Center, man, what a missed opportunity this is going to wind up being for the University of Houston Cougars. They lose last night 65-55 to the Fighting Illini, who are a good basketball team. Boy, this game in the first half was if you like defense and clanked shots,
yeah,
this was for you. 24-22 at the half. Both teams got it kind of going better in the second half. The Illini just got it going a little too well with 41 points in the second half. Kelvin Sampson probably didn't sleep last night. 65-55, the final score in that one, Seth.
It was the thing I hated about this game was it was exactly as we talked about it yesterday. Illinois is great at defending the paint, and the Rockets just weren't able to drive at all. And if your shot's not working, you're kind of left without answers. They didn't shoot a free throw until well past 30 minutes into the game. That would be the one thing I might wonder about. All right, well, could you just run into the brick wall every now and then? But if your shot's not working against a team like that, where they thrive on defending the hoop, it's going to be tough sledding.
Yep, I guess the storyline now that Coogs will start to look at is, does Kingston Flemings, their outstanding freshman point guard, head to the NBA? He's expected to be a lottery pick in the NBA. He only had 11 points last night. He was 4 of 10 shooting. Uzan was 2 of 11. It was just not a great night offensively, and that's the hard part with when you got one and done guys, Seth.
Mm-hmm.
You only got one shot with them to go do something in this March Madness in the postseason. And the Sweet 16 for a team that's a 2 seed at any venue is going to be a disappointment, but especially when it's in your own backyard, and you would be facing the 9 seed Iowa. Credit Iowa for getting this far. They beat Florida to get there, and they beat Nebraska in the other Sweet 16 game last night at Toyota Center. But, man, what a missed opportunity this is to have the 9 seed on your home floor on Saturday for a chance to get to the Final Four for a second consecutive season. It's just that's a tough one.
No, it was really, really tough. I guess the biggest thing is there's just a certain amount of trust that Kelvin Sampson's going to be able to figure out how to do it again with a brand new bunch of guys.
Oh, he will. He's the only one right now who's been to 7 consecutive Sweet 16s active. So Kelvin Sampson will figure it out.
Kelvin Sampson is the guy that people would have predicted, he's not going to make it in this new era of the transfer portal and NIL. And he's thrived, not to the level that he would like to yet, obviously, but still, I mean, he's consistently one of the best teams in college basketball.
Oh, yeah.
Despite everything that's changed in college basketball.
The only thing he hasn't done is win a title. That's it. I mean, he's literally done everything else in his time at the University of Houston. And I look at him, too, and we'll move on in headlines here, but I look at him, too, a little bit like we look at D'Amico Ryans, Seth, and Nick Caserio, where they identify their kind of guys. Yeah. And I think Kelvin Sampson does it. Look, his guys get NIL money like everybody else does. Maybe not as much. They're not as flush over at University of Houston with NIL money as some of the other Big 12 schools are, certainly. But he finds kids that take hard coaching really well because that's who he is. All right, Astros lose yesterday, opening day, 3-0 to the Los Angeles Angels. Their starter, the Angels, Jose Soriano, was really, really good in this game. Here's Joe Espada's thoughts on the opposing starting pitcher yesterday.
Yeah, he threw the ball, extremely well. He also kind of implemented a 4-seam fastball. He gave us a tough time today. 2 of 4. He's got a good curveball. Yeah, he threw the ball really well.
He was good. 6 innings. He did walk 4 guys, but 6 innings, just 2 hits. You and I were talking during a break yesterday, Seth. You were putting you were looking at your Underdog app to figure out what your plays were going to be, and you're like, "Oh, Jose Soriano, more or less than 4.5 strikeouts," and I'm like, the Astros to start the season out when a lot of these guys don't even have 10 at bats in spring training, and they strike out all the time, even in July. More than 4.5 strikeouts, and I texted you after the 5th Astro the fifth Astro, the first 4 of the first 5 struck out. I'm like, hope you played it, buddy. Hope you played it.
The Astros, until they show that they're going to have some patience at the plate for anybody other than Isaac Paredes, then I have to assume that they're going to continue. Let's see. They swung outside the strike zone 44% of the time in 6 innings against Soriano yesterday. They just swing. For a team that can't hit for power, they sure act like they can. Yeah. They're just like, I have glory, fame, strikeout.
Yeah.
Oh. Ugh. I said over a half home run for Yordan Alvarez, and the damn ballpark was against me on that one.
Oh, can you imagine, dude?
Yeah, the ballpark did me in.
Did you hit? Okay.
Because for those of you who didn't see the game, Yordan Alvarez hit an incredibly majestic.
It would have been like a 600-foot home run.
It was beautiful, and it hit, for the first time that anybody can remember, it hit one of the girders out in right field.
In fair territory.
It wasn't like one of these infield dealios with a pop-up.
It went straight up in the air. That's right. That's right. Okay. God, that would have, dude, talk about a bad beat. If you had like a 4-player lineup on Daily Fantasy, and the one that you lose it on is Yordan hitting a home run.
No, that is what I lost on yesterday.
I didn't know if you hit your other ones on that lineup.
I said a 3-player one, but yeah.
So you hit the other 2?
Oh, no, I missed on Altuve too.
Gotcha.
I'm leaving him alone today.
Good choice. Rockets are back in action tonight in Memphis. I don't know what to do at this point. I don't know. I am just more interested in Mike Burrow's debut tonight than I am whatever happens in Memphis with the Rockets. They've lost me these last 2 games.
Oh, it's amazing. These last 2 games, I've gone from being critical of people that wanted to talk excessively about body language or chemistry or anything like that. Yeah. And I'm letting anybody say whatever they want. Yeah. That's where the Rockets have put themselves. Any criticism anybody wants to levy against them at all, I'm open for it. I'm game. I'm here for you.
We rubber-stamped Kendrick Perkins calling them the laundromat in the last segment. So I would say that alone indicates it's fair game.
Well, this is where, because for all of the legitimate excuses that you can make for why the season hasn't gone the way you hoped it would, a lot of it falls by the wayside after you allow a 15-0 run and a lead with 3 minutes left in overtime.
Seth, and again, it's a pattern though. Like if I were overreacting to that game, if they had a normal good 3 through 6 seed NBA season up to that point, where their losses are just losses where it's normal NBA stuff, it happens, that kind of thing. And that was what happened in that Minnesota game, and I acted the way I did yesterday, then I should be taking a task. Like, I would be like, hey, man, it's a horrible loss, but it's one game. You're out on the team. But they lose to the Bulls on Monday night. They give up an 18-point lead to the Knicks a month ago. They should have lost. We should be talking. We should be, had it not been for Miami not boxing out at the end of that game on Saturday and allowing Amen Thompson to tip in, we would be talking about 3 straight games that are inexcusable losses. They were up 6 with a minute to go against Miami and let them take a lead because Tari Eason can't inbound the ball.
I think the most measured takes that I saw yesterday, and I saw you had retweeted one of them, but it's that at the very least, when you start looking towards the offseason, there's zero appetite for, hey, all you got to do is run it back, and with Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams back in the mix, it'll be just fine. Right. I mean, because on the sum total of it all, remember, we've spent the entire season basically saying that, okay, above average point guard's absence has been what's completely destroyed this team. It wasn't like they lost a superstar. It wasn't like they, had a big 3 and lost one of the big 3. It was just that your above average point guard, not a star point guard, was out, and you did absolutely nothing to account for it at all.
Yeah, that they don't have another guy they trust that can run an offense is a complete indictment on Rafael Stone. It's an indictment on the coaching staff that you haven't figured out some sort of solution, some way to integrate maybe Aaron Holiday a little bit more to initiate the offense. I don't know. It's really bad. Now, I'm a fan, so they can win me back. I'm not out forever, but I am out for now.
You're out on running it back.
Yes.
Yeah. Like running it back plus VanVleet.
Yeah.
And you're like, and if you think if you're depending on Steven Adams to stay healthy for an entire season, I've got some medical products to sell you.
Okay.
Everlasting life.
Concussion water.
You can live to be 270 years old.
Oh, give it to me.
Pill.
Give me that and Steven Adams for 82 games. Thank you. All right. Coming up next, let's circle over to the Texans for a little bit. We'll get back to the Astros opening day. I'm sure the Rockets will take some as well along the way here. College hoops as well. But we've got new guys. We got a big five of new guys. I hope I'm not missing anybody. But we've heard from all of them now. The best cut, the cut that exemplifies what we like best about each of the new Houston Texans. We will do that coming up next. Speaking of Underdog here.
Hey, the tournament continues, but you can still get in on the action at Underdog. Right now in Texas, you download.
West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Friday. I hope you got some nice weekend plans. I hate for you Coogs that whatever you had planned for Saturday night, you got open play. You can go out to dinner now on Saturday because there's no reason to watch basketball anymore. I hate that for you.
You know what I'm happy for? I'm happy for the guy that he had texted in that he saw that Mike Trout had run like 30 miles per hour or something in the offseason, which is, I think, humanly impossible. What happened was we realized because Amy had heard it on the broadcast. I think Callis said miles per hour when he meant feet per second.
Yeah.
So he almost got up to 30 feet per second in the offseason, which is the fastest he's been since whenever.
I do want to leave open, since Amy is our fact checker on this. This is no disrespect to my lovely wife. She may have just heard the number 30.
Todd might have said 30 feet per second, and people thought miles per hour.
Yeah. So I don't want to for sure say it was Todd Callis, but the number. If 30 was the number out there, it was definitely feet per second. It was not miles per hour.
The sum total is that he looked really fast.
Yeah, Trout's
for
fast.
For a 34-year-old.
Yes, who's hurt all the time.
And the Astros were horrible at holding guys on base.
Yep.
But Trout has had how many stolen bases since 2020?
14 since.
Total.
Yeah, total. Since 2019, he's got 14 stolen bases.
And that first time on the base pass this season, he just
literally
takes what he wants.
Yep. So
Did he attempt to steal later?
I don't. Well,
he felt like he was on base every single time.
Yeah, you do.
Except for the home run.
You don't have to steal during the home run.
To steal there.
Yeah, exactly. And just Coogs real quick. A texter on the Base Power text line says this. Then we'll get to the best of Texans audio here from the newer Texans. Coogs are not built for one and done players. This is after we had mentioned in headlines that I guess now all attention goes to what Kingston Flemings is going to do. With regard to the NBA, their outstanding freshman point guard. I would say this, to the texter that says Cougs aren't built for one-and-done players. There's nothing about the Kingston Flemings experience this year that says that the one-and-done aspect of him is something that is negative or anything. I think they're not built for they're probably not built – the Cougs are probably not built for most one-and-done players just based on – Kelvin Stampson's coaching style and the amount of money that those types of players are typically looking for, which maybe the Cougs don't play in that swimming pool at all. But I think if you find the right one and done players, they can come to University of Houston.
I guess there's a million different ways you can interpret what he means by that if they're not built by it. If he means by style of play or if he means by ability to recruit or whatever it might be. Yeah. I do think with Kingston Flemings, I think there's an element where, man, Illinois is taking away the paint, and the Cougs let it happen. Yeah. So, is Kingston Flemings, if he's 2 or 3 years older, is he more assertive? Do they have better answers for all of that?
Yeah,
maybe.
That's true.
But I don't who is built for one and done players. It seems like the blue bloods suffer from it as much as they profit from it at times because they have so many blue chippers that can't necessarily buy in or are in business for themselves.
I would say, to answer your question, ironically, is the school that I think when the one and done thing started to become a thing about it's been around a while now. I mean, Kevin Durant was a one and done. That was 2006. But ironically, the school that I think a lot of people thought that was really, really great through the late 80s and 90s and early 2000s was Duke. And Duke has mastered it now through a coaching change. Like, they're still just as good with John Shire as the head coach as they were with Mike Krzyzewski. That's what's, so you're right. Like, it's an issue for all these schools. Some handle it better than others. Like, the ironic thing is, as I'm fishing for an answer to your question, I'm like, God, the first school that comes to mind is the very school that I think people thought, because the academics and everything else at Duke, might not be very good with the one and done, but they've been outstanding with it. All right, Texans. I've got 5 new Texans, and we've heard from all of them now. So let's play a little greatest hits. So we're like Spotify for Texans press conferences right now. The best cut from each new Texan. I'm going to start with Reed Blankenship. This isn't even really a cut from his podcast that he does with Cooper DeJean, or a cut from if he was on Texans All Access. This was the sizzle reel that the Texans put out with Reed Blankenship, which is a mixture of Blankenship highlights, Blankenship cuts talking about Blankenship, and then Blankenship throwing the H's up at the end. This was my favorite bit of Reed Blankenship audio content that I heard over the last couple weeks.
They went ahead and signed safety Reed Blankenship. The former Philadelphia Eagle will now join the Texans secondary.
They're getting a player that loves to play football.
That Reed Blankenship, I could watch him all night long.
And a guy that studies the game really well and has the IQ to communicate and get guys lined up. I was able to talk to D'Amico before it all went down, and just hearing his words, just hearing that, I feel like he's more of a player coach, and that's what I wanted. I feel like a safety is the quarterback of the defense, so you got to direct traffic and become that air traffic control type guy. Like I said, we just get guys lined up and play hard. I'm a Southern guy at heart. Coming down here feels like home. Watching the Texans defense, when it pops up on the screen, it's just, you got guys flying around. You got a bunch of dogs on the defense. But I just want to step in, don't want to step in on anybody's toes, just continue what they're doing and what they're building. H is up, H-Town.
All right, so there you go. I like that, Seth, because it kind of combines everything. If I were to pick a cut that we've heard from just an individual cut that we've heard from Blankenship, like in a press conference type environment, I like how much he loved being wanted by the Texans, and the fact that he was one of the 5 Zooms that the Texans were able to use.
Right, which is, and it's that because of the caliber of defense that wanted him, and because of the way that guys around the league, when they watch the Texans play on defense, it's a compliment. When you watch the way they play, it just jumps off the screen at you if you're watching on television or the All-22. And for a defensive player to hear, oh, yeah, the Texans are really interested in you, it's very flattering. My favorite part of that was him saying, I'm not coming in to step on anybody's toes or anything. He just wants to be a part of the unit. I feel like in some things that I've seen written about it, or when people talk about it, they almost act like Reed Blankenship's going to come in as this wise old veteran to teach these guys how to play football, which is that's a stark mischaracterization of that defensive backs room. They're all very professional. It's a very, very good group of defensive backs. There was a missing piece in that they only had 4 out of the 5 positions filled. Yeah. So I think Reed Blankenship comes in, and I think because of the way he plays and because of his professionalism and all that, he's going to fit right in. Yeah. But he doesn't himself think, I'm going to come in and show these other guys who are all basically the same age as me how things are done. Right. That is not the dynamic that I think the Texans were looking for. Like, we need to bring in this type of guy. I think it was more that we like this guy. He fits our style. He comes from a scheme where they're very, very concerned about not giving up big plays, and that's one of the things. So if there's one thing that he's going to add to the mix, maybe that they're hoping for, it's that, all right, he comes from a more conservative methodology to where he might be a little bit more tuned into really watching out for the deep threats and being sure everybody's communicating and everything.
If I had to guess, because I've seen the same things that you're just talking about here with people labeling Reed Blankenship inaccurately maybe as to what he's supposed to mean for this defense. If I had to guess, probably a lot of those people are Texan fans who are still smarting from the fact that 3 of their 5 losses in the regular season, at least, once he was cut, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, were attributed in part to the guy that Reed Blankenship, one of the guys that he's replacing from last season.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Jalen Reed, like various guys that filled that role last year where they just weren't. They were either making coverage errors or mental errors or whatever it might be, or going into business for themselves. Yeah. And Jalen Reed's just a rookie. Yeah. I'm not crushing a 6th-round rookie for not being ready to play in the playoffs. But it's that okay, this guy seems to be everything that those guys weren't, whether it was too young, too crazy, too poor a football player. Of the 5 different guys that played that spot, Reed Blankenship isn't any of those.
He'll do what he's asked.
Yeah.
He'll do what he's asked. All right, let's go to David Montgomery. This was David Montgomery on, I believe this is from Texans All Access. Excited to be on the same team as this Texans defense, which he's played against and practiced against.
What do you remember about the joint practices with the Houston Texans?
A lot of hitting. Them boys can fly around, too. I'm telling you, it's the best defense I've played for multiple years that I've been able to play them joint and being able to play them in the game. We snuck away with a win a couple years ago. Yeah, so it's super cool knowing that I'm playing this defense every day.
Okay.
I wish you would have said, did you guys remember Jared Goff was booty in that game? He
threw 5 interceptions. I wish he'd said that, and I wish he used the word booty.
Mark was specifically asking about the practice.
Yeah.
I loved that in his press conference, he brought up being impressed with the way the Texans practiced.
The way they practiced,
unprompted.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a veteran running back talking about practice.
Yeah.
We talking about practice? Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody except Allen Iverson, I want talking about practice because that you need in football especially, the more veterans you have that actually give a damn and really care about practice.
Right.
Yeah, that really matters. I remember talking to Daniil Hunter during training camp after one of the preseason games where Daniil started talking about how seriously they take practice, and he had a look in his eyes like he was talking about playing in the Super Bowl or something. Because I was talking to him about the offense and how tough it must be for some of these young guys on offense going against that defense, and Daniil was like, yeah, we're going to make it hard for them.
That's right.
We take this really serious. We really we do not mess around with practice.
Yeah, and it's the Montgomery, where he's the other cut you're talking about, where he talks about the way that they practice unprompted, as you said.
Yeah.
It wasn't just him marveling at the talent the Texans have defensively, because that could be very easy to do. Like, it's, you look across the line, and there's Will Anderson here and Daniil Hunter there, and on the outside there's Stingley, and you got Petrie and blah, blah, blah. It was not who was practicing. It was the way that it was that those guys attack it, like you just said, like it's the Super Bowl every practice.
And you know how, again, where you can tell that the nice thing about that is it's an authentic dedication to doing it the right way, because I don't recall any undue skirmishes or anything in those practices, right? I don't recall there being any threat of it being canceled because of a brawl or anything. And yet I would expect, D'Amico and Dan Campbell their teams probably operate very similarly.
Yeah.
They probably practice really hard. They got a lot of tough and physical guys, but they're not doing it just to try to act like you're fake tough or something in a practice against another team. So it was probably a pretty smooth. We'll have to ask some of the guys who were up there at the practice about that. Now, when Patricia was here, Patricia tried to run over Landry Locker's foot on his four-wheeler.
Patricia had just had, I think, Achilles surgery.
He tore his Achilles tendon playing basketball.
That's what it
summer.
was. So he
was down. He was on NRG Stadium with his camouflage painted four-wheeler.
Yeah.
And just driving around all over the place like he owned the joint, and he almost ran over Landry's foot.
Did he have a four-wheeler? I thought he had one of those things where you have the knee kind of bent at a 90-degree angle, scooter sort of.
No. He's too tough for that.
Oh,
he had a four-wheeler, and he put his knee on it.
He did.
And rode it around,
Okay. And
talk about fake tough.
And almost committed manslaughter.
Patricia.
Yeah.
What a doughy MIT bastard. That tried to act like a tough guy. What a piece of crap.
Hey,
where'd he go, RPI?
Yes, RPI, I think, yeah. Rensselaer.
MIT wannabe?
Yep. Yeah. The Fugazi MIT. Have you seen Patricia lately?
Did he lose a bunch of weight?
He just got paid. He's the highest paid coordinator in college. He's the DC at Ohio State. At Ohio State. And he doesn't look, you wouldn't recognize. I mean, I didn't when I saw him. I'm like, wow, he looks really good.
To his credit, I've heard really good reports about him, obviously. You can see what the defense has done up there.
Oh,
but
yeah.
The players love him.
Yeah.
I think he might have learned that lesson about, okay, I don't have to pretend I'm Belichick.
Yeah.
If those guys could if Belichick would just have ever done them the service of really explaining to them, hey, don't try to be a carbon copy version of me because people are going to think immediately you're a fraud. Just try to be yourself. Do you even know who you are? Or could you just
maybe
look? Go do an ayahuasca retreat or something because you're trying to be me and everybody is laughing at you.
Yeah.
Nobody takes you seriously.
Yeah. Maybe he did, and they just didn't listen. I don't know, but
maybe they're so. It's like when you tell. It used to be really bad. You'd have to tell young radio hosts, "Don't try to sound like Jim Rome or Colin Cowherd."
Coward's a big
one. And they would give you these blank stares, like, "What do you mean I'm not?" And you don't even realize it. You've been trying to sound like Colin Cowherd since you were 12 years old in your bedroom, making recordings of yourself, and there's nothing you can do about it.
That's so funny you say that because I think as at least part of the audience knows, my entry into my radio career was winning the Smack Off on the Jim Rome Show a bunch of times. That's what gave me my entry into this business. And especially around Smack Off time, I get texts or tweets from people that are like after the Smack, because I still participate in it and routinely finish in the top 5. But people could be like, you should be more like that on the show. That should be more like what the show. And I'm like, no, it should not be more like what the show. I shouldn't be on there trying to sound like a Jim Rome caller on my radio show.
Right, yeah. Plus, I think there's you got to understand people who want that. It's a 4-hour show.
Yes. The Smack Off is a sprint.
You're just preparing for a 3-minute spiel that you do once a year.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you do that thing for 3 minutes once a year?
Right.
You should do that.
Yeah.
You should do that for 240 minutes a day.
Right. And I actually prep for that 3 minutes a little longer than you might think because it's got to be great.
Yeah.
So let's keep it moving here with the Houston Texans, the new Houston Texans. All right. So Reed Blankenship, we hit. David Montgomery, we love. Foster Moreau seems very serious. The new blocking tight end for the Houston Texans. He did a Zoom with the media and talked about how much he loves DeMeco Ryans.
What do you make of DeMeco Ryans and the coaching
Texans All
staff?
Access.
You haven't really started work yet, but soon enough. And your first impressions?
DeMeco seems awesome. He seems awesome. Strong handshake, strong personality, and a strong leader for this team and for this city. I got to work a little bit with Nick Caley when I was coming out, and he's always someone that I've always wanted to actually get to work with closely. I had Jerry Shaplinski as well, quarterbacks coach. Just got a promotion. He's a great guy and a great leader for our team and our offense.
Okay, sorry. I apologize to Vandy and John Harris. That was Texans All Access.
You know what I immediately thought of? The first person, you're never going to guess who I thought of when I heard him talking for the first time.
Give me a hint.
You will not get it. Is former Astros baseball position coach. Jim Hickey. I remember.
Would have been here all day.
I know. Jim Hickey would come on the broad. He would do an in-game interview, and you'd be like, "Is this guy a pitching coach or a GM?
Yeah.
What is the deal with this guy?"
Okay.
He sounds. I thought for sure Jim Hickey would go into broadcasting at some point, but turns out he just loves baseball.
Yeah.
So loves coaching baseball. He's still going at it. But yeah, I heard Foster Moreau, and I was like, this guy doesn't sound like a player or a coach or anything. This guy sounds like either a GM or a broadcaster.
He's got good energy. His delivery's a little stiff. I would say, though, if he's one of those guys that goes to that broadcasting boot camp, they can loosen him up a little bit. He might have a future.
Yeah.
He might be one of those guys that could take our job someday.
I think he needs to go to the front office. When he started talking about Jerry Shaplinski, he said, and Jerry Shaplinski recently got a promotion. He's done a great job. Did some work with Nick Caley. I've always wanted an opportunity to work with Nick Caley. He sounded very front office.
I'm just tickled by how the strong handshake was at the forefront of everything.
He's got a good strong handshake.
Good shot. Hey, Ben, play the beginning of that one more time.
DeMeco seems awesome. He seems awesome. Strong handshake.
That's all we need.
Like he's the intern, I think this kid's going places. You can tell.
Yeah, not a lot of kids. A lot of these kids these days shake hands like a fish. It's D'Amico.
One thing about D'Amico, it's never he doesn't try to act like he needs more responsibility than he's earned, and he does what we ask him to do.
Yep.
And with no complaints, shows up early, goes home late.
First one in, last.
I think the kid's got a bright future.
First one in, last one to leave. D'Amico Ryans. All right, Braden Smith. Let's get to the two offensive linemen, the new ones that are here for the Houston Texans.
I can't believe you didn't guess Jim Hickey.
Dude, I would have been here. We could have run out the rest of the show.
We should have done the rest of the show. That's how you fill 4 hours, all you Jim Rome lovers.
I tell you what, I'll guess a bunch of names, but I'll do it in Jim Rome's voice.
Max Stassi?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Very optimistic by me getting the ding ready.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, it would have been, Ben with the Buzz Fest over there. Yes. All right. Braden Smith. Braden Smith, new right tackle for the Houston Texans. You guys know from the aftermath of free agency, I love the interaction that it seems like C.J. Stroud is having with this group, particularly the offensive linemen. Here is Braden Smith on C.J. Stroud being the first one to text him after he signed on with the Texans.
He texted me yesterday, just welcoming me, and he's a great guy, and really excited to get to know him on a personal level, and just be around all the guys. But I mean, I was honestly kind of surprised, just kind of the warm welcome, just seeing a random number pop up on my phone and saying like, hey, this is CJ, and just excited to get you here and work with you, and it's really cool.
That was courtesy of Aaron Wilson, by the way.
Yeah, I think you can. We could have either played that one, and equally, I think Wyatt Teller talking about meeting CJ at that Bible conference the last couple of years, and CJ kind of putting on sounded like the way Wyatt Teller explained it. It sounded like a soft press.
Well, if it was 2 years ago, then CJ was definitely doing some tampering right there.
Yeah, what if he was like, hey, listen, they're going to be, don't tell anybody this, but they're planning on rotating the left guard for the first 6 weeks of the season. We got to do something. Can you play left guard? And that was when he first started thinking about playing left guard.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Do you think at some point CJ actually texted Wyatt Teller during the season this year, like, bro, can you get here ASAP?
Oh, my gosh. All right, I'm going to tell you, when I go to my O-line cabal that gives me advice, and I'll send them clips. It's a few different guys I played with. I'm not going to say all the names right here. When I sent them the clip of Wyatt Teller. I'll give you two of the names. Drew Hodgen and Wade Smith. I sent them the clip of Wyatt Teller talking about making the transition back to left guard.
Yeah.
And he got real technical with it. We haven't played it on the show.
But you asked him that question, Wyatt Teller, in the press conference.
Yeah. So, so I did a little bit of a video where I explained all the terminology he was using. But Wade made some good comments about, your post leg, your inside leg, that takes some wear and tear. And at his age, maybe moving over to the left where his right leg can be his post leg might feel like he's rejuvenated and refreshed.
Yeah.
And then Drew weighed in on it too. And then I sent it to somebody else. I'm not going to read. He wouldn't want me to read this out loud. But a former Texans offensive lineman, it was a good one. He says, it's all lipstick. The stats on success rate isn't any different from play. Oh, wait a second. Let's see. Players these days are too damn focused on intricacies. As well as anyone, just get the bleeping job done and shut the bleep up.
Oh, okay. You had read that one to me already, and I know the audience is hearing it for the first time.
Yeah.
What was the other one you were reading there about lipstick? What was that?
So I responded to this player. I said, that makes me feel good. I listen to some of these guys talk, and I'm like, crap, was I dumb or something?
Yeah.
And he said, it's all lipstick. The stats on success rate isn't any different from players in the past. They just utilize vernacular to create a certain narrative on the position difficulty.
Oh, man, I can't wait. Now I hope if Wade Smith and Drew Hodgson are listening, and I think they do, they're going to be firing guesses at you now. As to who that was saying those things.
This isn't some Jim Oak. He was a good offensive lineman.
Yes, he was. He was, indeed. That's funny. That is funny as hell. All right, speaking of Wyatt Teller, let's get to him. We're doing the best of from each of the new Texans. This was also in response, Seth, to something that you asked him about. Wyatt Teller's young son is 2 or 3 years old, Brooks, when asked by his mom before free agency, this is back in January, where do you think Daddy's going to go end up playing? He answered the Texans. And this
he
kid
said
is
Mo Texans. I don't know what the Mo part means, but he said Mo Texans.
The word Texans was in there, though, so we'll take it. And this kid's not even in pre-K yet, so he's saying Texans. You asked Wyatt Teller, Seth, about that on his Zoom press conference. Here's what he had to say.
The story about Brooks, I actually went down to South Texas to go hunting, and this was right after the season. And I said I was going to Texas, but I never said Texans or anything like that. And I'm flying home. I get home, I think it was January 30th or something like that. And Carly goes, "Hey, what team's Dad going to play for?" He said, "The Texans." I said, "Brooks, how do you even know who the Texans are?" Like, what? And that is a real video from January that, it's not like he was saying a million different teams. I think he said 2 teams, and it was the Texans, and then he said the Browns. And I said, "Buddy, I don't think I'm going to be on the Browns next year." That's good that you know the team that Dad plays for, but yeah, no, he was all out on the Texans, and I just thought that was like, being a man of faith, it was like, wait, do you know something I don't know? But he was also like even in the playoffs and with the Super Bowl, we would ask him what team was going to win, and he was like 7 for 8 on the pick. So maybe he's Nostradamus, who knows? But he was doing really well, picking stuff. And then he said that, and we were then here 2 months, 3 months later. I'm a Texan. It's like, whoa, maybe he knows something I don't know.
Okay, so my favorite part of all that, other than just the anecdote itself, which his kid is cute as hell. My favorite part about that was Wyatt Teller making sure we knew that it wasn't like he and his wife did a bunch of different takes with multiple teams, and then they picked out the Texans one, because that happens all the time on social media.
They took pictures of Brooks with 9 different hats on or something. No,
it was authentic. He said the Browns and the Texans, and those were the 2. And I think it was you that pointed, because he didn't say this, Wyatt Teller, in the cut, but I think you pointed this out the first time we played this, which was maybe it's the fact that his dad hunts in Texas, that he's heard Texas before, that kind of thing.
Right, or just but he's because he's a prodigy. He knew that the difference between Texans and Texas.
Yeah,
he had only heard Texas, and also because he's a prodigy at odds making, apparently. Yeah. Because honestly, if he said the Browns and the Texans, he kind of in his mind probably, he's thinking, okay, most likely his player returns to his own team, but then beyond that, it's the Texans. Like if he was an odds maker, he would have said, team Wyatt Teller goes to if it's not the Browns.
Yeah.
He doesn't quite know yet about the reports that the Browns were going to let everybody go.
Sure.
But he's getting there.
Right.
And then he was 7 for 8 on his playoff picks.
Oh, that's right.
Straight up. Not against the spread. But still.
Yeah. I know I wasn't. Still. Oh, that's funny.
How many upsets were there in the playoffs this year? Was this notably...
No, not really. I mean, I don't think so.
This will take too long. Jim Hickey, let's go.
Kind of went the chalk. I think it kind of went the chalk. I mean, the Rams were... Never mind. The Rams were a 6 seed, but they were thought to be the second best team, I think, in the NFC. All right, let's a couple more Texans here. I said Ariante Ursery. This is actually Ed Ingram. He's going to talk about Ariante Ursery in a second. Ed Ingram on returning to Houston.
I'm not gonna lie, I was very nervous because I didn't know what wasn't in store for me. Like I could have ended up all the way in Cali or a different team somewhere that I didn't really like and stuff like that. So that's why I was worried about maybe getting into a bad culture. And being here in Houston, I've experienced being in a good culture. So it's like I didn't want to lead that or chance it. So I'm glad we was able to come to a deal.
Yeah. And how about staying in Texas as a whole? I mean, you're a Texan, so it must feel good that way.
No state tax, huh? How about that?
Okay, we've talked. Okay, I want to ask you as a player, does that matter?
Oh, it definitely matters. Come on now. I was in Minnesota, and those taxes was taking all my money. So being here, the paychecks are looking different.
Well, I heard some guys talk on the radio the other day, and they're like, it's too much made of that. It doesn't really matter. I'm like, man, you're in California, you're paying 13% state tax.
Yeah, that's taking a lot of your money. So Texas is pretty much ideal.
Yeah, Johnny, you can hear the pain in Johnny's voice because Johnny's got a daughter who's an actress out in California.
Oh, yeah. And he wasn't. I asked John if he was talking about us because I've said that before in the past. I've come around on it.
Oh, the radio guys he was referring to? Oh, gotcha.
I've come around on it, and I think more guys these days do. I think more guys concern themselves with it. There are still a lot of guys who just I think they equate the top line as the love and respect, and they don't care. It's almost like, I don't know, if it's somebody that wants to be the highest paid or something, they're not going down to the bottom line and evaluating it as often. But plus, it's just such a boatload of money. I do like that Ed Ingram, there's some validity that you should give that more so than when a guy signs in free agency and he acts like, he didn't just go to the highest paid offer. They'll talk about the culture and everything. But at the end of the day, they also did take the highest offer. Yeah. Ed Ingram very likely could have made several $1 million more if he had tested free agency. So, he'll never know if that's true or not. There's a little bit of a gamble and a risk in going to free agency. But when he added it all up and he factored everything in, it's a huge chunk of money, and it's in a culture that he likes.
Yes.
And I think that he combined all of that together, and I feel good about that. I feel good about that he respects the fact that, man, you hear a lot of stories. He's been in the league 4 years. You hear a lot of stories about how it is some places, and it's not fun to go to work. And look, you're not whining about it because it's still a hell of a job no matter where you are. Sure. But there's a difference between the places that are fun to go to work and the places where you have to remind yourself, all right, don't be a whiner. I'm making a boatload of money to play this game. That's a big difference, and I think he appreciates where he is right now.
You can hear it in his voice, man. You can absolutely hear it in his voice. One more from Ed Ingram. These are sort of bonus cuts, and Ed Ingram's not a new Texan. We've been playing the audio from new Texans, but it's good to have Ed Ingram back. Here's Ed Ingram with his assessment of soon-to-be second-year offensive lineman Ariante Ursery.
First of all, shout out Ariante Ursery. That's my boy. Man, he's young. He's a freak. I'm excited for Tay. I told him last year, like, man, you play really good for a rookie, man. Like, you balled out. And he didn't believe me, but I'm like, man, like, you balled out. We all go through rookie pains and stuff like that. I'm just excited to see where things are going to go for him going forward. But I know he's going to be successful.
You know, one of the things that they probably bonded over, Seth, the two of them? Minnesota state taxes.
That's right. Yeah.
Because Ariante Ursery is
he would have had NIL at
child
Minnesota.
of the NIL. Yeah. So he probably had to pay those it's like 9 or 10%. It's crazy. The Minnesota state income tax is one of the more underrated wild ones that you can find out there.
I think if I make a comparison to the type of guy, this isn't a straight up comparison, but Ariante Ursery, what you worry about with rookies is, okay, A, are they physically capable of doing it? And then B, are they willing to really work at it on the technical side of things?
Yeah.
Lots of guys like to work hard, and they'll work hard in the weight room, and they'll run their wind sprints and everything. But really caring about the technique side of things is what ultimately, especially on the offensive line, sets you apart. And I think on both those fronts, he's 100% physically capable of doing it. And then from some of the improvement I saw during the season, but then also from what guys on the team say about him, he really works at the technique side of things. So I think he's going to continue to get better. The guy I'm thinking of is Will Anderson. Because Will Anderson, when he came out as a rookie, was a guy that you see a lot of guys like him where they've got all of the physical tools, they've got great motors, but they really need to work on the technical side of being a pass rusher.
Yeah.
And Will was very raw in that regard.
He shoved kids around in college.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It was a lot of hustle, and it was a lot of brute strength, but he was really unpolished as a pass rusher. So the really encouraging thing for him from year 1 to year 2 was you could see specifically what he had been working on in the offseason and where it showed up in the games, and now he's a top 5 edge rusher in the league. I think Ariante Ursery has that same appreciation for how important it is to work on the technical side of things.
As you can imagine, Seth, the text line, the base power text line, has turned into people guessing who the offensive lineman is that was texting you. Seth's not going to tell. Mike and Cyfair, in all caps, Steve McKinney. Seth's not going to tell you who it was.
You'll never get it out of me.
You'll never get it out of him. Now
I'm a social butterfly. I have relationships with many, many former Texans offensive linemen. You'll never know.
Now, this texter points out, I think inaccurately, but the point, I guess, is well taken. Good Texans O-line guy. They've had like 3 good ones in the history of the franchise. LOL. That's not true.
So I'm just talking about a guy that's been to Pro Bowls and everything.
Yeah. That's all, man. That's all. We're not here to count how many good offensive.
Yeah, I wasn't even making an assessment of like overall. I didn't. Hey, listen, buddy. Did I say in the long and vast history of incredible Texans offensive linemen, it's hard to pick one from the many that there are. This plethora, this abundance of choices. Did I say that?
No, you didn't at all. I've been here for the whole show. You didn't say that. But I think his point is that it makes it much easier to guess.
But you'll never know for sure.
Yes,
so
that's true. That's true. So if you only have 3 in mind, know that it's only one of those 3.
It's all
That's it.
Yeah, you got to remember. You have to remember too that there's guys who made the Pro Bowl with other teams, but not the Texans. But maybe that these guys were when they were the Texans, they weren't at their prime, but they're very good. They were very good offensive linemen at points in their career.
That's true. All you said was this person was a good offensive lineman. You didn't say that he was a good Texans offensive lineman.
If we went from Tony Baselli up through Dwayne Brown and Chris Myers and various other players that have made Pro Bowls either with or without the Texans.
Brandon Brooks is a guy that comes to mind, right? Brandon Brooks.
I don't know Brandon Brooks at all, but
right. But let's throw his name in there to kind of just throw people off the scent. So it wasn't Brandon Brooks. We'll tell you that. We'll give you that much. There's another texter that likes it. Ed Ingram just threw a stray at the state of California when he was saying, hey, I might have had to go to Cali or this and that. Yeah, exactly. Stay in the great state of Texas.
What are the worst state income taxes? Cali and California and New York?
The worst taxes anywhere in the country I've read are in New York City because you get hit with
they have a city tax.
A city tax also. Yeah. So if you add it all up in New York City, when you add the state income tax for the state of New York to the city taxes, it's like over 15%.
You know what I'm going to tell you, Sean, about some of these bastard cities?
What
they have? They have an entertainer's tax.
Yeah.
So when you go and you play a game in that city, you don't know. Not only do you have to pay state income tax, you have to pay an entertainer's tax.
That's horse bleep for
like
you
on
guys.
Some jazz musician or something.
Yeah, that's
who gets screwed, really. Though, are like, okay, it's one thing to tax the professional athlete, but somebody that comes in that's just playing an instrument in a band or something for $100 or something,
like two dueling pianos guys at some bar. Oh, that's brutal. That is brutal. All right, mock draft injection time. Let's do it. Mock draft injection. We do it every day during draft season at 7:45. What does Josh Edwards of CBSSports.com have the Houston Texans doing in the upcoming draft? We will tell you coming up next. But first, if I were drafting, boy, I tell you this.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, top of the hour. Top of the hour, we will react and overreact to yesterday's Astros season opener. 3-0, they lose to the Los Angeles Angels. The replay is on in our studio. It's the bottom of the sixth right now, so Trout's home run is coming up here in a little bit. Do I leave this on and suffer, or do I change it? Well, I'll figure that out. Let's do the mock draft injection. We do it each and every day, Monday through Friday at 7:45 on this show, because it's mock draft season. It's draft season. The draft is coming up, like 4 weeks from yesterday, I think, is what it's coming up soon. April 23rd is the date. So, 4 weeks. We're about a month out, less than a month out from what should be a fun NFL draft if you're a Texan fan, because they've got a lot of draft capital. 28th, 38th, 59th, 69th. Those are the overall picks they've got in the first 3 rounds. So it should be a fun day 1 and day 2. Seth, our mock draft today is Josh Edwards of CBSSports.com. So let's do this here. The 28th overall pick. The Houston Texans in the Josh Edwards CBSSports.com mock draft select Emmanuel Pregnon.
Yay!
Interior offensive line, Oregon. He says this: Houston's offensive line is fascinating. Ooh, now that's an adjective we've not heard.
Thank you.
Yeah. Fascinating.
More accolades streaming in after I gushed about the historical dominance of the Texans' offensive line.
Yes.
And even the mock drafters. Yeah.
Fascinating. Here's what he goes on to say. The Texans signed Wyatt Teller and re-signed Ed Ingram to play guard. Braden Smith and Trent Brown were signed and re-signed, respectively, for right tackle. Ariante Ursary is pegged as the left tackle. Teller's not going to be the answer long-term, so the Texans bring in Emmanuel Pregnon. Okay, so this is interesting on 2 fronts.
Mm-hmm.
In that, one, I mean, Teller, I should say, is not viewed as a long-term answer in that he's viewed as going to be here for the next 5 to 10 years. He is signed to a 2-year contract, so he does appear, at least in a perfect world, to be more than a 1-year solution. That's number one. And Ed Ingram's here for 3 years on much more money. So there's that. Number 2 is Pregnon individually. We just did a mock draft yesterday that was a 3-round mock that had him going 59th. So he's kind of all over the place right now.
Yeah, I think that there's so much about him that just feels like the classic offensive lineman who's projected to go in the 2nd round, who everybody is talking about how impressed they are with him. And you see this over and over again. Those guys tend to go at the back end of the 1st round, because the teams out there are here because they use mock drafts to kind of try to figure and gauge. I think there's a lot of teams out there that like Emmanuel Pregnon. They look at mock drafts as a kind of a general gauge of where guys might go. And a few of those teams that really like him are going to say, well, look, we can't bank on him dropping into the 2nd round, and we're just going to go ahead and take him here.
Okay, a couple of things. I want to get to the guys that go right before him.
Yeah.
Because, then there's an opportunity. These guys are slipping, or these guys that you could see Nick, duking a 4th rounder to somebody to move up 4 or 5 spots and go grab them. But the dynamic you talk about with Pregnon, as soon as you said that, the name that popped into my head, the guy who's forecasted to go in the 2nd round, and everybody's saying 2nd round, and then bam, 1st round, Titus Howard.
Exactly, 100%. That's where I first got the feel. I was the only I don't know if you were with the station yet at that point. That's how long ago Titus Howard was drafted.
Oh, I'd been with the station for 5 years at that point.
Yeah, that's right.
2019.
Yeah.
I got there in 2014.
Are you sure? I feel like you got here like 2 years ago. How long have we been doing this show together?
Almost 7 years. It'll be 7 years in July. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. I thought the same thing last week.
Flew right by.
I know.
Should be dead soon. So, Titus Howard was that guy. I remember thinking that year, boy, I am seeing all these people talk about how, boy, he'd be a great bargain to have at the top of the 2nd round. So when the Texans picked him, I wasn't surprised. We were sitting at a table at the draft party. And when they announced Titus Howard, I actually stood up and pumped my fist, and everybody else, and I looked around, and it was like I was like the guy who had kept talking after the jukebox had gotten turned off. Nobody else is sharing my joy in this. I feel like it was a good value pick for the Texans.
Okay, do you remember the offensive tackle in that draft that a lot of Texan fans wanted, but Philly moved up ahead of the Texans and drafted this guy.
Right, and the Texans were so stupid and so dumb.
I had to look up his name. I couldn't remember his name.
He played, 2.5 years in the NFL, and then just washed out.
Yeah, he washed out. Andre Dillard.
Yes, Andre Dillard.
Andre Dillard. Yeah, the great Howie Roseman moved up.
Yeah.
And drafted Andre Dillard.
Made the Texans look like idiots. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then Andre Dillard got bounced around. How many different teams did he play for?
I don't know. I just looked up to see when he was picked.
So the thing, it's interesting with Pregnon because it's not like he's I don't know why he dropped, if it was because of his combine performance or what have you, but it's really interesting that some of the comps that come up based on his physical measurements are, one is Ioane, the guy who's going to go in the top 10. Two is Wyatt Teller is another one of them, who has had himself a pretty good NFL career.
Heard of him before, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that Pregnon goes in the first round, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Texans took him because there's a level of physicality to his game, and that's been the theme this year on offense.
I don't think it's a good reason why he drops in some of these drafts, but age.
That's right,
He's 3 or 4 years older than guys like Chase Besantis, who's 21 years old.
Yeah.
And is among the 3 guys in picks, what are the Texans, 28? So picks 25, 26, and 27 in this draft are Peter Woods, D lineman out of Clemson, who's getting mocked to the Texans a lot now. Besantis, the guard from A&M. And then Caleb Banks, the interior defensive lineman from Florida, who's dealing with a foot issue. And only played 3 games this year because of a foot issue, but knocked it out of the park at the combine.
I think with offensive linemen especially, when people start worrying too much about age, I think they're falling victim to magical thinking, which is in their mind they're propping up, yes, we're going to take this guy at the back end of the first round, but we want to be sure we have 15 years with him.
Yeah.
Because obviously he's going to be an all-pro player. You got a 50% hit rate on first-rounders to begin with. If you only get 7 or 8 years of the guy's physical prime as opposed to 14 or 15, the vast majority of these GMs still won't even be around 7 or 8 years from now.
Yeah.
That give me the guy that I feel good about being having a good chance of being a good player for the next 7 or 8 years.
I'm about to say something about the same thing you said, but just say it differently. If I were a GM, my goal with every first-round pick would be just get me to a second contract that feels good about this guy, where I feel like I'm getting good value, a good player, and then from there, whatever you get after that is really gravy. Like, get me to a second contract because it means you're probably going to get at least another good couple of years out of him. First-round pick, it means you're probably going to get – so that's 7 years there, 5 plus the 2.
I think it's one of those things that they overvalue and undervalue at both ends of the spectrum. I think maybe this was just chance, but it seemed like Rick Smith was a GM that loved the idea of drafting a 21-year-old because just think, all of his best football is ahead of him.
Yeah.
And, that's right, he drafted a 19
Moby.
What's his name? Yeah,
Amobi
Okoye, in the first round. Hey, his upside is huge, and think about how long you'll have with him. Like, man, we're making this thing way more scientific and predictable than it actually is.
Oh, yeah. All right, so there you go. Mock draft injection. Emmanuel Pregnon, first round to the Texans out of Oregon. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. It's time to react and overreact to Astros opening day yesterday, and something that we have never seen before, that on the box score did not go the Astros' way, but I was very, very excited to see this. We will tell you what it is coming up next. West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. That would be Ruben Mendoza, the GM.
At West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Right into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast with you. At 8:45 today, Alex Faust, who is the play-by-play guy for Apple TV's MLB coverage, one of the play-by-play guys for Apple TV, he is on the game tonight between the Angels and the Astros. That game will be carried on Apple TV exclusively. We'll get his thoughts on opening day. I'm sure he watched it along with the rest of us between the Angels and the Astros. We're going to talk about that in a couple of seconds here. But I'm also anxious to find out, Seth, always with the first game of the season on the streaming platforms, because the streaming platforms seem to be the ones that like to color outside the lines a little bit more than the more conventional outlets. If there's anything that Apple TV has in store for the viewer that maybe they're not used to. Netflix decided to mix in Jameis Winston, and I enjoyed Jameis Winston on that broadcast. I'm here for new things, man. I'm here to try new.
The new things are always more exciting when it doesn't involve your own team playing. That's where the rubber meets the road is, okay, I got to judge this gimmick up against when my team is playing.
Yeah.
For one,
when I'm emotionally invested, that's true.
I am not a huge fan at all of the in-play interviews when they're interviewing somebody in the field while play is going on.
No.
Remember, Pena was being interviewed, and there was a fly ball beyond
it's like a pop-up behind
right,
shortstop,
a shallow fly ball, and nobody called it, right? It was something weird happened.
It was detrimental to the
Yeah,
to the
I don't
Astros,
like it when they're doing that. I'm guessing Apple still does that. I can't remember the last Apple broadcast, but so we'll see. We'll find out if an Astros player is being interviewed. I'm gonna tell Alex that I'm not a fan of it, and that if they screw up a play for the Astros, I'm gonna hunt him down.
You're coming for him.
Yes,
for him specifically. Yeah, he's got to vouch for his employer, Apple. He's got to vouch for them. He's like, hey man, I'll take the heat. I'll take the heat if the in-game interview on the field costs you guys. All right.
Tell him I'm one of these schmucks that can't live outside the Apple universe because all of my hardware is Apple.
All connected.
I'm a freaking idiot moron.
Blame him for that. Yeah.
And yet I will get rid of all of it if you guys screw up a player because of an in-game
Blame
interview.
him for that. At some point in the interview, hit him with an "I pay your salary."
That's right. That's right, mister.
Yeah. And hit him with mister.
I'm looking at a show prep on your employer's computer right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So opening day yesterday, Astros lose to the Angels 3-0. We'll get into the game itself in a second. I mean, this is part of the game itself, but like the outcome and whatnot. This was early in the game, though. I've never seen this before, and I don't know if we're ever going to see it again. Yordan Alvarez hit a ball that would have been, had the roof been open, that would have been maybe one of the most majestic home runs in the history of Daikin Park.
It was the height of a pop-up.
Yeah.
Except it was gonna go off into the stand somewhere. I was wondering maybe he's gonna break a window out in right field.
Yep.
It looked like it was gonna have the height of the one where the seat is painted orange.
It was crazy.
Like up in the 6th level.
Yep.
And but it hits a girder and doings off into foul territory.
Into foul territory. It bounces into foul territory. So the initial call was foul ball, and then the umpires all got together, presumably pulled out a book of ground rules that have no rule in there for Yordan Alvarez hitting a ball off the rafters. And they reviewed it, I would imagine conferred with New York on it a little bit. I have no idea what the process was. Ultimately, it was still a foul ball. Here's what it sounded like on the broadcast.
This ball hit high, hit deep, hit near the rafters. Will it come down? Oh, it just hooked off the rafters, and it's a foul ball. It hit the rafter and went into foul territory. That ball was going to be a home run.
That ball was coming down right in the middle of your screen and hitting it and kicking right. But, yeah, I'm with you, TK. That was in fair territory.
Easily fair.
Yeah.
Easily fair when it hit the – I don't think we've seen one of those.
After review, the call on the field is confirmed. It is a foul ball.
That's what I was prepared for, Seth. I'm like, I'm watching the game and I'm looking and I'm going, this ump is going to come on. And I know that the Callis and Blum were they were appropriately, had a little bit of wishful thinking going on. But even they were saying, boy, I just don't know about an umpire saying, using their judgment to say it probably would have been a home run.
Well, or it would have been a ground rule double potentially.
Yeah,
That's,
something.
Yeah. So that stunk. It's hard for me to get mad at the design of the stadium or whatever, except it feels like a couple times a season, the broadcasters and everybody else involved is trying to remember or figure out exactly what the rules are after the ball hits a girder.
Yes, there's that. There is, and we'll hear from Espada on this in just a second. I think there's also the fact that, hey, it wasn't, it was in the low 80s yesterday. It was overcast.
Yeah.
It's opening day. There were, I think, probably plenty of Astro fans that would have been fine with the roof being open. And if the roof were open, then Yordan Alvarez probably has his first home run of the year right there. It's who knows? Butterfly effect. Maybe because the game is, the roof is open. It's guy sees a different pitch or something. I have no idea.
I think it's got to be below 77. It's for them to open it up, right?
I'm not throwing any shade at the Astros or Major League Baseball for keeping it closed. I'm just saying there's a lot. I'm pointing out that there are fans out there that I've seen both on social and our text page saying, well, damn it, I wanted the roof open yesterday. If the roof were open, he'd have had a home run.
Yeah, I just like I totally side with the Astros on this because if they had had the roof open and that, for one, nobody would have said, thank God the roof was open because we haven't seen somebody hit the girder, the rafters out that far and that deep into right field. And there would have been at least 10,000 complaints from people about how hot it was. And, hey,
for sure.
You got a roof for a reason. Why aren't you using it?
Yep. No, I'm just expressing the voice of the voiceless here. The faction of people out there saying, open the roof, and he's got a home run. Here was Joe Espada's thoughts on the aborted Yordan home run.
No, we rather have the roof closed. That's probably the second ball I've ever seen hit that part of the roof. And obviously the ball, wherever he strikes, that ball was in play. It landed foul, so it's foul ball. But if it landed fair, we play it as is. So he crushed that ball. That ball would have landed upper deck. That's
the biggest thing for me with that. And look, it would have been nice to get a nice 1-0 lead in the first inning. It would have been nice to score a run yesterday. Let's just put our cards on the table. After all the injuries, after the slow start in spring training, I was very happy, even though the outcome was a foul ball, to see Yordan Alvarez do something superhuman.
Yeah.
And see him do something that you could probably name, maybe two other left-handed hitters who could do that exact same thing.
You know what? Because outside of that play, which wasn't even a hit, and Joey Loperfido, not a whole lot going on yesterday offensively.
Nope.
And, Cam Smith had a steal. That was about all the excitement you had on the base paths
They
yesterday.
loaded the bases at one point for Carlos Correa.
With one hit.
And he hit it right. And he hit because Soriano was really good for the Angels, but he did walk a bunch of guys. So they loaded the bases, I don't know, midway, fourth, fifth inning, something like that. And here comes Correa. This is it, first full season back with the Astros. He's the man. And he just hits a weak fly ball to left field.
It was soft contact all over the place for both teams, and they were just swinging and missing at everything that you worry about the Astros and their judgment at the plate and everything. The stuff that was supposed to be a point of emphasis going back to spring training of 2025, it looked like the same haggard offense.
Yeah.
I was angry by the seventh inning. I really was, and I kept telling myself, it's the first game, Seth.
Yeah.
162 games in a season. And I'm like, no, this is the 163rd game of this. This is
I like that.
No. Don't give me your 162 games. This is game 163 of the Astros offense being limpid and non-functional.
I would say of the things that to overreact to negatively, Hunter Brown did pitch he didn't give up any runs.
Yeah.
But he wasn't vintage Hunter Brown. He didn't make it through the fifth inning of the game.
He did.
Yesterday.
There was a lot of soft contact.
Yeah.
He was pitching around Mike Trout to the point where you're wondering after Trout walks for the third time, just walk him. What the hell? Just do an intentional. Yeah. But he was inaccurate. I think Callis at one point said he was 16 balls in his first 31 pitches.
Yeah.
So it was a combination of that and the soft contact that really ran up his pitch count.
Yeah, he had 4 walks also. Both the starting pitchers had 4 walks in this game. So I'm not worried about Hunter at all. It's just it would have been nice to see him go 6 innings in that game. That's all. As a result of him only going 4 2/3, in came A.J. Bluebaugh to pitch 2 1/3, who, other than this one pitch, he was outstanding.
Here's Mike Trout, and he hammers one. deep to left field. The Astros had walked him 3 times, his first 3 times up, and now he puts the Angels on the board with the first run of the game. Trout hitting one deep over the Crawford boxes in left field to give the Angels a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, he smoked it. AJ Bluebaugh decided to be the guy to pitch to Mike Trout, and you saw how that. Mike Trout still has juice, man. He hit that baby over the tracks.
The 2 things from yesterday that, again, it's game 163. It's not game 1. It's game 163 that reared up, one of which we had talked about yesterday, which was, okay, with runners in scoring position, how they're going to do. Had a big opportunity, couldn't do anything with it. But then when Mike Trout, who's stolen 14 bases since 2020, in his first time on base, easily steals second, and you're reminded, oh, yeah, we should have talked about that this morning. The Astros' inability to hold runners on bases, and that Yiner's really bad at throwing guys out at second. Yep. That's that reared its ugly head,
That
too.
was an issue. Espada's getting some criticism for leaving Bluebaugh in too long from some folks. Espada was asked about that after the game. What was your thought on leaving Bluebaugh in for over 2 innings?
That's the whole idea of carrying those guys. Now Bluebaugh obviously will be down for a couple of days. We do have a couple of guys that can do what Bluebaugh just did. So, moving forward, that's the whole idea of having some guys that can give you multiple innings. And Bluebaugh was really good, up to 98. Just really good stuff. He just continues to get better and better.
Bluebaugh's an interesting one, Seth. And, yeah, you and I were talking about this off the air when I read that text. I'm like, well, some guys are stretched out differently than other guys are to be able to do that. Bluebaugh's been a starter for his whole life, pretty much, other than when he gets called up to the big leagues. I wonder – because I agree with Espada. You give up a home run to Mike Trout, that's going to happen. He's historically one of the greatest players in the game. I wonder when they go to a 6-man rotation, if Bluebaugh comes in and has a couple more appearances like this, if they start to think about stretching him out to be the 6th guy in the rotation.
Right, and I think as far as the question of whether you leave Bluebaugh in or not, I think that they're doing what they planned on doing with him, especially on a day where Hunter Brown can't go deeper into the game. But also, I think the question should more be, okay, should he have pitched to Mike Trout? If Hunter Brown wasn't pitching to Mike Trout, it's still a very close game, and Bluebaugh's pitching to Mike Trout, all of a sudden he hits a home run. I guess that would be my one question about it. Credit Bluebaugh for having the guts and the balls to do it.
Yeah.
But, he came in, and his first strikeout was 98.6 miles per hour. It was the fastest pitch he's ever thrown in Major League Baseball.
In a big spot.
Yeah.
I mean, he had to get that last out of the 5th inning.
Hunter got fired up after that.
Yep. That was good to see. Okay, a lot of people weighing in, Seth, pointing out that, hey, this Astros loss was one big red X on a day of red X's for the Houston sports scene.
Yeah.
It was this is the base power text line. Terrible Houston sports day. Astros lost, check. Coogs lost, check. Longhorns lost, check. We forgot about that.
Yeah.
The Longhorns had made it to the Sweet 16. They lost yesterday, too. Another text. All Houston sports teams suck. I'm never watching any of them ever again. Everybody die.
Yes. Everybody go die.
Everybody die.
Go die, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I got a little tip of the cap to Christian Walker yesterday. I thought Christian Walker, he had a hit, which it only happened 3 times yesterday for the Astros. But also that we saw twice yesterday some really tough to judge pop-ups to the right of the first baseline, and Christian Walker made it looked like it was a really tough ball to judge, and he made a nice catch on it. I mean, it's not superhuman or anything, but you saw the Angels have almost 3 collisions on the same play and not be able to handle a foul ball right there. And so good for you, Christian Walker. He made a nice play at first too. I can't remember which one it was. There was one instance where he made a pretty nice play.
He had a scoop at first base. The runner coming down the line was safe.
Yeah.
But it was one of the soft contact. It was one of the soft contact infield hits that Hunter Brown gave up, where either Paredes or Correa barehanded. It was Paredes barehanded it and threw it to first base, and it was not a great throw, and he kept it from skipping behind him, which would have allowed a run.
It was that one when Hunter loaded the bases. It was all soft contact, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not worried at all. I know you're not either. I'm not worried at all about Hunter Brown. It's wasn't a great outing for him, but I think he's going to be fine.
Correa had the one play where he didn't get the ball out of his glove.
Yep.
And they were he's wearing his third baseman's glove, which is bigger, and that annoyed me.
Yep.
I wasn't mad at Correa specifically, but it annoyed me that it was that kind of a day where you can't conjure up any offense at all, and we've got things like, he's wearing a third baseman's glove, and that's why I couldn't get the out.
Third baseman and shortstop wear different gloves, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I didn't know that. I know the first base. I know there's
the
first base
way
glove.
Blum was describing it, it's almost like you're wearing a lacrosse basket on your hand at third base.
Oh, okay. Okay. Like
It's got to be able to, a little bit more of just being able to hoover up things without
that
any
makes
time
sense
to,
because at shortstop you got to be able to get the ball out quickly when you're turning the double plays and things like that.
And you've got more time to do something with your feet. At shortstop, where at third base a lot of times it's just sticking your mitt up and grabbing it.
Makes sense. That makes sense. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday here. Yes, I know, texters, it's a Friday where it feels like it's a funeral today after yesterday for the Coogs, whose season is over, for the Astros, who sent everybody home sad on opening day.
Hey,
the good news is you got the Rockets back in action tonight at Memphis.
I'm going to tell you what, too. I don't want to just glide past this. Do you think Jesus Sanchez was going to get 2 hits yesterday?
Yeah.
God, no.
Loperfido,
Joey
baby.
Loperfido gave you 67% of your hit production on the day.
Yes.
That was one of the trades of the offseason.
All right.
Trade of the century.
Things we liked. This won't take. We have a minute left in the segment. This won't take long. Loperfido at the plate. And that's it. At the plate, at least. Blue Ball hitting 98 on the gun, even though he gave up the home run to Trout.
Jordan
hitting the rafters.
Hitting a hypothetical home run.
Jordan hitting the rafters. And I found the national anthem. I don't know the young lady who sang it, but she sang like a songbird.
I didn't see.
Beautiful.
I was having everything, all the little tweaks and updating my subscriptions and everything. I was like a one batter late, so I didn't see any of the pregame stuff.
Yeah.
Was there a bald eagle involved too?
There was a bald eagle. I didn't see that part. I think you had to be at the stadium to see that.
I saw the clip on social media, but I didn't know if it was new or old or anything.
Bald eagle, it stuck the landing. So those are the things we liked about yesterday.
The bald eagle never screws it up the way people screw up somebody screwed up a national anthem yesterday. I don't know where it was, but it was a pretty bad screw up.
The Rockets should have put in a bald eagle on Wednesday night in overtime. They would have won the game. Because you're right, the bald eagle never screws up.
You know what the bald eagle wouldn't do?
8-second violation.
No, he wouldn't swing at balls outside the strike zone.
That's true. Discipline.
Which the Astros were doing at about a 50% clip.
Yes. Yeah.
At least when Soriano was in.
We need at least 3 or 4 bald eagles on the Astros this year.
As soon as Soriano hit 100 that first time, I'm like, great.
It's going to be a fun day. All right, so we'll talk about tonight's game, which is on Apple TV with Alex Faust, who's the play-by-play guy for Apple TV for tonight's game. Speaking of the Rockets, didn't get to this yesterday because we were just too angry with them. Chris Mannix, who covers the NBA nationally, has suggestion on 2 scenarios that he thinks happen for the Rockets in the offseason. My question is, do you care about either of these scenarios, picking one or the other, or are you like me where I'm like, just pick one? We'll have that for you coming up next. I've got one choice that I go to, though, and I know I need a good ahi tuna sandwich.
Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We will have Alex Faust joining us at 8:45 today on the show. From Apple TV, he's going to be doing play-by-play for the Astros and the Angels tonight. So if you're going to watch it and you don't subscribe to Apple TV, get your free trial all fired up and ready to go.
He is the Madison Square Garden Network play-by-play for the New York Rangers.
Oh, okay. That hockey
for select games. Kenny Albert's the main guy, and then he does other ones.
Okay,
and he's used to low-scoring games.
Yeah,
if that's what he doesn't have to. Going from hockey to an Astros game shouldn't be that big of a deal.
MSG is television. I know he's done some hockey on the radio too. He may still. That's some serious radio chops. I know we don't get a lot of hockey play-by-play on the radio down in these here parts because we don't have a team. But, boy, I remember growing up listening to hockey on the radio. I'm like, these play-by-play guys, because it is so fast. It is such a fast game.
And you got line changes all the time.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. So
just keeping track of who's on the ice.
Yep. Chris Mannix, who covers the NBA, I believe SI, I know that's where he's been for a number of years. He was on a podcast and said that this is what he's been hearing about the Rockets in this upcoming offseason.
Look, the Giannis thing that's out there, and I know, I believe that they're going to try to make a run on him in the offseason, so that looms.
Right.
But if they don't get him, I don't think the result of this year is, hit the nuke button on some of this stuff. I think Fred, it's a little misleading about, like, if Fred came back, they'd be better at this. Like, he wasn't a great shooter last year. Like, he'd get better opportunities with Durant around.
He's an actual point guard.
He's an actual point guard, but I don't know if he solves the shooting problem that they have, which I think, like, you can argue Reed Shepherd, he comes back a better player next year. Maybe he's ready for a bigger role, another offseason for Thompson, for Eason, if he resigns, like some of these other guys. Şengün, he keeps working on his three-point shot. Maybe organically that gets better, and I would roll the dice on that. I mean, if it's not Giannis, I would want to bring this group back with a healthy Fred VanVleet.
Okay. You know my feeling on this, Seth. I had that clip queued up on Wednesday before the catastrophic failure that we saw at the end of that Minnesota game on Wednesday night. And I have softened on my stance of can't trade any of these young guys for Giannis. I'm willing to listen. Now after that game on Wednesday, I'm like, just do whatever you're going to do. Whatever you're going to do. Trade for Giannis, run it back, make some moves. I'm just so disgusted with this team right now. I just can't even entertain Giannis as the elixir to this whole thing.
Yeah, that is. We're in that awful, awful place where you try to envision exactly what it would look like and how everything's going to go. And it's just so hard. There's something that just jumps in your way when you try to get the sentence out of your mouth and say, well, Fred VanVleet is really the key to getting Kevin Durant and Giannis to work together and have a good, competent offense. Like, it's hard to latch onto that and really believe it, even though it might be true. It's just there's more wrong with the offense right now than can be explained away simply by the absence of Fred VanVleet. You know what it is? There's more problems with the defense right now, especially, that can't be explained away by the absence of Fred VanVleet. So it's at both ends of the court. And then also just I can't sit here and act like, oh yeah, that's the reason they don't look like they know how to play basketball is because their above average point guard is gone. Because that rolls Rafael Stone into it too.
Yep.
Why are there no options when a good and competent but not superstar point guard is not on the floor?
I saw on Twitter yesterday, and I think you saw me retweet this. Salman Ali, who is at Salman Ali, ALI is how he pronounces his last name, at Salman Ali NBA, covers the Rockets for Red Nation Hoops. He had a tweet kind of going through the exercise that you just did a minute ago. If I were to diagnose what went wrong this season in order, he says, number 1, injuries. Number 2, lack of offensive imagination. Number 3, lack of spacing. Number 4, mistake to double down on bigs. So that's kind of speaking, I guess, to like, hey, man, you You play with this Steven Adams injury fire, you get burned.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
And you roll out the largest lineup in NBA history, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep. Number 5, and this has come back to bite them more in recent days than it was at the beginning of the year because of the injuries. What a weak bench. And then number 6, the injury decline, particularly at the point of attack and at the rim. And he goes on to say, Salman Ali, at Salman Ali NBA, says, so the answer is not this organization is a hot mess, the whole rebuild is a failure, fire everyone. I agree with that. He also says, nor is it, if not for Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams getting injured, they'd be at the top of the West right now. I don't know that, and I kind of agree with that as well. So he says it's more nuanced. They've made mistakes. The rebuild has generally been pretty competent, but they need to make changes this summer, and the answers go beyond just get everyone healthy and run it back. I agree. This is the point of view I've seen online that I agree the most with when it comes to I'm flushing this season. I think they're going to get knocked out in the first round of the playoffs. This is the view that I agree the most with when it comes to moving forward from this.
This is where I guess the question is, and that's where people start training their sights on Udoka. And when you have to start conceding to people like Kendrick Perkins that, all right, you know what? Yeah, the body language does suck. All right, yeah, you know what? Yep, the chemistry does suck as well. Yep. The bench sucks. Everything sucks.
The bench
it's hard
sucks.
So you start judging Udoka by that standard, and I'm not sure it's the right standard to judge him by, which is, all right, shouldn't he still be doing more with what he does have to work with, and shouldn't these guys look like a better version of themselves?
Yeah.
I think that the answer can both be yes to that question, but also that coaching a team with Fred VanVleet and whatever else changes they make next year is a different set of challenges.
Mm-hmm.
And that I can't sit here and in good conscience say that Udoka would have screwed it up or something if he did have those things.
Yeah, and I know, I get a lot of my intel from what this team can and can't do, like by the bylaws of the CBA, from guys like Adam Spillane who follow that aspect very closely. Other people, Dave Hardesty is a really good follow of Clutch fans, is really good on that kind of stuff. I just, from everything I've seen from them, the Dorian Finney-Smith signing not only is bad because he's been awful this year, but that signing put them in a spot near these aprons that you talk about where it just really handcuffs Rafael Stone in terms of the types of moves he can go make. Because there's part of me that wants to say Daryl Morey never would have let this whole situation happen in terms of not having a point guard in the offense looking like this.
Right.
Probably would have more shooters if I'm being honest. But so the team might look different, substantially different. So I want to say that, like, it sounds bitter to do that. Like, it sounds like, oh, my ex would have done this, You know
what?
But real quick, it feels like, too, because of moves he made, though, Rafael Stone, like the DFS signing, is that they're really kind of handcuffed until after this season with the variety of moves they can make.
I think it would be interesting with Daryl Morey just partly because, hey, look, the rest of the league caught up to the thing that gave Daryl Morey's way of doing things, just volumes of threes, that he's always going to be looking for a different angle or a different way to do things. And I felt like the rebounding last year and the offensive rebounding might have been something that Daryl Morey really leaned into. He's like, oh, this is something that's atypical from the rest of the league. Let's exploit this. But the point guard part of it, I think 100%.
Yeah.
I don't think that – I think at some point between Fred VanVleet's injury and the trade deadline – Morey would have been on phone calls at 2 a.m. He would have been in some little village in Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
He would have figured out a way to do something about it.
And I don't think Rafael Stone was doing nothing that whole time.
Right.
I think he was exploring things, but I think maybe Daryl's got a different type of appetite for that kind of thing.
You're way more active on social media than I am. Are you ready to face the onslaught, the attacks that you're going to get if you decide that you want to get rid of Şengün? If that's going to be
I'm not. I've heard from.
It's basically like taking on the whole Byzantine Empire.
I've heard from others. I've talked to others in our industry who have done that before, and they have said the Byzantine Empire. They've said, boy, these Turkish fans.
Yes.
are like nothing you've ever seen.
They love him some Şengün, and they are loyal to him.
They do, man. They do.
And they're protected by an entire ocean.
It's funny, the Şengün thing.
And the continent.
That's right. The play that he made, these are things that I'm just not as tuned in. And I'm a body language person. I really am. But I choose to believe that this team hasn't all of a sudden started hating each other. I choose to believe that whatever Kevin Durant was saying in those, in those group texts or whatever they were, the burner account, that that's not enough to tear this team apart. And yet I saw several people pointing this out, and I don't think it's nothing, that the play that Alperen Şengün made at the end of regulation to clean up Kevin Durant's mess, by the way, he just turned the ball over, where he blocked the shot at the end of regulation. Like, it was out of nowhere. Like, it was a very un-Şengün-like thing. Got way up in the air, big defensive play, and saves the game essentially for the Rockets. That other than Reed Sheppard going up and giving Şengün a little dap on the hand, nobody went up to him. They all just walked back to the bench. And it was a spectacular play that saved the game. Yeah. And either they're not enjoying each other, or they're just not enjoying basketball, or something. There's a disconnect. That's what it looks like.
Right. Well, and that's where you always get into the chicken and egg argument, where, all right, okay, is that the cause of all of these other issues, or is it, man, when you're having all of these issues, sure, guys aren't going to look like they have awesome chemistry and that they're enjoying each other, as they're just not playing good basketball.
Yep. Hey,
I don't know.
Hey, Seth, you just got hit with one of the most amazing actuallys on the text page.
Oh, it says.
It's the base power text line. Ottoman Empire, not the Byzantine Empire.
The capital of the Byzantine Empire was Constantinople, which is now Istanbul.
Okay. Oh, I love your confidence right there.
Unless I'm mistaken on something like this. Yeah, I could have gone with either of those. I chose Byzantine.
I'm just here.
It's more fun to say.
Yeah, I'm just here to read the text.
Sorry that you only studied back a few hundred years. Sorry that your YouTube documentary watching got cut off before you went back that far.
Someone says, I don't think they all of a sudden hate each other. I think they've always hated each other. That's pretty funty. Talking about the Rockets.
Each other from the get-go.
Yeah. I don't think that's the case, man. Everything coming out of the training camp that they do at the, that facility they've got there, and everything, everybody was loving each other at the beginning of the year. Well, KD was blending right in with everybody. And now it just doesn't look that way. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Friday. Astros, Angels tonight. The second game of the season. Astros trying to get right here, trying to get a win, trying to score a run. That would be nice. So we'll ask Alex Faust of Apple TV in the next segment, how's it going to feel to watch the Astros score their first run, hopefully, of the 2026 season. He's the play-by-play guy for Apple TV, and he joins us to discuss tonight's game and the coverage of Apple TV this season coming up next.
Ready? Our good friend and draft expert John Harris told In the Loop he could still see the Texans taking multiple offensive linemen in next month's draft.
I wouldn't be surprised at that at all, to be honest. And I think there's a lot of value in center. I think there's a lot of value in guard. And I think there's a lot of value in tackles in college that are going to move or be forced to move to guard.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call lead. This traffic report is brought to you by Ewald Kubota. Stall vehicle sitting along the North Loop westbound after the Hardy over to the right shoulder. Another stall vehicle to watch out for. This is sitting along the Beltway southbound at Wood Forest, sitting on that left shoulder. A few clouds this morning, 65 degrees. This afternoon, mostly sunny and a high of 86. I'm Elia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
A hot Texas summer is just around the corner. This is Nolan Ryan. Go with American Standard Air. My brand for 20 years. Make it yours. Dependable, efficient, and affordable. Your family is counting on you. AmericanStandardAir.com. Comfort the way you like it.
If you are dreaming about your next cruise getaway, now is the time during March Cruise Mania at Cruises.com. For a limited time, you can earn double reward points on every cruise. Then turn your points into cash back, onboard spending, and a ton more. That is just more cash in your pocket. At Cruises.com, you can easily compare all cruises on one site. Plus, save big with their exclusive offers. But don't just take it from me. Cruises.com has more than 20,000 5-star reviews. So what are you waiting for? March Cruise Mania ends Tuesday. Visit cruises.com/radio today.
A family.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Sean Pendergast alongside Seth Payne. Astros coming off a shutout loss on opening day yesterday, 3-0 to the Los Angeles Angels. They're back at it again tonight, game 2 of the season here on a Friday night out at Daikin Park. The game will be on Apple TV tonight. So looking forward to Apple's Friday night coverage of Major League Baseball here in Houston. Joining us right now to talk about tonight's game and the coverage from Apple TV, the upcoming season as well, is the play-by-play voice of tonight's game, Alex Faust, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Alex, good morning. How you doing?
Appreciate the invite, guys. Bright and early, I guess, relatively speaking, for sports television people, but we're ready to go.
Good, man. Good. Yeah, no, it's
well, yeah, and you do hockey as well, which means some late nights for you too. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, we got the playoffs around the corner, so 2 a.m. triple overtime. I'm ready and waiting for that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I got big respect for people that call hockey games, man. That action is fast and furious. But we got baseball coming up tonight, so let's talk about this. I guess just, Alex, big picture on the Astros before we dig into tonight's game. It's strange. It's a kind of a strange feeling here in Houston because it feels like things are winding down on the era of dominance that the Astros have. When you see them on all these power rankings and they're hanging around in the upper teens, where are you on this Astros team right now as someone who's about to call this game tonight?
Well, every baseball season you walk in with a whole bunch of ifs. Well, if this, then that. And I feel like with the Astros, they're kind of in that space right now. Well, if the acquisitions to help bolster their rotation pan out, and if Josh Hader comes back, the dominant closer that we expect him to be, if they can figure out their infield glut, if they can sort out what's going to happen in the outfield, well then, okay, the Astros are right there with any other team. And I'd say the AL West is, not exactly going to be lighting the world on fire. But I think that's kind of where they're at right now. There are still a lot of unsettled questions about this Astros team, not in a hugely negative way, but in a way that does, pose a question even to the manager of how you're going to sort through some of these personnel challenges.
And Sean and I have kind of, playfully yelled at each other this week because Sean is the eternal optimist, and he's a little upset that people aren't giving Mike Burrows more respect. And I've been the one that's had to point out, like, Sean, he's played 24 games in the major leagues.
Yeah, don't listen.
And
yeah.
This Astros ability to get the most out of pitchers isn't always a foregone conclusion. Where are you, knowing that you might face the ire of Sean if you don't answer this correctly?
That's right, Alex. Look the hell out.
Where are you? Are you expecting Mike Burrows to pitch 8 innings of shutout baseball tonight, or are you a little bit more realistic about it?
Furiously looking at my calendar to see when the next Astros game I'm on is, and just making sure that the thing. This is again one of those question marks, right? Outstanding spring. I mean, you could not find a single guy in the Astros organization who had anything other but extreme optimism around Burrows. But, there's a reason why he's involved in a transaction in the offseason. And Houston, let's point this out. They have a track record here of working with pitchers and tweaking pitch mixes and finding strengths that have turned guys who have otherwise, not been as successful in other places into really good pitchers. So I think from an optimist point of view, absolutely, Mike Burrows could be another one of those examples. I think, what we saw yesterday with the Angels is they answered at least, one question early on about their pitching, with a tremendous outing from Jose Soriano, right? So it's what it comes down to, I think, for both of these clubs really is how their rotation sets the tone, and Burrows is going to be a huge part of that.
Alex Faust, play-by-play guy for Apple TV on the game tonight between the Angels and the Astros, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Just one more Astros question for me, Alex, is just I know as you prepare for these games and things like this, you talk to people in the organization, probably talk to Joe Espada, some of the players and whatnot. Are there any themes that you're getting from talking to guys in there, either behind the scenes in the clubhouse or how they're viewing the season that you're getting from talking to people within the Astros organization?
Yeah, I get the sense from, even up to the general manager, and I haven't spoken personally with Dana Brown, but just, some of his comments even over the off season about the Astros offense had lost its identity. I mean, that's a strong statement to make. I mean, the numbers back it up based on the drop in homers, OPS, and slug, but that's the big thing that I'm looking at more than anything else with this Astros team. And I think Joe Espada would probably tell you the same thing, that not only do they need to get those, top line numbers up and counting stats in a better place, but situational hitting was not in a great place last year. I think there were a lot of guys on this team that were pressing a bit, trying to do too much, driving in runners from second base with less than 2 outs. I mean, they ranked near the bottom of baseball. Runners in scoring position overall, they were bottom 7 or 8. I have here in my notes. Mm-hmm. So those to me are the two big things to watch. Is and this circles back to personnel as well. Making sure that everybody can get at bats with the glut that they've got in their infield right now. Jeremy Pena, on the active roster, can they put together the same kind of offense that you guys have come to expect and has been the standard here in Houston for so many years, that this has been such a dangerous team. And I looked at the opening day lineup and I'm like, okay, this is a pretty long lineup right now. Like, there's so many guys in here, like on paper, like, okay, I've got, Diaz and Myers and the 8 and 9 holes here. Like, okay, I'm feeling pretty good about this if I'm an Astros fan. And Carlos Correa, who's talked at length about, he's tried to, sort through his health issues and just knowing the vibes around the team when Correa came back, that's an intangible, right? But I do think for this Astros team, it has to come down to the offense. They have to be better. They have to reach that standard that they set years ago. Otherwise, maybe the pessimist side of you is going to be right in the end. But I do think that there are a lot of things for this Astros team, if they just check a couple of boxes, that they'll be right in the hunt.
We're speaking with Alex Faust. He'll do the play-by-play for Apple TV. The game's on Apple TV tonight. Alex, Sean and I try really hard not to turn into grumpy old men, and we try to embrace all of the kind of the gimmicky stuff that the streaming services will do with sports. I like the experiment. I get nervous about in-game interviews when you're talking to fielders. Do we have any in-game interviews tonight?
We do have the managers that we do an interview with, and part of it for our broadcast is that they're sponsored. So we have to get them in. Otherwise, we make people.
We get that, Alex.
But what about players in the field?
So none tonight. I can't speak for what we're going to do later on this year. I think, I had a great example even on Wednesday night, which was just unfortunate. We had a coach interview and it went over top of a goal that was scored on a hockey game that I was calling. It just happens from time to time. I think what we're trying to do with those is just give a little bit of access. And sometimes it's, well-timed and it works out great. And other times, we get egg on our face, and that's just from the broadcast industry overall. Mm-hmm. There's a time and a place for it, and I think that's why we try to knock it out. If we're going to do a manager interview, it's always like third inning. Get that out of the way.
Cool. I'm cool with the manager interviews, and I understand. Like, that's just I get nervous about the in-game interviews just because I always have the fear that some of these guys don't have the attention span.
I get nervous too. I don't want to be the guy on the air when the guy makes an error and I'm there just chatting with him.
Yeah.
So when we've done that in the past, at least in our broadcast, what we've tried to do is just be as out of the way as possible. If we're going to chat about something, it's in game. Or what I've tried to do, because again, I'm nervous when I'm doing these what we call two-way interviews. I would almost rather hear the sounds of the game. Like maybe I'll get a question or two right off the top, and then I just want to hear, how are you communicating in the infield? Can we lay out and let you hear how you're communicating with the infield? I think that's where we get far more value from having those live microphones than me asking about his favorite flavor of ice cream.
Yeah.
You flipped me on it, Alex, because now I feel like you might actually improve some of the young players, especially, who struggle to communicate sometimes. Yeah. You're like a coach on the field.
You know who one of the best at this is Carlos Correa. We had an interview when he was with the Twins. We did an in-game interview with him. I remember vividly because usually I'm a skeptic when it comes to these sort of things, but it opened my eyes like, okay, this dude, like, you know, he's very active in the field, communicating with his teammates, and it really opened my eyes to how these guys work and how, you know, they're locked in every single pitch, which is hard to do in a 162 game season, but he's one of those few guys that is constantly talking out in the field, and it was really an illuminating experience. And we basically told him, like, we're going to ask you maybe one or two questions, then, hey, have at it, man. Like, we just want to hear how you do your job.
That's
it worked out so well.
Yeah, that's a great approach, especially with him. That's a great approach because he's a student of the game, man. Like, he is fun to listen to. He's fun to listen to talk about the game, but I would imagine, you know, fun just listening to him go about his business out there. Good call. Right. Good call by you, Alex, on that one for sure. And looking forward to a good call tonight. Apple TV, Alex Faust on the play-by-play for tonight's game between the Angels and the Astros. Alex, hopefully you get to see a run scored by the Astros tonight. How about that?
Well, you know what? That would be a good start to the season. You got to get, you know, game 2. You know, you got to get at least one there.
That's exactly right. Hey, we appreciate you making some time. Have a great call tonight. Welcome to Houston.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Alex Faust of Apple TV. I enjoy some of the other streaming games. I like, you know, I think our guys, you know, Callis and Blum and Julia do a fantastic job. I love the studio shows as well. It's always fun to drop a little something new in there every now and then. All right, and that'll be tonight on Apple TV. Take-A-Mania. The challengers try to take down Fred VanVleet, whose audio about the San Antonio Spurs looks worse 7 days later than it did when it became Take-A-Mania champ. I think we've got some decent challengers this week for the crown. We'll see. The bad takes of the week try to take down the champ, and that's coming up next.
Oh, worst take of the week was the guy that decided to run into your vehicle. Well, despite him having a
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Big thanks to Alex Faust of Apple TV. I enjoyed talking to him. He'll be the play-by-play voice that you will hear tonight on Apple TV. That's how you choose to consume the game. So we thank him for
his approach to the in-game interviews of players, that he just tries to let them play baseball and not have to answer a bunch of questions. Just let the viewers see what it's like to be a shortstop.
It's a great idea. I say this a lot. You were a professional athlete, so you've been in locker rooms, you've been behind the scenes and things like that. You know what happens behind the scenes with a professional sports franchise.
A lot of tickle fights. More than people would expect.
I haven't seen as many as I'd like to see. It's a little like hunting for,
As soon as the media leaves, everybody's like, are they out?
Yeah.
And it will say, tickle fight.
Would you? Yeah. But to his point about, and if you missed the interview, the previous segment, I'd encourage you to go back and listen to it. I think it lays out good groundwork for tonight's game. But Seth asked him about the in-game interviews, particularly the ones with the players, because we've got a little bit of agita over those because we saw Jeremy Pena, I believe, misplay a pop-up or something last year, or the communication between him and another player.
It was a little off.
It was a little off because he's talking to the play-by-play guy during the play.
Yeah.
And he's talking to the booth. And what Alex said was, sometimes I just ask one question, and then after that, just you do your thing. We just want to listen in on you doing your thing. People who didn't play professional sports or collegiate sports or sports at a high level love getting taken to places that they're not typically allowed to go to.
Yeah.
And you're normally not allowed on the field to be able to listen to what the chatter is like between players. I love stuff like that.
The cool thing is, too, I mean, now with PitchCom, you wouldn't be able to see it visually enough, but especially with shortstops, the way they're thinking about everything with the actual pitch that's being pitched to that batter and everything. And Carlos is really smart with all that stuff. So anytime they can kind of talk through that and give a kind of a little insight into why they're setting up where they are and everything. It's cool.
You just made me think of something, and we're going to get to Take a Mania here. We've only got 4 challengers, so we got time. I would love to listen to the chatter between Correa and Pena, third base and shortstop, just because Correa's got that shortstop's perspective from all those years. I bet it's a real luxury for Pena to have somebody like that playing next to him, just for the little nuances of things and whatnot.
One thing I saw that I liked last night was when Hunter Brown was in his last batter he was facing.
Yeah.
Remember, he's kind of struggling to get out of it at that one.
Yep.
Yainer gave him a little.
That's
like
good.
A little head nod and pumped his glove a little bit. Let's go.
Remember that? That was a big topic a year ago in spring training. Was Yainer's leadership skills?
Yeah, and it looked like he was giving Hunter Brown a little bit of like, come on, buddy, we got this.
That's good. I like that. All right,
I'd like him to be able to throw somebody out at second.
That'd be good too. And hitting 25 bombs again would be nice. That would be great. So Take a Mania. We do this every Friday at 9:00. The champion from the previous week. And again, the champion, you have to have bad takes to be the champion. It's not good takes. If you have really bad takes, you probably have held the belt at some point on Take a Mania. The champion this week, unfortunately, maybe appropriately, is somebody from the Houston Rockets. It's Fred VanVleet, who was on his podcast a couple weeks ago, telling everybody to pump the brakes on the San Antonio Spurs.
What's the finish line?
The finish line is to win the finals.
So, have they done that?
They haven't yet.
Have they had a playoff series?
They haven't.
Okay. So
Not yet.
Everybody slow the down. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. They're in front of us right now, literally, in the standings. Mm-hmm. And then, you could judge everything based upon they look like this or they look like this or this player is better than this player. Yeah, Wemby's an alien. Castle's a really good player. Harper looks like a really good player. Actually played with his brother in Toronto. So, I like their team they got, but Fox was a great addition. They rolling, they having a good year. Yeah. But what's the finish line though? You know what I'm saying? It's easy to say that now in the moment, and being 100, they beat our ass. They beat the skin off our ass. Yeah. But I don't remember, and this is my ignorance to the fandom and the social media verse of how we consume the game. everybody taking all these victory laps and we was just beating their ass.
Yeah. They have the longest winning streak in basketball right now, the Spurs.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sean. Is that how you win a championship?
It's not. It's not.
Yeah.
But it's
aged really poorly, and I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was all that strong of a champion. I didn't think it was quite bad enough when we first elected it, and it's held the title for a couple of weeks now. But it's actually getting more Take-A-Mania worthy as it's held. It's
that
almost
happens.
like it's kind of like a championship fighter that might win the belt versus a lesser foe, but then he grows into the role.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, man.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, there's still room to grow for a take to become even worse, and that one has become worse.
This next one's pretty bad, though.
This is a pretty bad one, and I'm anxious to see what Pope Zaza does with this one here. You pulled this one. This was
CC Sabathia on the Kay Adams podcast when asked about whether whether Major League Baseball should have a salary cap.
I don't think anything. I don't think anything should change. For me, I just want whatever system they adopt going forward, just fair for everybody, where everybody don't feel like nobody on either side feel like they're getting cheated. I mean, nobody had a problem with the Yankees in the late '90s when they, were going for a three-peat and signing every star and doing everything that the Dodgers are doing right now.
Okay, all right. I listen. I lived, CC. I was older than you.
Yeah.
I lived through the late '90s.
Yeah.
No, nobody. People were not just gushing about how incredible it was that the Yankees won those championships, despite being saddled with having to pay everybody more than anybody else in the league was.
Yeah.
They weren't. It wasn't as extreme as it would become. But they were still a team that had a lot more money. It would pay more. Their second championship, they were the second highest paid team in baseball. Their third championship in '99, they were the highest paid team in baseball. They were well on their way to being despised for just spending more money than everybody else.
They spent forever like that. They just got good at baseball in the late '90s.
They were a running joke for spending their money errantly earlier in that decade.
Yeah.
But don't sit there and tell me something that I lived through was false.
Right. Okay. So.
Current champion.
Okay, takes it. Fred VanVleet. Fred VanVleet is off the hook.
But he's got to make it through the next few minutes, and there's some doozies in here.
There are. Okay, so there's 3 more challengers here. This one is a quick one. Mel Kiper and Field Yates are chatting about the quarterback class in this year's draft class and sort of going through some of the teams that have a need at quarterback. Along the way, Field Yates brings up Cleveland.
The Jets have to be figuring out Ty Simpson. The Steelers have to figure out Ty Simpson. And now certainly Arizona does. They want to try to trade back in and get him.
Yeah, the Browns, by the way, need to figure out Ty Simpson as well.
The Browns don't have to worry about Ty Simpson. They got a better quarterback than Ty Simpson than Shedeur Sanders.
I believe
don't go there.
I believe the Browns need to figure out Ty Simpson out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mel's still doing the Shedeur thing, man.
He's still, you know what, though? I have to give him credit for if his evaluation and his belief about Shedeur Sanders is what it is, then 100% he thinks that, he's being consistent. It's not like if he had all of a sudden said, like, yeah, Shadeur's a bum, I didn't realize it at the time, but he is, yeah.
But if you were, not to turn this into a Shedeur segment by any means, and we'll find out what you think of that take here in just a second. If you were somebody that was as in on Shedeur Sanders as Mel Kiper was last year, like Mel Kiper thought he should have been a first-round pick last year, and he goes in the 5th round, was what Shedeur did last year enough to keep you that enthusiastic about Shedeur Sanders? Where he just cuts you off about bringing up Ty Simpson's name?
That's where he the take that we could have used a while back was, and I think it was up for consideration, was where he basically acted like Shedeur had put in this season unlike anybody's ever seen.
Yeah.
And that there's no reason based on his performance this year that you would think anybody else could be better than what he did.
Yep.
Like that's just ludicrous. But no, this one, I think I just for consistency's sake and him sticking to his guns.
Okay.
It's like maybe it's not overly flawed. Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, so Sabathia just won his first title defense against Mel Kiper Jr. It's always fun to picture the people who are in these Take-A-Mania matchups actually fighting with each other in real life. I'd go to a CC Sabathia Mel Kiper matchup and watch CC Sabathia whoop his ass.
By the way, I'm reading an article from 1999 right now about just the spending gap in various Major League Baseball teams, specifically about the Yankees. Yeah, CC. No, you're 100% wrong.
Yeah, no, and it's the same
Yeah.
It's the same arguments we're having now heading into a lockout in 2026.
Yeah.
It's just the Dodgers have become more prominent in the whole thing, but the Yankees still do it.
I just want to be sure that CC Sabathia, if he ends up the champion, that it is definitely as bad as it is.
I got you. Okay, we got 2 more challengers. This next one, I think a lot of people saw this. If you're on Twitter, you probably saw it yesterday. This was Isaiah Thomas, Hall of Fame point guard, noted rival of Michael Jordan. Like, he and Michael Jordan did not get along, and they may still not get along. I have no idea. But Isaiah Thomas, we should also point out, a failed general manager in a couple of places as well, because there is an evaluatory aspect to what you're about to hear. He was on the podcast with Boogie Cousins and Chandler Parsons and Michelle Beadle, the Run It Back podcast, I believe it is. And he said that if you had just swapped out Michael Jordan and plugged in Kevin Durant, the Bulls still would have had 6 NBA championships.
And I said this to Kevin Durant, and I'm going to say this to all of you sitting on the panel. And I said to Kevin Durant, hey, if you would have played back in our era and they put you in the triple post at that mid-post area and they took Michael Jordan out and you played with Pippen and you played with Kukoc and you got to run into the mid-post, would he have won 6 championships? Absolutely.
Okay. If you just plug in Kevin, and so he's talking from he's coming at it from a kind of a schematic thing of like the triangle offense.
If you're putting in that triangle offense and you're able to do this and you're able to play with all of these guys, like Scottie Pippen, that is partly owes his greatness also partly to Michael Jordan.
Yep.
It's really hard for me. I'm trying real hard to try to detach myself from any of the Michael Jordan PR campaign where people build him up to be the most incredible leader who ever was. But there is a lot of validity to that. I mean, the stories from former players, Steve Kerr talking about the way Michael Jordan drove them in practice.
They did a 10-part documentary about the whole thing. We know, and I know it's a documentary. I know it gets curated.
But sometimes some of that stuff gets overrated or whatever. But there's just no getting away from the way everybody would talk about how Michael Jordan drove them in practice and everywhere else. And there's just very few other athletes in any sport that are quite like Michael Jordan in that regard.
Let me add to that real quick. It's your judgment. You're going to make the judge and jury on this. But let me add to that is that in this instance, you're swapping that out for somebody who really is, if there's pros and cons of Kevin Durant, leadership is not a pro with him. He's at best a passive lead by example guy. And at worst, he's a guy who stirs things up with burner accounts.
When it comes to the team, he lacks a term that Tom Brady invented called stick-to-itiveness.
That's right. And likability.
No, that part of it is 100% fair. Look, Jordan isn't the same. And honestly, I feel like this is an indictment on Isaiah Thomas as a person almost, that he can't recognize the importance of just an individual who drives others that way.
And maybe this is why the teams that he was a GM for were so bad, because he had a hard time recognizing that kind of thing. Isaiah Thomas, I'm talking about. Real quick, I just want to make one other point. Is that we've seen what Scottie Pippen is like behind the scenes when he doesn't have Michael Jordan in the building with him. Mm-hmm. Scottie Pippen is a guy who refused to go into a game because they called a play for Tony Kukoc in an NBA playoff series that Michael Jordan was not part of the team. Scottie Pippen here with the Rockets was a nightmare to deal with. So you would have Scottie Pippen with Kevin Durant as the other alpha in the building. So I think that's another thing, too. So the floor is yours, my friend.
CC Sabathia is still angering me with this.
And do what you got to do.
Nobody was angry at the Yankees back when they were winning all those championships.
It's a bad take,
and then specifically pointed out all the things they were doing to spend all the money to get all of those guys. The article from 1999 is the Yankees are only the tip of the iceberg.
We still got one more challenger. So
CC Sabathia retains the championship.
He retains the championship. Okay, there we go. Bad job by Isaiah Thomas. I don't disagree with you, though. All right, last one. We played this one earlier in the week. This is Jay Williams, and I guess Duke and St. John's play tonight, so we'll re-adjudicate this one on Monday, I suppose. This was Jay Williams telling Stephen A. Smith that he thinks that St. John's has a 50% chance, this is when there were still 16 teams left, to win the NCAA tournament. to win the tournament a 50% chance, and his explanation is awful.
I know it's my job to be objective. I know it's my job to tell you the truth. I mean, I give St. John's a 50% chance of winning this whole thing. I do.
50% to win the NCAA tournament? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, that's what I just said. I'm looking at, all right, Duke is a crazy game. Can they beat Duke? Would you be surprised if St. John's beat Duke?
At this point, no.
No. All right, so Patrick Gamba, down 2 starters, he comes back. Not sure he finds his win. I think Duke is probably favored, but they can win that game. If they see UConn or Michigan State, they beat UConn twice already.
Yeah.
Twice. Now, that would be a bloodbath. I would love to see that game if it were to happen. Dan Hurley, Rick Pitino, but they've proven they could beat UConn already. So now you're talking about them being in the Final Four. Now look at what happened last night. Florida lost to Iowa. Now we're talking about Nebraska and Iowa, Illinois, or Houston. If they got to the Final Four, if they met Houston, if they met Illinois, if they met Iowa, if they met Nebraska, they couldn't win that game? They could win that game. So now we're talking about them being in the championship game. The road is carving out itself to be possible. I never thought I'd be saying this. I mean, the last team to win a championship to shoot under 34% from the three-point line, guess what that was, Stephen A? Louisville, 2013. Guess who coached that team? Rick Pitino. That's all I'm saying to you, man. The path is leading itself to itself. I never thought I would say it, but it's possible.
Boy, yeah, but it's possible.
This is the problem. Yeah, I guess
it's a bad
by every
take.
stretch of the imagination. Usually, one of the best horrible takes we've ever had on here was Andrew Perloff, where he just kept destroying himself. By what was he? He was claiming that Steph Curry's hamstring wouldn't be a big deal.
Shouldn't be a big deal. Should be able to play.
Because guards don't need their hamstrings, basically.
Right.
And then he made bad point after bad point after bad point.
Yeah.
It was awful. I think there's something about this with Jay Williams where his huge mistake was saying 50% chance that they're going to win the championship.
Win the whole thing. Yeah.
When he probably should have said something like it's possible that they win, because his whole argument after he said they have a 50% chance was, hey, it could happen.
Yeah,
it could happen.
He should
50% at that stage when you're in the round of 16 and you're saying somebody is a 50% chance to win the championship. You better have some strong takes about that each step along the way. But he didn't. He didn't come up with a single strong take. He just said what you could say about anybody.
Any game.
In the Sweet 16.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so really you made an argument that any of these teams could win the championship.
But is it worse than CC Sabathia to you?
No, it's not. And I can't figure it out why necessarily. Yeah. It might be.
You know what it is about CC Sabathia, Seth? It's when somebody says nobody was saying such and such back in the day. It's when somebody speaks for everybody
They
else.
really lie to your face about it.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, Jay Williams, he chose the wrong percentage to say and then kind of just painted himself into a corner. But it wasn't he didn't come in piping hot with a bunch of lies afterwards.
No,
what his weakness in terms of bad takes was that he only said one wrong thing.
Right.
And then he failed to back it up, but at least he was honest in the rest of the take.
He just doesn't realize how percentages work. I can't, he's got to learn that.
CC Sabathia was just lying to us.
Lying to our face. Yeah, I'm getting more angry about it the way you lay it out now. That's good. That's what a good Take-A-Mania take does. All right, new champ. Ding, ding, ding. CC Sabathia. Didn't see that coming, that CC Sabathia would be back in our lives.
I can't believe we didn't have Orlovsky in the pool of candidates.
Which, of the Ty Mendoza?
Just basically him saying which big games has Fernando Mendoza played in.
I didn't think about that as a take. I thought, I
just assumed it was going to be in there. I thought it was going to be one of the finalists this week.
Would it have won?
Okay, no, you make a good point. It wasn't really a take.
Yeah.
It was a bad rhetorical question.
It
was a take in and of itself.
I looked at that thing as kind of McAfee just sort of peppering Orlovsky than him sitting down and saying, this is my opinion.
Yeah, good. Yeah, the whole conversation isn't a bad take per se.
Yeah. Okay. All right, there you go. All right, that's Take-A-Mania. Astros season opener last night. That was also bad, like bad takes. Hunter Brown, though, is there a concern level at all? I know it's one start over Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown was asked that very thing himself. We'll hear from the Astros ace coming up next. And now in about, was it 9:21? Sorry, Ben. 9:20.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Swing and a miss. Hunter punches a ticket to the first batter he faces in 2026. Got him. Shanoel loses the helmet on a swinging strike 3. Hunter Brown's second strikeout. Got him. Hunter strikes out 3 in his first inning of the season, getting Soler to end the top of the first. Called third strike, top of the zone. O'Hoppe down looking for strikeouts for Hunter Brown. A leadoff walk doesn't hurt. Hunter with a 2-2 count already has 4 strikeouts. Give him 5. First time through the lineup, Hunter with 5 strikeouts, getting the first out of the third. There you go. Called third. Shanoel thought about a challenge, but elects not to as Hunter dots him up for strikeout number 6. Half a dozen Ks for Hunter through 3. 7 strikeouts for Hunter. He continues to punch tickets in his first opening day start. Got him. 8 punch-outs for Hunter Brown. He gets Josh Lowe here for the second out. Called third strike. Hunter Brown has 9, and that's the second out of the 5th.
That is pretty nasty. That was a shout-out to Tyler Milner, who put that mashup together of all the Hunter Brown strikeouts. That was fun. I like hearing them all back-to-back like that to see if Callis changes his cadence or the little buzzwords and things like that. So Hunter Brown recorded 14 outs, and 9 of them were strikeouts.
Yeah.
So if you're somebody who looks and goes, man, he only went 4 2/3. Yeah, he gave up no runs, but threw 102 pitches. I mean, 9 strikeouts out of 14 guys that you got out is pretty damn good.
He threw a lot of balls, but he also was the victim of a lot of soft contact. Yeah. I mean, get
some innings going.
Yeah. There were a few choice moments on there were a bunch of choppers, or just
nubbers.
Soft hit balls. It was. I'm sure the expected ERA on that game was lower than whatever. Or not expected ERA, but
expected batting average,
FIP, and all that.
Yeah. So he was.
I gotta fire up the old baseball savant here for the first time this season.
Well, it's funny because I know I don't want to get too nerdy with the FIP.
Let's nerd it up, Sean.
No. The FIP is like the should have been ERA, and his ERA was still 0. That's the thing. Like he didn't give up any runs. But I know what you were saying. So that was good to see from Hunter. Now they're not gonna they're not gonna be living in the neighborhood they want to live in if he's going under 5 innings every time out. So there's obviously some things that need to get handled. Here was Hunter Brown after the game, talking about his ability to handle high pitch counts.
I mean, physically, I feel good. That's what we're built for. Starters, you want to be able to throw 100 pitches, and ideally you do it over 6 or 7 innings rather than, 4 and some change. So, I'm confident physically in being able to do that going forward.
I got to go look, Seth, and see what the strikeout situation was around baseball yesterday. I brought this up earlier in the show.
Given the challenges and whatnot?
No, given the opportunity to make money. Because, you do the Underdog app, I do the Prize Picks app. And they've got numbers in there for strikeouts recorded by pitchers. And I thought the Soriano one yesterday that you brought up to me during a break sounded so low for him against the Astros. It was 4.5, and I'm like, oh my God.
It's a team that's got horrible judgment at the plate.
And I think all teams are still coming in trying to, pitchers are usually ahead of hitters this time of year to begin with. And the guys who strike out a lot for the Astros are guys who haven't gotten a lot of at-bats in spring training, so there's that. And then there's Hunter, who's striking out 9 Angels. I just got to go look around and see yesterday if strikeouts were a little higher than normal, just to see if I can, get a little cheddar in my pocket.
I would say this, because Hunter, 16 of his first 31 pitches were balls. It wasn't, so it was partly the soft contact, partly everything else. If you look at his hard hit percentage, though, this matches the eyeball test. So like last year, his hard hit percentage was 32%. That's the percentage of hits that were hit hard against him. Yesterday it was 11.1%.
Yeah, they didn't.
So, expected ERA, I know even though his actual ERA was a 0, but expected ERA with a performance like that yesterday, 2.36.
Okay.
It was a good performance.
Yeah.
It was a good performance, except that he just threw too many pitches.
Yep.
And not pitching around Mike Trout, I guess if you could say in advance that he was going to walk him 3 times, I would just say, well, just intentionally walk him.
Mm-hmm.
But that wasn't the goal. But it wasn't peak Hunter Brown, but there was all of the good stuff that he does was very much there.
Yeah.
And I don't worry about. Look, I'm not worried about the pitching right this moment.
No.
You should be able to win a baseball game with 3 runs or more.
Absolutely.
So it's just the pitching performance in general versus a team that's not going to be likely all that great this year was fine, except for a couple of home runs that they gave up. And the bats are the bats after one game. I shouldn't be concerned, and yet, as I said earlier, this feels like game 163.
It's what you do. Well, and maybe that's why we're overreacting to it a little bit.
Yeah.
Is it just feels like a continuation from what we saw. Now, A.J. Bluebaugh came in, and he gave up the home run to Mike Trout. Other than that, he was excellent. He was really good. He struck out 3 guys in 2 1/3 innings. His velocity was really high. He's got the makings of being a valuable piece for this team here in some role. Hunter Brown was asked yesterday after the game about the importance of those guys, those, kind of connective relievers between starter and closer like Bluebaugh.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody on the roster is going to be relied upon. I think there's a lot of big innings here to fill, and I think we have the guys to do it.
It's funny, guys. Starting pitchers in general have fewer wins than they used to back in the day because they just don't go as deep into games anymore, generally speaking, as they used to. If you got a guy that goes 6 innings for you every time out, then you've got a hammer. Whereas back when guys were winning 21, 22 games a year in the 80s, 90s, 70s, whatever, 70s and 80s, especially in the modern era, guys would go routinely 8 innings or complete games and things like that. For Hunter Brown went 12-9 last year. It did not feel like Hunter Brown was a 12-9 pitcher last year. Now, he had a 2.3-something ERA. He was outstanding by ERA and by any other measurement, strikeouts, innings pitched. Probably the advanced analytics are really friendly to Hunter Brown, I would imagine. But he only went 12-9, and part of that is that now more than ever, you're, as a starting pitcher, to get a win, you're reliant on, at least in a lot of games, a couple, maybe even 3 guys to get you from you to Josh Hader, or I guess in this case, from you to Brian Abreu for now. And guys back in the day just weren't as reliant on those middle reliever and setup guys. They'd routinely go 7 or 8 innings back in the day. That's what it was weird to me when I was looking at doing Hunter Brown, and when I was looking at my prop bets for the year, and I'm like, man, Hunter Brown, 12 wins. I feel like that should be an easy, and I took over on it, but I went and looked. I'm like, oh, he was 11-9 or 12-9 last year. And he was 3rd for the Cy Young. You would have never seen a guy back in the day with a 12-9 record finishing 3rd for the Cy Young because you had so many guys winning 18, 19 games, even though wins are kind of a phony stat.
Oh, yeah, everything's been thrown out the window in terms of Cy Young voting. Ever since Blake Snell won it, pitching like basically 32 innings.
Well, and Skeens won it, and he was a 500. Skeens was 500 last year, but he was tops of the league and everything else. He just played on a team that couldn't hit.
Yeah.
In Pittsburgh. Well, did you see Skeens yesterday got shellacked? Paul Skeens didn't. He didn't make it out of he didn't make it out of the first inning against the Mets. He literally threw 37 pitches and they yanked him. He gave up 5 earned runs. Now, O'Neill Cruz, the center fielder for the Pirates, misplayed a ball in the outfield with the bases loaded that allowed the bases to clear, and then Skeens is gone several pitches later. So I retweeted that factoid or the video, the summary of Skeens' performance, and I said, jokingly, World Baseball Classic got another one. And, boy, the people that didn't realize I was joking about it were like, it's his fault that O'Neill Cruz can't field a fly ball? A lot of Pirate fans coming at me with that one.
Probably a lot of, and just in general, a lot of whole, hey, it's one game.
Yeah.
Don't you know, if you knew baseball, you'd know that one performance doesn't actually matter all that much.
It wasn't the World Baseball Classic's fault. I'm like, I know, I'm kidding. I'm just leaning into I discuss sometimes.
Hey, man, it's my gimmick, all right?
It's my gimmick.
Leave me alone now.
Thank you. All right, so we are going to see a streamed game tonight with the Astros.
God.
What's that?
I'm just looking at innings pitched by Cy Young winners. If you go back to it's crazy.
Yeah.
I thought I was reading it wrong.
Give me the craziest one that you're looking at.
Okay, let's see. Sandy Koufax in 1965, 335 and 2/3 innings pitched.
That feels like a misprint. Oh, my God.
That can't Sandy Koufax the next year, 323 innings pitched.
Yeah, go look at Nolan Ryan, man.
I mean, most of them in back then, Danny McClain, 336 innings pitched. 325 for Danny McClain again.
Yep.
And most of them were 250 or greater.
Yeah.
Back up through. Really, it wasn't until the gosh, you're still seeing 300s.
There were things going on that would get so many managers fired these days.
Yeah.
And back then it was normal. I said look up Nolan Ryan. I know people are going to say on the text page, he never won a Cy Young. I know. But look at his innings totals.
Right.
It's wild.
Oh, no, yeah. It's not new. It's not news to me, obviously, that they used to pitch more. It'd been a long time since I looked at the total innings pitched in a season by some of those old timers.
If you had told me the over-under on the guys you're looking at, I would have. If you had said 335, I would have said, "Oh my God, under!" Like they pitched a lot of innings, but not that many. Like holy.
Yeah, I would have been. I thought it would be like in the 250s or so, which a lot of them are.
Yeah.
But there's a big chunk. I mean, Steve Carlton in 1980, 304 innings pitched.
In 1980, when he won, and he was like 25-7 or something like that.
Gaylord Perry, 342.
Yeah.
This is my new porn.
Yeah.
I'm innings pitched by like, kind of like when you used to go to the strip house downtown.
Man. Yeah.
You see, like somehow it's naked ladies up on the wall, but because it was because they're wearing a vaudeville attire and everything, it's classy.
Mm-hmm.
That's me now looking at some of these old guys. Don Drysdale's really showing me something.
Right, Don Drysdale.
It is.
Oh my God!
Warren Spahn, what a wimp! 271 innings. What a loser!
Oh yeah. Give me some of that Doc Gooden. Mm-hmm. All right, final segment. That hurt my throat. Final segment coming up. The biggest losers from last night in the city of Houston. It's not the Astros. It's not the Coogs. I'll tell you who it is coming up next. I'll tell you another big loser. You, if you snore like that. That was me. When I snored like that, big loser.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. So it was an ugly day yesterday. We expected big things here in the city of Houston. I blame the golf tournament zero. I'm assuming everything went smoothly with the Texas Children's Houston Open. Had it rained, then it would have been a clean sweep because we would have had the Rockets blowing that lead to the Timberwolves late Wednesday night as the lead-in to a rainy day golf tournament. But the golf tournament, I'm assuming, was amazing, as it always is. But then the Astros get shut out in the season opener. So we're still waiting on runs from the Houston Astros. And then the Coogs lose last night by 10 at home to Illinois. And we are left, Seth, this is the real tragedy of the whole thing with the Coogs, is we are left with a game at Toyota Center on Saturday of Illinois versus Iowa. Just can't get any more. I know the two teams have things that are fun to watch, and Illinois is this, and Iowa is that. I'm talking about in terms of the sizzle, the brands or whatever. It's just two teams from flat Midwest states.
It's
a bunch of corn playing each other here.
You know what? First we had what was slowly and steadily started to happen to college basketball with one and dones and whatnot. And then we moved into football with their transfer portal where we started saying college football. There's kind of the college basketballification of college football.
Yeah.
And now with that matchup, it feels now like the college footballification of the NCAA tourney.
Yes.
They're slowly morphing into the same sport.
They are basically one big sport pretty soon.
Like any random school from the Midwest at any given time that's not a blue blood or what have you might be winning the championship.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping.
Indiana, ironically enough, winning the football championship would be one that wouldn't, if you hear Indiana wins the basketball championship, good.
And
that feels right.
And they're nowhere to be seen.
Right.
In the tournament. They suck at basketball now. They're terrible. It's pretty funny. The big losers are, and I don't know, do these people still exist? Ticket brokers? Now that everything's so automated, every kind of brokers their own tickets these days with all the apps.
But I think I'm pretty sure they do.
Okay.
It's just a matter of like the way they operate their business is more. Yeah, they're operating. They don't have to set up kids, we used to have actual storefronts of ticket brokers here in Houston.
One of the biggest, I forget the name.
The one right on Richmond and whatever.
Richmond and Chimney Rock.
Yeah.
And then Jim Barr was the owner, and he was a big advertiser at this station back in the day.
That's a good question. This is something that you and I should actually know about that we don't. Because I know for a long time, a huge percentage of season tickets were actually held by ticket brokers.
Right.
And I'm guessing, if anything, the smart ones are still operating that way. They don't have to do it out in the open anymore.
Well,
it doesn't have to be, because it used to be kind of skirting the law, but skirting skating the line between ticket scalping and legitimacy. And now it's all like there's a secondary market, and you just put it out.
There's a jillion apps, and you can do it that way. And here's the other thing that happens now, Seth, that was definitely not a thing back in the 90s when it was far less automated. Is teams are getting more belligerent about who does and doesn't have season tickets. If they see that you're selling your tickets, I think it was the Seahawks are the team that most publicly did this recently. Maybe the Packers, I can't remember. But there was an NFL team that caught heat from some corners of the fan universe because there's fans that feel like, hey, they're my tickets. I should be able to do with them what I want to. But the teams want to make sure that it's fans of that team that are coming into the game, that they're not putting up their tickets for sale every week. They'll give you a mulligan or two.
Oh, you know what's gotten fascinating? So, yes, they still do exist, still a multi-billion-dollar industry, but they operate through secondary marketplaces like StubHub and SeatGeek and Vivid Seats and all of that. But then there's like a futures market. These guys are like options traders.
They definitely are.
They specialize in speculative listing, where they list tickets for sale that they do not yet own, gambling on their ability to acquire them later.
Oh, and then, okay.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So they're shorting team. There's
a market for everything these days when it comes to stuff like that, Kalshi and everything like that. So that's crazy. I would have, my brain never would have gone to a place where I think that's even a possibility.
Well, that used to be a big thing. As a player, you get access to, you have the ability to buy 2 Super Bowl tickets every year.
Right.
And what most guys would do is you buy the tickets and then, unless there's some reason not to, you sell them to a ticket broker.
Yeah.
That was those are the shadiest deals I ever felt like I was getting into. Because I don't think, by the rules, you weren't supposed to, and you're always dealing with some dicey guy that kind of looked like he'd been on coke for 72 hours, and
My dad used to, this is before my brother was on the team at Notre Dame, this is just when my dad would come visit, and I was friends with some of the football players who were on the team at the time. And they would get 2 or 4 tickets, depending if they were starter, they got 4. If they were a backup, they got 2. What I'm saying right now is probably would have been a major NCAA violation back in the day. But my dad was, he worked for IBM at the time, and he knew a lot of high-level people that would love to fly to Notre Dame football games. And my dad would help some of the players find homes for their tickets,
Yeah.
So, it's got extra pocket cash.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just good old American just doing somebody a favor.
Yeah, that's it, man. Just trying to help out some poor college kids is what he was doing. So, we've got Apple TV tonight carrying the Astros game. I think I need to Pender poll Astro fans how they feel about the alternate broadcasts. I kind of enjoy mixing it up sometimes here and there.
The biggest thing, honestly, is that it's especially, what really tugs at my heartstrings is a few different senior citizens have reached out to me at times, telling me, we've talked about this on the radio,
streaming.
They might DM me or something, and just, like people that are on a fixed income especially, where, no, it's kind of a big deal to sign up for your trial or, you use up your free trial. Like, I don't get my free month of Apple anymore or anything.
Yeah.
And it's, aside from the hassle of all of it, and the other part of it for me, too, is the way ESPN Unlimited is now part of multiple different things where I can't – I've had to upgrade my ESPN level. I go to it sends me to some page where it says, congratulations, you already have this service. Then I go back and I try to watch it, and it says I need to upgrade. I get stuck in this loop, and then all of a sudden they'll be like, actually, you have to access from your Hulu account to upgrade your ESPN Unlimited. It's impossible to figure it out, damn it.
Yep.
I'm not that smart.
I'm sure.
But I feel like I'm an average intelligence at least.
Yep. I'm sure there's a big faction of the younger audience listening right now to what you just said and what I'm about to say, and they're like... boomers, old heads, whatever.
I don't think so, because those kids already know how to get it illegally for free.
Okay.
I'm going above board and trying to follow the channels.
This is what I feel like with ESPN specifically, because I at various times, and may still be, subscribed to that bundle they did with Disney and Hulu.
Yes.
I had a standalone subscription. I've had the same thing that you've had happen where it says, it can be for something like MLB TV. I'm looking at ESPN right now on the TV in our studio, and the bottom of the screen all morning long it said ESPN is now the home of MLB.TV, and I'm like,
yes,
okay,
no, that's a big one. To watch out of market games this year, all of a sudden you got to go get on ESPN Unlimited,
the ESPN app, streaming the ESPN app, and so
don't worry, they'll give you a $20 discount on the annual charge. You can't go month by month.
Here's what I was going to say. After all this ESPN stuff, all the different places. I feel like there's a chance I have 4 different subscriptions to ESPN.
I've got good news for a lot of people that might be listening right now.
Yeah.
I did have that very same issue. I ended up having dual ESPN accounts. Yeah. I talked to a human being.
Get out of here.
And they refunded like 15 months of fees that I had paid. Because they realized whenever I had gotten confused about I bundled up Hulu and Disney and everything, that it looked like I ended up creating a separate account. So they refunded a good chunk of it.
I go back through all my credit card statements now and stuff.
I was astounded that it happened. I would have quit immediately. Like if there was if it were difficult at all, because I was having a hard time keeping it all straight, I'd have been like, all right, fine, whatever. I paid $150 more than I should have. The woman was incredible. It was an actual human being.
Yeah.
I was talking to. Well, who knows? Probably.
Who cares? It sounded like a human being.
She sounded like an actual human being.
Who cares? Yeah. It's someone you could interact with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's amazing. You see, John Lopez just put his headphones on. John can relate to what it is we're talking about because John just turned 87 today. So.
You weren't supposed to say. You weren't supposed to say.
It is John's birthday. He didn't turn 87, obviously, but happy birthday, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you got any big plans?
Tonight, just a nice dinner, but get this. Sunday, I wanted to spend time with my grandkids.
Okay.
So I got 3 3-year-old, 2-year-old, 1-year-old.
Yep.
I'm going to the Willow Creek Elementary School Carnival.
So you're just going to put all the information out there.
So I can just hang out with the kids, watch them do the rides, eat Frito pie, all that good stuff.
You enjoy grandparenthood, man.
Oh, my gosh.
You are sucking the marrow out of the.
It feels like I was
the bone
born.
of.
It feels like I was born to be a
grandparenthood.
grandpa.
I feel like you're gonna die the same way Marlon Brando did in.
Oh yeah,
in the garden.
You'll be running around with an orange in your mouth,
acting like an orangutan.
Yeah, that's a good way to die.
That is a good way to die. Scaring the hell out of your grandson when nobody else is there to call 911, all by yourselves.
Yeah, what happened to the kid? Where'd he go?
He probably ended up taking over the family.
My granddaughter showed up when we were on remote yesterday with BG.
Oh yeah,
she's the 2-year-old.
Yep.
Ended the segment.
Segment was over.
Segment
stopped. You got up.
I was doing the show with her in my lap.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah. That is great. How was it out there yesterday?
It was a blast. It was real fun out there. Great weather, too. Good amount of clouds.
Overcast.
Just enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The reason I ask is because that's the only thing that went well for us for the 24-hour period of Rockets overtime through final buzzer of the Coogs last night.
Mm-hmm.
Horrible. It was like a road trip with 3 other friends, and 3 of them were vomiting the whole time. And meanwhile, the golf tournament's trying to drive. Yeah.
Is your guys' question of the day, coincidentally enough, like, what's the best way to die? Or not?
It isn't. Thankfully, it is
But
not.
that has been noted.
Yeah, it's got me thinking about it.
That has been noted, yes.
Marlon, that wasn't bad in The Godfather.
No,
that was pretty good.
That'll probably be me.
He probably experienced some pain on the way down, like as he was collapsing to the ground. But by and large,
but a little bit of pain,
Yeah.
But playing with your grandkid now, well, you know what? And the grandkid was young enough that he wouldn't have known what was going on. He just thought Grandpa was sick or something.
Yep, that's right.
As you mentioned, it is John Lopez's birthday. Would this have worked? Because John Lopez apparently is a little bit of a curmudgeon about celebrating his birthday. So I wanted to, just to annoy him, as is my right as his co-host, I wanted to go over the top, and I wanted to hire mariachi to just play us into the show every segment.
Oh.
Would that have worked?
Yes. Maybe not every segment, but yes.
Yes.
Or at the top of each hour, maybe. Something like that.
I told him I'll go in halvesies next year because next year's a big one anyway. So.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Are you on a 5?
On a 5.
On a 5. Okay.
95. I'm proud of you.
95.
Yeah, that's the most spry 115-year-old in the Houston market. John Lopez.
John, what's the most annoying thing as a Mexican American? What's the most annoying thing that might happen when somebody is trying to be respectful of your heritage, but maybe goes over the top? Like they're trying a little too hard, or they just veer into stereotypeville or something.
The thing that happens the most with me, even to this day, but a lot when I was younger and people didn't have as much couth, is they think you know other Hispanics.
Oh, really? You must be friends with ...
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, you're from
Juan?
Like you went to when you go to college somewhere. Hey, did you know?
Yeah.
But it's a Hispanic person.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. That's
you know, Jesus Ortiz is a friend of mine.
Yeah.
Also,
those
Jesus
people
Ortiz. Which one?
The people doing right, exactly. Of the 50 of them, right? Yeah. Those people are definitely from Connecticut. They treat you that way. I just want to say that.
Is Jesus Ortiz like the John Smith of? Is that a very, very?
No, it just popped into mind because Jesus Ortiz used to cover the Astros.
Yeah, he's an actual reporter.
Yeah. What's the most common?
I think maybe Rodriguez or Garcia.
Oh, I think we looked this up once actually.
Yeah.
I think it's something Garcia is the most common.
I would say Garcia would be.
Smith.
There's a lot of Garcias, a lot of Lopez's, but I think Garcia or Rodriguez.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I like that Jose does a De Jesus.
Yeah. He puts some spice on it.
There can't be a bunch of Jose De Jesus.
Yes.
I can't even say it. Yeah.
I like it. By the way, you are listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. So today is going to be a better day than yesterday was for Houstonians.
One's got to hope.
Yeah, you would think. I
mean, the Rockets are playing.
Although, aren't those famous last words? Like, it can't get worse.
And then they lose to Memphis and Burrows gets shelled. That'd be especially bad for me if Burrows gets shelled because I've been getting on the Burrows bandwagon.
Yeah.
Seth brought him up to our guest earlier today.
Oh, yeah?
Like I had him winning the Cy Young or something like that. Yeah, it was funny. So I need that personally for that to happen. What is the question of the day?
Astros related. Yordan Alvarez had a home run basically taken away, stolen.
Yes.
What's something that was taken away or stolen from you that's still haunts you.
Okay. Or that you just lost, because sometimes it's your
something
fault.
you lost.
I'll tell you right now. Right now, and there's a big lesson too. As you guys know, I moved to Houston in '94. I moved away in 2001 for my job. So I went to Denver for a few years, went to Chicago for a few years. I moved back to get into radio. The second day I returned to Houston, I had my laptop case in the back seat of my car, and I was going to meet the GM of the station that I was signing on with at the Buffalo Grill down on either Bissonnette, I think on Bissonnette and Wesley in there. And I left my laptop bag in my car.
Oh no.
Yeah, I figure it's West U. I don't feel like being the guy bringing my laptop bag in. Obviously, the world is in that bag. It was bad enough I got my laptop stolen, but in that bag, for whatever reason, I had a watch that I got from my old company as a gift, and it was a Breitling watch, which is an expensive. For those who don't know, it's a really expensive watch. That was in my laptop bag. That Breitling watch was in my laptop bag because it was so hot out. I don't like to wear watches when it's hot out because for whatever reason my wrists are real. Like if my wrists are covered in hot weather, I get hot for some reason. So I took my watch off, put it in my computer bag. I should just put it in my pocket. This is the definition of what you're asking. Like I have in the 20 years since that happened, I have gone through my head like a million times because that watch was so expensive
and important
and sentimental to me. That pops into my head every time, and it was especially because it was the second day back in Houston,
and you're like, dang it!
I was like the woman in Far and Away, that movie with Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise, where she's like Irish royalty, but all the villains and the heathens come in and burn their mansion to the ground, and she goes, "This is not the Ireland of my birth." That's what I felt like.
Yeah.
This is not the Houston of 1999.
Yeah. You should have kept it like Willem Dafoe in Pulp Fiction.
It's so sad.
I had when I was in college.
Pulp Fiction. Yes.
I woke up early in the morning one day and I realized. Oh crap, I left my wallet in my glove compartment and I definitely didn't lock the doors. So I went out to my car and, checked the glove compartment. Wallet was gone, which wasn't a huge surprise. But the thing that still angers me to this day is that whoever stole the wallet took the time to write a note.
No.
Leave it in the glove compartment and it said, F you.
Oh! Not even thank you.
My goodness.
I thought this was a compassionate thing.
Or I was going to be clowning you in some way. Like, hey.
So angry about anything for such an extended period of time with no ability to lash out at all.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Pity that guy if Seth ever came across
brutal.
him.
That's like this. The Seinfeld episode where Jerry gets his car stolen and the guy is in the car calling him from Jerry's cell phone, asking him how to use certain things in the car. That was really funny. Yeah. Oh man! All right, well that'll be a good one, man.
Turning our pain into laughter.
Yeah. That's a catharsis, man. That's what it's about. All right, boys. Well, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Everybody out there have a fantastic weekend. Let's make this a much better day than yesterday. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh, yeah, antibodies and all Breitling. You know what? You need to follow the same rules for your wristwatch wearing as the Astros do for the ballpark. If it's less than 77 degrees.
There you go. Yeah. Someone, I didn't want to read this to you. Someone that earlier.
Yeah, based on the humidity as well as the heat.
You saw it, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
I got well actually on the Ottoman Empire, and it was a good well actually.
Yeah.
But now I gotta go. I'm gonna be watching YouTube videos
about the Byzantine Empire today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good stuff. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Everybody, seriously, have a great weekend out there this weekend. Everybody, John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and a Friday in the loop starts now.
Or don't have a great weekend.
Happy
he
birthday,
can't make you.
John Lopez.
That's true.
One more time.
That's right.
One for the road.
But like I said, he can't make you have a great weekend. If you don't want to, you don't have to. All right, let's get going on a Friday here in the loop. Sports Radio 610. A John Lopez birthday edition.
Okay, we
of
get
In the
it.
Loop on Sports Radio 610. Oh, yeah.
Get it.
Buddy.
Happy birthday. Everybody saying happy birthday.
You're going to take this appreciation, my boy.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. It only makes it better that it makes you annoyed. That's the beauty of it for me. All right.
Can we both sing happy birthday to him?
We'll say that for later. In fact, I want to do it spontaneously at some point in the show so he doesn't know it's coming and he can dread it the whole way.
When I go to the bathroom.
At some point during the program.
When I go to the bathroom.
Me and Figgy will just break out in song, and we're going to sing happy birthday. And, of course, we're going to sing the Stevie Wonder version because we are who we are.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Let's have some fun here on this Friday and get involved with the program with the Base Power text line. That's 713-572-4610. That's how you text in and wish John Lopez a happy birthday or a bad birthday.
Yeah,
I think that's also available to you.
Be miserable today.
Yeah, I don't know why we don't do that enough. You know what? I hope that you have a bad birthday every once in a while.
Lose your laptop.
Also, we also appreciate the D&M. Oh, sorry, we also appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for the live streams.
Keep it 100.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Sorry, that's the crosstalk. I am all over the place. But Mokaram, we appreciate y'all for the live streams on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. If you obviously. Sean Pendergast putting his stuff away from the microphone, but he said it's going to be a good show, as you can tell, because I don't even know what the hell I'm saying right now. Some of that is obviously all of the fun, excitement. I'm hopped up on Shipley Donuts, glazed donuts.
Yeah, thanks for those, by the way.
You're welcome. You're welcome. They're the best. They're the best chain in all of Houston.
They're up there.
Nope. They are the best chain.
They up there at the top.
That's
all
right.
along.
Number one, top two, and they not two is how we say that. But someone who was top two, but also was very much two in their opening day game was the Houston Astros, unfortunately, as they fall 3-0 versus the the Angels rather. And it was very frustrating for me personally because, of anything that I enjoy being right. And I was like, oh, man, Jose Soriano, they going to tax him.
Yeah.
But he was dealing.
Man, was he.
That was one of a number of passing thoughts where, we haven't done this in a little bit. It's the OG's birthday. Let's fire it up. Let's get some OG's passing thoughts.
Yeah.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
Yeah, man. All right, so 1 of 162. Let's make that very, very clear. So, and that's why I wanted to. You can't draw any conclusions. It's what? Figgy?
I'll be damned.
What is it, Figgy? It's early. It's early, man.
It's early, guy.
It's early. But so let's not
it's not even April yet, guys, and y'all already overreacting.
That's right. No, let's not overreact. But there are some thoughts, like game 1, right?
Yes.
What are some thoughts? I'm going to just bounce these off of you.
Some thoughts is that you ruined my good vibes. That's some thoughts.
And you tell me. First of all, man, it was good to see the ballpark and the Astros take the field. Didn't it just warm the heart?
Yes.
I mean, it's just like all the NFL and college football, I think, are more exciting opening days. Everybody gets pumped up. You look forward to it all day. But something about just baseball opening days just warms your heart.
No, I strongly agree, and I'm immediately going to do the thing where I go the other way. I know it's Houston. I get that. It was a 3:10 first pitch. It felt weird not seeing it packed to the gills. I feel like when you get to opening day, I kind of expect of all the days, and I get 160 or 81 of these home days. I kind of expect it to be packed to the gills in a weird way.
Yeah, but it is still Houston. The other thing, look, one more pregame thing here, and then we'll get into the baseball aspect, and not to overreact, but just to give you some thoughts and get yours.
I will overreact if I want to.
It was a local news reporter day. It was a local news reporter day. Anytime there's a playoff game, opening day, some big moment, somebody going for 3,000 hits or something. Boy, they bring out that morning show, and they do stuff like this.
Play ball, everybody. Maggie here with H-Town Live. I'm so excited, you guys. Nearly 20 years of covering the Astros opening day, and honestly, it never gets old. As we wait for these seats to fill, it's a sold-out crowd, standing room only. It feels almost like church here. Also, this is more than a game, you all. It's about reuniting, recharging, and cheering on our hometown team. Dr. Brown is going to be on the mound. First pitch 3:10, but before, I'm stepping up to the plate with a very special guest co-host and another special addition to this all-star female crew. So you want to join us starting at 10 a.m. on H-Town Live.
Oh, man, I love it. First of all, I love Maggie Flecknoe. I used to work with her. She's awesome, and so she would laugh, too.
Where y'all used to work?
Up the road a little bit. But
I'll give that station a shout out.
She's awesome, but had the Astros jersey on, the Astros, I think it was like necklace or something. I just love morning, newsy types crossing over. Into
Man, they be out there early in the morning and dripped out in the jerseys.
Yes.
What's worse, like being at the ballpark well before anything is actually happening, or during the game being outside, like I think Randy McIlvoy, KPRC too.
Yeah.
He had a number of live hits where he was just outside the stadium.
Yeah,
right. He wasn't in it. Right. Clearly, you can't give obviously live video of what's happening on the field or anything. He just outside. Dyken Park. On the street where I'm just like, all right, he's there. I can see it. But also, he's outside, and I feel like he would want to watch the game as it's happening.
Yeah, he probably want to be in the press box, actually paying attention and all that stuff.
But the news, hey, man, you said, hey, Astros opening day.
Give this job to a regular reporter.
And then they do the man on the street. They do the man on the street interview.
Which is always got to be. It's got to be nerve-wracking to be just putting a microphone in anybody's face, especially on opening day where we done gotten ourselves nice as lather.
Or after they win the World Series.
Buddy. That was worse.
You'll get a moment where you be like, bleep him.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about there.
Yes.
Yes. All right,
that brother is a legend.
You're stalling, clearly. You're stalling so that we don't have to talk about
Let's get to the game. Hey, there's good news and bad news, but also some early game one opinions. Hunter Brown is one bad dude.
I love it.
He is one bad dude. And again, it could fall off a cliff, his performance, but I don't think it will.
And what's funny is, in watching it, right, and I'm talking more qualitative than quantitative, which I think you would appreciate because I can very easily dive into the numbers, as you might imagine. He just felt like he wasn't even at his top level, right? This just felt like he's rolling out ho-hum would be too low of a qualification, but he's rolling out just we're just getting started performance, and yet he looked like he was nails. Now, of course, it helps that you got Mike Trout and the Pips coming into town at the plate, per se. But ultimately, Hunter Brown just looked really, really good in a way that felt kind of effortless almost.
No, and the thing that strikes me, and we saw this over the last year, especially toward the end of last year, he's trying to fight dudes and everything. He's got an edge. Like, he doesn't look like the guy that's going to be, I'll kick your ass. But he's got a real edge to him, and it's I think that's something that we can kind of bank on.
I was surprised that he went 102. 102 pitches for him. Only got
walking guys.
4 2/3. Obviously, was walking guys, as you mentioned. But one of the things that as much as guys are ramped up during spring, we know that rarely do you have a pitcher at 100% on day one. Again, marathon, not a sprint. You're going to hear me say that a lot during the course of baseball season. It's one of my favorite cliches. But yes, you have a long baseball season, and so the idea that you're going to get a guy hitting the max, and typically max for a lot of pitchers is once you get to about 100, we sit you down. They had him pitch 102 pitches on day one, which I would have imagined. I didn't
expect it.
He got to 82 at the end of the fourth, and I was like, all right, we've seen the end of Hunter Brown. And all of a sudden, I see Hunter Brown coming out the dugout. I said, what is happening?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Remember, I think we talked about it last week. I was expecting 80 to 90 pitches max, for him. But
he was sending dudes down. I think, what was it, 6 strikeouts in the first 3 innings?
Yep.
Or sorry, yes, yeah. So, look, what we know, there was not a lot of things that you know for certain about this Astros team. Hunter Brown's he's gonna pitch his ass off, and I appreciate that.
You mentioned this one, so we don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but we greatly underestimated Jose Soriano.
My hand in the air, buddy. As soon as I think he hit one of these bottom corners 100, and I was like, oh, he heard me talking bleep. He heard me talking bleep.
As soon as I tapped in, he had like 3 straight strikeouts. Yes. I'm like, damn, is he in the Cy Young running?
Well, he is. If it's ended today, that kind of thing. Open the bleeping roof. Open the roof.
Well, it's humid and it's hot.
Oh, it's humid.
It's hot.
Where do we live?
Is that the reason you want to open the roof, or you want that home run?
I do want the home run.
Honestly, though, I will say
the answer is yes.
Outdoor, yes, it is. Outdoor baseball feels a little different. I do think that even something like that I think people really enjoyed, maybe it was the loudest that the actual building was at any point during the game yesterday, was when they had the eagle, or was it? Yeah, eagle fly over before the game starts. And even that does not look nearly as cool on the backdrop of a roof as opposed to the backdrop of God's open sky.
Yeah.
I feel like just for the first one, we could be uncomfortable for the sake of the vibes.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is, I was wondering about this. How far would that home run have gone? Because yes, he had a lot of, it got high. He had a lot of carry on it or height in order to hit the rafter. But the exit velo, did you notice it? 108.
Yeah, man.
So it was gonna land a long ways away.
Probably on Crawford Street.
Somewhere out there. Another couple here for you.
108. Sorry, no, that was Mike Trout's.
I think I saw. Oh, yeah, his was 108.5. But I think it was like 108. Speaking of Mike Trout, did that encapsulate everything about Mike Trout with the Angels? They're not the greatest team, although they won. But here comes the home run. The guy just kind of carries him by himself. That was one thought I had. Now into some more bigger picture things. Even though it was just one, it felt an awful lot like last year. That game.
Oh yeah,
it felt an awful lot.
It's one of the issues, and we'll talk about this, I think, more at length as we go along in this program. But what were the things that when we were wrapping up spring training earlier in the week? We were like, okay, some of the points of emphasis. How did they end up tracking? Started out kind of well, have faded. Buddy, 1 of 162. I think that cuts the other way, where 1 of 162. One of your points of emphasis was not swinging outside of the zone.
That was another passing thought.
I think they swung at like 44% of the pitches outside of the zone. They just free swinging jerks in this, and helping a Jose Soriano that was throwing heat helped him, have a better day, because if you force him to throw you something, maybe you can take that 100 and send it the other way. Yeah. Right? Nope. If you're helping him by swinging at junk, now it makes it even easier for when he really dials it up for you to be in a world of hurt. So no, yes, they need to find a way to be better and more patient at the plate, but it is kind of disheartening if you can't even do that on the very first time.
Yeah, that was the second part I wrote down. I've read this script before. I've read this story before. A couple more for you here. Just generally speaking, based on one game, felt pretty good about the bullpen.
Yeah,
I felt pretty good about it.
I mean, it helps that AJ Blue Ball is out here. Hey, man, look. I think Chandler Rome said it as his days as a starter might be over, and quite possibly if he's going to do that, because I mean, what was he touching, like 90? It was definitely in the 90s.
Yeah.
I mean, he was very, very good in giving you 2 1/3. In fact, I was kind of surprised. Well, I guess I shouldn't have been. I knew that he was a guy that they could go to with length. I didn't realize though that you could get him into some of these leverage circumstances, and that he would be that dialed in that circumstance. So no, I really like this, and I think that Blue Ball, I don't think that he's like the ultimate end-all be-all. I know Brian King and Roa came in at point, at the latter points, but I felt like he was the star of the pen today, if for no other reason than we were talking about how do you get to your Brian Abreu's and such.
Yeah,
he might be kind of key to that. Maybe not doing quite 2 1/3, but doing. Maybe 1+ here and there to get you a little bit closer to where you need to be.
One more for you here, and that is how we feeling. Is more of a question. How we feeling about the bottom half of the lineup, the batting lineup? Although the entire lineup wasn't exactly good.
Yeah, I was like, how do we separate one from the other?
Yeah,
is the tough part. I don't know how to feel really and truly right at this point.
And 281 says. That was game number 163 from last year. It wasn't game 1. It was game number 1.
Honestly, I wish I could do that and just put it in that sample size, so that I could just be fresh here. No, but what that does is that does help bring over a lot of those questions that you had last year. Although you probably should have already had some of them. If you wanted to try and go, this is a clean slate. No, it's not. Unfortunately, no, it's not. And so they have to contend with that as they continue through the season. There's a lot of things to still be talked about as they go again today. Mike Burrows will be on the mound for your Houston Astros. Is that what we're doing? We're already doing.
He's the stopper.
He stops the 1-game losing streak is what you're hoping for here.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't actually. It's not really.
I'll take it.
It's not really about the pitcher to be a stopper. What stops is, hey, can we get some offense for the Astros and the entirety of the city of Houston?
Yeah.
How about some offense for any of y'all? Huh?
Yeah.
That'd be great, because you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and that was the same story, unfortunately, later on in the evening at Toyota Center as your University of Houston Cougars fall. Unfortunately, we have to talk about that. What went wrong for the Cougs? Let's do it next.
Rockets great Tracy McGrady shared his frustration. 222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide?
Oh, God, that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
think I was crazy.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No, it's
if Lil Kiki
Schneid.
said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. At least I hope it's happier than the Thursday was in Houston sports. We talked about the Astros just falling flat, just staying on the launch pad, so to say, when it came to offense versus the Angels. A 3-0 loss for them in their home opener, in their season opener. And then, unfortunately, it got worse as University of Houston Cougars, who was looking to try and make a return trip to the Final Four, fell very, very short of that, losing in the Sweet 16 in the city of Houston versus the Illinois Illini by 10 points, 65-55 in a game in which, the offense was just completely non-existent. What went wrong? And should we have seen this coming, John Lopez?
Well, I don't think anybody could have expected that, because of the Cougars and how they're playing and Kelvin Sampson and what how he keeps this team at the top of its game, and just the way they play, 7 straight Sweet 16s. They're just sort of, they're always going to be in the mix. But you say, should we seen this coming? I kind of think maybe we should have, because it's not like this team was exposed or anything dramatic like that. But I think what it showed us, it showed us. I'll put it this way, and I texted my middle son, the one that came out yesterday,
your favorite,
with Penny. Because he was just dying. He was practically screaming.
He's an alum, right?
Big, yeah. He went to U of H, big Coogs fan. And I just told him, I said, really, to me, it wasn't that simple. I'm going to tell you guys right. It wasn't that difficult. Tell you guys right now. To me, that looked like grown-ass men playing against really, really good young college players. I thought
really? That's the way that you saw it?
Yeah, I thought the maturity level of and not just age, but the maturity level, physically big, thick dudes that have been through the ringer.
Hey, I couldn't. I'm sorry, I couldn't. I apologize.
And guys that have played a million games. Because you look at that Illinois team. What is it, Merkovic? He's been a professional basketball player in Montenegro, his home country, since 2022. He's mature. He might not be a lot older, but I think he actually is like 21, 22. But either way, he's been through it, man. He's been in all these situations, played with grown-ass men. Yeah,
anybody that's from one of them Balkan countries, immediately I go, huh.
Yeah.
Merkovic.
Ivacic, the guy that came in, hit the big three at the end when the Cougs were making their big run. He's played 70 professional basketball games in Croatia. Like, these were dudes that have been through it. And that's something that Kelvin Sampson can do a lot. But as mature and as much as I love, Kingston Flemings, and as mature as some of these veteran players are, they've never been through stuff like that.
It's funny because I actually completely disagree, and respectfully, of course, because I hear what you're saying. Like, you very much saw the benefit of Illinois being a big team. They're a great rebounding team, especially, I mentioned that, right?
Yeah.
I think they were the second best team of the teams remaining over the last 10 games rebounding the basketball. That clearly showed up in this game. I thought that the Cougs actually looked very calm, very concerted. Like, it didn't feel like they lost their cool. If they had lost their cool, there's no way that first half should have been a 2-point game.
Right.
That first half, it should have already been a 10-point game going into halftime, and then they would have lost more.
No, I'm just talking about like the intricacies of the game itself. Like the Cougs never get out rebounded, and they were out rebounded by 9.
And I think that was more of a,
those were mature players knowing how to play.
The way that the Cougs usually out rebound teams is one, JoJo Tugler has a 7'6" wingspan, and two, they are just dogged. And they, the way that you expect Kelvin Sampson to coach his team is exactly what it is. They're just everybody, all 5 guys go and they rebound, and it's a lot of effort. Effort is overrun by big teams that give effort, and that was Illinois. I felt like for me there was 2 things major in this game, and tell me if you think differently on this. One, This is a Cougars team that depends way more on the three ball than any other Cougar team that we had. We talked about this. There's no Jawan Roberts. JoJo Tugler tried to do his best, facsimile of that early. He made a few shots, and then you started seeing the misses in a way that Jawan Roberts simply wouldn't. You just go to him for a bucket. And then they were just missing three-pointers. I think they ultimately finished shooting 28% from three, and that was after them hitting a few.
They're missing a lot of shots, not just three-pointers.
Yes, but they couldn't get any of those other shots. This is a team that depends on Emmanuel Sharp knocking down shots. It depends on Milos Uzan knocking down shots. It depends on Kingston Flemings. That is a large percent of their shooting, of their point scoring, and it just never heated up throughout the night. That's one. I think, two, the other side of this was the way that the Cougs play defense. I think B. Scott said it this way last week, and I think he's perfectly right. They play a style of defense where they just expect that refs can't call all the fouls, and the refs called a lot of them last night.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah.
They called a lot of them, and that obviously gave Illinois opportunity to knock down some free throws. It put the Cougs in foul trouble. I think that all those things didn't help, and it compounded in a way where they just did not have an opportunity to claw this thing back. I think that these are foundational issues with the way that the Cougs were built, where you run up against a team who on this particular night was able to take advantage of all of it.
Yeah, but when I talk about basketball maturity, and that's what I'm talking about, basketball maturity, I'm not talking about keeping your cool per se, because the Cougs do that. And
but then what's the maturity then?
I'm talking
be taller and just have a better shooting luck?
No. You talk about more experience,
having been in all these situations, having been, being able to, because a lot of teams, like speaking of the first half, Illinois would have crumbled. Because they like, man, we should be up by 10. Something like that. And then what do? They go on a 17-0 run. I mean, and in a weird way, you can look at the Texas and Purdue game. I thought basketball maturity won that game too, even though it was a one-shot tip-in type game. I mean, Texas kept threatening to stretch it out, and never could. That's a veteran, and we know that. That's a veteran Purdue team that is, those same guys basically have been in the Sweet 16 to the last 3 years. That's what I'm talking about. But just like Sinak was such a good athlete, such a good player, but he didn't seem to have the same, bulk and maturity in those moments as the Illinois big man.
He is the one who did look like a freshman. That's where I will agree with you, right? He very much looked like he was not capable of giving you what Chris Sinak typically does. He's usually a pretty solid shooter, 3 of 12 in this game, and some of those were relatively easy shots as well. Didn't knock down any threes where he typically shows up. He did pull down 10 rebounds, which, again, found a way to try and impact the game somewhat, but where you really needed him was if this team is going to force you to shoot, you've got to be able to step up and answer by knocking down some of these. He knocked down damn near none of them.
And Underwood said after the game that was their game plan.
Yep.
He flat out said, anytime he takes a mid-range jump shot, that's the guard's not doing it. And that was the game plan too. So really good coaches, two really good teams. I just thought there were moments where the Illini just kind of separated themselves, having been there. Like I said, these guys were pros. These guys played in 60, 70 professional games, some of them,
Yeah, the thing, though, for me in this is, as much as I can in individual circumstance go, all right, they didn't knock down shots. Unfortunately, the thing that we talked about last week with B. Scott, where I go, can you depend on Uzan and Emmanuel Sharp to be there all the time? That shows up here, right? But also, every time for the Cougars, it's this. Right, the defense is still there.
Oh, for sure.
You hold a team to 65 points in the tournament. That's pretty damn good.
A team that averages 85.
Right.
Yeah.
20 points below their average. You did something defensively. It's always this. It's always the offensive bottom falls out for Kelvin Sampson and the Cougs. And this felt like a team where at least the variance of being able to shoot threes should have been able to kind of help you somewhat, but you hit the negative side of it. At what point are the Cougs going to be able to have a more stable offensive circumstance for themselves?
That's a great question, because ultimately, despite all these other little, smaller things that I think were playing into the game, ultimately what has hurt them in the past, just flat out missing shots, hurt them again. But shout out to Stojakovic as well. He's a baller. That guy can hoop, man. And it's a long time, player as well, on the international scene.
Right, and obviously his daddy played in the NBA, which you can't hurt at all. But yeah, it really does suck. It does make me wonder, who am I rooting for now? Because that's a good Illinois team. I don't know how.
Iowa? Are you rooting for the underdog?
Nah, I'm good on that. I'm sorry. There's something about the University of Iowa where I go, that's cute, but it just doesn't appeal
Not Duke.
to me. Look, man. If you've been around for longer than 15 years in the college basketball scene, you don't root for Duke. Like
No,
it's just,
no, you don't.
Yeah, it's just not a thing that can be done. It used to be
Arizona?
Used to be that fathers taught their sons that you just don't root for Duke unless you're from Raleigh or you got money. Arizona is like, I guess maybe because they're in my bracket.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's not a team that really pulls at my spirit, which is honestly the saddest part of seeing the University of Houston Cougars go down in this way. Obviously, as you mentioned, the University of Texas also goes down. But yeah, Big Ten is showing up real big. They're looking like the best basketball conference, at least when it comes to the way this goes, which is really disappointing for the Big 12 in this moment. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Inspired by Yordan Alvarez in a should-be home run if the roof was open. Unfortunately, he catches the rafters of the roof. The ball falls foul. It is ruled a foul ball. He ultimately strikes out, and you don't get that run that could have helped to change the tenor. I felt like he definitely lost something and almost felt like it was stolen. So what's something that was stolen or that you lost that still haunts you to this day? 713-572-4610 is the Base Power text line. Let us know. We'll talk about it next.
Ready? Our good friend PowerCompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, it's a John Lopez Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 as it is his birthday. I don't know exactly which one, but it doesn't matter. As long as I keep bringing it up, he gets annoyed. Having a fun time on this Funky Friday in honor of John Lopez's birthday. 713-572-4610 is the Base Power text line where you can send in your well wishes. Also, you can answer the question of the day. What's something that you lost or was stolen from you that still haunts you to this day? Because it felt like what haunted the Astros, in part, it would have been, what, was it a one run? Was there anybody on base in that instance? I can't recall.
I don't think there was.
I don't think it was. I think it was Jordan at the plate, and he launches one. He absolutely launches one. I don't think I recall a baseball hitting the roof here. I know that Tampa, or in St. Pete, that the Tropicana with the rings that they have rules.
Had several issues.
They have rules specifically for when balls hit the catwalk there. I was kind of surprised because it just feels like that never happens here, although Jordan put a ball that hit the rafters of the roof, fell foul, even though it looked like it was very much on line to go way out, upper deck in the right field. So you go from probably getting a home run that could very much get your offense going, start applying a little pressure to the Angels, to nope, that was just a long and loud out, or rather long and loud foul, and then ultimately he does not do anything with that at bat, and you end up not scoring any runs. That felt like that was a huge missed opportunity for the Astros.
Yeah, at least to get ignited, and didn't happen. Everybody, the look on his face was like, "You kidding me, right?" How do you feel about the rule? Because it really did feel like that's got to be the rule
with the era of StatCast that we have, where honestly, obviously you have the video, but you can see with the the numbers and stuff that we have that where that was online for, and with the trajectory that was going to be gone. That was going to be gone.
Oh, it was absolutely going to be a home run, but I don't think you can change. I mean, and the other thing is each individual home team, as you know, creates the ground rules.
Yeah,
that's an Astros rule. That was an Astros. That wasn't an MLB thing or anything else. So that it's just one of those. Well, damn.
They probably gonna change it after that.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That is actually because there was two responses. There was either just rule of cool, just it's a home run, man. You can see it, and then there were some folks that were like, "Why the hell ain't the roof open?"
Yeah, that was one of me. I mean, that was me. I don't know. I think once you start interjecting StatCast and launch velocities and launch angles, I don't know if that's
play the game on the computer.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So it led to the question. I mean, he got robbed.
Real quick though, I did want to hear from Joe Espada, because Joe Espada, this was him talking about on the would-be home run for Jordan that hit the roof.
No, we rather have the roof close. That's probably the second ball I've ever seen hit that part of the roof. And obviously the ball, wherever he strikes, that ball was in play. It landed foul, so it's foul ball. But if it landed fair, we play it as is. So he crushed that ball. That ball would have landed upper deck.
Yeah, that's what I really wanted. That's what I really regretted. Because to be that high but still have 108 mile per hour launch speed, that thing was going to go a while. That was going to be out there for a bit. So I wish I could have seen it. But what's something that you either lost or was stolen that still haunts you?
For me, it's really stupid. I got to admit, it's really stupid.
That's fine. That's good.
For some reason, it still hits me. And it wasn't stolen. It was lost. It's my own fault, which makes it even worse because you can't be mad at anybody. And I'm trying to remember how old I was. I wonder if I was like 11. No, I can't. Yeah, maybe like 10 or 11. And I mean, when you're that age, your prized possessions are just things to make you happy. And in that instance, it was my purple Game Boy. It was kind of, you know how Nintendo had kind of like the sort of translucent stuff as well? So it was a purple Game Boy. You could see through a little bit.
Yeah, I had that same one.
I thought I was hot, you know what. And then, sometimes, as a kid or just in general, you try and make sure that you keep things safe, your prized possessions. So I hid my Game Boy for safekeeping. And then I didn't find it for like 2 or 3 years.
Years?
Yes. I could not find it.
Oh, that's inexcusable.
Yes.
That is inexcusable.
Yeah, and the thing is, I ultimately did find it, But I did not
you're
have,
playing something else.
I was like, didn't have my Game Boy for like 3 years, and 3 years when you're a kid feels like 17 years because you just
I've
haven't
never heard
nearly
of
as much.
something like that.
I know
I
it's
get
very
it's
stupid.
like a little matchbook car or something, but a Game Boy.
Yeah. And look, man, it's not like I lived in a mansion. Also, it was just my room, right? It's not like there's only so many places that this thing could be. Somehow I lost it for 3 years.
That kind of remind me of something you got to bring up there at Confessions,
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Yeah, but
Clearly I have an issue.
Yeah, I can see that. So mine, and this was more of a what are you doing type of moment. So this was when I was grown. I had a car with some sounds in it. So I had the 12s in the trunk.
Yeah.
I had the amp in the back and all that stuff. And I was talking to this chick. And it was one day she said she needed to use my car because her car was messed up. And so I let her use my car. And one day, by the time I got it back, I was driving around. I was trying to hit my sounds on because it's a little kill switch at the bottom where you can flip it on and boom, boom. And it wasn't working, so I thought it was a short in it. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, let me pop the trunk and see what's going on.
No.
Cleaned me out.
Oh, boy.
They took your joint to the chop shop.
They cleaned me out.
When?
I don't know. I think it had to be either when she had the car, and I think she had something to do with it.
Yeah, okay.
Because as soon as I called, because we was kind of going back and forth a little bit, but as soon as I called, she was just, I'm so sorry. And I never talked to her again.
You were a mark.
Yes. I was.
I think you were a mark.
I was, man. I got, man.
Yeah.
And I was.
Hey, go flirt with that guy for a couple of days. A couple of weeks.
Think about it, we was really in a relationship though. But it was kind of. It was. It was a real. And to be fair, those were one of the girls. My mother was like, I don't know about her.
Oh yeah, you were just talking about that.
Yeah. She's one of those. But cleaned me out, and to the point. And still to this day, it was one time, I think it wasn't that long ago, maybe about 12 years ago. I seen her on not Instagram, but Facebook.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? I'm about to mess around with her. Let me add her.
Yeah.
Like mess around with her, like, hey, I remember you, that type of deal.
Yeah.
And she was still messaging. I wish I could find the messages, but she was just like, I'm so sorry. I did not know. Yes.
Well, yeah, we're talking about thousands of dollars worth of equipment here, man.
Yes. Man, to me, and that's still kind of
sickening.
That spoiled it for me because now I just refuse to put sounds in my car now.
Yeah.
Because I'm just worried. Not that somebody set me up or anything, but I'm like, man, I don't want nobody to break in my car and steal thousands of dollars worth of equipment, man.
Well, two came to mind for me.
You got to pick one, though.
Well, one is a generic one that I think we can all relate to. That's why I want to bring it up. And maybe not so much you, Reggie, but I know Figgy and some of the older than Figgy people listening. Remember when you used to cut, basically now you can get a playlist anywhere. Hell, they'll make one for you. But you used to cut CDs.
Burn CDs.
With the perfect, burn CDs with the perfect, basically playlist.
Yeah.
I used to do that all the time. And those things would somehow always disappear. Whether it's at a party or your car and you're taking some of your buddies, whatever.
How old do you think I am?
Well, I know, but
it's like clearly you've never heard of these compact discs.
But you didn't do it as much as we did. Like we did
Reggie wasn't around during that time, man.
But
Sit back, young buck.
We used to burn those CDs.
You think I'm 15 years old?
And always your best ones somehow would magically disappear. And it was sometimes your best friends. Like they're like, I'll take that. He won't miss it. But the one that really, and it still haunts me, even though I've never been a jewelry guy. You guys know that. I don't wear, I'll wear my Aggie ring if I'm out at an event or something. But I don't really wear jewelry. So I never really wore my wedding ring. But I've lost my wedding ring.
Wait, how do you lose it if you're not wearing it?
I usually keep it in a drawer, like everybody else. The other day, I forget what it was. I was looking for.
Wait, this is recent?
Yeah, it's been in the last 6 months.
Oh, damn.
See, I'm thinking like when we were newly married, I accidentally took it off at a hotel.
I've kept
last week.
I've kept it forever. But like about six months ago or so, I was getting dressed up. I think I was wearing a tuxedo, so some wedding or something. So I was getting cufflinks out of where I keep my wedding ring, and I went, well, damn, where's my wedding ring? So I lost my wedding.
So you still haven't found it?
Still haven't found it.
Oh, man.
So technically, you're not even married no more.
So is this like a real expensive type of ring? Or
It was just a band, but still.
Because I ain't got no expensive ring.
Yeah.
It just got me a cheap little something.
Yeah, it was a band.
She don't give a damn about me. But, that kind of make it a little better, I guess.
From the 832, they stole my Rocket starter jacket at school. Put it down to hoop, ran over to see a fight. It was gone when I came back. Yeah, somebody was scoping as soon as you put that thing down. He better not walk away. Mm-hmm. Somebody was looking for your stuff. From the 281, got my work backpack stolen while getting a pickup order at Chili's on the way home from work.
Oh, man.
Oh, man, they got broke. So you weren't even there long enough. You were just picking something up right quick and they broke into your car. Dude, that's got to be that kills me, right?
Yeah.
It's like when you get like a parking ticket when you're just like, I'm going to be here for 5 minutes. And they manage to sweep you in 5. You're like, man, what are the chances?
Yeah, they're looking for
people
you.
look at me crazy. I bring my backpack in everywhere. I never leave it in the car.
Yeah. Somebody talked about leaving something on the bus, a tablet, but really it got me thinking about Ubers. How many people lost like their phone? I left it in the Uber. Now they generally are pretty good about holding
they hit you up if you left something.
Yeah,
some of them don't.
The bus is the bad one because you just like you can't do nothing.
You
about
can't
that,
even
man.
talk to the bus driver.
No.
They don't have a clue. Probably don't give a damn.
Yeah.
And this one's got to be painful from the 281. When I was a kid, used to collect sports cards. You know where this is going. At one point, I had 5. 1986. What year was Michael Jordan drafted?
1986.
All right, 1986 Michael Jordan rookie Fleer cards in my collection. A tornado hit Channel View.
Oh.
Set me on a route that caused me to lose these cards, even ones in bad shape. Today are worth $5 to $10 grand.
Yeah, that hurts.
Yikes.
that hurts.
Yikes.
Inside.
All right, keep those coming in on the Base Power text line. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we welcome in the man himself who pulled the triple yesterday. He was at all the games that didn't have no offense in the city of Houston. We'll talk to our guy B. Scott and go around the NFL next.
Payne and Pendergast.
The win totals heading into the season are out, Seth, for Major League Baseball.
Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, a lot of things happening here in the studio here. B. Scott joins in with us as he does every Friday. He did the triple yesterday. He went to the Astros opening day. He covered the Big Ten game that was wild, that saw Nebraska fall to Iowa. So Iowa continues their Cinderella run.
Standing amongst Nebraska fans, too.
Oh, buddy.
So I took that in as more of kind of like a fan since, I wasn't really, really covering it. So I just stood around nothing but Nebraska people. I actually met a guy who lives in Fort Worth but went to Nebraska. And the best part about it was being on, not having a dog in the fight. Being on the Nebraska side and seeing Iowa people kind of just trickle over and just start rooting.
Yeah.
And just
Were they talking trash, though?
No, they were like celebrating together.
Yeah.
But it's like 3 to 6 of them, and there's 50 to 60 of the devastated Nebraska fans who've never had anything in basketball, which is what we were talking about.
Yeah. Literally their first tournament win came this season.
Yeah, yeah. So those were fun times. Fun to watch that swing of emotion
And the way Nebraska started.
Yeah,
you would have thought, whew.
So that's happening. We got a number of people talking about the things that they lost, like the 713 here saying they had the brick red Astro starter jacket.
Ooh.
And they said, I believe it was a female coworker that always complimented it when they wore it.
These hoes out here.
That didn't even take me to that place where how many of your ex-girlfriends took something that
did she steal it or did you give it away willingly and then things kind of went left?
That's also a possibility. And then that reminded me that remember earlier in what was it, a couple weeks ago where I said that I could not find my earbuds that I use up here, my monitors, and I went and bought some new ones. Found the old ones.
And that's how it works.
You want to know where it always does.
Yeah.
You want to know where they were?
Yes.
Other pocket in my backpack.
Dude, I
swore I thought I tore it
Dude,
up.
I told him to take every single thing out the backpack.
Brother,
I was tearing up my truck looking for it.
Brother, I thought I had.
Hey, this is one of those like, where are my glasses? Where are my glasses? And they're on top of your head or like right on your shirt.
Yeah. I was underneath the seats in my truck because I gave him a ride to where Rodeo.
One of the days when we broadcasted out there,
and that's the day he lost them. I was like, and they're in your backpack,
brother. I've checked this pocket before. That's the thing that got me. I was like, ain't no way.
Clearly you didn't. No, you didn't.
I don't know how this happened. I
told him to tear that backpack apart, empty out every single thing, even if it's a letter.
Guess who's getting a new
everything
backpack?
out?
Guess who's getting a new backpack? Your boy.
Yeah.
All right, let's go around the NFL
Oh, you got
now.
One where you can't hide things from yourself. No, I wanted to say something about y'all's questions of the day. They have been like disturbingly like therapy for me. Like I want the answers to some of y'all's questions of the day to be more light and like appropriate for the show. But they're like having me doing like real introspection on my life. Like one of them last week was like, what was a loss that you had taken? And I was on the air and I was like, oh my God, I do not want to talk about this in front of people. Stop it. And then today, it's what's something that you lost that still bothers you? And I'm like, man, I have not thought about that in 17 years. I want to let it go. And it's like, man, I probably need to go to therapy.
Yeah.
And if
we are your therapy.
If I did, these are the questions that they would be asking me. And I'm like, man, I don't feel like those are the answers I want to give on the show.
That is the best endorsement that you have given. In the loop. It's kind of like therapy.
It's kind of like that. I'm like, let me sit with that for a minute. Or not.
Or we can run entirely away from that.
Yes.
Which we will do in this moment as we
all
go.
in here, ready to come
my
up.
chest.
Ready to come up.
I'm talking about in my sternum, though. Stop it.
Just let it out, bro.
Stop.
All right, let's go around the NFL here where, if you recall earlier this week, as we are less than a month away to the NFL draft, we got what we always need this time of year, which is something to talk about, especially with this NFL draft class where we go, there's not really a lot of spice happening. And Darren Orlovsky was like, hold on a minute. I got you, my boy.
Hold my beer.
You know what we're about to do? The consensus number one overall pick, not even the best quarterback. Everybody discuss.
Less. I got you.
And so that got the internet going nuts. And of course, eventually in the cycle of things, we just talk about things, and then we go start asking people what they think about it. Like that is the second wave of how this goes.
What you think about what he think about that?
Exactly. And in this instance, you know who it is? Daniel Jeremiah. Daniel Jeremiah was on a podcast where he was asked about the Ty Simpson of this all. This is the second one that you have here, Fig. This is Daniel Jeremiah weighing in on is Ty Simpson the best quarterback actually in this draft class?
But when he said that he's talked to some decision makers, that there are teams that prefer Simpson to Mendoza, do you get that sense that there are some teams out there that do prefer Ty Simpson to Fernando Mendoza, DJ? You're obviously as plugged in as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can talk to different people, but I have not talked to anyone that has that. So, and that's not saying that he's saying anything untrue. He just is talking to different folks apparently than the folks that I've been talking to, but I have not. And that goes obviously from the Raiders and a bunch of other teams too. And it wasn't particularly close.
Wasn't particularly
he did couch
close.
it like, I might not be talking to the same guys, but that guy's nuts.
Yeah, because Dan Orlovsky did say that this was on the You Better You Bet podcast. And yeah, man, I do love the way that DJ Daniel Jeremiah did this, where he goes, look, man, I'm not trying to knock anybody down.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the people I talk to, including people around the Raiders, are like, nah, fam, I'm good on that.
I ain't heard that one. Yeah, but it is an interesting thought, though, of like you got the quarterback who did all the winning, and then you got the other quarterback who seemed to have to do a little bit more with less, which is weird to say about an Alabama team, but that was the situation. That's how things flipped with the landscape. So I think it's actually a lot closer than people want to probably give it credit for, just because we've already decided. It's something about once you've decided that something is the truth.
Yes.
You don't really go back and say, well, hey, we said it was this, and so are we backtracking? Did we really believe what we said in the first place?
We're bad about reevaluation.
Yeah,
in general
that's what I'm
society.
saying. Yeah, and I think we could probably stand to do that a little bit more, including in this situation, even if we ultimately land on Fernando Mendoza is the number one.
Well, where I went with when Reggie and I were talking about it is talent.
Yeah.
I think you could argue, and it's close because Fernando Mendoza is wildly talented, but I think Ty Simpson might have an edge in talent. That doesn't necessarily make him the better quarterback.
No, and I think that's also fair because it's talent, skill. There's a whole, sugar, spice, everything nice kind of combination thing that we're doing here. Yes, I quoted the Powerpuff Girls. Sue me. But, yeah, I think the thing for me is neither of them are so good that we go, they're incredible. I think for me, the way that it happens in my mind is, yes, without question, Fernando Mendoza is better. How much better? Probably not a crazy amount better, but it's without question that he's better. That's how it goes for me. So the idea that actually Ty Simpson is better, I wouldn't get there. I just think that it's probably not like leaps and bounds in the way that we're kind of making it, because Mendoza is 1-1 in this draft because of circumstance.
Yeah, and the fact that for the longest time, I would have probably disagreed. Like they won so much and Fernando Mendoza played so well that it's hard to even argue with that. But throughout the course of the college football season, I would have probably told you that I thought I was watching a more talented quarterback in Ty Simpson.
But that's where I was.
In spite of. And so what I'm saying is I think that the fact that that reasonable minds can disagree on who is actually even the more talented quarterback, where you got Reggie saying that he thinks it's Fernando Mendoza, we're saying, hey, you know what? We've seen Ty Simpson and think he might be better. That tells you in and of itself that it's not so crazy one way or the other to think that one guy is better.
Now, in the course of this, people were like, hey, Dan Orlovsky, Ty Simpson, got the same agent. That's clearly something. Daniel Jeremiah actually weighed in on that portion of this as well.
The whole trial balloon of it was an agency favor and all that kind of stuff. I'm represented by the same agency, and Ty Simpson is my 38th player, and Fernando Mendoza is my number 1 overall player. That's not really how this whole thing works. So that was kind of silly to me.
Shout out to Dan.
Yeah. Well, but also, isn't the agency CAA?
They have so many.
They represent basically everybody.
Yeah. So what are we talking about?
Well, and they have so many agents.
They have like hundreds. It would have been like, man, he be at Walmart, and you know what? He be at the same Walmart. They must be conspiring. It's we're neighbors.
I was actually not on the other side, but questioning Daniel Jeremiah there a little bit because, let's say, CAA has literally more than 100 actual agents.
Right.
Now, CAA might represent both all of Daniel Jeremiah, Mendoza, and Simpson or whatever, but the particular agent, the one person might be Dan Orlovsky and Simpson. You
Sure,
know what I'm
I
talking
feel-
about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that, but people weren't. I don't feel like that's what people were saying.
Right,
They were
yeah.
saying CAA,
Yeah.
as if it was like, oh, well,
Yeah.
they're from the same city,
Yeah.
or they shop at the same store, and it's like, or they got the same this, and it's like, well,
Yeah.
this is kind of a bigger thing. Now, if you know that,
If
I
it
didn't
is
see-
the same guy or girl.
and I didn't see this.
If it was like David Mulligetta or something like that, then that's a little different.
Yeah, it's like that. Rich Paul, not
Yeah.
what's their thing?
Clutch.
Yeah, not Clutch, but Rich Paul. Like, okay, well, now I got you.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that one came up because for a second there I was blanking. But yeah, no, it's fair because I think that it's a good exercise in remembering. Let's evaluate and examine some of the things that we do, and I appreciate Daniel Jeremiah going. I don't have to pile on to disagree in this moment, which I thought was really cool in that thing. But yeah, gave us something to talk about. We appreciate all parties involved for doing that during this time of year. We continue around the NFL, where this is a small thing that kind of ties into a bigger conversation existentially that we're having around sports. And did you see that preseason NFL games are getting to a place where, according to a report from the Sports Business Journal, there's plans to propose to owners next week at the league meetings that they should allow teams to sell their preseason games to streamers outside of, because now preseason games basically just exist on local television channels. They're planning on possibly opening this up to selling them to streamers.
That kind of falls along the lines of the way things are going. Like, how many people, and this, I know our audience will probably have some people that are at least aged into or grandfathered into the other side of this, but people stream more than they watch local TV now, right? Like if I'm trying to get my son, who'll be 11 next month, to watch a preseason game, I'm much more likely to get him to watch it on a streaming service than I am to say watch it on name your big box television station.
It also depends, though, if you have that subscription. I think that's what we're talking about inherently is the subscription nature of it, less than, because we're not talking about streamers like, we going to put this on YouTube, right? We're talking about, we're going to sell this. And now, in this instance, we're probably talking about the streamers that are essentially replacing local networks. Like we talked about Victory Plus, right?
Right.
Where you could see the high school football games, where that used to be on the local regional sports network. Now that's on this streamer that has replaced that regional sports network. One of the things that I know that I saw in this story was possibly the Milwaukee Brewers kind of games being purchased from Brewers.tv. Like things like that are probably, so it does feel a little bit it's less of, well, this is going to end up on Peacock and more, this is going to end up on one of these smaller streamers that has replaced the regional sports network.
Yeah, I really feel this is bigger than they're even talking about in that.
Why is that?
Because what it's going to do is you're going to be able to, if you're the Houston Texans, just as the example, because that's our squad, you're not only going to be able to go to streamers individually and sell your preseason game, because they make, and this sounds bad, but in the very low millions locally for the preseason games. It's like $1 or $2 million they make. But let's say, and this is just an example because I don't even know if there's any legal conflict here, but they could now put games on Space City app, the Space City app, or the Fubo app in Houston, or the pick a Hulu app in Houston. Like they can make, I think this is going a huge, go figure, a huge moneymaker for local teams.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I'm saying, though, because, so it all comes down to our watching patterns now. And the fact of the matter is we watch everything on demand now in some form or fashion. Watch everything on demand except the only thing we watch live really now, for the most part, is live sports. Maybe award shows and things like that.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's just sports. And so sports is just meeting folks where they are.
But how many apps are that can localize in each individual city? In our case, like all of them. They can go to the subscribers in that city and say, I really think it's good. I saw that, and they were kind of downplaying it. I think I read the same story you're quoting here, and I'm like, I think this is pretty big.
The only thing that helps me kind of mitigate this is if they follow the same rules that all the streamers have followed to this point in the NFL, where the NFL has done the thing where they go, even if we put this streaming, even if this ends up in this place, it's got to be on local TV in the market.
Well, and it will be.
And so as long as they keep that, it'll allow them to double dip. But the only problem is, how does that make money for the teams locally? Because if it's locally on the big network TVs, as you talked about, then who else is interested in the Texans preseason game other than Texans fans, right? This isn't one of those things like the rest of the NFL where we'll check in on all these games because we have interest in teams outside of our local market, unlike any other
But it's kind of
sport.
like MLB.com. Like if you live in Omaha or, Chicago and you're a huge Texans fan, you buy that particular packet. You can do that with Fubo and all these others as well. So they're going to be able to show all these even though they can't see ABC 13.
Yeah. We're obviously all old enough to remember watching, all of these games on TV. So I'm in favor of them being available on TV, but I just question how long are we going to forever say the thing that you just said where, hey, it's got to be on CBS, NBC,
I don't think
ABC.
a whole lot longer.
Like we're inching closer to being away from that time period.
And that is the point that I've held in my head as the pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered moment.
That's it.
But this is the problem. Is I have been waiting for those moments with Mark Cuban for a long time, and the NFL just keeps getting fatter and not slaughtered.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's the scary part is, do we get to the place where the NFL fully abandons the thing that helped them become as big as they have been media-wise, which is making sure that they're available over-the-air television. And if they cross that Rubicon into, actually, no, it's not available over the air and you have to have a subscription, do they still continue to grow the way that they have? Because if that's the case, I don't know what stops them.
Yeah.
And I say stops them as if this is like a behemoth Skynet that you have to stop.
Well, it
like,
must be stopped.
I apologize, but I think you get what I'm saying.
Must be stopped.
I think you get what I'm saying.
Fair enough.
All right, that's around the NFL here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's get B. Scott's thoughts. The man who was all over the city of Houston yesterday, covered college basketball and baseball and everything in between. What are his thoughts? Well, you have to stick around to find out next.
The Drive is live and Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You hear the song, you know what time it is. It's a Friday, so we got to talk to our guy B. Scott from Hiram Clark. He's one of the most hardest working dudes in this building, maybe one of the most hardest working dudes in the city, and he put that to the test yesterday as he was all over the city. So I'm very excited where his thoughts get to here.
Well, I was fortunate enough to just be downtown, right, because you had everything happening at Dyken Park with the baseball, and then you had the college basketball over at Toyota Center.
You walk there, man.
So, yeah, you could basically walk there. Now, I didn't because I had, the parking passes, and, they set you up and everything.
Go ahead and flex that.
But it was – the point more so is it's not like you got to go from one to, say, NRG, nothing against NRG, but like a different part of town.
Sure.
Everything was basically right there in the neighborhood. I got to commit to being downtown early in the day and was there for pretty much the entire day, all the way up until about 12:30 at night. So I want to share with y'all my day, just sort of the experience of it all. First of all, U of H losing, I don't think I had even considered until just the shock of being there, as we were talking about earlier, the Nebraska and Iowa game. And I was like, coming into this, I was like, the last 24 hours of Houston sports has been really rough, but at least U of H is going to win. Unless they don't. And I was like, what if they don't?
Yeah.
And so it's like literally the end of the Iowa-Nebraska game. I'm finally starting to contemplate, well, what if U of H loses this game? They could actually lose this game tonight. And then sure enough, they did. Fast forward through the game, and we can talk about the game as much as we like, but you get to the end, and I was just so taken aback when I got to the locker room and the emotion of it all and how much everybody cared. And, of course, I do a lot more pro sports than I do college sports. And there was also a pretty decent dead period or lag between the end of the game and the availability of the locker room. And so I wasn't expecting this either. But the emotion in there, I got in there, and I'm not going to call any one guy out, but it's because it was the entire locker room was howling, screaming, crying, because it meant that much to them. And I'd also forgotten how young some of the core players are, and then the ones who are not core players are leaving. So it's basically, we were talking about this before I got on, how it's either guys who are one and done, headed to the NBA, and are indebted to this staff and these teammates and these guys that they spent this season with, or it's the guys who was spent the last 4 years in the case of, or more than that in the case of Emmanuel Sharp, in the last couple of years in the case of Milos Uzan. JoJo Tugler is somebody who we'll see what happens. But, like, these are guys that are indebted to the program, entrenched in the program, and you got to kind of see the emotion of it all. And that just caught me off guard. I was not expecting that. I thought it was going to be more so business than usual. And it was really like end of an era, existential crisis type of feel. Not to over-dramatize it, but and anybody that was there could tell you the same. It was, maybe they weren't as shocked by it as I was. But I was shocked by the emotion that I saw in that locker room. Okay? So that's one thing. Then you fast forward to hearing from Kelvin Sampson, and I couldn't help but sit with this, okay? There was a question asked to him and this might have been the last question that he asked, or that he was asked at the press conference, but it was something to the effect of, hey, what keeps you going in the age of NIL and the transfer portal? And a lot of your peers, especially the ones who are your age, are kind of going away from this. I think we actually have it. It's Myron Metcalf at ESPN. Ask Kelvin Sampson about this. I want y'all to listen to this and tell me if you think that this is sort of in line and consistent with the question and made you not think more about U of H's future in hoops.
I mean, I still like it. But, we all have our time, But I think coaches have to understand when their time is. I mean, we all know this is a young man's game. I mean, I still like it, but we're all going to step away eventually. I haven't really thought about that.
Sounds like he has.
To the point where I can share anything, but I'm I'm not going to get anybody's way, though. You know, if I'm in somebody's way, or if I'm overstaying my welcome, I'll be the first one to leave.
So, B. Scott.
Yo, what was that about?
I mentioned it to Reggie before the show. He was so measured. A lot of pauses as he's thinking what to say. A lot of ums. I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you.
And I think it needs repeating, or it's worth repeating. This was not a question of, hey, do you want to retire? Have you thought about retirement? When do you plan on stepping away? It was a question. I talked to Myron Metcalf about this a little bit afterwards, and we were both kind of a little bit puzzled by the answer and weren't really sure what to make of it, still trying to figure out what to make of it. But the question was more so, what keeps you motivated in the day of it? The thing that everyone is lamenting, and people that are saying the reason why we're losing recipes in college sports and why nobody wants to be a part of it, they used to be a part of it.
It's the reason why Hubert Davis very quickly went from just the heir apparent to Roy Williams to a dude that could not get the job done anywhere near UNC, is that the whole game changed on him.
It's a great point. It's the reason why a lot of people suspect that Nick Saban is doing TV instead of still coaching now, right? Like, the game changed for a lot of people who valued it a certain way. Is Kelvin Sampson one of those dudes? What keeps him around? That was more so the spirit of the question. He went in a little bit of a different direction and started kind of like contemplating his future, while saying that he hadn't really been contemplating his future, while also clearly sounding like a man who was contemplating his future. And it all brought me to, long-winded way to say, it all brought me to, we are running out of time with Kelvin Sampson.
At minimum. At minimum, it's that.
And it's almost stating the obvious, but it's highlighted by the moment and listening to him talk. And then when you think about the makeup of this team, I can't help but think about, like, the fact that this was the team you could argue was most suited. Like, you can argue last year's team was better, certainly because they got to the championship game. But this was the one, like, name me the U of H team from this run that had 2 first-round, 2 one-and-dones, won a lottery, and then also 2 guards that had been to a national championship the year before.
Yeah, right.
Right? Like, this was a uniquely situated type of U of H team. I thought that their best chance to win it was last year, but this was also their best, perhaps, assembled team set up to win it.
Yeah.
So you don't win it last year. We understand what happened. We remember what happened last year. Then this year, you fall short in the Sweet 16. And then you hear Kelvin Sampson talking like that about his future on a question that wasn't really directed even toward that type of answer. It makes me just think about the fact that we're running out of time. And I would hate, just shout out to Kelvin Sampson and what he's done and what he's meant to this city. I would hate, and I hate the thought of him leaving his post at any point and for any reason without that championship. And so that part kind of stung after the game, aside from just the basketball side of it, them not being able to hit a shot and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, because he's one of the greats, right? And you expect with a great, at least they have one of those claims to fame that you could really tack on them, that one of those championships where you go, that was the season that they validated all the stuff that we know to be true about their capabilities.
Yeah.
You can't say that with Kelvin Sampson to this point, so I think that's fair. I think I want to dive just a little bit deeper for a second on what you're talking about here. When you're talking about we might not have very much time with Kelvin Sampson, there's a more good portion of this, which is, oh, man, we might not have enough time because he's ready to hang it up and pass it on to Kelvin Sampson, who has been the heir apparent for a long time. There's also a more negative perspective of that, which is we might not have a lot of time because the same thing keeps happening with this team. And ultimately, Kelvin Sampson is one of those dudes that felt like he was good in the hood for whenever and wherever, because he brought this program so far. But we're getting to a point where, even with the best, we start to find nits to pick or what have you. And with him, it's happened the same way every time. The offense bottoms out and then they fall out of the tournament, to where we might not have a lot of time with Kelvin Sampson so far as the goodwill is disappearing. And then how much does the goodwill disappear? Because the quote that he said, the idea of overstaying my welcome, really landed with me, because I was like,
or getting in someone's way.
Yes. I was like, buddy, it never felt like that was the case. But is he thinking about the possibility of, hey, man, does this start looking to where people are not having you can stay however long you want, where people start trying to run you out of town? And does that affect the succession plan that has been well situated for this program?
Yeah, I mean, it's something for him to think about, because the coaching weight, it's not just some guy or just some guy that he tutored. It's his son. It's his actual real life son.
Yeah.
So, I think that part has to be there, because there's a personal nature to, like, a father. Lopez, you have sons. I have a son. We understand. Like, we want better for our sons than we even want for ourselves.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it. I think there's an element to what I was saying of like, it feels like Kelvin Sampson is a championship coach, and it would be a shame for him to leave his post again without a championship, considering what he's done. But then also, is there this guilty by association thing that's awaiting his son, where now the shine is worn off of the legend, and you're just now, for lack of a better term, the Nepo baby for the guy that didn't get it done. And I would hate for it to even be framed that way.
Yeah.
But we're running out of time.
And I don't think, you talk about the pressure. I think it's zero pressure from the outside, of people saying, yeah, the offense, this or that. Yeah, there's going to be some frustrations. I think the only pressure is Kelvin Sampson. Like the pressure is putting on himself to what you're saying. I think it's time to give it to Kellen.
Yeah. Well, you say zero. One, there's Ocho on the text. But two, you saw that one person who left Toyota Center talking about fire everybody, throw all the kids off the team.
Outside of the insane people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Ocho.
Ocho.
Is it really a game? Is it really an emotional driver of a game if it doesn't result in somebody calling
losing
for another
their
person's fire?
Yes.
Like somebody's got to lose their job because I'm upset.
Well, the thing is,
but my point about that portion is, we get there with everybody.
Yeah,
there are no golden cows that never get there unless they leave.
We do, but if there is an exception, as much as we all know a bunch of really, really big UH fans that probably express some frustration to your point. God, man, they just can't make a shot.
Yeah.
But they're not in their heart of hearts even, thinking about, it might be time to move on.
But again, if they were, they wouldn't be like, it's time to move on. Now let's let his son take over.
Yeah.
Right?
That too.
If they start to get to that point, they're not going to just want the guy's DNA replica.
Yeah.
They're going to want real change.
Especially if you're starting to get to a place where you go, maybe the Kelvin Sampson style of doing this doesn't work, right? Because where did Kelvin Sampson learn his style?
Yeah.
Kelvin Sampson, right? I'm with you. Like that did pique my interest. It set my intent, and I'm glad that you brought us the additional context of the question and the way in which it was brought up. And that's the type of thing that you only get from B. Scott being boots on the ground all over the great city.
Yeah,
so
man.
We
just
appreciate
standing in the back of the room, paying attention, man. That's all you got to do sometimes.
That's all you got to do sometimes. We appreciate you bringing that to the program. One more for you here on this Friday. Let's do that next. What's popping is what's coming next.
In the Loop.
We're talking to our
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on this Friday on the Base Power text line. From the 281, this is Mary Fox. Happy birthday, John, from the Commissioner, Sissy Texan. How
about that? She's great. We see her everywhere.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it is John Lopez's question mark birthday. And as I promised, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Yeah, it's great. It makes him very uncomfortable.
Yes.
It makes him very comfortable.
Although I am a Stevie
We're
Wonder
going to do it
fan.
again in the next hour.
Once every hour. I can't promise that, but no.
It helps that he's doing a show with three people who have their own cultural birthday song.
That's right.
And just want to sing it.
Yeah, that's exactly.
What's the Spanish version?
Yeah.
What's the popular Spanish
what y'all
version?
do?
Estas son las mañanitas. Yeah, that one.
Damn, I should have gotten the mariachi. I should have gotten the mariachi, bro.
Man, we should have learned that before the show.
We would have needed to do more than just before the show. We would have had to have rehearsals for it.
Oh, I meant long before the show.
Had to go to meeting at night. Meeting every night for a week.
Hey, I meant at his Spanish class.
I meant at his last birthday. If maybe we had started at the previous birthday, we could have got there by then.
Como se amo.
So what y'all think? Thursday nights? We'll do once a month. We'll check in and then we'll be ready for next year. How's that sound?
Yeah.
There we go.
No, but John Lopez's birthday, we're trying to make him feel appreciated. Get on the Base Power text line. Make sure you feel
Send in your favorite John Lopez moments.
Oh, yeah.
Keep them going.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's
John Lopez moment.
Some other thing. Well, a John Lopez story to talk about what's popping. George Gervin.
There is only one Iceman.
We talked about this. We talked about this last week, I think.
Speaking of old men.
Look, man. It's just gonna be old man. What's popping in favor of our old man,
Listen,
John
man,
Lopez.
But old, young.
There's only one Iceman.
There is. I will die on that hill.
Just for the people that don't know, Caleb Williams, quarterback of the Bears, he likes to do the Burr cold kind of celebration. So he is taking to call himself the Iceman. He is trying to trademark the name Iceman. George Gervin, who is called the Iceman historically, apparently is fighting back.
Big time. And so just my initial thought on this, and it is true. It sounds trite. There's only one Iceman. There's only one. I don't care if you're 30. What are you? 38.
I'm 36.
36 or 38. Yeah. Like the Iceman. You know the Iceman, and it's George Gervin.
Not only do I know the Iceman, I wouldn't look at Caleb Williams as the Iceman.
Well, that's the second part of it.
I feel like it's the other people you could probably look at.
You shouldn't.
No, there's one, like Lopez said.
Yeah, it's one. If I wanted to make another one, I wouldn't go to Caleb Williams.
Well, maybe like Trey Young, like Ice Trey and then Iceman.
No.
Like, is that?
No. We need to go back to what Lopez said. We not doing none of that. Not Ice Cube, Ice Trey, Ice Pick, Ice nothing.
One of the greatest.
Ice Bird, Ice T.
Well, there is an Ice T.
And let him be Ice T. But there is one. I'm with Lopez on this. There's one Ice Man, and honestly, I am embarrassed on Caleb Williams' behalf.
Right, I am too.
Like, to me, I know he gets made fun of for a lot of stuff that, like, depending on your taste, you can make fun of him for. This, to me, objectively, is more embarrassing than any of the other stuff.
I agree.
I don't care about him crying or painting his nails. That's a generational thing that we don't understand.
I'm not even sure if that's fully a generational thing.
Yeah.
Well, if it's not, whoever is above the generation is got to be influenced, because I bet you they wasn't doing that unless they was Dennis Rodman.
Yeah. Fair enough.
20 and 30 years ago. But the point is, none of that is worse than I'm going to try to tread on the Iceman.
Well, and the other part of it is he gave himself the nickname. You can't be out here, trying to copyright stuff or whatever, the trademark, because something you thought up and by the way, the reason this is more relevant today, Gervin's legal team, his company, I guess, said that they actually filed in 1979 or 1980, but then the dude that was filing it died. And so it just kind of slipped through the cracks. So they were, so that's going to, so I think he'll ultimately maybe get the benefit of the doubt on this. And he's been using it, to market himself and make money since 1979.
Ooh.
Yeah. And then
they have a good case.
And then here comes Caleb Williams saying, nah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and trademark it so I can start selling Iceman stuff.
Yeah.
And one more thing, one of, if not the greatest Nike poster of all time.
Yes.
Ice with the basketball frozen and the frozen chair and all that stuff.
And he not beating that.
Somebody need to point the Iceman to Drake because he got an album called Iceman coming out pretty soon.
Yeah, well, who knows?
Well, but that's different. I think you can have an album called Iceman or a song called Iceman. You can it would be like if Drake started calling himself Drake Iceman or the Iceman or something like that. Like, no,
I'm sure he could get a couple dollars from Drake though.
And my favorite Gervin, because I got to know Gervin pretty well when I was covering the NBA, and he had this as a quote: "I am he."
And he is.
I am he.
Yes,
I enjoy the bit that's happening right now on the text line talking about the true Iceman is Val Kilmer in Top Gun. The true Iceman is Chuck Liddor, or whatever his name is, the UFC.
Yeah.
So, yes, I appreciate this bit. Keep it going on the text line.
The Iceman multiverse.
Yes,
All right,
exactly.
I was the Iceman at KFC. I used to have to fill up the ice.
Yeah,
fill up the ice.
Yep.
The ice bucket.
Oh, I did it at Walgreens.
I think we've all been in those
Hey, Boo
places.
Man, there needs some more ice in here.
I'd do a whole shift in the freezer.
All right.
I was the Iceman at Starbucks too.
Actually, I was about to throw this up here. Before I even dig deep into this. Do you care that the NBA in their last 2 minute report found 6 missed calls at the end of Rockets Timberwolves? Before I even get into it, do you care?
I do not.
Nah, because that's par for the course. Maybe 15 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's worth noting, because I'm not going to get deep into it, because I think we're all in a place where we go, yeah, that doesn't change how I feel about the Rockets and the takeaways that I have from that game.
100%.
There were some things that went for the Rockets. There were some things that went against the Rockets. It was just a Scott Foster look at me ass in, you know?
Yeah, Scott Foster was the rep. So, you know what you're in for once you either see his name on the official list or once you just happen to see him out there running around.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is a Scott Foster special.
It's a Scott Foster joint, as Spike Lee would say.
Yeah, I mean, because if you're a Minnesota fan and Naz Reid gets ejected with a few minutes left in overtime, you're like,
seemingly not doing a damn thing.
Not for much. Just saying that, just basically disagreeing with the call, but not too demonstrably. Like, oh, okay, that seems like it's a bit extra.
I just got a text. The only Iceman I observe is Frozone from The Incredibles. Thank you. Thank you for that. Mind you, Rockets are playing at Memphis tonight at 7 p.m. Space City Home Network. Do with that what you will. The Astros play the Angels 7:15 tonight. Apple TV Plus is where you got to see that one. Yes, streaming more. It is Mike Burrows on the mound versus a familiar face. You say Kikuchi.
How about that?
How about that?
Yeah,
you say
man.
Kikuchi and your favorite pitcher of all time.
That's right, because we love Kikuchi.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Burrows. You're a big Burrows fan.
I just wanted to do that.
And why wouldn't you?
You know, well, not everybody plays for the same team.
Who among us?
Right.
Yeah.
Not everybody plays for the same team. Some people are Angels fans. You gotta remember that. That's right, ladies.
Even them deep down.
Maybe this is something for you. Last year, he was in the 7th percentile when it came to max exit velocity. So maybe there's an opportunity if the Astros can actually find a ball to get. Maybe they can send it the other way.
It'll travel a while.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about that offense as we continue on in the program.
Yeah, it felt like for me watching it, it wasn't long before I was like, well. So much for that patience at the plate.
We were talking about that earlier.
On said go. I mean, I was in the clubhouse talking with some of the younger players about it. Actually, so I talked to Bryce Matthews, because obviously he made for his first opening day roster. And then talked to Jose Altuve about sort of the mentorship for the younger players like Bryce Matthews and certainly Cam Smith, who I think are, the more important players in terms of the future of this team, present and future, honestly, since they're on the team. And those are the guys that we're kind of talking about here, really. Like, we understand Altuve's free swinging. And I'm like, man, if they could rein it in a bit and get, Cam Smith to make some of the adjustments that he needed to make from last year, and Bryce Matthews, who at times looked lost at the plate, but looks like he's made some progress there. And obviously, making the team. Yainer Diaz, like what is happening with that? And I think he struck out twice yesterday.
Yeah.
So, and I think Cam struck out twice yesterday, or at least once. So it's like, man, if we could get these younger guys.
No, you're right. Cam struck out twice.
If we could get them to make some contact, my God,
well,
it would be great.
This was the second consecutive spring training where they said, we're going to really work on being patient and selective at the plate. I mean, next year, are they going to say we really mean it this time?
Yeah.
I mean, because, it's just one game, but early returns.
Yeah.
Early returns.
First impressions, hopefully not the lasting impressions, I would say. That was my big thing. Watching that game, I was like, okay, they're going to have to work on this whole patience thing that they're preaching. They're going to have to work on it. The Loper Fido.
Yes! Joey Loperfield's back, baby.
I loved it. I loved him getting those 2 hits because pregame, a lot of us are looking around and like, man, are they having to shoehorn Loperfido higher up in this lineup because they don't have any lefties? You know, they're batting Jordan second, which you got a lot of people who don't like that.
Yeah.
But, like, you can't go to the end of your lineup till you see the next left-handed guy, you know, kind of traditionally. Yeah. So they want to put him up there a little bit higher than it felt like he needed to be. And then sure enough, he goes out there and gets 2 of your 3 hits. So it was good to see him do that.
And it's worth noting, I mean, because you're right. Like, that is some of that logic is fair. He was hitting in spring.
Yeah, he was.
Right?
Yeah. Also worth noting, 3 hits.
Total hits. 2 of those Joeys, 1 of those Christian Walkers. Everybody knew that those were the guys that we were anticipating getting the hits, right? Put your hands up if you had Loperfido and Walker as your only hits getters.
The offense.
I mean, that is the issue, though. Like, the middle of especially if you're going to have the best guys at the top. Now that middle of the order looks kind of like, I'm not sure. And then the bottom of it
is a big question.
Yeah.
Big question.
You're scratching at the barrel there.
Yeah.
How long does the Jake Myers thing work for us? Now, of course, one game, 162, you can't make too much of it, but I do think that it is fair to acknowledge, hey, man, offense, as it currently situated, this is DEFCON 5, right? And remember that the DEFCONs go opposite, right? 5. It sounds like a big number. It goes all the way to 1. One is the top tippy top where we're actually in hell, you know? But we are in a place
opposite of hurricane category.
That's right. That's right. If I could remember the colors, I would do that. Right, the threat levels. I don't remember none of those neither.
I don't either. But good news. Hunter Brown, curveball, working. Swing and miss. Yeah. He labored a little bit more than I think you want him to. Didn't get as deep in the game.
Were you surprised that he went 102 pitches?
Yeah, no, I thought he was out of there
after 4.
I thought it was like 80 something.
Yeah, so after 4 he was at 81 or 82.
82. I remember vividly.
Yeah, so it was 82. But also we're watching, and I couldn't tell who it was, and I'm assuming it must have been blue ball. But somebody's warming at that point already. So and he gets out of the bases loaded jam there too, right? So we're thinking, okay, they're gonna let him get out of this because he's Hunter Brown, he's their ace.
Yeah.
But surely they're not gonna bring him back out there with 82, and they did. They did. So I was surprised.
Yeah, I imagine some of that is trust in Hunter Brown, but I really do think that some of that is Joe Espada looking at this pen and being like, we got to massage this until we get the likes of Sousa and Hader back, which might not be soon.
Sure. Yeah, no, I respect the logic in that. I thought they were going to just play it more safely with the more valuable player.
Yeah.
But I get, hey, man, we actually need this.
And still only gave up 1 hard hit through that. So shout out to Hunter Brown. Didn't do much for the actual win. Let's go and get 500. Let's get to 500 today.
500 baseball. Let's go.
Mike Burrows tonight. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Always appreciate our guy, B. Scott, for jumping in during this 11 o'clock hour.
Always fun, brother. Appreciate it.
All right. Coming up next, let's return to some to sports talk. As I don't know, return. We've been talking sports right there too.
Heck yeah.
But let's talk a little Texans. We haven't done that today. Given all the moves that the Texans have made, what else does C.J. Stroud need to get back to where he once was? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
Rockets great trip. Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's John Lopez birthday Friday. That's why you hear the funk. It's because that's what John Lopez loved.
It's a Tier 78 holiday.
If you've been paying attention to the show over the last few weeks, you will get that joke. If you haven't, John Lopez, was it St. Patrick's Day? Out of nowhere,
holiday,
he just,
yeah.
right out the gate of the show, we hadn't talked about nothing yet. He just comes sideswiping St. Patrick's Day as a Tier 3 holiday. And so we made him put up a tier list, and apparently it goes all the way to 78, which is where you get a John Lopez birthday.
Hey, this birthday better than St. Patrick's, huh?
No, 78 is way down. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So no, but if you are celebrating this Tier 78 holiday, go ahead and hit him on the base power text line 713.
Little John Lopez trivia real quick. I've been in Ireland on St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, really? How was it?
Was it a Tier 3 over there?
Dublin's all right.
Did you wear green?
I did, because I was in Ireland.
You're like, they might jump me out here. You know about the Irish? The Irish are real,
yes,
right? Like,
yes.
No, they're rough.
I think sometimes we talk about the French. At least I personally talk about the French, where we make fun of the French here in America, but the French, for real, historically, when they don't like something, they burn this mother down.
No, the French give up.
That's what you say.
Yeah,
they are the revolution.
Don't mess
people.
with the Irish.
But them Irish folks,
Yes,
oh buddy,
Yeah, I know about them in Cleveland.
yeah, man.
Hey,
the
they kinda
Irish
deep.
historically,
Yeah.
they don't suffer no fools. But the Tier 3 holiday, huh?
Tier 3 holiday.
All right, very good. But yeah, now go ahead and send him your best wishes. And if you're looking on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live streams, you'll see that he has one of his Tier 1 shirts
Tier
on.
1 shirt.
Really
Ooh,
nice,
okay.
clean. He
For
looks
your
like
birthday?
he looks
Totally
like an
accidental,
adult.
but I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Send your favorite John Lopez stories, too. John Lopez moments.
So a dude that you want to get back to getting good moments, C.J. Stroud, quarterback of your Houston Texans. Everything this offseason has been, focused and filtered through the lens of how you get C.J. back to playing like the C.J. that we had once seen and that we had really dreamed of when you selected him number 2 overall back in, what was that, 23? Man, time flies, don't it? But given all the moves that the Texans have made, what else do you need to do to put him in perfect circumstance to get back to that C.J. Stroud?
And we're talking about just CJ here.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Just CJ being that guy that we saw in 2023. Is it crazy to think, because everything else is kind of not set, but in a position to be, you could play a game tomorrow, basically. You got your guys, and these would probably be the predicted starters by and large on the offensive line, and really, of course, on the defense. And now you got tight end. Is it crazy to think that?
Wait, now you got what? Tight end?
Another tight end.
Okay, no, I thought you said like we got tight end, like we good, we got him.
Obviously,
we done.
Running back. Is it crazy to think that they might need a number 2 wide receiver?
Need, yes. Or actually,
I don't
no.
know.
Is it crazy?
The place that I'll come to is no, because clearly you need somebody to step up as definitive number 2 target.
That's what I'm talking about.
The thing is, you've got guys that are possibilities, maybe even probabilities when you look at like a Jaden Higgins. You just don't know for certain. The thing that makes it uncomfortable is, one, the way that last year went, where the decision makers, namely Nick Caley offensively, constantly opted for the veteran over the young dude who was proving that it felt like he had better production.
Yeah.
And so I almost don't want to give them the opportunity to make that mistake again.
Right.
But it does feel like either if you don't do that, you add to that room with more youth where you go, does that, hinder your ability to get better play there? Or do you add another veteran type player where you open up the opportunity again that they fall in love with the veteran, as DeMeco Ryans can be sometimes, although he does let young guys play, though, defensively.
Sure.
We talked about that. But do they fall in love with the experience of the veteran over giving more runway for these the potential that are in your young guy?
Well, the reason I asked that, Figgy, is we know what it looks like and what defenses do against the Texans and C.J. Stroud specifically when Nico Collins is out. Remember, he had the 2 concussions. I mean, they were a mess outside of Dalton Schultz, whenever he was out. And so, yes, I'm very hopeful on Tank Dell. We don't know.
We got more video.
We did get more video.
I love this. Just go ahead and trickle this out. Like, I want this to be like a Marvel.
Trickle it out like every other day.
Marvel blockbuster rollout, which is like trailer number 1, trailer number 2, 3 weeks later, trailer number 3. I want 5 trailers of Tank Dell before we even get to training camp to hype me up. But yes, no, that is
like if I ask you, is he going to be the solid number 2?
No, I can't do that for certain. Like, I think even if I want to be presumptuous, I go, ooh, Tank Dell's getting in and out of his cuts to the point where I think he is your third best wide receiver, and he has an opportunity to really factor in. And third best is kind of arbitrary because that would assume that one of these young guys has absolutely stepped into that role. But you get what I mean, where you go, he is one of those 3 that you can depend on. And even that is wildly presumptuous because even seeing him in and out of those cuts, he looks even smaller. Because of, I guess probably atrophy or whatever, not doing all of the workouts necessarily to get himself back off of the injury. But yeah, like it's asking a lot to have that expectation. But if he's there, it makes you feel a lot better about the possibility because you go with the experience and the comfort of Tank Dell with C.J. Stroud would help. Then you have the just raw ability of what Jaden Higgins has with the size as he kind of finds how to use his body more. And then the Jalen Noel, who just has the pure speed, if he can find a way to fully, dial that in. I think that you have 3 really good possibilities, but you can't say for certain one of those.
That's a lot of ifs.
That was a heck of – everyone had an if. And that's my point, Figgy. Like obviously Christian Kirk was going to be that guy. He wasn't. And so now he's gone. And Tank Dell, if – Jaden Higgins, if Jalen Noel, if I think a number 2, and it could be one of these 3 guys stepping up.
Let me ask y'all.
Well, it has to be one of these 3 guys stepping up.
I mean, who knows? I mean, draft.
Okay, the question I asked: where do you find the guaranteed number 2? If it's not on the roster right now.
Yeah.
I was going to ask y'all this: do y'all trust Nick Caserio as far as the wide receiver core? Because I felt like it been a lot of misses to me.
I hadn't really thought about that.
You got the 1 year Stephon Diggs, and unfortunately he got hurt. Remember John Mechie?
I do.
He was picked in the 2nd round.
Yeah,
that didn't work out.
Yeah,
and we got questions about all of these receivers outside of Nico Collins.
And you say, where can it come from? Hopefully, one of these guys, and by 2nd, 3rd game of the season, we're like, all right, now we're cooking. Now C.J. Stroud has that other option because defenses are number 1 going to really focus on Nico Collins, like every team does. Number 2. He had 2 concussions in a span of 3 months, and who knows his durability. That's been a question. And when he is not on the field, these guys might have had a play or 2 here and there, but you didn't have a dude that could step up.
Yeah,
No, I feel you. But yeah, the reason I asked that question is because it's more about like the alternative. There's just unless you're going and trading for a player, which I can't see at this juncture, and especially even if you do that, it feels like it'd be. I feel like maybe after the draft, depending on if some team just finds some dude to become superfluous after that, and then is that a guy that you can see becoming the number 2? Also, maybe, it's not, I don't know, like a Keenan Allen who's out there, a signing like that.
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking at for this? Because I don't think that's the case. The one thing that I can maybe say is possibly the draft, but I feel like you would have to do it high enough.
Relatively high.
Where it. And, of course, we have talked about how you're out of a place where you're hamstrung by any need in the way that you go about the draft. But it does make me wonder, though, if that would be prudent, right? Some level of wide receiver. If I remember correctly, there was some point where Mekhi Lemon was kind of discussed as, like, somebody that the Texans might meet with, right?
Right.
And maybe that shows something, but also it brought up – this actually is a question I've been asking myself. How important are the 30 visits, and what do they mean for the Texans? Because I remember we talked about it yesterday. Caden Proctor is going to be one that the Texans are going to want to visit with. And then another one that I think that they have – let me see if I could find where I had some of the visits that they – at least that we know of.
You mentioned Proctor.
Right,
you mentioned Lemon. There was another one, wasn't there?
There's a couple more. It's not like there's a whole bunch. They're supposed to meet with Javon Kilgore, a safety out of South Carolina. Emmanuel Pregnon was the one I was trying to think of. Oregon offensive guard. They talked to him at the pro days. What happened? Then Adam Randall is supposedly be a 30 visit, a running back out of Clemson. But like a tackle, a running back, yeah, that makes sense. But I was trying to look back at the last couple of years, and I think I went through like kind of cursory. Of the 2025 guys that they had, and this is combine visits This is pro day visits. This is 30 visits. They ain't draft none of the dudes that they had any of these types of contacts with.
Yeah.
2024 of the number of guys that they had those types of contacts with, they drafted 2 of them. Cade Stover in the 4th round, who was a combine visit, and then a 30 visit was Jamal Hill in the 6th round. So, like, how much do we actually get from these 30 visits as we're starting to see some of these come in, as we're moving through the pro day circuit? How much do these actually mean? Because sometimes we're like, hey, maybe this tells us about where they're looking, but at least in a short, very, very short sample size of the last couple of years, it has not really correlated nearly as much as we would like to think with the way that they draft.
I think it also might correlate more, but it's sometimes out of your hands. I've always believed that the 30 visit is much more important than any combine visit. Combine is maybe a little research, 15 minutes. If this guy ever becomes a free agent in 4 years or whatever, we'll have that. We'll have that in our research bag, so to speak. I think the 30 visit, because that's a full investment. That's medicals. It's obviously meeting with the higher ups, meeting with position coach. It's an all day deal. I don't know if people truly recognize.
Sure.
A top 30 visit is an all day visit with longer hours, dinners and hour long interviews. I don't think you do that unless there is some level of interest in these guys.
Well, can I make an argument then? And this is kind of devil's advocate in this instance, because you're right. The medicals is a portion that is a huge part. And I wonder, though, you get medicals from combine. Sometimes you'll get medicals.
But you got your own people
pro days.
Yeah.
But so, maybe these sometimes can be used to get additional medicals, maybe where you might not have them.
Right.
Is it fair that you can make the argument that maybe some of the guys that you bring in from the 30 visit aren't necessarily your super favorite because you want to have more opportunities to get FaceTime with them to get a better feel for what they are?
Oh, like you have questions.
Yeah, like you still have questions on these guys.
I think that's more than fair. But it still means more to me. The top 30 visit it always means more because that means they have been intrigued. They just might have some questions. But the thing about those visits also, you mentioned Pregnon, you mentioned Proctor. They could both be gone, and they could both be at their respective positions first on the Texans draft board, but they don't get them, because they could both be gone by the time they get there. So I think the ultimate interesting thing to me on this whole conversation is we came into this offseason. Man, they got to do everything they can to do what they can for C.J. Stroud. They got to do it. They got to help the offensive line, maybe get a tight end, go get another running back. Well, they've done all that. You know what else would really help? Is that wide receiver, a true number 2 wide receiver.
Before I get to that,
I'm just saying all of it fits together.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
Before I get to that, I did want to mention one more thing is because I'm stuck on the top 30, or I'm trying not to say top 30. I know people say that. It's the 30 visits because it does, again, I don't think that top moniker fits with the way that these things tend to happen just generally around the NFL, but particularly with the Texans. With the 30 visits, how much do you factor in that there was a point in time in the NFL where 30 visits were pretty private?
Yes.
And now the 30 visits leak like water. And so teams know that. And if there's someone that you're really interested in, you bring them in for 30 visits. Does that not give some of your hand away on what your board is starting to look like, if that's what that means?
I think it's that what you're saying happens more at the combine with those combine interviews. Again, it's an investment. It's a big investment by each club to bring a guy in for an entire day. So maybe to a degree, and maybe some have done it. Obviously, I'm not saying that it hasn't happened. But I think when you bring a guy in, there is some level of legitimate interest in that person.
Well, as of right now, not a lot of those names, of course, at this moment. We'll see how the leaks continue to show, or what they continue to show, if that actually means a ton for the Texans. And maybe they're just trying to find out just exactly how swarmy this guy is on some guys when they bring him in for 30 visits. But to your point on a secondary receiver, maybe we need to widen that out to a secondary pass catcher, because there's a lot of people. Sure. Again, we talked about tight end.
Yeah.
And that's a place where, as much as Dalton Schultz, I think that he was very good for you, at least making sure that he got a whole bunch of catches in. He was there more than any other tight end. The idea of adding at the top of this, there's a lot of people that are fiending for Kenyon Sadiq.
Just one on the text board I just looked at.
Does that fit what you're kind of thinking of, possibly?
Absolutely.
Bringing in someone
because
like
that
Kenyon
is a pass
Sadiq?
catcher. That is a guy that and another physical freak, which is why he's ranked so high.
Yes.
And John Harris, if he passes. John Harris made some of those noises he likes to make when he likes a player a lot.
Figure, what's that noise sound like?
He did when we talked about Sadiq.
Oh, okay. So
let me try this. Kenyon Sadiq.
Okay, so
Yeah. So I think when you hear the John Harris noise,
we're so unserious.
Okay, so that
you're talking about a real player. But yes, that would fit. Maybe secondary receiver type.
That could be interesting. I know Eli Stower is another one that people are looking at. So if you end up with the Texans making a move, because it does feel like that might be like a possibly a move up for a tight end, that would feel like honestly that might be the most aggressive of the moves that they would have made to add to C.J.
Where's
Stroud's
Sadiq
success.
largely mocked? Isn't it like he's pretty high? He's in the teens, isn't he?
Let me look at the I know NFL Mock Draft Database does a good job of doing kind of a consensus mock draft.
So to move up from 28 to, let's say, I'm just spitballing, 14, something like that's a pretty significant move. But
consensus mock draft has him around 19.
19. Okay, I thought I knew he was in the teens. So that's even better.
Yeah, about 8 or 9 spots. I'm starting to warm to the idea.
Yeah.
I'm starting to warm to the idea. Now, it would, again
because of C.J. Stroud.
What it would do,
help him out.
Because of C.J. Stroud, which, again, I think that some of that depends on how you feel about C.J. Stroud, which, again, is it's a spectrum of feelings. But then also that pushes down the defensive tackle thing. But it does feel like the likes of Lee Hunter, or maybe not exactly the same way Caden McDonald are the guys that you could get in that second round area. It also depresses even more that guard situation, or just offensive line, adding that offensive line depth as we have talked about, which I think still is something that's on the table for the Texans. But an interesting thought as if we are putting everything in the lens of making C.J. Stroud better, a bona fide second pass catcher, or at the very least another good possibility of somebody who could step in and be that number 2 pass catcher would be interesting for them. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're about that time to do our lunchtime confession, so let's do that on Sports Radio 610.
Ready? Our good friend and is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, boys. A little bit of background before I get to my confession. We know U of H, big storyline was, hey, they're returning to Houston. That place is going to be, rolling with Coogs fans. Then Nebraska made it down here, and they damn near took over downtown. I mean, they were running deep.
We were out at the
deep at the golf tournament.
At the golf tournament, yeah, there was a Nebraska fan. There was also an Iowa fan, and they were palling it up, which was really kind of weird to me.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Shout out to them.
But Nebraska and UH lost, or did you not hear?
I did hear those.
Get out of town. What?
Yep.
So,
Yep.
tickets for tomorrow's game
Between Iowa and
Illinois. I got to give you the update. So this morning I looked at it. Matt Young from the Chronicle posted it. They dropped to $68 a piece. About an hour and a half ago, we looked again, and it was down to $49 a piece.
Oh!
I just, during that break, opened my Ticketmaster app. You can get them now for $44.
Oh man! By the time tip-off happens on Saturday, you just
free tickets.
Just a clean crisp 20. You can get in the building,
It's
baby.
a South Region final for $44. If
it's kind of making me want to go.
Okay, so that's the confession part. I'm still like, I'm good.
Really?
I'm good. It's Iowa and Illinois.
I don't know. That Illinois team did play some good basketball.
It was great, and I'm a big Brad Underwood fan. I called his games when he was coach at SFA.
Wow.
Mark Vandermeer and I, we had the little coach meeting and all. Well, coach said before the game, blah, blah, blah. Vandermeer and I used to call Southland Conference Championship every year.
I met Dr. Martin Luther King.
You ain't meet no Dr. Martin Luther King.
No, we had a sit down. He's a great dude, great coach, all that. But Saturday afternoon, Illinois, Iowa, it's kind of going to be better in the house, isn't it? And it's just kind of, doing your own thing, watching basketball. But I say all that if you've never been to an NCAA, big-time game, it's not the Final Four, but it gets you there. They're going to be cutting down nets. $44 a ticket.
Might be able to get it for the low.
And it might be dropping even more.
Okay. All right. This is interesting.
Yeah.
I might think about this. Although I'm golfing on Saturday, so I wonder if I can even make that happen.
That's right.
All right.
These are my confessions.
One of the things that I know about myself, but became more apparent to me again this week, is that my favorite type of athlete are the folk legend types of athletes. And the reason why that came to the fore is we a lot of pro days happening this week, especially. I know that A&M had their pro day earlier in the week, and there was a whole bunch of Texans out there. And The Athletic, in honor of the pro days, went and did a story about an oral history, in fact, about the pro day of one of my favorite athletes.
Oh, I know where you're going.
His name is Randy Moss. And, buddy, Randy Moss was a bad dude. Like, honestly, I have some coworkers that I used to work with that I get on their nerves and say that Randy Moss is the single greatest wide receiver of all time. I know that's Jerry Rice. Like, I understand. I know ball enough to say that. However, it just made me happy to do that because Randy Moss is just an absurd dude. You want to know how much of an absurd dude Randy Moss was?
I really do.
All right. Let's do this because this is one of my favorite things to do is just tell these stories. This was according to one of those dudes at at Marshall University when he made his way there. Quote, I heard a story from our track coach. Randy's lying down on the infield with headphones on. This is during a track meet. First call for the 55-meter dash. Didn't budge. Second call for the 55-meter dash. Didn't budge. Last call for the 55-meter dash. Takes off his headphones. Walks over, shakes his legs 2 times, gets in the blocks, qualifies for nationals. What kind of sick human being is this?
That's the one that falls out of bed running a whatever, you know.
All right. Tim Martin, former Marshall wide receiver and his trainer, Randy Moss's trainer in the NFL. Quote, I ran indoor track myself. He did not train for that meet. I think he ran the second fastest 200 time in the nation. But he got up, shook his leg twice, and ran the second fastest 200-meter time in all of college at that time in the nation, qualified for nationals. That's my favorite type of athlete. Like, I get it. People have favorite athletes for all sorts of reasons. I love athletes that do stuff like this. It's just like, why? How?
Yeah. No, they're not built the same, man. They are physical freaks. We were talking about it yesterday with the golf. Like you can think you're a good golfer. You're a 2 handicap. Maybe I'll be on the tour one day. Okay, come see these guys. Come watch these guys on the driving range.
Randy Moss at his pro day, apparently because they did it like West Virginia did not have an indoor facility. It was cold that day, and he had not been at the combine. So everybody was out there. All the NFL was out there.
Yeah.
Buddy had car trouble, showed up late to his own pro day. just came up there in shorts, started running. I think he jumped a 47-inch vertical.
Man.
And they weren't even sure if that was fully it because that was as high as the machine or the the little apparatus would go. It was 47-inch vertical just off the strength.
It doesn't have to go any higher.
And some sweats.
It doesn't even have to go any higher.
Just sick. These are the things that are my favorite. That's why he's one of my favorite athletes. I don't know the things that make you a fan of a dude, but a dude who's just like woke up out of bed, jumped a 47-inch vertical. That's my type of get down.
That's the stuff to piss you off too, man. like if you see somebody full and like I remember I think this was when I was working. I wasn't in school, but I was working at a school, and the dude, he was athletic as hell. This dude was in a suit. And he was just messing around in the gym.
Yeah.
He took the ball, just wham!
Yeah.
Dunked in the suit.
Yeah, I'm like, man, how can you do it? You got other people stretching to try to attempt to touch the net.
All right, I got to tell y'all a great story because it ties directly into
Please.
Not to get into your time here. So when I am that old.
Back in my day.
The day or the week, I should say, that the 3-point line was implemented into college basketball. I was covering a basketball.
Damn.
I was covering
all the way back then, huh?
I think it was like 1987 or 88.
If you say so.
I was covering a basketball game at LSU, and I was sitting next to Pete Maravich, the late, great Pistol Pete, who averaged 50-something points a game in college without a 3-point line and was a jump shooter.
That's right.
All right? So this speaks directly. I'm so glad you brought this up because I had forgotten about this story. So I'm talking, me and another dude are talking to Pete Maravich about the 3-point line, and he's the color commentator. He's the color commentator for LSU basketball at the time. So he's wearing suit and tie. Well, he didn't have a jacket on, but he was wearing shirt and tie, dress shoes, slacks,
yeah,
the whole 9 yards. And he, at one point, we asked the obvious question. So what do you think? I think it was 50.1 points a game one season as a jump shooter without a three-point line. And he goes up, I don't know, 60, 65, 70.
Yep.
And we're like looking at it, and he grabbed a basketball, shirt, tie. This is hand to God true story. I was right there. Shirt, tie, shoes, and knocked down a three, from the three-point line. And then he just kept shooting. We wanted to see how many threes he could make from the new three-point line. 19.
In a row.
19 in a row.
Cold.
Yeah.
No warm-up.
Right off of the press table in a shirt and tie. 19 in a row. God, I'm glad you brought that. I had forgotten about that.
These are my favorite things in sports. These are my favorite things in sports.
Yeah.
I also like how back in the day, and you kind of brought this up a little bit, just how they used to see how people were good. It wasn't just like, I want you to jump high, see if you could touch this.
Yeah.
It's just like come in the gym, because my dad, he used to play basketball, and he wasn't tall, but he had hops. And so they tried to figure out who was going to be the center.
Yeah.
So it was the very tall dude and my dad. So it was between those two.
Yeah.
So they just had the tip off.
Yeah.
In middle court. And my dad got a couple of them. And then the other guy got a couple of them and kept on. And like, all right, that's the center. Eddie, you're going to be point guard. I was just like, that was the
That's how they
competition.
did it.
What a terrible
That's how
way to
they
make
did
this
it.
decision.
I'm like, that was the competition?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's crazy. So if you would have won a couple more, you would have been center.
By the way, I just looked it up. 86-87 season is when college basketball implemented the three-point line. And I was just like, Pistol Pete, one of my all-time favorite stories. Thank you. That was awesome.
We need more stories like this.
Yeah, they're
Honestly,
in there somewhere.
If you've got your favorite folk legend story about your favorite athlete or some other athlete, text them in to the Base Power text line 713-572-4610. Those will always move me personally. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, clearly we've seen all of the issues that exist with the Houston Rockets. How many can you directly tie to Rafael Stone? Because I think you were starting to do this math. I kind of want to do this together next.
Payne and Pendergast. sportsradio.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Fig, I didn't realize how funny it would be to really celebrate someone's birthday when they don't want to celebrate it. Because I'm not the person. I'm not really the person that's like, yeah, doing birthdays big.
Yeah.
But because it annoys Lopez, it's actually made this a lot more fun.
We need to send out a company email without Lopez and tell everybody, hey, do whatever you can to celebrate his birthday.
Trust me, you'll enjoy it.
Yes.
When he starts squirming.
Maybe have Sarah call an office meeting. Yeah. And have him come up in the front of the stage.
Call him up to the stage.
You're going to get me to start liking it with this chocolate cupcake from Crave. I'll tell you that.
Okay. Yes. Shout out to Christina for bringing them up. We now have had.
Who was that?
Huh? Don't worry about it.
No, I'm just playing.
I was like, am I not supposed to say that?
Oh, no.
I thought I was snitching. I was like, no one, officer.
I'm like,
don't worry about it. She doesn't listen.
Hey, I'm sure everybody in the car like, who is Christina?
Well, I mean,
is that John's side piece or something?
All right, well, I mean, come on now.
John don't got enough game to maintain a side piece. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Let's be fair.
It was one time John's daughter came up here, and we had never met her. Before, it was just some girl, he came and kissed her on the cheek. We're like, who is that? We're like, is that his wife? And then afterwards, this was like in the segment too.
Yeah.
So we couldn't say anything to afterwards. Like, oh, this is my daughter.
Oh, okay.
Then she thought I was she said I looked like Travis Scott.
Oh, that's right, she did.
We just speed ran. Oh, that was a lot of sharing that we just did there. I'm proud of us. All right, let's. Well, I think we're avoiding a fair conversation because the Rockets have been very frustrating. They're back in action tonight versus the Memphis Grizzlies. I imagine there's going to be a lot fewer people that are watching that. The whole lot, especially, felt like, all right, Rockets, get us to the Astros. That's what it started feeling like in a season where it should have been Rockets. Let's gear up for a big push, and here we are. So. Astros are on tonight on Apple TV Plus. Rockets, Space City Home Network versus the Grizzlies. But there's obviously some issues with the Rockets. Where to place the blame begins a conversation that we're starting to have now, unfortunately, especially as we feel a certain way about the way that they're supposed to, or it feels like what we expect of them in the postseason.
Yeah.
So how much of these Rockets issues are actually on the general manager, Raffle Stone?
I'm glad you asked.
Sure.
And I'm the guy that was yesterday, well, Sean more so than me, but Sean and I were just like, that's it. Glad they lost almost. Just not even almost, because now we know, Ime is a big issue. There are some severe issues with, we were talking about Udoka, talking about, just how do you blow all these leads? I actually went back and looked. I think it was like 5 this year in the last month and a half, maybe a little longer, that they've had double-digit leads in the fourth quarter or overtime and blown it. So clearly Ime Udoka has been an issue, and I don't think you can deny that anymore. But it did make me wonder, how much of this is on Raphael Stone? And let me just throw out some things here and get your thoughts, because I do believe it's probably more than just because Udoka's out there every night in front of everybody. But there's some things, man. There's some things to think about.
All right, let's talk.
Number one, this bench stinks. Is that his fault? I mean, the acquisitions, some of these players that were expected to come in and maybe, offer, a big option, for Udoka on that. That's number one. Then let me go through them, and then you kind of pick it apart and tell me what you think.
Okay.
The bench stinks.
Let me write this down. Okay. Bench.
Stinks.
Okay. How do you spell that?
STIN.
Okay.
Do it stink or stank?
That's a great question. Important distinction.
Do stink/stank.
Okay. We got it covered. All right. Yep.
That's number one. Did not bring in a veteran point guard, and this was not exactly something that was a unique thought. Everybody thought that.
Right.
Everybody, and they had the means to do it. All right. And this is a tough one because he has been playing pretty well, but Jabari Smith Jr. is not playing like a number overall 3 pick in his 4th season. He's just not. I mean, look at that draft. In 2022, I don't know if he would go number 3 overall. In fact, I'm pretty sure he would not. in the 2022. When in 2022? Somewhere in there. Draft.
It might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was 22. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, look at some of the players drafted behind him. And Jabari
because Jabari was drafted third after him. Keegan Murray. I don't think that I'm willing to go Keegan Murray over Jabari Smith, but those are relatively close. Jaden Ivey at 5, Benedict Mathurin, who's been on an NBA Finals team, 6th. Been an interesting part of that, mind you. Shaedon Sharpe, Dyson Daniels, who's a really good defensive player, Jeremy Sohan, who has moved around already. The really interesting ones are the Jalen Durans of the world, center for the is Jalen Duran, where is he at now, actually? And then Jalen Williams is the really interesting one. He's the number 2 to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for the NBA champion Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, but
I still thought he was going to be better than this, though.
No, yes, he's not playing like a number 3 pick. So there's another one right there, and then there's this, which maybe I'm just reading far too much into it. You know, where do you think these Giannis rumors are that are all of a sudden percolating a lot more? Where do you think they're coming from? Hey, the Rockets going to make – I saw one today. I'm sure you saw it as well. Rockets expected to make serious push at Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Okay, that was a good effort. We'll work on it. That's a starting point.
Yeah.
We can build on that, I think. No. All right, so let's start with the last one that you mentioned, because I do wonder how much of this is actually a thing that's happening. A lot of the noise seemed to trickle from what I saw on social media from Chris Mannix of Sports Illustrated on a podcast, kind of putting his hypothesis that he would imagine that the Rockets make a push for Giannis. And I think that some people through aggregation and such have made this like a report that Chris Mannix is reporting information that he has. I do wonder if that would be the right way to go about things, because I don't think that this is a circumstance that you can so simply just go, yo, did not have Fred VanVleet, and that created all the issues, and so get back healthy and run it back. It does not feel like that. I think we've seen enough of some of the other things to know that it's not that. I also don't know that it's fully, and maybe this isn't the right way to say it, but this is where my brain goes. Throw the baby out with the bathwater time. Like, does it feel? It does feel like it'd be the Daryl Morey thing to do. To just go, go get Giannis out of Tokimo, bump all this other stuff, and let's see if we can make something shake. I don't know if that's the right way to go about this either.
But what does it do for a general manager? And this was a Daryl Morey special. Kicks the can down the road.
Yeah, it gives you, because you have to have more time to evaluate what this new.
Let's go get Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, oh man, I mean, just go down the list.
Jimmy Butler,
and it largely worked for him. But I could see where, maybe Raphael Stone's like, hey, we got things coming down the pike. Can't tell you, but might be looking at Milwaukee.
The thing that would be rough, for me about going and getting Giannis was the same thing that we brought up at the beginning of the season or in the previous offseason about the possibility is if you make that trade, one of the things that you need around Giannis you still don't have, which is shooting.
Yeah.
And so if you go make that move, you're also committed to having to do the additional work of still building the roster to work around him, when I think that what you have right now might look a lot better if you have shooting. I think some of that comes back to one of the other points that you were making about the bench with this team, and it's just not enough. I mean, in this past game, your bench was just woefully beaten up in bench points versus Minnesota, and that's for good reason, right? Coming off your bench, especially now that you have Reed starting, you have Tari Eason, who's been in a very bad way of things scoring the basketball, and then who? Clint Capella, who's never been a huge offensive guy outside of being a rim runner, which he isn't quite, and not even quite. He's just not that anymore. I mean, you had Aaron Holiday coming off the bench, but Aaron Holiday he's a backup point guard, and he's been even less of like kind of that scorer guy. I mean, you got some Jason Tate minutes. Like, it's just, this was not built for that, but also you have to recognize that your rotation slid up 2 spots.
Yeah.
Right? There were supposed to be 2 more players in your rotation that were factoring in scoring the basketball that slide 2 of the dudes that are scoring as starters now into that bench place, right? Reed Shepherd probably would have been in a bench role, or maybe you have a Tari Eason who is playing better because he's in a relative rhythm with his role because you have other guys. They add just the idea of setting them up, which brings you back to the vet point guard. And I think this is the biggest most egregious thing that I think you come to with Ime, or not with Ime, but Raphael Stone, is that there was no attempt at getting a point guard. And this is where I'll raise my hand, because there were some pieces out there like Kobe White. Kobe White was one of those ones that people I think were falling in love with at some point. And the Kobe White thing was not going to, I don't think that it fit very nicely. It's one of the things because he's not a primary point guard. He's not a primary playmaker. He does a good amount of it. He's definitely can score the basketball, but I was like, he doesn't actually fit what you need if you were trying to be a championship team. But come to find out, he'd have been better than a lot of what you were trying to do. And so the question I will throw back to you in this instance is, are you upset that Rafael Stone didn't do the half measure that would have made you better versus doing something that fits really well?
Yeah.
Because once you spend that money, you were in the place where that half measure, you're no longer thinking about what the worst case scenario is that we've gotten to. If this is indeed worst case scenario, you're just thinking this half measure isn't the full part article.
Well, I think it's more than one thing. And that's why I wanted to lay it out like that, talking about the bench and veteran point guard.
No, but I'm in the veteran point guard silo though. Because now I think in hindsight, you would have preferred having a Kobe White.
Yeah, I think in hindsight it's pretty apparent. It's one of those things that's just apparent right now.
But do it seem like even last time, I felt like the offense could have been better, of course, but the main issue was the point guard situation.
Right.
Now it seems like it's just the whole offense at this point.
It is. It is. And that's another part of it is you get somebody who's a better playmaker. You maybe mitigate some of the turnovers. Does the shooting get better?
Yeah.
Just off of the strength of getting guys better shots and more open opportunities. I don't know that that's enough of the case there. And one of the reasons why I mentioned the idea of a half measure versus a full answer is you'd be stuck there. This is the other part of it is if they spent over, I think, like $1 million on whatever additional move they were going to make, it would have hard capped them.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that's really, and I don't expect everybody to understand the machinations of the NBA, CBA. Hell, I'm not sure I actually fully understand them. I'm just going off of a layman's understanding. But the fact of the matter is they would have been hard capped beyond that. And that makes it very hard for you to do any other future moves. And so the thought process being, not that anybody wanted to be in a place where you're looking at a Rockets team that feels futile headed into the postseason. However, how much better would you feel having a Rockets team that you go, they have a decent shot, a little bit of a shot in the postseason, but they also don't have very many avenues to make themselves better.
No, I get that, but I think the opportunity to make some noise in the postseason, as opposed to being resigned to the fact that it's a mess, is a huge addition. But it's also, as I mentioned, it's not just that. And then one other thing about the Giannis thing, which maybe they will be, maybe they will absolutely be in the market. It does take away some other assets. I mean, he there's not going to be, just a freebie here. No
Giannis for Fred VanVleet straight up.
No, I mean, unless you look at the text board,
Giannis for Jabari Smith straight up.
Yeah, the Jabari thing is fascinating to me because that also falls on the coaching staff. Because he's playing well. It's been mostly in spurts, but on a pretty good run right now. Although he missed, he had a bad game the last game. But that happens. It's just like, Rafael Stone has been, he's been involved in this thing as well.
Yeah, the uncomfortable thing for me is that I think most of the moves feel like they're good process. This is the thing that sucks is that sometimes when you're evaluating, you can go, I probably would have made that move and it just didn't work out. And it feels like you're dealing with a lot of that have kind of all stacked up in this place. Now, again, the Ime Udoka of it all, not forcing a staff that has a clear offensive vision. I think that is something that you could talk about as a whole organizational thing.
Yeah.
But the idea of drafting Jabari Smith Jr., I like that pick. You can still see to this day a lot of those pieces that are there just hasn't fully come together. Selecting Reed, you needed shooting, and he's brought some of that, just not to the same degree. Like I think a lot of these moves outside of, and even the vet point guard, as I just said, there's consequences on the other side of that. I think that I understand the process that got you here. I just come down to it and I go, there's clearly something missing.
Well, what about the process of bringing in coaches? Being the general manager, technically Udoka's boss, and saying, look, man.
Technically, but is he really?
That's the question.
And I think that's where you get really interesting and uncomfortable this offseason is how do they address that and how much onus or impetus is put, or pressure rather, is put onto Ime Udoka to, hey, we have to make something shift. A fair point that we have not mentioned in the Rafael Stone, I think you can put on him the miss when it comes to Dorian Finney-Smith. He spent damn near all of your exemption or whichever, I think, was it a tax exemption or what have you, to bring Dorian Finney-Smith in, a move that I kind of thought would be good, but ultimately he has demonstrated himself.
Miss.
How much
Huge
is he
miss.
even playing?
Man.
He's playing, but the problem is he's not good. Defensively, it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're having guys drive by him. He's having closeouts where he doesn't, really have a good contest. And the three-point shot that he was supposed to bring to help you with your shooting is not there as well. So both of the sides of the coin that you're hoping in the 3-and-D, neither of them showed up. That's a huge miss. That also, when you talk about the cap and the hard limiting, that is one of the things that very much gets you to the cap and the hard limiting, where you would have been better if you had an empty roster spot there, unfortunately. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, from one team who can't get the offense to another, or can they, right? 713-572-4610. Astros offense. One game in. Is it an issue or just game one? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
The Drive is play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
We're sick. We're sick human beings here on John Lopez's birthday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 because what did we do for our giggles in that break?
Wanted to see just how bad Tari Eason has been shooting the ball.
Don't come at me, Mama. Mama Eason. I want you to understand this is just off the stats. This is just off the stats. I got a lot of respect for Mama Eason and everything.
I asked the question. I was like, so is that streak, how bad is it now? Because remember he was like 1 for 20 something.
Yeah, it was bad.
And it hadn't got much better, according to you.
In the month of March. Now, to be fair, at one point he was shooting 4% from three in the month of March. He's now shooting 10.5%.
He's more than doubled
from
it.
Three. Yeah. I mean, look, that's what we call progress.
It's like Nick Casario talking about the offensive line, pass protection. I
feel like Mama Eason is enough of a hoop head that she would not get mad at that. Now, if she was in my apartment watching these games, she'd be mad at me, right? She would hear the things that I'm saying and be mad at me. And I respect that, and I understand that, and that's why I stays in my apartment. But also, I don't know what my apartment's going to sound like here soon, because if the Astros offense continues to look like what it looks like. In fact, this was a little bit of a confession. Figgy, can you give me the audio assist here? As I was scrolling the Instagram, I wanted to sound like somebody's daddy right quick. As I was scrolling the Instagram yesterday, after the Astros lost, and just in general, I came across this gentleman who doesn't matter, but what he's saying, it made sense. The joke being, this is every team's fan or a lot of teams' fans after game 1 of 162.
How the do you blow that lead? God, I hate this team. How is it that a starting pitcher will go in there, pitch 6 scoreless innings, and then every time some ass gets up there in the 7th and starts serving up meatballs like he's working at a sub shop? God damn it!
And
meatballs like you're at a sub shop.
I thought that was a good line. Man. Yeah. Like clearly he thought about that one before. He was like, yeah, this is a banger. I'm gonna let this one fly. But for me, I'm a relatively level at the very least sports watcher and fan. And so that's not me right now.
Yeah.
I will say. If this offense keeps looking like this, I know I can get there.
Yeah.
And that's saying a lot. I don't know if it's 30 games. I don't know if it's 45 games. But what we saw yesterday was a dead-on arrival offense for the Astros. 3 hits, correct, from two guys, and to the point where we were looking at one big shot that Yordan Alvarez took that hit the rafters and fell foul, and going, that would have changed the entirety of the game.
And it wouldn't, and we don't know that, by the way, but it could have helped. No, I thought my favorite line, speaking of bars, as the kid liked to say, is the text we got earlier talking about that wasn't game 1. That was game number 163 from last year.
It did feel like it, right? And so when I asked this question, the Astros offense, how much of you guys are doing it's just one game, it's 162. They're just getting going on the season, coming out of spring. How much of you guys are there? How much of you guys are on this is an issue already. One game in, this is already an issue that we have to watch.
They could score 9 runs today, and we're having an entirely different feeling.
Okay, sounds like you're on 1 of 162.
But the reason I said that is because we can't ignore that it was 1 of 162, but we also can't ignore what we saw and how it made us feel. You felt it when we came in, this morning, kind of like, talking about.
I know, I felt great. I had a kolache in my stomach. I was feeling good, baby.
I did too.
I was feeling great.
But when you start talking about, I guess what it was is all the questions that we thought they were and hoped they were answering during spring training. We didn't really get a hint of an answer. Whether it's being selective at the plate, more patient, whether it's the bottom half of the lineup, how they're implementing, some of these bats. And look, it was just one. I can't say that enough, but we didn't see a whole lot. It was very much one of those days where you're like, all right, I just kind of hoped for more. Maybe that's it. I was just kind of hoping for better, a better start. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely was hoping for better. I was hoping for at least an ember.
Maybe that's
just a little something to go, all right, it's early. Shout out to Fig. But at least there's something I can hang my hat on. Buddy, my hat was on a flat wall last night. I mean, all of the issues that you had of a year ago and maybe even further back showed up.
Yeah.
I mean, and let me make sure that I check, because Chandler Rome did a good job of kind of talking about them falling flat in this first game. I think it was 44% of the pitches outside of the zone that they swung at, as one of the worst teams swinging at nonsense last year. That carried on as well. You had Yainer Diaz was really bad about it. I think he had a lot of big swing and misses as well. And this also, like, Soriano was throwing 100, right? I think that's fair to acknowledge. But he also, I mean, it wasn't like he was just peppering things in the zone and you were just missing in the zone. You were doing the things that put you in a bad place. It was also a lot of the guys that you look at that you go, hey, maybe they'll help you out. That also helps me temper it, right? I know Isaac Paredes will have a better game where Isaac Paredes, I think, even struck out, which is one of those guys that you anticipate him being good at the plate. Although the question probably unfairly popped up in my head of, what if the sickness is spreading? But no, like this is something that we know. This is a lot of the same guys that were on the roster last year. A lot of the guys that historically we've talked about as free swingers. It was going to be a lot to change. Have a what is the phrasing? A tiger change of stripes? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
It was going to be a lot to ask of that, and we didn't even get a glimpse of it in game one after a full spring of trying to have this as an emphasis. No, man, I'm concerned. I'd be lying if I told you I wasn't concerned. I'm trying to be the guy that goes, this is 1 of 162. You treat this as a different season. But no, these are the same guys that were here when you were talking about this last year, and we were trying to reemphasize it, and you come out in game one, you get none of it.
Well, and what it really kind of reflects to me as well is how much our expectations are different now too. Because had this happened, I was going to say 2 years ago, but heck, even last year in game one, and we're sitting here going, oh, I don't know. We would have felt like fools because they have such a track record of, look, guys, it's the Astros. I mean, come on, let's settle down. See, we had that long stretch of they're going to hit the ball, they're going to mash, they're going to score a lot of runs, and I think what it really reflects is just how you feel about the team in general. Because like this Astros team, nobody ever worried about offense ever, for the last 10, 11 years. But now, because they had that downturn last year, it just sort of makes you wonder even more as if it's just continuing.
I'm gonna call you Don because those are the first 3 letters I see on the YouTube. Apologies if that is not your. Apologies if that's not how you pronounce your name or whatever. Soriano killed the Astros last year. Why are we surprised? He was great again yesterday. He was great. The issue is not that they did not score. It's the way in which they did it. It's the lack of application of the points of emphasis. Although I will say they did get, who was it on the base pass that got a steal in there? And I was like, all right, cool. We're even though you didn't have very many people on the base pass.
Oh yeah, you texted us.
Yes. I was going full. This is first game of the season. Overreacted. I was like, we on the base pass, baby. Look at us stealing bases. Houston Astros on your ass. But no, you didn't have enough dudes on the base pass to make even small ball work for you. But that's cool as a point of emphasis. But you got to be able to actually, with the cat and mouse game of batter and pitcher, you got to be able to make a pitcher throw you something, and that's by not finding that level of discipline to not swing at the junk. And they weren't even close to doing that. So it is one game. Tonight is another night, right? It's another day of baseball. Maybe you could even talk about the jitters of a first game of a season, what have you. And they'll be facing off against maybe a familiar foe or a familiar person in Yusei Kikuchi. Maybe that gives them some level of confidence. I don't know. But ultimately, I think that the things that have plagued them in the past showed up again. It was really the thing that hit me more than the idea that they didn't put up runs or didn't get hits.
What would make you more excited tonight? Burrows doing, spinning a hell of a game, or the offense scoring 5-6 runs?
Ooh.
Because, Burrows is the penciled in number 2.
Yeah, and I'm guessing in putting this as a dichotomy, if I choose the offense, that means Burrows has a bad day.
No, it's like what would make you happier?
Okay, what would make me happier is offense.
Yeah, I think I'm right because we talk about their superpower being pitching, but I think where we've landed is they're going to have to score a lot of runs to be the kind of team that we hope they are, and pitching is obviously you would love to have 1-4 or 1-5, whatever. Shutting people down, but this team is going to have to score a lot of runs, and maybe that's part of the reason we were a little hesitant.
Or at the very least, they're going to have to score some.
Yeah.
You're going to have to score. I don't know about you. The way that I've seen sports work is that if you want to win, you gotta score. I think that's how most of these games are situated. Unless you're playing golf, then you want to lower your scores. That's how it works, right? I
think that's how it works.
Very good. So and maybe you say Kikuchi just comes out and is not having a great game himself, and even if that's the way that this goes, it would make me happier to see this offense start going. But maybe I'm just being neurotic. Maybe I'm just being nervous, and the 162 of it all will help you normalize and mitigate this.
And this is kind of what I was getting at earlier. The A32 says, I just don't feel that aura of invincibility with this year's squad. I think that's why you look at yesterday, because we would have just been laughing at ourselves, like, in previous years. It's like, maybe, this is going to be something that we have to worry about over the long haul. Whereas before, you wouldn't worry about it at all.
And you know what? That's probably what's hitting me in some ways. Not just that, but I was doing the thing where I was like, all right, we get to the season. Don't worry too much about them not hitting as well in the spring. And we get to the season, the guys who hit will hit. And it's not even just that they didn't hit, but it's the issues, right? It's the particular ways that they were going about the lack of discipline at the plate. And the questions that then arise because of that is how much are the players taking to account the points of emphasis and just in general what Joe Espada has as a manager. It all feels like it all ties back to a larger foundational thing that could be there. But again, it's 1-162, so maybe I'm doing a lot.
Man, it was a rough 24-hour stretch, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's also a part of it as well, man. But nobody's scoring anything. It's a general anxiety that that's happening right now in Houston, I guess, because you have obviously the Texans, who are bounced out of the playoffs, and really, honestly, almost gets bounced out in the wild card round just because the offense wasn't right, and it's largely because C.J. Stroud had what was not a very good couple of games, right? Then we're like, all right, well, the Coogs, we know. Well, actually, before we even got to the Coogs, the Rockets, man, Rockets look pretty good. You brought in Kevin Durant. This should be nope.
Then they weren't.
Right, and it's gotten worse, mind you, because it did start the season where they were actually scoring pretty well, even while I was looking at it and I go, this offense doesn't feel like it's as good as the numbers are. I hate to have been right about that one. But then you go, all right, well, we know the Cougs are going to be a steady 80 Houston Cougars. We're going to get to the Final Four. We're going to have fun with this. Might not win the championship, but at least we'll get to the
They were happy to score 50.
55 was what they totally got, and that came with
26 points with 15 minutes left in the game. Wow!
Didn't they have 3 in the first 6 minutes?
Yes. And that's a team that had been shooting the 3-ball pretty well this year and everything. The 3-ball just fell off the table. Well, okay. I mean, and I know the Astros had played before them, but it's like, all right, start of the Astros season. There's Jordan, Altuve, Correa's back for the entirety of the season. You should get some offense there, right? No, I think there's just a level of anxiety all the way around. Who cursed the city of Houston?
Well, offense.
We need to do some research.
What happened to offense?
Hey, how you spell Houston?
What do you mean?
Huston. No O.
Oh,
no offense.
I see what you did there. Oh, Figgy with the big play.
It's clever, but I don't like it. You're not getting a from me because I'm mad. I'm upset. You should, but I'm just not doing that. From the 713, maybe the Kikuchi is mid. All right. Maybe so. Maybe that's ultimately what you get to, and that helps. I know what you were doing. I'm not going to give you the benefit of the doubt here.
Yes, no.
But just do it for me. Just do it for me and my psyche.
Somebody score something.
The city of Houston needs it.
Yes.
What a nasty 48 hours for the city of Houston.
Yeah.
All right, shout out to the Houston Open, keeping us going with at least some good golf. Mind you, what's happening out there? Folks at the top of the leaderboard all got their second round in already. Gary Woodland, 13 under through 2 days. Buddy is cooking out there. And then Minwoo Lee,
he made a little run today, didn't he?
Reigning a champ. He had a 7 under round himself. Yeah, the early guys who went early today scored real low.
You tend to score earlier, better in the early day on Thursday and Friday, just because not as many divots, not as many ball marks on the greens, and no wind, so the greens don't run as faster. That's your golf lesson of the day if you didn't know that already. But these afternoon guys, you got some guys that are still just starting to tee off that could make a run at the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens as the field gets ready to get cut down after today. At the Texas Children's Houston Open. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said about to have to change the city's name to Lewiston. No, we can't do that. It can't be that. See, this is the thing. As soon as you do something like that, then that's when outside people get to start doing this.
Yeah,
don't
say that out loud.
We can make fun of us. Yeah. They can't make fun of us.
I can make fun of my crackhead auntie. You can't because you're not family.
That's right.
All right. But yeah. It's about the time where we hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. Fig, what you got for us, man?
Yeah, so I got a cold case that's been solved in Houston.
All right.
We got to get to that. Plus, Netflix, they're going up on the price again.
Good.
All right, let's do it. Next.
In the Loop.
Come on. We'll talk.
222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday, on a real OG's day. Happy birthday, John Lopez. Salute to everybody out there, and I hope everybody having a good day so far. And outside the birthdays, I do want to salute to the guys from the drive. They'll be out at Oak and Irons in Vintage Park, and I was actually there yesterday. I went there a couple times.
Oh, I saw. Didn't you post something?
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
I heard it was really nice.
It's a really nice place, man. Just want to give a shout out to Oak and Iron. If y'all out in that area, or if y'all not in that area, I think it's worth the trip, man. The food is really good. And salute to Jess and Shannon, who kind of got that whole joint rolling.
All right.
So, they'll be out there later today, probably in about 30 minutes or so.
All right.
So, we'll check in with that. So, a case been solved in Houston. Obviously, I didn't know anything about this because it was 30 years ago.
Oh, wow.
This is a cold case, and shout out to Captain Scott Noel. He actually sent this to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he said when he was on the homicide team, one of his colleagues or one of his buddies that was working that case, I think he retired now.
Yeah.
But he was working that case for a long time trying to crack this case.
And it was unresolved.
Yeah. So they finally got it, and let's go to, this is KCEN 6 with this story.
Investigators in Houston have made a breakthrough regarding a double murder case that dates back over 30 years ago. In August of 1990, Cheryl Henry and Andy Atkinson were last seen after meeting at a West Houston nightclub. Investigators say the couple later drove to a remote area near Enclave Parkway known as Lover's Lane. The next day, both were found dead. For decades, investigators worked this case, following leads and filing through different suspects, but never found a match. Now there's finally been a breakthrough on the case. The DA's office says 64-year-old Floyd William Parrott has been charged with capital murder. Authorities say he was arrested yesterday in Lincoln, Nebraska, and is now awaiting extradition back to Harris County.
Wow. And how? Do you know how? Like the breakthrough was just DNA?
I think it was DNA, to be honest. I think it was DNA. So,
man, we got a sad-ass show going today, don't we?
This is interesting.
No, to me, I think this is kind of
success. They finally got it.
Yeah, man. Salute to to the people that broke that case, and salute to the family, man. You finally got I guess a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
A little bit of closure, maybe.
Right.
Yeah, man. Because usually stuff like this was 30 years.
Do you
ago.
like those? I love those cold case. The TV shows.
My mama loves it.
I like them.
Yeah.
I can't. I don't know. I don't like where my brain is having to think so much about
And like immediately 5 minutes in, you're like, oh, she did it. Oh, she did it.
Sometimes it'd be so interesting where you'd be like, wow, is that person? That person did that?
Yeah.
And it'd be like an innocent looking person. And you'd be like, wait, what? Double murder? What?
Yeah.
But, man, salute. Where is Lover's Lane?
When you said that, I was like, never heard of it.
Yeah, like, do they, I wonder, do they still call it Lover's Lane?
No, there's a Lover's Lane Road in Dallas.
Yeah, I know Lover's Lane in Dallas. I was like, I think I actually might have seen. Oh, and as soon as I type in Houston Lover's Lane, there's a Houston Lover's Lane murder. This is big. Apparently, it's a big thing.
It was. Yeah, it was. So,
it has a Wikipedia page.
Huh. I'm sure it probably got some documentaries too.
Crucial tip, says Click to Houston. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but
all right. So let me go ahead and write this down because I feel like somebody gonna want to watch this over the weekend. Like this might be drafted into the weekend.
Yeah, I'm gonna read more on that. I like these types of stories where they finally
write me a book report and bring it back.
I'll bring it back.
Yeah, I almost told Captain Scott Noel to jump on the show real quick to kind of talk about it, how it was during that time, how intense it was. But, I'm glad they got that together.
Oh, wow.
Man.
They actually got a tip on the phone saying that this fella Parrott might be a possible suspect.
Wait, hold on.
Now
how did that happen?
Now it had to be somebody he knew.
Somebody with a guilty conscience for 30 years, 35 years, whatever it was.
I want to know more about this man.
Me too.
I wonder if he started a new family, if one of the kids started digging through some books or something.
The tip came in 2025.
Yeah.
Was he just at the bar talking too crazy, thinking the statute of limitations was too far?
Yeah, maybe that.
And then somebody was like, "Is he really saying what I think it is?"
No, I
Let me
think
call this
what
number
I
real
think
quick.
it was. I think it had to be a kid or somebody he was staying with. I was like, "Wait, what is this? Oh, he used to stay in Houston.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, let me." And then start doing a little investigation. Wait, he murdered. So he sent the tip in.
Wow.
Man, yeah, I would like to know more about this. I'm sure we'll probably get more information on this.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah, it's gonna hit it's gonna be pretty top of mind on a lot of these newscasts.
Yeah. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Netflix, we talked about Netflix a little bit. They had the MLB game on opening day, which was Wednesday. They are raising the price up. $2 more.
Inevitable.
Yeah.
Inevitable. They this is we are paying now.
And this is
for Bert Kreischer to yell, this is baseball, whatever the hell he was yelling before.
And this is the second time within a year they raised the price to this.
I'm kind of glad.
So this
what? Oh no. I take back every single happy birthday that I said earlier today. You must be out your mind.
Yeah, so the standard price, for those who don't know, the standard price with ads, and I'm still kind of pissed they got ads, man. I can't believe that.
Yeah.
But the standard price with ads now costs $8.99 a month, which is up $1. The standard plan with no ads, with viewings up to 2 devices, that is up by $2, which is $17.99. Or from $17.99 to $19.99. So, it sucked, man.
I don't know. I wish I knew how much on these things I actually pay per month.
Oh, because you just set it and forget it?
Yes.
You don't think about it no more?
With all these, and Figure and I were talking about it during a break. I might have to add another one at some point here.
Which other one
Just
are you
because. I'll get to that later. I'll tell you later.
Buddy, you don't have to tell me because I'm assuming the worst about it. I hope you know I'm assuming the absolute
That's
worst.
fine.
Of the
You always do
subscriptions.
anyway.
That's right. Yeah. I'm glad that you understand my MO.
So, Reggie, you keeping Netflix regardless.
I just
no matter.
It's starting to get tough.
When is the time where you just tap out? You like,
it's starting to get tough.
I think everybody should keep. I think everybody should keep Netflix forever. But you don't have to like the prices.
What are you doing, man?
Why? This is the thing. He does the thing. He'll wink at me, and then I know that I can't, kind of bribe it out of you. So why would you even bring it up? We could just not talk about that.
I like messing with you too.
I guess that's the case.
I like messing with you too.
You know what's funny is $10 isn't going to kill me, which is what they're assuming. Like,
it's the accumulation.
But that's what it's the principle. It's honestly the principle of the matter, man. Y'all keep doing this. Y'all keep doing this.
It's getting to a point where I'm like, what do I watch on Netflix?
Yeah.
Like, do I watch anything on Netflix at this point?
It's like if you had a bully that just robbed you of your lunch money, but just $1. Just let me get $1 every day. It's not your whole lunch money, but it's $1. After a while, you're just like, I would rather not get robbed every day. That's what it feels like Netflix keeps doing with these price hikes. Stop
Look, I don't like
robbing
the
me.
price hikes, but Netflix has fantastic, content, and it's probably only going to get better.
Okay. I think
you just got it.
I see where you're going. You want me to clear the floor?
No, man.
I saw.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm just saying it's only going to get better.
Got some breaking news.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, we're all entitled to our opinion.
Get your book it.
Speaking of Netflix, and maybe you might be talking about this show. You talked about Netflix content and all that stuff. I wonder, and I guess Reggie is our only single person, right, on this show.
As of now.
Yeah, and I want.
Why did you say that like that?
I want to know, would you be up for going on a dating show?
Oh, absolutely not.
Really? No dating show, really?
Absolutely.
You'd be good
no
on
amount of money. If it's
yeah, you'd be good on it.
Yeah, I feel like because
I think you would.
Yeah. I think you'd be the hot commodity on a dating show. Everybody, ooh, Reggie.
Yeah.
Oh, Reggie going out with this person.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like that's a great way to have people hate you online. This is a great way. Oh, man, that Reggie guy, what a jerk.
You don't care about what people say about you online, man.
I don't know about that. I wouldn't say that. But no, also, man, reality TV just seems like it is a I don't know, just a real hassle.
Yeah.
It feels like it's real nasty business. I don't want to do that.
I want to know what y'all think of this show. So Netflix, remember they kind of broke the internet with the whole Love is Blind thing?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And
the concept being that they don't get to see each other. They just got to talk to each other.
Yeah. So they got something else like that right now. This is called Age of Attraction.
Okay.
Which it just started in March, and the premise of this show is contestants date in the Forest Lodge without knowing each other's age.
Oh, wow.
Removing the stigma attached to age gaps.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the process of it is the couples learn each other's age once they commit. And I guess they got a promise room and all that stuff. They commit, and then they go out to the real world to do their relationship.
So do they see each other?
I think they do.
So you maybe can get a feel for.
No, you definitely see each other because I've seen this. Now that you mention this, I saw a short clip of the trailer where they were revealing to each other the ages.
Mm-hmm. So I got the clip of this.
Okay.
This is how it sounded, and this is the couples in the promise room revealing each other's age.
Do you know how old I am? Oh my God. Okay. I'm 54.
Got your seatbelt on?
Yeah. Oh,
I am 27.
I believe she has a son that's 28.
I'm 27.
What? You're 27?
Mm-hmm.
Man.
I don't know if I like it, but
yeah, this is the way God's testing my words. Like, okay, age is not nothing but a number. Okay, doesn't bank me back off of you.
Okay.
So you ready for mine? Because I don't know if you're ready for this.
I am.
I really don't know if you're ready for this one. You ready? I'm 60.
That's really uncomfortable.
60 years old.
And I'm guessing he doesn't look close to 60.
No, he looked like he's in good shape and all that stuff. You can see a little bit of gray and all that, but yeah.
I don't know if I would like this show, but I might have to watch a little bit of it.
Let me ask y'all this. Would y'all, and we all ain't going on no dating show or nothing like that, but would you rather date somebody with a big age gap or go on a blind date? Just roll the dice on the blind date.
Age gap all day.
Blind date.
What?
Really?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Age gap all day.
I'm scared of the blind dates, man.
Yes, and yes.
That's a roll of the dice.
Yes. It's got to be age.
Is that not more? Is that more of a roll of the dice than finding out you really like someone and then finding out that they are also like
no? He said not finding out,
younger than your child.
He said rather go on a date. Like you already know there's an age gap. Yeah.
So would you rather date somebody that's probably 59 but look good and all that stuff, or roll the dice?
Well, Reggie's into older women.
Okay.
No, he is. Trust me on that.
Okay, you want to switch your answer then, huh?
Nah, I think I'm good.
Yeah, but I think I might keep an eye out on that show to see.
I'm gonna have to watch some.
I don't know if I'm gonna watch. It might hook me in, to be honest. But I'll probably check the first one out just to see how it is. But they coming up with different creative ways to try to hook people in, man.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's a great reason for me to cancel my Netflix.
No, don't cancel your Netflix.
Why not?
Just don't. They do.
You got something to say? Say it with your chest.
I'm just telling you what I'm thinking.
Remember we had them Netflix live reads all throughout the week? I think Lopez should have been reading those, man.
Yeah, next time we get
probably would have had a little more energy to it.
Yeah, 100%. He's going to sound like Kevin Harlan.
It's like
this Sunday on CBS.
Isn't it fair to believe that Netflix has quality broadcasting material?
Millie Bobby Brown stars in Stranger Things.
Yeah,
from
like
the 832. From the 832, Lopez has stock in Netflix, clearly.
Yes.
By the way, maybe Bill Belichick needs to be on that show. That's what we're getting. That's where he needs to be.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this as we continue the mixtape in the Loose Sports Radio 610. Speaking of dating, did y'all have pickup lines? Did y'all have pickup lines? And I'm going somewhere with this.
I honestly don't think I did. I think they're corny. I've always thought they're corny.
Yeah. So
did you?
I didn't. I can't. It wasn't like a go-to thing. Like, oh,
good
if
answer,
I say this, No, seriously. Man, I don't care if my wife right here. I'll be honest.
Yeah, for those of you that aren't actually, it's not even on the video.
Yeah.
His wife is right there in front of him, and
Grilling me down.
As soon as Lopez
Put
threw
that
it back,
hand on that hip.
as soon as Lopez said, "Did you have?" She cocked her head to the side like, "Oh, did you have?"
I want to know.
I did not have a consistent pickup line or anything.
Oh, not a consistent one. He tried a few different ones. I hear you. I see you, big dog.
He didn't have any lines. He was just that smooth.
I was. Yeah, hey, they was coming to me. I don't know what you're talking about, man. But anyway, so it was a rapper named The Game, and I ain't gonna ask you if you know Lopez.
I do actually.
You probably
usually you have to explain the songs, but I do know.
Okay, so he was exposed recently for sliding in girls' DMs using this pickup line. So I want to see if y'all could get this one. So he was sliding the girl DM and type in F3.
Don't get it. You get it?
Mm-hmm. Well, I've seen it. I know we're here.
Yeah. So they would send back a question mark or
like what? Yeah, what is this?
And he'd say, "Oh, bleep, my bad. I saw a snack and thought this was a vending machine."
Lopez likes it. Lopez thinks that one's good.
No, I'm laughing at.
He thinks that one's good.
I'm not laughing
I
with.
think it was like more than 10 to 20 girls came out of nowhere. Like, he sent me this too.
That's
he sent
so
me
corny.
this too.
That's the worst.
You know
that's an example of why I hate pickup lines.
You know what? But you know what that is though.
Bad.
If you say so. But you know what that is? That is whenever we start a game, we gonna go run pick and roll. And we're gonna try and throw this hoop.
No.
This is our opening play.
We running the triangle offense.
This is our play.
Yep.
Right? We gonna get the ball first. We gonna go. We gonna run inside zone.
Yep.
We gonna establish the run. You know what he's doing? He is establishing the run.
I would worry more about the women that pickup lines might work on.
I wonder how many he got with this.
Yeah.
It's non-zero.
You think?
Hey, we don't keep running the same play if it never worked.
My man going full Bill O'Brien.
Yeah.
Run, pass. Hey, it worked with Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm. You pick up enough points here and there. Eventually, it come together.
832. Their documentaries on Netflix are outstanding. See, it's okay to like Netflix.
Okay. What you got? What you want to promote?
Nothing. I'm telling you, I love Netflix.
I bet you do. And by the way,
let me get your Netflix account then, since you love it so much.
We'll work on that.
Shout out to hey, I don't think you should say it out loud. Lovers Lane is apparently over there at Briar Forest. Because I did see Lovers Lane when I was driving around West Houston, right over there. Yeah. Which I remember. Yeah, so appreciate that. Yes, the game very much does have, and this is how we know. The game apparently is the Bill O'Brien of things because he does have his patented opening lines for his freestyles as well. So,
what he said,
red rose, white ceiling.
Yep.
So, no, shout out to him establishing the run when he comes to dating and rapping. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, that's the mixtape right here on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every day on the program at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that is mixtape.
Don't send me no pickup lines, man.
No, send him your favorite pickup line at the Figgy Fig. Your favorite pickup line. To our guy there. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive out in Northwest Houston. But before we get there, we got to draft the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Definitely been a show here on this Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And, of course, this Friday happens to be the birthday of one John Lopez. We've been having a lot of fun with him, annoying him, feeding him a lot of sugars to see if that's going to make him crash.
I can't wait for next year for his birthday, man. We got some stuff planned.
we got all sorts of bits. Somehow he's managed to get through it without being maximum annoyed by us. But sincerely, we appreciate you, my man, and
That's
we're happy.
What you think? No, I appreciate
happy
it.
born
I
day.
Very, very much.
We're happy to be able to celebrate.
Man, that chocolate cupcake from Crave. Woo, they use good chocolate.
Honestly, I'm surprised you're here. I'm surprised that you weren't on
Laying
the
down?
boat.
Laying
no,
down.
I'm surprised you weren't on the boat today.
Oh, I know.
Especially on a Friday, headed to the weekend.
I wouldn't leave.
You don't be taking on your birthdays?
I never have.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I never have. Yeah.
Are you going to fish this weekend?
I am not. I'm going to.
Oh yeah, you said you're going to
Willow Creek Elementary School Carnival
That
Festival.
doesn't feel like something you should broadcast every
Why
time you
not?
say it. All right, well,
It's a school festival. People love those.
All right, everybody show up.
Yep, everybody go
show
up.
up for John Lopez.
Buy me a Frito pie.
All right, having a good time here on a Friday. Appreciation to B Scott for jumping on with us. Before we draft the weekend, I just wanted to take a chance to have a personal vendetta in this moment, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
you
go
good
ahead.
with that?
Mm-hmm.
Bruce Pearl. Y'all know
yeah.
I don't like him. He is formerly the coach of Auburn, previously coached Tennessee, some other places around the NCAA. He's also on the broadcast for the NCAA tournament. He works for Turner Sports and all that. And so you've seen him in between watching some of these games. And this was him actually talking on one of these broadcasts about Hubert Davis. Hubert Davis has been fired at UNC, University of North Carolina. And I was just shocked by the audacity of Bruce Pearl to say this.
Basketball, that could be debatable. But still being one of the top two jobs in the ACC, it's a great job. I just hate hearing the words, Hubert Davis was fired at UNC. That sentence right there bothers me to my core, because if Hubert Davis, who has had such a great career, and, Jalen, to your point, with his character and everything like that, can get let go because he didn't win enough when his best player got hurt, that's why I'm sitting here, guys. That's part of the reason why I'm sitting here, because there is no loyalty anymore.
I mean,
I hate him so much.
I'm just too loyal.
Yeah. You know what? I just try too hard.
That's why
I just
I'm
love
sitting
hard.
here. Brother, you retired.
Yeah.
Did nobody fire you? First and foremost.
He kind of broke some news there. Maybe he did get fired.
And if he did,
but he still anointed his son as the coach.
He quit so early or like so late in the offseason, headed into the season, that they had no choice but to appoint his son as the head coach. By the way, his son led them, what was it, a 17-16 record?
Yeah, they were
this year.
Very average.
And historically, that dude stinks.
Mm-hmm.
Like that dude stinks. He is one of the widely regarded as one of like the slime balls amongst coaches, and that's not like the profession that is most free of slime balls. You know what I mean?
No, it's not.
I remember. Oh my goodness, what was the name of back in like the 90s when Bruce Pearl was just an assistant coach and like helping recruiting. One of like the big things that happened was it like Deion Thomas, who was a recruit, ended up going to Illinois, funny enough. And basically, Bruce Pearl got out here and recorded that man, technically legally, but very much on the sly, and basically got him to try and confess to taking some level of illicit inducements to go play at Illinois.
He was recording him, spying on him, basically.
Like spying on. Apparently, even before that, Deion Thomas's grandmother said that she just didn't like Bruce Pearl. Said that he just was not transparent. Said, "quote She saw right through him, clear as glass. That he was not a good dude." And I trust the grandma. That's like, I just don't trust that dude.
Yeah.
And that Deion Thomas's grandma has been right for literally decades, all the way to the point of him trying to use Hubert Davis being fired, rightfully so, as some level of cudgel against a program that not only paid him really, really well in times where not a lot of people would have taken him, also allowed him to do everything, and then ultimately he retires and hired his son, and then he gets out here talking about I am a martyr in the same way that Hubert Davis is. No, you're not.
And
you're
putting himself in the same category of person as Hubert Davis, who, by the way, people just love, Hubert Davis as a man, as a person, the integrity and all that stuff. And he's like, yeah, that's how I am here. I got all that integrity too. Well, some people would beg to differ.
And I would be that people. All right, let's draft the weekend here, gentlemen, what we got going on the weekend. There are some games. I wonder how many people, if they were drafting the weekend, obviously you could take the sporting events or anything else that you're doing, would just kind of avoid sports this weekend, considering the way that Houston sports, at least over the last couple of days, have been. And how confident are you in the idea that Houston sports will bounce back for you over the weekend as much as they can?
Yeah, look, who's drafting first, by the way?
You could draft first.
Yeah, I think it's you, actually. I think I drafted first last weekend.
The thing is, you're making a big mistake. We've had some sneaky, really good weekends here lately, and this one is not as sneaky because we're talking NCAA tournament, and that's where I would start. But I can't decide.
Oh, I hope you picked the wrong one.
I might pick the wrong one.
I hope you picked the wrong
My
one.
first pick is tonight, and it's going to be, I think it's St. John's versus Duke, just because of the whole. The Duke thing, obviously everybody hates them, and you've got, St. John's, something of an upstart again, making a big run. I think I'll go with St. John's and Duke.
That's a good game. That's a really good game. That one is 6:10 p.m. tonight. CBS is where you're looking for that one. St. John's has been playing really good basketball. Duke is, I want to watch more of these Boozer boys. Not that we haven't seen enough of them just generally as a nation. I think that's a good one. And there's some good ones tonight. There's one that I'm actually going to be somewhat remiss. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to be remiss. I'm just going to pick it. Give me UConn and Michigan State. Like, these are a couple of blue bloods, and maybe it feels weird saying Michigan State there, but Tom Izzo constantly has a good, well-coached basketball team. UConn, good, well-coached basketball team. This should just be good, well-coached basketball.
Yeah.
And I think, especially at the NCAA tournament, when you get to these levels in the second weekend and you get to, the level of the talents that are here, just a real good, well-coached basketball game is about all you can ask for.
No, I'm with you. Figgy?
I'm gonna go with the Astros Angels on Apple TV
tonight.
Yes, and
Mike Burrow's on the mound. Yusei Kikuchi on the mound.
Yeah, I'm kind of a fan of Apple TV a little bit, man. I like the production. I like how clean it looks. So, yeah, why not?
Yeah. All right. So, by the way, I just looked on my app again. It's still I think it was $43. You can get into the game on Saturday at the Toyota Center because of the Nebraska fans and
what's the closest seat? You probably ain't got it up. I'm wondering, like a real good seat.
Oh, it's got to be low.
I think you could probably get in the lower bowl for a good number.
100 and something. Yeah, maybe 200, but 100 and something.
I wouldn't mind that, to be honest.
I'm actually going to pick that game. I know there's some other good ones tonight.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm really interested in.
No, but I'm interested in it. I think it's going to be a really good game. Become something of a fan. We talked about it earlier of Underwood at Illinois. I like Illinois and Iowa.
I think that's a great game to pick. I also think you made a big mistake here.
Maybe.
I think it's going to be really fun to see what that building is like even then, because I thought that probably the two biggest fan bases that would come out for moving on would have been Houston and Nebraska. Both those teams get knocked out. How does the Illinois versus Iowa play? And then how do you get an Illinois team big shot making versus an Iowa team that feels like they're kind of really on a Cinderella run? But I think you messed up because you did not take a player. I thought you would take this.
And that is?
It is, and let me make sure I have the right day here. It is Sunday. Astros, Angels, 1 p.m., 1:10 p.m., Tatsuya Imai's debut.
Oh, Imai is pitching.
As an Astro.
That's right.
I'm surprised that you didn't go there.
I'm surprised
He's been
I
your
didn't
guy.
go there.
I can't wait to see what Tatsuya Imai is.
Yeah, that's a good one.
For these Astros in his debut. I know there's going to be a lot of people that are there at Daika Park just to see what the Japanese pitcher has for him.
Biggie?
Okay, I got another one. I'm gonna pick Michigan State versus UConn.
I took that one.
Oh,
that was my first. That was my first.
Okay. I might have been talking to Ron then.
Well, we can go to them.
Yeah, we can go to Ron.
It's about time to go to them.
I would also like to talk to Ron, and not just Ron. I would also like to talk to Clint, as they are having a good time. Actually, you know what? Because I am forgetful and I'm hitting up against the wall. No, actually, you know what?
Oak and Iron.
I was like, it's Iron and Oak and Iron. Is it Oak and Iron?
Oak and Iron.
Okay, Oak and Iron.
Vintage Park.
Yeah, that's where the fellas are. Fellas, what's it looking like?
Man, hey now. This is a spot now. We've been to a lot of places, John. We've been to a lot of places, Reggie. Reggie, you've popped up on us, John. Not as much. Not putting that against you.
No, do it.
Reggie.
No, do it. It is against me.
Reggie and Fig, y'all have popped up on us, and I know Figgy, you know all about it. You've been in here before we were. Listen, Jess and Shannon, they got a hell of a thing going on out here. This is a really good spot. You would love it, John. I'm telling you, man, we're over here with some nice, I feel like I'm in some sort of like whiskey room right now, man, with these couches, these old couches that I've never been able to afford, but they got, it is, it is nice. We got a little whiskey tasting out here all day. You got happy hour throughout the entire, and listen, that whiskey tasting is on the house. Now, you cannot come out here and just get, no, you can't come out here and just get blitzed, though. You're not going to come out here and just be tasting for the next 4 hours because it's free. But it's about to be a good time out here.
Vintage Park out Louetta. Oh man, I was planning on going and hitting some golf balls, but that sounds kind of good, fellas.
Reggie,
yeah, I'm going to tell you how far are we from you? Well, John, you're down.
43 minutes.
I got you.
43
well,
minutes.
I would say well worth the drive. This is one of them spots. I got a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. It's hard right now, boy. But this is one of them spots. That if I wasn't preoccupied with babies, I'd spend a lot of time in here, boy.
Yeah, y'all talking about it made me look it up on maps as I'm talking. So
I could post up on this couch right here.
Yeah, they did a tremendous job of blending. I would say sports and lounge, whiskey, bourbon. If you could smoke inside, there's probably been a couple of sticks thrown around in here from time to time. I don't know if that's legal or doable around here, but it's one of them kind of vibes.
Yeah.
Pretty people too now. Pretty people now. If you like being around good-looking people, there's a couple of them in here now.
All right, all the beautiful people.
Let's not let this get away from.
Well, I'm just being honest. It's just they got some nice-looking folks in here.
Yeah,
everybody's happy.
Shay is in here, isn't he?
Everybody's happy. That's right, Shay.
Look at Andy's pretty ass.
Old weatherman Andy's over there too. He's thumbs up, 2 thumbs up.
Look, Andy's in the building.
Hell, just giving the crowd a compliment. Sometimes you walk in these places, we're doing a live broadcast, boy, and you. Well, I tell you what.
All right.
I tell you what. It's hard.
Did Clint already start tasting that whiskey? Is that what happened?
No, I'm the one who's been tasting it. Clint's been talking about, hey, man, we've been to a couple places. It's been train wrecks here.
It was rough, man. It was rough.
Hey, boys, all joking aside, I pull up a chair. All joking aside, we went to a spot one time.
Oh, my God.
Me and Ron sit down, and first of all, low ceilings. And Lopez is packed now, but they've been letting them folks smoke straight darts for 3 hours before we get.
I almost turned around, Jack.
Hey, if I'm lying, I'm dying. Me and Ron sit down, and Ron was like, at this point, we're pretty easy going, but at this point, we're like, man, who brought us out here, man? hey, Lopez.
I thought I had asthma.
Lopez.
And I'd never in my life thought I had asthma.
If I'm lying, I'm dying. Some old boy walks in about an hour into the show, and in a break, he starts talking. He said, yeah, man, last week somebody pulled up and shot through that window right there. That was a brand new window. If I'm lying, and I said, Ron, boy, not only are we going to get, we are just secondhand smoking here. We might catch some lead. I said, who brought? So that kind of thing does happen. But where we're at today, come on through, baby.
Yeah, man.
This is it right here now.
That's the best endorsement I've ever heard.
I know.
Of the place y'all been
This is it right here now.
Yeah, you ain't going to get shot.
That's always a good endorsement.
Look, crazier things have happened, but I'm telling you, not from the parking lot.
Yeah.
Hey man, he ain't lying, man. It was 79 darts being just lit up.
There was one sales girl at the time that we knew. We knew them wrinkles. I knew them wrinkles came from
That's
smoking.
her spot right there, baby.
Hey, I knew there was 30+ years of smoking in that body right there. She's one put us out there.
I had to turn around and regroup. I had to go walk in, turn around, and regroup.
Hey, we had to fight through that one right there now.
No regrouping necessary at the Oak and Iron. That's where the fellas are at.
No, that's it.
Appreciation to DNL Auto Leasing for an opportunity to cross-talk with the fellas. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, Odyssey Sports Station. One final time, happy birthday, John Lopez. Finally, you are free from my annoyance on the day.
Wait a minute. Wait, what the hell?
I've been annoying the hell out of him
It's
all
your
day about his
birthday,
birthday. Yes, it
Lopez?
is.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, hell, how old are we?
64.
Golly, I tell you what. Hey, look, I
Damn,
hope
why you
I'm,
saying it like that?
No, because I hope I'm as I'm moving and shaking and the way you are at 64, Lopez. We're all chasing you, brother. We love you. We greatly appreciate you, man. And hell yeah, happy birthday, man. Wherever you're at, I'd love to celebrate it with you, but I know you ain't gonna let me, man. But celebrate the hell out of it, man. Happy birthday.
I appreciate that. It means a lot.
Come
His
on,
birthday
man.
fall on a Friday, man.
Oh yeah, John. Oh yeah.
Hey, he's finna get
Hey, John, don't go fishing, man. Do
No, I'm
something
not.
else,
I'm
man.
not.
Okay.
I'm going to have a real nice dinner tonight and then hang out with the grandkids on Sunday.
There you go.
Yeah.
Get on that back deck under that big tree that Louis Flory takes care of.
That's right. You know it.
I hope you do something else, John, between that and Sunday.
Oh, that's done.
Would you stop? That was this morning. That was this morning when he woke up.
I was wondering why he got in late today. Damn.
He said that's done. They don't call him the OG
rich.
for nothing.
No, they do not. No, they do not.
The hell with that barbecue sauce.
Oh, that's rich. Well done, man.
All right,
Happy
man.
birthday. Hell.
Very much appreciated.
Just to give you an idea where we're going today, from the 713, is Clint lit? If he ain't, he about to be.
Yeah.
Again, appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for crosstalk with the fellas, but we got to get out of the way because right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and we are on the road again. It has been a while since the drive has been out, but we are out here in Vintage Park. And it's brought us to Oak and Iron. Come on out and have a good time with us. We will be here till 6 o'clock. And listen, this is we're not trying to oversell, right? If you can remember that broadcast, we didn't oversell that place where they were smoking all them cigarettes.
You heard a lot.
We didn't oversell that, man. Hey, man. You come at, I think we may have said come at your own risk.
Yeah,
but,
that's right.
But here,
enter at your own risk.
But here, like they got it together. It is nice. There's seating everywhere. Clint, there's 35 TVs wrapping around right now. The Houston Open is on TV right now. The Texas Children's Houston Open is on TV. The tournament will be on as that thing kicks off. This is a great place to spend your Friday night. And I said this, I want to make sure people are hearing this. There are free whiskey samplings that are going to be happening throughout the entire broadcast. And listen, I'm about to get a taste of this. I've heard great things about this particular whiskey. You may want to get your ass down here and get you. Hey, I want to make sure you free. That's FREE, Tyler. Free whiskey, Tyler. I'm sorry, I really am, Tyler. This one's tough for you. This is right. If I've ever seen an event down your alley, Tyler. This is. I am almost to a point I would stay here and wait for you to get here. I am to this and
maybe
have
one day.
And have a double waiting on you.
Not likely.
I don't know if this is ideal, T.
I'm gonna drink one
get
for
deep
you.
off in it, man. I don't know if this is it. It's
Sounds
easy.
right up my alley then.
It's easy to get deep in here, man.
Like this is gonna piss Tyler off because Tyler looks up if you're on YouTube and Twitch. Hello, Tyler, you can see all of it behind us. That is just
looks
flat.
like a sweet setup for sure.
It's just flat whiskey all behind us. There's Whistle Pig. There's one you cannot.
I can't.
You can't. But it is what I've heard.
Why can't I? I don't think that's right.
It is right.
Who is who?
It is a decision.
Who decided?
That is above all of our pay grades. I just don't know why you're trying to challenge this. Okay.
I just don't think it's right.
I know it's not. I know you don't. But
can I say the South Carolina mascot?
I mean, if you want to say the South Carolina mascot.
No.
Can
I say what it actually is what I'm asking.
The Gamecock?
Yes.
You can say Gamecock.
So I can say that, but I can't say the name of this. I can't put chicken in front of it.
No, you can't. You can't.
Oh,
you just can't.
I don't know about that. I got to do a little digging here.
You do some digging.
I got to do a little digging here.
Hell, you're above my pay grade, so I'll let you go ahead. You go ahead and fight it.
I guarantee there's the sales gals right across the table there say, hey, for enough money right there, I sell the hell out of it.
Now
She's like, no, don't bring me into it. Look
Tyler,
at it.
I can assure you that is not what the salesperson is saying.
Oh, come on,
I can assure you.
Come on, man.
She is doing the opposite of what Gary Pettis does as a third base coach repeatedly.
Yeah, Pettis
she is putting the stop sign on your ass. right here
Two
the
palms.
whole way. But also here, happy hour throughout the entire broadcast. So get on out here, man. It is a great setup. You can come hang out with us. There are couches and chairs throughout. The food looks good. They got these duck wings, Clint, that I've heard really good things about. I've heard really good things about. Apparently some of those are coming out here soon if Andy doesn't beat us to the punch. But great food, a great atmosphere, a great place to stop by, man. This is this should be and could be your new game day headquarters. So come on out and hang out with us as we'll be here until 6 o'clock here in Vintage Park. Again, Oak and Iron is where we are here. The drive rolling through here.
It's easy, man. I always tell folks, my kind of place. What I say?
This is
low lit.
Yeah, low lit, low lounge action.
Lounge action. Leather stool, leather bar stools. You ain't sitting on wood over there now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's some pad and some leather, and I mean this is come on through, man. It's gonna be a good day.
Yeah, it is, and even long after we are here. All right,
boy, what a buzzkill day yesterday was. Good God.
Can we? Does the Houston Rockets finish slide into there too? Was that after midnight? Did that occur late? Was that a part of the finish? Because if you started right there, blowing the 13-point lead in overtime, which again, Clinton Tyler, it is what is that line off Anchorman Tyler? I'm not even mad. I think it's amazing when he ate that whole wheel of cheese. For real, it is amazing that the Rockets found a way to lose a game in which they led the overtime period 13 points and found a way to lose that game in 5 minutes. That is.
I mean, do you really feel the need to add that to what yesterday was?
Yes. I mean, it kicked off right there. Now, one thing I don't think, and Tyler, you tell me if I'm wrong. You're the golf expert here. I don't think Houston can lose the Houston Open. So I don't think.
Hey, I know my name.
There's a Jayhawk at the top.
No. Hey,
shout out to Gary Woodland.
I mean, yesterday was a monumental day in the city of Houston, in and around the city of Houston, with everything we had going on. I don't know. Maybe I'd ask birthday boy Lopez, but you had obviously the Texas Children's Houston Open, first round Thursday.
Tyler will be here tomorrow.
You had 2 Sweet 16 games at night, and you had them Astros opening day midday. I mean, that is a tremendous sports day. You know who won that day?
Who?
Cole Hammer. There's a Houstonian in the Houston Open, and he hit a hole-in-one. He hit an ace on that.
They won there. We got it done.
That's who won yesterday. All the opportunity we had. Them Hogs didn't win. Them Cougars didn't win. Astros didn't win.
Lead with the Hogs.
I mean, you got to be kidding me. Cole Hammer's ass won, though. He hit that hole-in-one. He ain't on that leaderboard right now, but that hole-in-one is something he ain't never going to forget.
Listen,
I didn't have Cole Hammer on my bingo card for winning that sports day in Houston.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you yesterday. And 713-572-4610, those of you on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch, jump in with us. I'm not going to lie to you. That was beyond disappointing. I talked about for the last 2 weeks, Houston, the Coogs. Let's start with the Coogs.
Okay.
That was beyond disappointing. They were playing at home virtually. They to me were the most talented team. They've got 2 lottery picks on their team. And Illinois is a good basketball team. I told you they had size. That really became a problem. And they just couldn't hit a shot to save their lives. But it felt like they should at least get to the Final Four. And they lose and lose pretty easily at this point, to be honest. They had got down. I mean, Clint, they were sitting there with 26 points, man. We're well into the half, well into the second half.
Yeah.
Around 11, 12 minutes, they're sitting there under 30 points and got down by almost 20. And Kelvin couldn't call timeouts fast enough to try to stop the bleeding. I will just say this. As disappointing, and I know some people are going to be upset with this, as disappointing as the shooting was and the offense for the Houston Cougs, and I can hear Ocho right now telling me, I told you. As disappointing as that was, Clint, it was as much disappointing that the Houston Cougars did not have the crowd support and advantage that I thought they were going to have. I turn on that thing, and you tell me a team is like, if you tell me a regional is being played in Little Rock, Arkansas, and Arkansas gets to be there, it's going to be very clear who has the fan support.
No question.
Last night, the team of the 4 teams that were there, Iowa, Nebraska, Illinois, and Houston, and the game being played at Houston, the Nebraska Cornhuskers fans, they by far had the biggest advantage in terms of fan support. Now, they lost 2.
Well, I mean, they had a big advantage until they just tried to play with 4 guys.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But they had but being in there, I thought, and maybe I was wrong because I've been talking about this since the bracket came out. But for that place to feel, I'm not saying no U of H fans weren't out there, but you thought it would be overwhelming.
Yeah.
It would have been overwhelming. I was talking to Tyler about this before. If the Texas A&M Aggies were playing in a bowl game or a national championship game,
been in that right there,
they would, like Tyler said, we would have taken over the place. And I was surprised because they didn't. It wasn't coming from the crowd like to give them some extra energy when they started going down. That was a bit surprising to me that they didn't just take over the Toyota Center. But even if the ones they were there, they didn't have a lot to cheer for because U of H just struggled mightily to score points at all. But man, it was wild to me to hear like the crowds and not hear that U of H was overwhelming.
Well, I'm gonna have to lean on you and let you tell me how that game went down and what the crowd looked like, because unfortunately I was watching the other one, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, my Hogs got beat by 21, and at halftime I was just praying we'd cover that 8 or whatever the hell we had in our parlay for the people. Which, by the way, we're gonna do another one today with these 4 games.
I don't know.
Well, I'll let you think about that one.
Think about that.
I'm going to tell you, man, I'm not a huge college basketball guy until this time of year. I mean, who's beating Arizona? And that is not the Razorback in me. They got absolutely skull drug. There's nothing. Forget that.
That's why because I wasn't as confident with that one. I know Tyler was really confident at the 8, and you were really confident in it. I just hadn't watched Arkansas enough to know if they had enough size to match with Arizona, because Arizona's size can be just frightening.
But when you said size, I thought big guys, and obviously they do have some big. But hell, I mean, how thick them guards are just pushing.
Bradley is something
else. I mean, it was. I mean,
they got the big center.
They got fouled out, but they got 3 dudes that handle the rock that are thicker than most guards in basketball, and they just, when they get going downhill, it's over. I mean, you can't stop them, or at least Arkansas couldn't. And so, I mean, I get to halftime and I'm like, man, we ain't got a puncher's chance. We ain't got dudes that can stay. We can't even stay in front of them.
Yeah. No, it was Acuff was really the only one that seemed to be able to run with them.
And that's the only thing. Like if Arkansas could have knocked down shots early and got hot from beyond the arc, I mean, then you'd have had a shot. But the way that they were having to play through one guy or missing shots outside, you didn't have a chance. But Arizona was strong now. Whew. And then Nebraska, they try to play with 4 guys. I don't know what happened there. You get there in that moment, and all of a sudden you decide. What did he? I didn't hear his explanation for having 4 guys on the floor in that last few seconds.
We'll get to that. Yeah, that was. How does that happen? Yeah, I mean, he's a great coach.
Right, no question, right?
He's a great coach. That's the kind of thing that makes me wonder if it went somewhere else. Cornbread. Everybody was at the Astros game. Ella, that damn game ended. That game ended.
Hey,
did that end before we got off the air? At 6?
Hey, here's the deal. Here's the deal. You might want to stay away from that argument, because that's more of a reason for them cats could have just walked across the street. I mean, they could have. They were already there. They could have just left the Astros game and grabbed a quick bite to eat and walked across the street. Yeah, that was not.
Man.
I don't think that one's gonna fly.
I'm gonna guess Cornbread is joking a little bit. A little bit on that. University of Houston is a commuter school. They're never going to have the kind of following like A&M. I get that, but I think it should have been very clear and obvious who had the best fan support. I mean, the largest alumni base for the University of Houston is in Houston. I
think that the texture is spot on. I mean, it's a commuter school, so especially your support base. in your fan base is going to be significantly smaller, significantly less than a Big 12, a normal Big 12 athletic support. Group. So I get it, but you still you're at home. It's a Sweet 16. You're one of the favorites to win the whole damn thing. I would have thought that.
Thank God Nebraska's in red because it looked like there were more U of H fans there. Someone said, KD said, we spent all our money at the rodeo. Oh, damn. All right. that's where it is.
A lot going on in the city, baby.
It looks like a lot going on here as we're walking out here in Oak and Iron. There's 5 plates that just got ran up out here. Okay, get on out here. As I said, we'll be here till 6 o'clock, Vintage Park, Oak and Iron. Great food, great drinks, free whiskey tasting throughout the show, happy hour throughout the show, TVs everywhere, 35 of them all around the place. So anywhere you're sitting, you can catch it and come hang out with us as well. All right, listen, we'll talk about the Astros from yesterday, but I do want to move a little forward with something here. Who is the Astros pitcher? We saw Hunter Brown, and there is belief in Hunter Brown, but who is the Astros pitcher right now? There's a lot of newness that you're looking forward to seeing the most as this season gets started. Is it the guy going today? Is it the guy going tomorrow? Is it someone in the bullpen? Who is it? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Ready?
Our good friend and draft expert John Harris told In the Loop he could still see the Texans taking multiple offensive linemen in next month's draft.
I wouldn't be surprised at that at all, to be honest. And I think there's a lot of value in center. I think there's a lot of value in guard. And I think there's a lot of value in tackles in college.
Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Oak and Iron Sports Social. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Yes, welcome back in as we are live. The Drive is on the road. We are on the road here in Vintage Park. Oak and Iron. Come on out here, make your way, as we'll be here, as we said earlier, till 6 o'clock. They have they've bought out an array of appetizers. I personally have never had duck wings. Wow, that was it right there.
Ron, my top question.
I never had that before.
My top question.
I'm trying not to eat another one right here as I sit.
When you go to a restaurant, there's
right
two there, man. You ain't even taking the last one, man. Get you one, Bob. Little bigger than the normal chicken wing.
It is.
A little size
I'm
there.
a fan of it.
My number one question.
You get you some duck wings. Get you some, man. Go ahead, man. Get you an order in.
You done?
Sorry, man. I just tried.
My number one question when you go to a restaurant. What's the most popular item on your menu?
You do it every time.
And the response is, well, are you talking about appetizers? No, I want all of it. Well, to start with the appetizers and then work your way on down, right? All joking aside, it'd be hard for me to decide which one of these appetizers are my favorite.
Them Daytona wings was pretty good.
Them Daytona wings are
had a little heat to it too. I don't know what that was.
I think at Daytona you add a little buffalo sauce in there. See a little kick in there. They already told me about it. See, that's tremendous. The wings are at Daytona Wings specifically are tremendous. Chicken cracklings, best crackling I've ever had. The tastiest crackling I've ever had. Dipped in a little honey sauce. Duck wings you mentioned. Monte Cristo took me back to my old Bennigan days right here. Monte Cristo egg roll, really good.
Guess you gonna eat that one.
I didn't try the potato boats over there. I don't know what they're called, but I mean those are those are hard to mess up. So I'm gonna guess that they're tremendous. But yeah,
it's a good sign to think about what the rest of the menu is. You treating the apps like this, it's a good sign for the rest of the menu.
I'd probably go with the wings or the cracklings as my number one right now, just for those coming in. Those would be my two.
Well,
but you can't go wrong.
These duck wings got me in a headlock.
No, they're tremendous. Tremendous. Never had one. I've never had one either.
That's my first time. First timer.
I'm gonna keep my beaters off that. I'm gonna save them for you, man.
I appreciate that, man.
Yep.
That's
That's
nice.
the least. That's a good guy, man.
One more, man.
It's the least I can do, man.
There you go. All right, get on down here. Again, we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Free whiskey tasting, and I've heard nothing but amazing things about the whiskey that you got a chance to taste. Yeah, it is coming, boss. It's coming. My man said free whiskey. It's coming. It's coming. And happy hour throughout the entire show here until 6 o'clock. So make your way on out here. All right, tonight the Astros are going to try to get back at it, Clint, and they're going to try to get a dub over the Angels. They lost yesterday 3-0, and the pitching really wasn't the problem. And hell, you had 3 hits yesterday, so that'll do you in. But Hunter Brown didn't allow any runs, and it was they didn't allow any runs until the 7th inning. So they did their thing yesterday, but there is a lot of newness, especially within the rotation, or some guys that maybe there's some questions about what they're going to be. Some guys in the bullpen as well. 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Base Power text line, jump in, YouTube and Twitch. For you, who is the Astro pitcher that you are really eyeing, that you're looking forward to see the most right now?
This is a tough one for me, Ron, because I think
the easy answer that everybody is going to say, I think I know what it is. But I'm going a different way too.
Well, I mean, here's the deal: is we really need Mike Burrow to be. We need him to be. Yeah, it was rough. I mean, rough start yesterday for him, Chief. But we really need Mike Burrows to be just solid number 2 in this rotation. But I can't get my mind off of Tetsuya Imai. I can't. I mean, I'm fascinated. I want to see what it is. I want to see what's there. I want to see how good he can be, how he transitions to America and Major League Baseball. I'm fascinated with that, so I got to go with him.
Yeah, I think that's a spot a lot of people are going. I'm seeing on the Base Power text line, people are talking about. Damn it.
You had it, man. Imai. I mean, like M-I. Put
I
the,
know
just
it,
say
but I
the
was
letter
going.
M-I.
I wasn't going to say mine. I was about to say it. I was about to add a whole bunch of syllables to it. But I think that's the spot that I'm seeing a lot of people are going with. But mine is Mike Burrows because he's pitching tonight, obviously. But I'm trying to figure out this situation of, is he in the number 2 spot because, hey, man, that's all. It was the best of a mediocre bunch, or that was the best, because he ain't. It's not like he's a veteran, right? This is his. Last year was his first year as a full-time starter. He had 19 starts, right? Like an ERA nearing 3.94. Like it's not like he is. This is a veteran that's been there a lot, and that's why you went. Like he doesn't have the experience that Christian Javier has. He doesn't have the experience that Lance has. I mean, him and Spencer Urquidi might be in the same boat in terms of experience. Did he win this because, man, he is a hidden gem, and they got themselves a number 2 starter, or did he win this because he was just the best of the bunch? Because Javier and some of the other guys have better stuff that you would think than Burrows, but he won that 2 spot. So I'm really intrigued starting tonight to see where he is. Why is he put in that number 2 spot breaking camp? Like, to me, I was shocked that Lance McCullers was in the rotation to break camp, but I was also surprised who the number 2 starter was.
Yeah.
In this
rotation. Look, I was surprised who 2 and 3 were. I mean, or 2 and 4 were, I guess. Talks were that MI would be 3, but I was shocked to see who 2 and 3 were. But nonetheless, again, I'm not tired of. It is definitely sexier, right? To chase the exotic, like great stuff, electric stuff. I feel like we've been talking about that for 3 years. Whether it's Lance or Christian Javier or this guy or that guy, like I just need Mike Burrows to be solid. I just need a guy that can go out there and be solid, not get you in trouble. He's not maybe doesn't overwhelm people, but just goes out there and you know what you're going to get. You know, every outing he's going to be really solid. So hopefully that's what we get out of him, and I think then we can enjoy the rest of the way. Can Christian Javier stay healthy? He's electric. Can Lance McCullers make some kind of rebound? You know, late in this contract and really his career.
Some people just text in Lance. Some people just.
I told you that ship has sailed. I need Lance to give me a reason to talk about his ass. I mean,
He made the rotation, Clint. He gave you a reason.
Yeah, he made the rotation because Urquidi had twins a week ago.
Come on, man.
We'll see. I mean, I hope he did. I hope he ends up being the second best starter on this team behind Hunter Brown. I really do. I am a Lance McCullers fan. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. I stuck in there longer than most now.
He's not the one that you're excited that's got your eye.
He ain't got much for me. Now, I'm going to tune in because of the history. And I'm going to tune in because I do like him. But, yeah, I mean, the thought of me really getting good and excited and my emotions being stirred by Lance McCullers, that ship has sailed.
Nobody we've seen a lot of names. Lance is one that's come up a lot. Burrows is one, obviously.
Yeah, that buried me in the 8. That buried me in the 8 stuff. I think that really took a hold of a lot of people now. It was done. It was well done.
Tyler, what happened? I just saw red breaking news come across the TV screen, and it involved Tiger Woods. Oh, did you see it? What happened?
Well, that means he's probably gonna play.
I hope it's not that he got injured again. I had such belief.
He got injured on that indoor game, the indoor championship he had the other day.
I hope to God it better not be a damn injury. It better not be. I'm gonna lose my mind. Please, oh God, if it's him winning the Masters, I'm gonna just completely if it's him going to the Masters saying he's gonna compete, I'll completely dismiss my entire diet today.
That he's going to compete or he's out?
If he's going to play. If he's in, I don't care. I'm eating all of that Monte Cristo. I don't care. I'm eating
the whole thing, huh?
I'm eating it all. I don't care. I don't care what it is. I've got to figure what the hell this is. All right, coming up, Clint has a thought. Is there a question about something that I think some may think is important? Oh, God, breaking news. Tiger involved in a rollover crash in Jupiter Island. Oh, my God.
What time of day was it?
Oh, my God. Are you serious?
There it is, a picture of it right there. The car's on the side.
Oh, my God. Tiger.
Tiger needs to get a driver, man.
What is going on?
And I'm not talking about the club either. Tiger needs to get somebody to drive his ass from course to course.
Jesus. All right. We'll figure out what is happening there. And something that's happening with the Texans that may be of importance.
What do you think he's doing?
I don't know, man. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Payne and Pendergast.
The win totals heading
PowerCompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Oak and Iron Sports Social. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here. Come on, Andy. You got to come up with that catch
You
now.
panicked when the ball came to you, man.
You got to, man. You got to.
He's a Pittsburgh Pirates fan. He
had to prove it, huh?
It happened yesterday.
Yeah, had a little O'Neal Cruz happen to him right there. They're just dropping the ball. At least he touched it.
Chief.
O'Neal Cruz didn't even touch it.
Hey, I need everybody out there listening to listen up one time. Let me get yours. Tyler, including you. I didn't think it'd get any better. Did you hit them deviled eggs?
Man.
Everybody listening.
Wow. I love it.
I mean, I'd argue, I mean, there's a good chance that there's a higher percentage of our listeners that like deviled eggs than like you, Ron. What do you think? Hey.
He almost made me cuss.
The deviled eggs right there. One's got an oyster on top of it.
That oyster one was
and
nice.
One's got
that little chicken in it.
No. That's
what was that?
That's pork belly.
Is that what that was?
Yes.
Good Lord, I need.
And
I only had the oyster. I didn't.
In your head, if you're listening, in your head, you think pork belly, obviously on a deviled egg, right? Like that oyster doesn't. I think the oyster was better.
I need to check that pot belly, or that pork belly. Excuse me, on the top of that egg.
That's exotic enough, Ron, to come back. That's exotic enough to be like, why you?
That's a nice little touch
back.
right there.
Yeah,
that's a nice little touch.
That's one of those unique items where it's like, well, what y'all gonna do tonight? Well, I'm gonna ease on over to Oak and Iron and get some of them deviled eggs for a.
Well, listen, hey, that's one of many things you need to roll over here, including the free whiskey tasting coming up, including the duck eggs, including the TVs.
Boy, he lived with that free tasting, didn't he?
Tasting. I'm just trying to let you know. I'm telling you, free whiskey. I mean, there's some good whiskey too.
Hey. Ron would have burnt the rubber off them tires he got.
I'd have been here. Free.
What'd he say?
I've been here. By the way, speaking of burnt the rubber, according to ABC News, I don't know if you saw this, Tyler and Cheryl, Tiger Woods was involved in a rollover crash in Jupiter Island, Florida on Friday afternoon. The Martin County Sheriff's Office said his condition was not immediately clear. The golfer was seriously hurt in another rollover crash in 2021 in California. This is a developing story, and I'm going to keep checking out updates myself. But, I mean, I just saw that red thing click up on the bottom of the screen, and I just saw Tiger Woods, and I didn't really get a chance to see what happened, what it was. And now it's not a lot reports on his health, but he is in another rollover crash. As you said, what is going on?
I mean, he just needs to hire a driver. I mean, drive a Lamborghini or a Ferrari. You can't roll those over. It's just like you can't get those things to roll over. The good thing is they did show a picture of the vehicle, and it looks like the vehicle's laid up on its side. It doesn't look like it's gone head over heels 15 times into a field the way the last one did. Just
hopeful, he's as safe as possible, and we'll see. Obviously, last time, that he was seriously injured in that, and this has affected a lot of things. So we will see about that. We'll tell you about that developing news, but just all we know right now is his condition is not immediately clear. He was involved in a rollover car crash in Jupiter, Florida. So that is the latest there with Tiger Woods. All right, Clint, I wonder from you, are you concerned about this? All right, when you look at this staff and we look at the Texans, for me, you tell me if I'm wrong, for me, coming into the offseason, I don't know if the Texans agree with this, but the number one thing to me was we have got to figure out a way to get C.J. Stroud being able to play nearly to the best of his abilities. Kind of fix the quarterback. That has to get better. His season wasn't awful, but his postseason obviously was with the turnovers and how he played. It was a different thing. To me, it is getting C.J. Stroud back to being a winning asset for this team, unlike he was in the 2 playoff games. And, Clint, does it bother you or concern you as somebody who was a former quarterback, someone who is I believe you're self-proclaimed top 5 quarterback coach in all of this country.
I can step out of the studio right now. Yeah, no doubt.
Coach and be
no
at the
doubt.
top of the line.
I can help NFL teams right now, especially if they don't have one.
Not high school, NFL teams.
No, I'd argue NFL needs me more than the other rest of them.
But does it concern you that there is nobody on the coaching staff that has experience playing the quarterback position?
Doesn't concern me. I do think it is if you have it, it's a huge advantage. Look, I've never played a snap of football without a quarterback coach that played at a higher level than I was playing at that given time.
Yeah.
You know, I was very fortunate. I had Dick Olin here in Houston. He was a college quarterback up at a small school in Iowa. And he taught me everything I knew in high school. And I went to college, and I had Joe Ferguson, who played, 18 or 19 years in the league. And then when I got to the league, I had Wade Wilson, who was 19 or 20 years in the league. And so every coach that I ever took instruction from and sat down and was developed by had done at a higher level, exactly what I was trying to do and trying to get accomplished. So I don't know that I'm overly concerned, because I do think there are some organizations out there that have had success without it. But I do believe it's an advantage that's being left on the table by the Texans. They don't have, on the offensive coaching staff, to my knowledge, I don't think they have a guy that played quarterback above high school level.
Yeah.
I believe Ben McDaniel may have been on a team at Toledo or Akron or something like that for a year or two, maybe. But on the offensive staff, I'm not sure that they've got a guy that's done what they're asking C.J. Stroud to do at a high level. And I'm not saying you got to be C.J. Stroud or you got to be Pat Mahomes to coach a quarterback, but it helps significantly if you have taken a snap and you've experienced a rush, you've been hit in your face, you've thrown a ball, and as you release it, you're getting your head knocked off. It helps tremendously for the guy that is trying to help you accomplish those things if he has done it before. And so I just think it's a card that's being left on the table, or an advantage that's being left on the table.
I wonder how unusual it is. I wonder how unusual it is compared to other teams that don't have like a quarterback. Obviously, Gerard played at least at the college level, and I'm certain was in some camps in the NFL.
Yeah,
but I wonder how
he played. He was
league,
on a team for a few years in the league.
I wonder how unusual this is that you don't have a quarterback on the roster. A quarterback coach on the coaching staff that's ever played above a high school.
Well, but it's bigger than just, because what I question is, okay, now do you even have a guy on the staff that has the ability to do what the quarterback needs to do on a daily basis to keep from developing bad habits, right? I mean, do you have a guy that understands, that, because there's nothing a quarterback does is natural, right? I mean, nothing about dropping and crossing over is a natural movement. It's a trained and learned movement that you have to stay on top of. There's nothing about being on a skateboard or a surfboard in a pocket, and you got guys that are trying to rip your head off, and you got to stay on that surfboard or that skateboard as you try to avoid those guys. Like, there's nothing, if you've never done that, it's hard for you to understand, one, how to do it, but it's also hard for you to understand how important it is to rep it every single, even when your quarterback's playing at a rookie of the year level or an all-pro level, it is important to create that routine. And so it's not just about sitting in the meeting room and saying, hey, you should have thrown it here, you should have done that, read this or read that. It's the day-to-day grind that quarterbacks go through that, boy, if you don't have a guy that's played that position, I think it's
probably just a disadvantage. Now, obviously, it's not I mean, Bill Belichick is arguably the best coach of all time, and I don't think he had any. I know he didn't have any NFL experience playing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like it's the end-all, be-all, but specifically to the young quarterback, the guy that you really need to get playing at his best this year, that is an interesting dynamic that Davis Mills is the next person that has experience in the building.
That's a good point. You don't even have the Case Keenum in the building to help him out. So I don't know. It is one of those things that I look at, boys. It'd be real easy to listen to Kevin O'Connell calling in plays and coaching me and ripping my ass when I don't throw it the right way or move the right way. It'd be real easy for me. Now maybe I'm hard-headed. Well, not maybe. I know I am. But maybe that was, I was just very, very fortunate. But I had a real hard time taking coaching from somebody that had never done.
Why?
I was already better than you. Like, I've already done things that you've never done, and you're going to try to tell me how to do a kick step or a slide step or how important it is to push up in the pocket or, so now it's a fault of mine. I'm not saying I was right by any means, but that was a tough listen for me when I was younger. And I was nowhere near as gifted as 7. So it was – I needed it. You can argue that guys at the league, C.J. Stroud's level, really don't need a lot of that mechanical stuff. I needed it desperately just to survive. So, but it was hard. Luckily, I was fortunate and had guys in my world that I blindly trusted with everything that I did mechanically and technically.
All right, as we continue here live on the drive or on the road, we are here at Oak and Iron here in Vintage Park. Make your way on out here as it's a great time, great atmosphere, and you got a few things you can get hooked up with. You got happy hour throughout the time we're here, free whiskey tasting coming up as well. So make your way on out here again, Oak and Iron. The food is great, the drinks are great, and it's a great time to be had out here. Coming up here on the other side, we are a little bit more time removed away from that massacre that occurred in Minnesota between the Rockets and the Timberwolves, blowing that 13-point lead in overtime. Now that you had a little time, would you say it would be an overreaction to say that the Rockets need to make major franchise-changing moves? Would you say that's an overreaction? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Creighton at West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Oak and Iron Sports Social. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is a beautiful time here as we are live on a Friday. The Drive has been a while since we've been on the road, and they've got us in a beautiful spot here. Again, make your way on out here. Vintage Park, Oak and Iron, and listen, Jess and Shannon, they've been taking care of us all day since we've been here. And I say all day, we've been here like an hour. Clap it up. Give them a hand. Give them a hand now. They've been taking care of us. I've lost count what they brought out here. And they'll take care of you, too. The staff has been fantastic. Anything you need, they got for you here. So make your way on out here. The deviled eggs, I got to that pork belly.
Whew, top four. Top four. Deviled eggs, you can't go wrong with either one of them. Duck wings are tremendous. Chicken wings, Daytona are tremendous. And
the crackling chicken?
Chicken cracklings. Those, come on in and get you one of those four. And
try to stick that hot honey sauce.
If you don't like it, blame it on me.
I don't think you're not.
I'm not going to pay for it, but you can blame it on me. I'm just willing to bet you're going to love it. So come on.
Yeah, man, it's a good time to be had. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, and a lot of things. It's happy hour on the entire time of the show. So if you want to come in now, it doesn't usually start at 3, but it starts at 3 today because the Drive is here. So coming out and take advantage of that, as well as free whiskey sampling are going to be happening coming up very, very soon. So you want to take advantage of that. That is free. Free whiskey samples coming up, and I've heard really good things about this whiskey that is potentially being sampled. I just want to smell it. Oh yeah. Oh.
If you were at home, would you have taken a pull off that thing?
No.
No?
Yeah, I would have. Yep.
Took you a pull and probably then poured it over a large ice cube. Yeah.
Yeah. How the hell
get you a stick and get on that back patio.
There you go, man. It's something else. So get out here, man. 35 TVs all the way around. They've got them indoor, outdoor. Just checked out the outside space, and it's a good spot too as well. TVs surrounding that as well. 35 of them all over. So get on out here and have a good time. This should be your new game day headquarters. And you can hang out even after we're done here on a Friday night. Tournament games, you got the Sweet 16, the Astros tonight as well. TVs all over. This is a great spot. Oak and Iron coming out here in Vintage Park and hang out and have yourself a good time. All right, Clint. I know. After the game the other night, you had quit the Rockets. You made that very clear. And it didn't feel like your quit of the Rockets just wasn't in just that game or the rest of the season. It felt like you had moved into a space of quitting them for more than just this season, quitting this entire regime right now that is the Houston Rockets with their leadership and their players. And it got me to thinking, is it an overreaction? 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Base Power text line, YouTube, and Twitch, jump in on this. Is it an overreaction to say that the Rockets need to make major franchise-changing moves this offseason with this team? They are currently in the playoffs. They were a 2 seed last year. They're a 6 seed now, but they could be a 4 seed with a good week. Do you think it's an overreaction to say they've got to make some major changing moves over the offseason?
Absolutely not. I think they ought to take a page out of the book of Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans and operate with a sense of urgency. You got a squad that could be significantly better. You just brought in one of the best scorers the league has ever seen, and you've got a group that looks like, I mean, literally national media is talking about, does this team practice? I mean, that's what we're looking at here, and I mean, I don't know how you don't get completely out of the Ime Udoka business.
Oh, that's where it starts.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, there is your coaches on the sideline are zero weapon. I mean, there's not a drawing up good inbounds plays. They struggle getting the ball inbounds. There's not a understanding of situational basketball, whether you're up or down. There's not an awareness of putting guys in position to do what they do well and keeping them out of positions where they're obviously uncomfortable. There is a serious body language problem with this team that I think it starts with the head coach. The longer he's here, the less he's gotten out of the young guys.
That would count. Changing the coach would count as a franchise change.
I would vote for getting out of the Ime Udoka business.
Text line coming in. Ronnie, it's just Ron. The Rockets need to fire the coach, get his ass out. Some people bringing in new parts. Trey Murphy, trade for the kid Trey Murphy, or DeJounte Murray with the Pelicans. Some people are talking about KD. He's played well, but I don't think we can win with KD. Someone said, give me crazy-ass Ja Morant or Giannis with this group. I don't think it's an overreaction. It's crazy to me that we've watched Ime Udoka and we saw how quickly he changed the culture. Very similar to D'Amico, right? That they had a very similar feel to D'Amico, where he comes in and he completely changes everything that they've done and immediately makes them a respected team, and they're 500 year one, almost make the play-in, and then year two they're the number 2 seed in the West, and then they're ready to make moves. But it is just getting worse and worse, and just by what the team does, Clint, it completely appears that they don't respond to him in any way. They don't see. I don't know if it's the players or what, but his shtick or coaching style is just not reaching these players at all.
I would push back on what you just said, Ron, and say that they do respond in a very similar fashion to what he shows.
Oh,
like that, you know what I mean? There's a bad body language. They're not pointing fingers, but it looks like there's an expecting everybody else to do something or expecting Kevin Durant to do too much. Like I don't know. I feel like they've got a team that is a good coach and a great culture, and a Fred VanVleet being healthy away from being a pretty damn good basketball team.
Yeah.
But you've got to, I mean, when you get to a point where you're up against the best that the NBA has to offer, I just believe that your coach on the sideline, your coach on the bench has to be a weapon.
So for you, the first move you would look to make is the coach.
Yeah, because he's proven time and time again, not only is he not a weapon, but he doesn't have answers. He doesn't have the ability to stem the tide for this basketball team. And the superstar that you just brought in clearly doesn't have the ability to do that. He's looked completely overwhelmed when it comes to some of those moments. And so I don't know. I think it starts at the top. I think there's a lack of a plan. And I think the players get in those moments, and I think the players don't know how to respond because they don't have a plan on how to respond. They haven't worked on how to respond. I think his answer in critical situations is to let Şengün play ISO ball at the top of the key.
Yeah, it is really troubling to think that they have been befuddled by teams double teaming Kevin Durant, and they don't seem to have a clear answer. And it's been happening. And it's been happening for a month.
The commentators find it out before he does, before Ime Udoka does.
He has to know it going into the game. Like they played the Lakers. That was when it was really, really bad, where they just couldn't do anything. Yeah. And they do it every single game, and their answer isn't consistent. An NBA team with the players they have should by at worst get a great shot every time.
Absolutely.
Not turn it over. You double teaming someone?
Bingo.
In the NBA, at worst, should be a great shot every time.
And it shouldn't take a quarter to figure it out, right? But I mean, you're looking
I don't know
up
if they ever figure it out sometimes.
Right, to your point, you should at least be getting good looks, and we're talking about, boy, we just can't knock shots down. Instead, Kevin Durant is looking pedestrian at half court, getting the ball stolen when he's getting blitzed from guys.
You got guys right there next to him that he's trying to pass the ball to. It doesn't, like a double team. You should be like, please bring it to me.
Absolutely,
we're going to get a great shot every time. May not be KD, but we're going to get a great shot every time.
Yeah, and that's a big part of this thing too, Ron, is because all the things that I expect Ime Udoka to do, I also expect Kevin Durant to fix at some point, right? I mean, whether it's a point in the season where you realize Ime Udoka doesn't have the ability, or it's a point in a game when you realize, hey, man, if we don't make this adjustment, we're going to lose the game. I expect Kevin Durant to at least attempt to make those, and he's staring at the floor like he's out of gas, right? Which he may be, but he's staring at the floor. And so I think that in itself, the Kevin Durant dynamic of it's clear he doesn't have the ability to hold guys to a certain standard and make that plan and be the answer in those moments beyond just being a great player. That's even more of a reason for the organization to move with a sense of urgency and find a guy that does bring that to the table.
Yeah, text line coming through, as we said. What's your thought? Do you think it's an overreaction to think that the Rockets need to make I would say a major franchise-changing move this offseason? Text line coming in. It says, I think it's at some point, why do we never hold Rafael Stone accountable? How can you not get a point guard and waste a season? No, I think he is right there in the fray as well. I think Stone didn't really do much before he got KD, but didn't do much after Fred VanVleet goes down. Then had the deadline to do something even there, and didn't do anything there. And didn't do anything to replace maybe Steven Adams, another big man. So I do think some of the roster stuff, you got to look at Stone, Rafael Stone as well. And he would be a franchise move. If you think we got to keep one of them, we got to keep Udoka, you got to keep Stone. I see some people saying, let's get rid of both of their asses. I don't know, but no, I think everybody in this situation is at fault. Their bench is one of the worst in the league. And now some of that you can say is, well, two guys that were supposed to be in the rotation aren't there. But you also got to look at you didn't really do anything to replace those guys.
Yeah, I think if we're being honest and we're evaluating the whole thing, sure, nobody gets a pass. But I mean, the reality of it is it don't matter who you bring in. If your coach doesn't have a plan, and if your coach shrinks in adversity in big moments, and if your team's running around and your coach is even saying you're not ready to play, they weren't inspired, they disrespected the game. Like if you're doing that when you're literally in the moment, you're going from the 3rd seed down to the 6th seed. Now you're in a situation where if you ain't careful, Phoenix is going to catch you. Like if your coach and your culture and your players, if those are problems there, it don't matter who you got in the building. I mean, so to me, it's about, are we just evaluating the organization? Because sure, we can talk about the personnel, but if we're talking about the most egregious part of this thing and what needs to change for the Rockets to have a shot, I think it's the head coach.
Yeah, but I do think running it back would be a hell of
with Fred out there.
Yeah, just thinking Fred is the missing piece. Someone texted in just now. I think you all are overreacting. I'm ready to see this team in the playoffs before we start booting players and coaches.
Well, I was going to listen to that text right there, but he said, I want to see this team with Fred. Because I do believe Fred makes a difference. Because Fred got that ability. We saw it last year. Not only to get hot and shoot it well, but Fred does have that ability to go out there and be a guy that at least he has a plan. Up 13, let's slow this thing down, and don't you dare take a damn shot with 13 seconds left on the shot clock, right? So, I think he does change the game, but that doesn't change how Ime Udoka has been exposed in the 2026 season.
No, Fred could only have done so much.
This ain't a Fred problem. This is more
than Fred.
The team would obviously be better with Fred. The team would be better with a 28-year-old Kevin Durant. Right, the team would be better if Amin Thompson and Şengün were 4 years older and 4 years longer in the tooth. But that's not. But the truth of the matter is, the times like this, to me, times like this are when a coach makes his money, or proves he ain't it.
Yeah. No,
and we're leaning a lot more heavily towards the he ain't it than we are making you money.
Like again, man, it is hard for me to get to you watch this and think, man, I would feel 100% different about this team if Fred was playing. I think you feel better about it, but if you insert Fred on this team, sure he changes some things, but if you insert Fred on this team, I don't think that I would say boy, they're ready to play with the Thunder. I don't think I'd say, boy, they're ready to play with the Spurs. I don't think I would say, boy, I think they're ready to play with the Nuggets. I don't even know if the Lakers at this point. I don't know. So I think he obviously changes this team, but I don't think it's just an enormous change that would completely make this team different. All right, coming up as we continue here live, and we're having a great time. You should come out and join us here at Oak and Iron here, Vintage Park, as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. This is a great place to be here on a Friday night and get your weekend started off well. This great sports weekend here in Houston. The lineups are out. We'll let you know about this, and we're starting to see it already, Clint. We're starting to see potentially what happens with the Astros on a daily basis. Paredes is in the lineup, but somebody of importance is not. And it's going to piss Clint Smooth off, I'm just telling you right now, because Paredes is in the lineup and Jordan is in the lineup. But somebody of importance isn't, and Jordan is playing left field. We'll tell you about that coming up next right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, guys,
podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
H-Town Postgame is live on Sports Radio 610. Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Oak and Iron Sports Social. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, clap it up, man. We're having a good time. There you go. Somebody get that guy a whiskey tasting right there, man. Get him a little something. He's clapping it up.
Texas Miggy in the building.
My man is feeling it right there. My man said no cap, didn't he?
Yeah.
I see you, no cap.
He said stop the cap. Stop the cap.
Hey, listen, we about to talk about the Astros. He believes no chance the Astros make the playoffs. One game, he saw it. He's out. He is out.
I told you he was listening.
Man, take that jacket off, man. Get comfortable, man. Take that jacket off, get comfortable. I know that whiskey's about to get you hot in here, man. Do your thing, man. Got his shades on the top of his head and everything. He's about to ready to kick it real quick. All right, again, if you're wondering, I saw somebody on YouTube and Twitch wondering where are we at. We are here, Vintage Park and Oak and Iron. Come on out, have a good time. It's happy hour throughout the entire time that we are here. Whiskey tasting. And if you are on YouTube and Twitch, whiskey tasting right here. And this whiskey, I've heard, is really smooth. I need to get a taste of this here, to be honest with you. I don't know. It's been sitting there for an hour, man. Get you a pull. I'm about to clear out one of these cups and pour one in.
Just get you a pull, man.
I need to get me a sip of this.
I guarantee you they got big ice cubes here.
I think Andy drank some of this.
Ice cubes, Tyler, ice cubes.
Ice cubes. No, but it's a good time to be had out here. All right. I do want to pass forth the Astros lineup. And the Astros lineup, and I'm sure Tyler is ready for this, as they will go to take on Yusei Kikuchi.
Who?
Yusei Kikuchi.
I say Kikuchi.
No, you don't say Kikuchi.
Oh.
It's just Yusei Kikuchi. Kikuchi gets the ball tonight for the Angels, and who will face? What is the lineup? Jeremy Pena's back in the lineup. Clint leading off, batting.
There you go.
Batting first, playing shortstop.
That's
You
big.
go.
That's
Alvarez behind him, and Alvarez is in left field. If you listen to the tease, I told you that. Alvarez in left field.
Not a huge fan of Alvarez in the 2-0. Be honest. Not a huge fan of Alvarez in the 2-0.
I feel better about it with Pena in front of him and not the free swinger in front of him.
I'd like
whatever.
Paredes. I'd like Paredes in that 2-hole like he was last year.
Speaking of Paredes, Paredes is the DH tonight.
Okay.
He is batting third. He is batting behind Alvarez.
All right.
And then Altuve is at second. Correa is at third base. And then Cam Smith is out there. Christian Walker, Diaz, and Matthews is rounding out the roster here. So this is I mess with you. This is the lineup you want to see every day. This is it. This is it. Where all the hitters are in there. They're putting Alvarez in left field. They've got Paredes in the lineup at DH. This is what you want to see.
I have no problem with this lineup. I thought you were setting me up to be pissed off here. Yeah, no, I have no problem with this lineup. I think the only takeaway, if you will, is that obviously Jake Myers is on the bench and Bryce Matthews is in center field, which I have zero problems with. He had a tremendous spring training. He stole 8 bases. I love having that speed right there, which as you roll over the lineup, you got Pena right behind it, potentially some real wheels on the base pass, and be honest with you, I think the ceiling's probably a little bit higher with Bryce Matthews. So we'll see. I don't have a problem with this one bit. So in fact, I'm kind of anxious to see Matthews in center.
Yeah. No, I don't mind that. Yeah, Jake's out and Matthews is in, and you should try him out there, right? He's one of your top prospects and can swing the bat. Why not give him a shot out there right there again versus Kikuchi tonight? Pena, Alvarez, that's a good thing. Pena returns. For some reason, he wasn't ready for opening day, but he returns today. Pena, Alvarez, Paredes is the DH, Altuve, Correa, Cam Smith, Walker, Diaz, and Matthews. Walker and Diaz are still in the 7-8 spot in this lineup right now. And I don't think it's because, Cam Smith's been just going crazy. It's because of maybe that's where they feel like they should be right now. So that is the lineup as they will try to take on and get a W against Kikuchi and the Angels. But to move on to what we saw yesterday, obviously the offense was the issue. They had 3 hits yesterday. They did not score a run on opening day. They're still looking for their first run. The 1 through 4 hitters, Altuve, Jordan, Paredes, and Correa, were 0 for 14 and had 3 Ks and 2 walks. I'm not at all comfortable or ready. I was talking to Tyler about this before the show. I'm not at all comfortable or ready to say, oh, boy, this is a bad sign, or this is what this is going to look like our guy over here saying this is what the bats are going to look like. I think you can have a bad night, right? I'm going to need a little bit more of a sample size with guys that have, as they say, the back of the baseball card situation that the Astros have in that lineup before I get to a space where I say, boy, this is a bad sign. This is what their offense is going to look like. But it does scream out a lot to me of, one, boy, you need Paredes in this lineup as much as but you need all your guns in this lineup because it looks different. And it's just, it feels like, if you just close my eyes and you told me to say it, it feels like with Joey Loperfido batting 5th that you got a bad offense. Right, so that's not something you would love to generally see him in that 5 spot. But I do think Paredes needs to be in that lineup every day, and you got to hope to get some of these other guys. Joey Loperfido is just walking in the door in a power RBI spot.
Well, like I said before, I think if everybody's healthy, I think there's Astros fans and people covering a team that I've heard talk about a Paredes trade, still potential, wanting to move him or expecting to move him before the season. I think this is the best case scenario for the Astros. I think your chance to, again, like I said yesterday, this is a season where the old perception of the Astros is either going to return or it's going to continue to fade off in the distance. And I think you got to put your best foot forward. And I think that best foot is with Paredes in this lineup, with Jordan Alvarez in left field. And you got to get 6 or 7 bats deep to where you feel like you can score some runs. Now, day one, game one, hey man, I get it. It's opening day. They didn't swing it well. I would argue that the roof of Daikin took a run off the board. And other than that, it was a rough day. Walker swung it well. Loperfido, as you mentioned, swung it well. So I'm patient. This is week 1, man. Yeah. I'm not one of those 162 guys. I'm not. You ain't gonna lose. I'm never gonna lean into being one of those 162 guys. But
you're also not a one-game guy.
Yeah, opening day. Come on, man.
I'm not gonna ever say it's too obviously. This is a bad sign is a little quick. I think Jordan Alvarez and Altuve and Correa and Paredes and those guys deserve to. You didn't have Pena in the lineup yesterday. Your table setter deserved that. But you can see though. You start taking one of your major guys out, and Joey Loperfido's hitting 5th, right? That's not what you wanted. I do feel like they may have to run with this lineup or find some way to get all of those guys in there. Someone texted in, Joey Loperfido had 3 hits last night, but you want to bench him. Yeah, right. Well, he had 2 hits last night. I'm going to tell you this right now. Joey Loperfido has not done anything enough to just say, hey, man, just throw him. Hey, man, he's going in the lineup every day. It was a nice game for him, and you hope that he gets to that point. But, all right, yeah, Joey had a couple of hits yesterday. That's nice, but I can understand whatever the plan was going into this first week of how you're going to get at bats. I can get it, and Joey Loperfido's not going to change that.
Well, here's the deal. Get used to it because I'm going to tell you, man, the outfield is going to be a turnstile all 3 positions. I mean,
not even Jake. I'm surprised. I am surprised Jake is not in the lineup.
I am, but it's telling, right?
Yep.
All of a sudden, you've got a different left fielder today in game 2, and you got a different center fielder today in game 2. And you know right field's going to be a turnstile. Hell, that's Cam Smith out there. You can't let him get comfortable. So get ready for that part of it. Get ready for that part of it. I mean, this should be – Jordan should be a staple in left. I'm not opposed to Bryce and Jake kind of rotating around in center. And then Cam should be in right. You let these guys dig in, let these guys get comfortable with you. They're going to find a way to get that left-handed low profito bat in there. They're going to find a way to get these cats in there one way or another, and it's going to be a turnstile in the outfield again. It's their style. It's their way of doing things.
Yep. All right, we will give you the latest update. Big news in the sports world and involving Tiger Woods. We'll let you know the latest on that. And the Houston Texans. This is something that I think they have had a stranglehold in this division for multiple years. Does this still exist for the Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I'll tell you what still exists for you is the option to lock arms with Orchard. All right, if you're looking to sell your home, the smart thing.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from Oak and Iron Sports Social. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here at Oak and Iron, and I'm gonna say it. I need some of this whiskey. I don't know where now it's gone. I'm gonna need. Is this? All right, I'm gonna need some of this whiskey. I need to taste it. I'll just be honest.
Dina's got it.
Has Dina got it?
Dina's got it. I don't know where she went. She must be over in the corner. So there she is on the other side of the bar.
There she is. Damn it, I'm going to need it.
She's over working with paying customers right now, Ron.
Well, I'm trying to get more paying customers in this piece with this free whiskey tasting that you can have right here at Oak and Iron. Here,
there she goes right there. Dina.
Dina, I need to get one now.
Dina.
I need to taste one, Dina.
Ron
I need to taste one. I didn't mean to take that from you, fellas, but I need to taste it on air, Dina. I need to taste it. Come on now, let's go. This is Dina. This ain't her first rodeo.
Hey, that ain't Dina. Dina, I need to give him mine. I need one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He can't get it. Thank you, Dina. I appreciate it. He can't get a full. He got to. Come on, man.
Yeah, let me get a little bit more of that, baby.
Come on, man.
Oh, it smells delicious.
There
it really does.
Does it? Let me smell it before
give it a smell. Give it a smell. By the way, get on out here. Free whiskey tasting. She just, if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see she has a full tray full, and she's walking around the bar and letting you taste this whiskey. I'm gonna go ahead and do it right now.
Dina's got great taste, not only in whiskey but in men.
Oh, that's smooth.
Married at Baytown boy.
Ooh. Okay, that's nice. That is smooth.
Oh, you're talking about the whiskey. Let's clarify.
Not Dina and the Baytown boy. I'd let them have it, but that is smooth right there.
Hey, he cheers over there.
Ah, ooh, that's good.
Is it?
That's good.
Maybe
Give me a little ice cube,
warming
Tyler.
you up a
I'm
little
ready
bit?
to go. Yeah.
Yeah, Tyler's being
Nipples
heavy.
were hard before I tasted this.
Whoa! They really are.
I know they are.
Hey, man.
That is delicious. Come on in and get you a free tasting of that thing right there.
Get you a free taste of that thing right there.
Hey, by the way, I know Tyler and Cheryl are following this story, and we will too. Tiger Woods was involved in a rollover crash in Jupiter Island, Florida. According to Martin County Sheriff, his well-being, injuries are not unknown at this point. But what has been reported, Clint, is there will be a news conference coming up at 5 p.m. Eastern, so 4 o'clock here in Houston. There will be a news conference. The crash occurred at 1 p.m. Central Time, and they will have a press conference at 4 to give an update. But that is the latest. One of the most popular athletes, well-known athletes in the last, what do you say, Clint, Tyler, 20, 30 years?
I mean, Tiger?
When was 97? That was when he really, since the mid-90s.
Tiger's the top 10 of all time.
All time. I'm just saying here, like one of the most known, who has obviously been in a accident similar to this in 2021 in California, where he sustained several injuries. They will give us an update at 4 o'clock, and obviously we're not going to speculate, but it is interesting to hear they have a scheduled time for an update coming up at 4 o'clock here in about 14 minutes to see what's going on with this situation. We will absolutely keep you updated, and for Tyler, we'll keep you abreast of the situation of what's going on here with Tiger Woods, again, involved in a rollover car accident in Jupiter Island, Florida, and there will be a press conference coming from the sheriff's office there, Martin City Sheriff's Office, here coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll bring you that information as soon as we have that. All right, let me throw this out to you and the people, 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch as well. Do you believe that the Texans, which has been a huge advantage for them over the last several seasons, right? 3 years in a row, they have been they've won the Division 2 of the years, and then they had a 12-5 season this past year, gone to the playoffs, won playoff games, a successful start to the regime. with Nick and D'Amico Ryans. Do you still believe they have this advantage, which I felt they've had, that they still have the best coach and quarterback combo in the division? Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence, who had a great first season, who won the division there in Jacksonville. Obviously, D'Amico and CJ with the Texans. Shane Steichen, and they brought back Daniel Jones with the Colts. They got off to an 8-1 start until kind of injuries and things kind of derailed their season. And then, obviously, the new coach and quarterback combination, which is interesting, Clint. Robert Saleh and Cam Ward in Tennessee. Do you think this is an advantage that the Texans still hold, having the best coach and quarterback combination in the AFC South?
No.
You don't think so? You think they've lost that? Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't. I think you look at both of them. CJ is clearly backslid. It's a problem. He's got to play well. He's got to rebound in a major way. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know if the system's going to allow him to do it. Number one, but the question is this the best quarterback coach combo?
Because both of them can.
Your quarterback has regressed in a major way, and I think now anybody that has the ability to be honest and have genuine, honest conversations about D'Amico Ryans and about the Texans, you've got to look at this thing and go, can D'Amico figure out the offense?
Yeah.
Whether it's the quarterback or the play caller or the run game or the O-line or whatever, can D'Amico figure this thing out? Is turning it over completely to Nick Cayley really Nick Caserio really the answer? And Cayley. And I think there's no doubt about it, really good head coach. There's no doubt about it, elite defensive mind. But I said it the day they hired him, the biggest question from that point forward was, can he find his offensive play caller and keep a really good offensive play caller in the holster for your quarterback? And I think right now, I think they've left a lot to be desired on that front. So right now, for me, I would probably go
Jacksonville. You got Trevor and Liam Cohen ahead of him.
I would probably go with Trevor and Liam Cohen. I would consider Shane Steichen and what's going on in Indianapolis, but that is heavily weighted towards obviously the coach. But Daniel Jones, before he started having them little injuries, and of course ended up getting flushed out.
If Daniel Jones was healthy, would you put Shane Steichen and Daniel Jones ahead of him?
Probably.
Really?
Yeah.
And what is that? Where is that being weighted towards? I'm just want to let you know, as I sit here at 350, that one caught me off guard that you would go there. I'm not surprised about the Jags. I'd be surprised.
Let me ask you this: who meant more to their team last year, CJ or Daniel?
I think it was close. I think Jonathan Taylor was a huge asset to help Daniel Jones be who Daniel Jones was.
I think the wheels completely came off, and they had no chance once Daniel Jones got hurt. Now, I'm not saying that they would have finished the season as strong as they started.
You're talking about it, and we saw Davis Mills come in for CJ. And
Bingo. So, yeah, I mean, I think I like Shane Steichen. I don't think he's as good as D'Amico, but I think he's a good head coach. Daniel Jones, I don't know that his ceiling is as high as C.J. Stroud, but right now, I think last year he played better football than C.J. Stroud. I think he was much closer to an MVP in the league than C.J. Stroud was. He was much closer to the MVP of his team than C.J. Stroud was. So, yeah, I think there's a conversation to be had about all of them. So, even if you still say D'Amico and C.J., it is nowhere near what it was a year ago. That's for damn sure.
Some on the text line that's the conversation. Do you believe the Texans, and this is an advantage I believe they've had since D'Amico has arrived in the AFC South, do you believe that they still hold the advantage of having the best coach and quarterback in the division? Clint said if Daniel Jones hadn't had a torn Achilles, you would put them third. You wouldn't put Robert Saleh and Cam Ward over D'Amico, but you would put if Daniel Jones were completely healthy and did not have the Achilles injury, you would have Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence and Shane Steichen and Daniel Jones ahead of D'Amico and CJ. This is where you would.
Damn sure one of them. I just got a hard time deciding which one
I don't know that I can get saying Shane Steichen and Daniel. I just don't know if I'm ready to do that off of a season, right? Trevor in that one still makes me think about it too. Someone texted in, CJ is dog crap. Thank you for that. You can't say best QB and coach combination because the Texans' offensive coordinator is completely unqualified, so he just ruins the whole thing.
Well, no, but that has a. I mean, that's who.
But that's a part of the coach.
That's part of D'Amico as a defensive minded, and yes, part of my opinion is based strongly on the fact that I would prefer an offensive minded head coach, and we're seeing exactly why.
But with D'Amico as the head coach, though, you also have to talk about he's the head coach and is a major reason why you have maybe the most dominant group.
Sure.
in the NFL.
Yeah,
like you could argue the Texans.
He had that when he was a defensive coordinator.
Yeah,
I mean, your job as a head coach is to figure out all parts of the game.
But
and offensively, it's been a mess.
That's fair. But
I mean, they don't even. If you look at they don't even know who they want and how they want to attack things. I mean, they went Bobby Slowick to Nick Caley. They went from Nico Collins and giving $22 million to Diggs and all that, to going back to, we're just going to be conservative and Nico's enough with a broke down Christian Kirk. I mean, so I mean, you can argue that it's not even just the quarterback has been dealt a bad hand. I mean, in 3 years, you've had totally different approaches to offensive football from a personnel perspective.
Yeah.
Clint, you can argue that you've had communication problems along the offensive line and at the quarterback position for 3 years.
Clint, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm really nervous about this 4 o'clock press conference for Tiger.
Yeah, I mean you should be.
Tyler, you nervous? You a little concerned? You a little concerned here?
Hell yeah.
I mean, you were wanting to play in the Masters and thought he'd win it. You were going to bet that he was going to win the Masters. Hell yeah, you're worried about it.
He's Eldrick right now, what it looks like here. Obviously not good. He's rolled his vehicle up. When we get back, potentially we'll have more information on that. What you got coming up?
Well, yesterday was a giant buzzkill in the city of Houston. But there's one guy. There's one old boy that will never forget the Thursday that was yesterday in the sports world in Houston. I'll tell you who that is. We'll cuss and discuss the old buzzkill that was the Astros and the Coogs and our Razorbacks and our parlay for the people. We'll cuss and discuss every single bit of it. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Astros opening day.
New boots that I got on, but you want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There we go, baby.
Yeah, Dirty's Daily, baby. It's a Friday, and it is powered. It is powered by Oak and Iron. Come on through, baby. It's we're out here having a good time. This place is absolutely tremendous. I mean, I got several bullet points here, Ron, but the appetizers were enough.
Yeah.
I mean, the appetizer. Look, come on in. There's TVs everywhere. But when you get here, and look, the drinks are phenomenal. The staff is phenomenal. A lot of good-looking people in here, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. But the appetizers, right? The appetizers. You're going to mess around and ask which is the most popular item on the appetizer menu. The truth is there's about 6 of them, y'all. The deviled eggs, pork belly or oyster deviled eggs is off the chart. Duck wings, chicken wings. Chicken wings were tremendous. I think it's a sign of a great place.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you mess up a chicken wing, something's wrong with you. These are on the other end of the spectrum. Unbelievable, right? Great celery and carrots, by the way. What else? What else did we have up there?
You got the deviled eggs, right?
Yep, the egg roll.
Oh, yeah, that's the Monte Cristo.
Monte Cristo, the O'Bennigan's days right there. There's about 5 or 6 different appetizers.
Potato skins was real good too.
Yeah, I saw the potato boat.
Don't touch my last duck wing, please.
I'm gonna tell you, I wanted to go with the exotic route. I never had a duck wing, had to hit it, right? I never passed up a good chicken wing. Daytona was off the charts. Deviled eggs, I think, are extremely popular. Love them. I've never had them with an oyster or pork belly on the top. They were both absolutely tremendous. Oak and Iron, come through, hang out with us. This place is unbelievable. I tell people all the time, all right, this is a perfect fit because I tell people all the time, I need a lounge. I need it to be low lit. I need good people. I need great food. I need cold drinks. And this place checked every single box, and we're happy to be here. No doubt about it. There are some free whiskey samplings that are running around here. I can't tell you the name of the whiskey. It's not air-friendly here, but radio-friendly here. But Ron says it's absolutely tremendous, and it does have a long history. It's got a background that'll speak for itself. So come on through and get you a sample of that bourbon, that whiskey, and enjoy Oak and Iron. Ron, yesterday had a chance. That to be the biggest day, or one of the biggest days in our beautiful city of Houston. One of the biggest sports days.
Had a chance,
man. I mean, we had the Cougars in Sweet 16 and another Sweet 16 game.
It was a great game. Iowa-Nebraska was a great game.
You had the Astros, and you had the Houston Open, Texas Children's Houston Open. And, Ron, I'm going to be honest with you. My Hogs were playing at the same time the Cougs were playing, so I'm going to need you to give me a little bit of a breakdown of what the hell went on. I looked up, and U of H had about 24 points in the first half.
Yeah, the 24, and they hung on to that 24.
Twice, Ron.
For like 12 minutes.
Before you give me the lowdown, Ron, I'm going to be honest with you. Twice I thought, man, let me go and flip this thing over and see what U of H is doing. And then I saw the score come across the bottom, and I thought, no, I'm good. I'm going to sit right here on these Hogs and see if they can't turn the tide here. But what did you see in that U of H game, Ron? I know that was a big part of the hype of yesterday. How did that lend to the buzzkill that was Thursday in Houston?
Yeah, they just couldn't score whatsoever. And I mean, defensively, you hold a team to 65 points. I mean, defensively, you think you've done all right, but they struggled to just score at all there for a long stretch. Clint, I didn't know for a Kelvin Sampson team it was possible. 17-0 run. I didn't know a team could do that to Houston, let alone do that to Houston in their own backyard, which was difficult. And you know, the whole way I thought they had the best player on the floor in Kingston Flemings, but he wasn't a huge factor in that game. He had the quietest 11 points that I've seen him have, and really it wasn't even Keith Wagler, the other really great player for Illinois, that killed him. It was just overall. That was the weirdest part. Was you watched that and it just looked like Illinois was just the better team the whole way. It wasn't like their great player went off or anything. The size was a problem for them. Defensively, they were better. Like that was concerning to look at that the way it was when you put those two teams on the floor.
Are you as disappointed as you thought you would be if Houston didn't play well with the home court advantage that they had?
Yeah, absolutely. That was one of the things that jumped out to me. One. Wow, are you seeing this on Tiger, by the way?
Yes.
We'll get to that here in a second. But one, he was their advantage wasn't as big as you would think it would be. Them being able to play in their backyard in Houston, I think a lot of people assumed that they would have a huge advantage crowd-wise, and it may be Fertitta Center East. And I have been in the Fertitta Center as a fan of the road team, and it was a clear advantage, and they fed off of it. They did not have that yesterday in this game.
Ron, while we're talking about buzzkills in Houston, obviously there's some breaking news that we probably need to shift gears to here. We mentioned a little earlier that Tiger Woods was involved in a rollover car accident. And my initial response was, get a Lamborghini, man. They don't roll. What the hell's going on?
Get a driver.
But that's where I was going next. It clearly has gotten worse. Tiger Woods arrested following the rollover crash in Jupiter Island, Florida, charged with DUI and property damage. Ron, I think it's probably safe to say that you will not.
And by the way, this is reported by the Martin County Sheriff. Sheriff's Office.
Oh.
They're doing a press conference right now, and they just gave that information.
I mean, they're treating Tiger Woods getting a DUI in an accident like you had some kind of national security issue going on here. There's literally, my man's got 4 stars on his collar up here talking about it. I mean, this is the real deal here. But doesn't look like Tiger Woods is going to be playing in that Masters next week. I know you were hoping for that.
Yep, that's on me. That's Eldrick.
Hey,
it was 1 o'clock, Clint. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
I'm waiting to see who else was in the car. with him. I hope they're safe. All joking aside, I got to see who else was in the car.
Yeah, reports are that there was he refused to go to the hospital. Reports are that Eldrick refused to go to the hospital, and that somebody else was in stable condition that was in the accident.
Well, look, man, this is all joking aside, because we said it jokingly. Hell, we've talked about it over the last week multiple times. My man has looked rough. What are you over?
He looks better.
No,
he
Tyler.
looks better.
I mean, no,
yes, he did.
No, Ron, he does not. He looks like a guy that's aged 10 years in the last 2. I mean,
then he looked good.
I told you.
That was me wishing.
That was you wishing. That was you wishing, hoping he'd get back on the right track. He looked like an older fella that's in them streets. He looked like an older fella that was staying up late at night, having a good time, and then waking up with very little sleep, trying to practice enough to play in the Masters. And then all of a sudden something like this happens. Boy, I'm glad he's okay, and I hope he gets the help that he needs. Damn, Tiger. I mean, I was hoping you'd play and make the damn cut, at least keep me tuned in.
Well, now Tyler's completely taken the Golf Channel off of the Houston Open. The Houston Open has become secondary because Tiger Woods, 1 o'clock, again, to reset, 1 o'clock Eastern time, he was on a drive and rolled over a vehicle. We're just giving you the facts of what we know. Rolled over a vehicle. Another person was involved. He walked away without any injuries, refused to go to the hospital. And the Martin County Sheriff's Office have announced they have charged him with the DUI and property damage in this accident. So Tiger Woods is back at it.
We'll keep you updated on that as details kind of trickle out here. I'm sure they'll from a breaking news perspective that we'll see it first and then
Thank God everybody seems to be okay.
Yeah, it's rough. Back to yesterday, talking about buzzkill after buzzkill. Talking about yesterday's buzzkill. Before we get out of March Madness, I do want to talk about my Razorbacks getting absolutely obliterated, but I want to talk about it more from the Arizona perspective. Ron, look, I'm obviously an Arkansas fan, so that was painful to watch. But it was so bad to where I can't even – my Arkansas blood doesn't even factor into what I'm going to ask you next. Is Arizona as impressive as I thought they were? And is that the best team left in the tournament?
Well, they started off 23-0 until they went into Allen Fieldhouse and lost to Kansas. And they had a little bit of an issue, a little bit of a run there.
Yeah.
But to me, Arizona and Michigan, and we'll see Michigan tonight as they get going in the Sweet 16. Arizona and Michigan, to me, are the two teams, Clint, that clearly have the most answers. Right? They have. Like, obviously, the tournament is a crapshoot, and sometimes you can be led by a great player, which we've seen in the past. Acuff, your guy at Arkansas, was potentially trying to do that. But then other teams that just have a lot of answers, a lot of different parts where, hey, man, if this guy's not going tonight, that guy can pick it up. Michigan and Arizona have the most answers to me. Arizona's size can be so problematic because they've got – multiple guys. Koa Pete, who is a lottery pick. Their center, who is a great defensive player. The kid they bring off, Anawaku, I believe, the kid they bring off the bench is a really good defensive player and a good offensive player and just a big body. They just have a lot of parts and answers, and that's before you get to the Bradleys and Barrios in the backcourt. They're just a really, really good team.
Well, Tyler, everybody before that game obviously being
shout out to Bryce, by the way. I think Bryce is with us now. Tyler, I think Bryce. Am I got that right, Bryce? Are you with us now?
Yeah, it's me now.
Shout out to Bryce out there. Tyler was
we
under
didn't
the
just-
weather mid-show. We had to go to the pen.
Hey, the Masters lost Tiger, and the Drive lost Tyler, man.
More
What's
than the
going on here?
Masters have lost Tiger. But
Golly, man. Anything else, real quick, though? I tell you, the Arizona thing, that what everybody kept talking about, does Arkansas have the size to matter? We had Rob Doster, a field of 68 on.
Yeah.
Does Arkansas have the size to match up? And typically when you say that in basketball, it's typically height and length, right? I'm going to tell you, what the most impressive part of Arizona is girth. I mean, them cats are thick now. I mean, the guard, there's no
tough, strong, physical guys.
Your long, lanky basketball type, body type, is not going to be able to play with Arizona. It's going to take some weight as well, and so we'll see how that happens moving forward. The other game, Nebraska and Iowa. Anything there, and then obviously Purdue and Texas. Texas almost knocks off Purdue. Man, I thought they were going to make it happen.
Yeah.
Late tipping got them.
The first two games, the early wave of games, those were both great games coming down to the wire. Iowa, man, they're that team that doesn't beat themselves. Ben McCullough has them rolling well. I've seen him since he personally was at Northwest Missouri State coaching there, 1 year at Drake and now at Iowa. I got a family. My cousin, Courtney's cousin, played for him and won a national championship with him at Northwest Missouri State. So they are a well-coached bunch. And they're one of those teams, Clint, that can easily hit 15 threes on you. And they're also going to be in position to do what they need to do. They have no problem running down the shot clock to under 5 seconds and taking shots. And they just stay in there. And they've got a great player, too, as well. And yeah, man, Purdue is somehow finding a way to get there. I think Purdue's in trouble, though, coming up on Saturday night against Arizona. But Purdue is they held down Texas. Texas, man, that's a really good a good first year for Sean Miller, coming in as an 11 seed, getting to the tournament, and then almost getting to the Elite Eight. So big season for Sean Miller, getting Texas back in the SEC, and a good. I don't know about the last two games, but the first two were really good.
Look, 2 late blowouts and 2 early, really solid games until Nebraska tried to play with 4 guys on the floor, and that bit them in the tail. So overall a split decision with the Sweet 16. Before we get out of here, the other part of that buzzkill is the Astros losing and not scoring any runs. I think there are some positives, obviously, with Hunter Brown. Looks like out of the gate had some really good stuff, threw over 100 pitches. A lot of movement on his off-speed stuff. I mean, he bumped 98 a couple of times. And so the big piece there with the Astros, Hunter Brown, looks like he's starting the season hitting on all cylinders.
Yep. At least early. Maybe the walks, maybe the pitches, right? 9 strikeouts, 4 walks. And maybe the pitch count higher than you wanted, right? You don't want him to throw 102 pitches and not be able to get out of the fifth. But he was pretty good. I don't. Hunter Brown is not anyone you worry about at all. Like, I know Hunter Brown's going to be a good pitcher, at the very least, probably a great pitcher, Clint. It is just, will he go to a place of Cy Young worthy? Will he go to a place where he eats up innings? Will he go to a place where it is greatness and not just good?
Well, they've already got him as a top 10 starter in Major League Baseball.
Well, he is,
Can he even be elite in that company? We'll see. All right, we were up here, Oak and Iron, off 249 up in Vintage Park. Come through, hang out. Great place, great lounge, great vibe. The food's off the charts. The service is tremendous. The drinks are good. There's little free samples running around here of a bourbon we can't say on air.
Whoa, and another one.
Oh, there's another one.
That was a different one I had just now.
And another one. They just keep coming around, huh? Come on through and hang out with us and say hello if you will.
Yeah, come on out, man. A lot of news. We'll get you caught up here on the breaking news. 2 things happening breaking news-wise. Connecticut women are losing 3-2. So that is breaking news. I don't know if they've trailed in a game in probably months. So they're going to beat the hell out of North Carolina probably, and we'll keep you updated on that. Let's see how bad that gets. They were up 64-12, I believe, at halftime in their last game against Syracuse. And then obviously the breaking news with Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods arrested, charged with a DUI and public public damage as well. We'll keep you updated on the latest with that, as well as looking at the Astros. All right, this is a big night for one of their starters. We'll get into that coming up next.
The Coogs endured another tough turning. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Oak and Iron Sports Social. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here at Oak and Iron here in Vintage Park. Make sure you get, it's around 4:30 here. People getting off work on a Friday. This is the place to be. We got whiskey tasting. I've had them both. They're walking around the building and hooking you up with whiskey tasting. Happy hour throughout the entire time. We are here on the air. Vintage Park, Oak and Iron. It is a great spot, a great place to have a good Friday evening, get your weekend kicked off. Jess is taking care of us in here, and he will take care of you. The staff is fantastic. Him and his wife Shannon are in here enjoying themselves. They've been open a couple of weeks. This is a great spot to be here. Great food. I still got, don't look at my duck wing. I still got a duck wing left.
What'd you do with it?
It's right there.
Oh. Well, you leaving that thing out there dangling.
Well, Tiger just won't allow me to enjoy myself.
You're wishing the sunbuck would, ain't you?
No, Tiger is. I'm trying. I want to get up and get out and eat my duck wing.
I told you that.
I got all this research on Tiger.
Still. Tiger needs to get his ass on Charlie's bag.
I don't even know if that's right.
He needs to get on Charlie's bag.
But here is the latest. By the way, if you're just jumping in, Tiger Woods was involved 1 o'clock. Finally, the Houston Open has come back on television because Tiger Woods just hijacked the entire tournament. Gary Woodland is just trying to do his best. He's in on the 63 with the lead, and Tiger Woods just hijacked the entire sports and golf world. But Tiger Woods was arrested and charged with the DUI and property damage and a refusal to submit a lawful test. He refused to give a urine test. Reports are that he did comply with a breathalyzer test, but he refused to give a urine test, is what happened with Eldrick Woods. But he is arrested with a DUI property damage after rolling his car over on the side. Reports he crawled out of it, rolling on his car on the side. No injuries with him, no major injuries with anybody else. But that's where they are. He is been arrested and
charcoal Range Rover, man, leaned up on its left side, supposedly clipped according to traffic man Andy, clipped the back end of a lawn guy's trailer and flipped that Range up on its side. Ron, the refusal to pee or blood. That is a if we analyze this here,
and you'll blow.
If you blow, that tells you it wasn't alcohol.
Yeah, he did that easy, huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He knew he didn't have no alcohol in the system. That tells you that there must be some kind of medication.
You're ready to blow. You take a pee too if you're good.
No, hell no, no. In that blood, you can't. I don't believe a blow. I don't believe a breathalyzer detects pills.
Nope.
Blood would. I think piss would too.
Like you would just guess that he's something is stopping him from. I'm not gonna say what it is, but something is stopping him from taking. Hell, I would have just refused all of it. Clearly, something is in his system that he does not want.
Just get a driver, man. It's even more of a reason to do it. If there's medication. If you're drinking, obviously. But
First off, thank God everybody is safe in this.
Yeah, look, just get a driver, man. You're Tiger Woods, for crying out loud. Get you one of them badass Sprinter vans. Get you a driver, and keep this from happening.
I cannot believe. Not that I cannot believe, but we are right back here.
How about
Tiger?
Old Cole Hammer hit that hole in one at the Houston Open, though.
Yeah.
Local kid.
Yep. Nobody gives a damn anymore. Because Tiger
done stole his shine.
Look at every TV. It's running. It's running through. It's just they made you miss some of the UConn women's basketball game because they're over there talking about Tiger.
Well, they keep showing a bunch of young Tiger videos. Yeah. You can tell because he ain't got no hitch in his get along when he's walking.
That's more of a harder times Tiger right there.
There's a hard time. Hard times in bubblegum, he just chewed his last piece.
Yeah. Yeah, he chewed it. He's thrown his last piece. Nobody there. Somebody tried to give him another piece. Yeah, this is boy. I read it wrong. I thought I had it. I thought he had that. I'm ready to go. Look in his eyes. Why is Jeff Darlington is always on the scene?
Florida. It doesn't matter.
He's always there.
Hey, it doesn't matter.
Jeff Darlington is always on the scene. He's something to be there with Scotty Scheffler up against that fence. He is always on the scene. And by the way, that's a young Jeff Darlington too. Jeff Darlington's face is a lot fuller than that right now.
They threw a bunch of young Tigers up there,
too.
There
you go. Shout out to Hannah Storm out there still killing it.
Jeff is the Dallas guy. I mean the Florida guy. That's when AB was throwing stuff out his window or whatever it was. He called AB.
God, he was there too, wasn't
right,
he? That damn Jeff Darlington is always there.
Yeah, that's right, man. That's he's a Florida guy. Anything goes down there, and they're crazy people down there in Florida. So anything goes down in Florida, Jeff Darlington's got it.
Yeah, man. But this is really a honest to God,
Was Scotty in Florida when that went down?
He was at whatever tournament that was. I don't know if he was in Florida. But this is just another, like, clearly, man, like the story of Tiger Woods is just insane, man. Like, he's still just 50. And you didn't think he'd be done, but I got to even admit, and I'm the biggest Tiger fan there is. I thought I saw he got it, and next thing you know, he's refusing to give a urine test in a car crash. It is wow, just a crazy situation. Again, if you just missed it, Tiger Woods has been arrested and charged with the DUI, property damage, and refusal to submit a lawful test, which was a urine test, after he was involved in an accident which left his vehicle flipped on its side. No injuries detected in this.
Scotty was in Valhalla, which is in Louisville, Kentucky, when it went down. So Jeff must have left the state of Florida.
Jeff made his way on.
Sorry to bring Scotty Scheffler into this. It was just a conversation went that direction.
Yeah. All right, tonight, Clint, Mike Burrows. He makes his debut for the Astros, and I'm in, like, of all the pitchers to me, and I know there are other guys that people are intrigued about. There are other guys that they spent more money on, but I was borderline shocked that Mike Burrows was tabbed to be the second starter on this team. Right, if you start looking at the Astros in the past, they've had Justin Verlander, Framber Valdez. They've had Justin Verlander, Garrett Cole. Zach Greinke was a two before. They've had Lance McCullers and Zach Greinke, and this is before Lance had all those injuries when he was one of the best pitchers in the American League. They've had the last couple of years, Framber, Hunter Brown last year. And so they've had a 1-2 punch. And then you look at it, Clinton, you say, all right, Mike Burrows is going to be the guy. I didn't see him being the one that was going to be over the other guys they had there that either one have more stuff in Imai, or two have shown to be more trusted and had more success and shown top of the rotation stuff in their career, like a Christian Javier. So to me, I am really intrigued. What did he do that really made them feel like, oh, we got to put him in the two spot? So Mike Burrows, this start tonight, I'm really intrigued by.
Look, I don't have all the details, but I know Burrows and M.I. and Hunter Brown, along with the Weiss kid coming out of the bullpen, all of those guys were great in spring training. Now, I know the wheels came off in hell, I think all of them's last outing in spring training, but they were all really good. So no surprise that it kind of that one, he fell in the rotation towards the top. I thought he would be 2 and M.I. would be 3. That's how I thought it was going to unfold. But obviously Christian Javier slots in there at the 3-hole starter. So this is big for me.
M.I. goes to the 4th spot.
Yeah, but I think the Burrows thing is interesting because I think this rotation desperately needs a solid guy that you know what you're going to get. Right? I mean, we have hoped and prayed that these electric stuff, these guys that have stuff that plays at a different level, and this high upside, and whether it's Christian Javier, Lance McCullers, yada yada yada, we really need that just solid dude that you could really slide anywhere from the 2 to 4 slide in the starting rotation, but you know what you're going to get out of him. And so I hope Burrows is at least that. So it's a big night for the Astros, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. Is this he's just the best of a mediocre bunch, or is this look out, man, we got another steal. We got another steal in this situation. So again, Mike Burrows, he's had one real year of getting a lot of starts, and that was last year. 19 starts, 96 innings, ERA of 3.94, so just under 4, and he apparently wins the number 2 slot. All right, coming up, yesterday, as Clint talked about a bit, I think this was a disappointing finish for the Houston Cougars, and even scarier is potentially what Kelvin Sampson had to say after the game. And I want you to hear what he had to say, Clint, and then I want you've been around this. Tell me if you think this is something for Coug fans to be concerned about the future with Kelvin Sampson. We'll do that coming up next.
The Astros' opening day performance left Seth with a sense of deja vu in the worst way.
I was angry by the 7th inning. I kept telling myself, it's the first game, Seth. Yeah. 162 games in a season. And I'm like, no, this is the 163rd game of this. This is game 163 of the Astros offense being limpid and non-functional.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. I-45 the North Freeway, northbound at Rankin. It's an accident that has a right lane and right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
March matchups are here. Trade the tournament in all 50 states on Kalshi. St. John's is trading at 29% to beat Duke. A $100 trade pays out $328 if they win. Download the Kalshi app and use code FIN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 346-200-6700. That's 346-200-6700.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Basketball fans, looking for a spot to watch the big tournament? Join Clint and Ron in Vintage Park, broadcasting live Friday, March 27th from 2 to 6 at Oak and Iron Sports Social off of 249 in Louetta. Enjoy great drinks and a little Midtown vibe in the burbs. Oak and Iron Sports Social, your new game day headquarters.
Hurricane season is right around the corner. And for the first time in over a year, Base Power can install in weeks, not months. Thousands of Houstonians are switching to Base Power to get a home backup battery that automatically keeps your entire house running when the grid goes down. For a limited time, get $100 off with 610 while install slots are still open. BasePower.com/610. That's BasePowerCompany.com/610. That's BasePowerCompany.com/610.
When your money gets tight, you have to make some tough choices. Do you pay the mortgage, pay the credit cards, or pay the IRS? For lots of people, taxes get pushed aside until the letters start, then the threats, then the action, bank levies, wage garnishments. You can stop worrying. The IRS is offering new opportunities to help you resolve your back taxes, and Guardian Tax knows how it all works. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you may qualify to reduce your total tax debt by a very significant amount, even if you're years behind on filing. But timing matters, and so does who you trust. Guardian Tax knows the system and how to work it in your favor. They step in, deal with the IRS directly, and fight to protect what you've worked so hard to earn. In today's economy, you can't afford to lose more. Call Guardian Tax now for a free confidential consultation. 800-404-4307. 800-404-4307. Don't wait for the IRS to make the next move. Make yours first. Call now. 800-404-4307.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Oak and Iron Sports Social. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, welcome back. It's been a great time, and we still got a lot of time left here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. This is a great spot, as the big voice man said, coming back. We are here, Vintage Park, Oak and Iron, and I just finished off that last duck wing, Clinton. I'm trying my best. Jess keeps coming over and said, man, you guys need any more food? And I'm trying to fight it off. I really am. I almost took the queso tray right out of that man's hand when he was walking past me earlier. You know that's my weak spot, but I'm trying to stay away. But the food is fantastic. Whiskey tasting, happy hour the entire time we are here. So it is.
Of course it is. You talking about at the bar or just around the parks in general?
I think at the bar.
Oh,
here.
okay.
Yeah.
A lot of happy
people. But you
got
to step in here. Happy people at a happy hour and happy hour price.
Chief, I can peek out that window. I can't see the whole thing.
I've been out there.
Nice patio here, too.
Oh, yeah, TV's wrapped around. They got 35 of them in here.
Nice patio out there, too.
Yep.
And this is the time of year. And
I don't
this
know.
is one of them days. Where we at? We at 75 yet?
75
degrees.
Oh, hell yeah. It's 80-something. It's 80.
What'd you think I was talking about?
I don't know
75 what?
I'm sorry, man. Tiger's got me all wrapped up. I don't know what.
87? Oh, Weatherman Andy said 87.
Yeah, I got 86, but yeah, 86,
really?
87,
I thought we were in the 70s, man.
Yeah,
it's that nice outside.
So, yeah, NCAA tournament right now. UConn is in the tightest game they've ever been in. Is 15-12 against North Carolina. So women's Sweet 16 is happening. The men's Sweet 16 will be happening later on tonight, and the TVs will be here, and the drinks will be here as well. I'm telling you, that whiskey that they hooked us up with, my goodness. Woo! You got to get out here. That's worth it enough to come out here and get you a taste of that. So good times being had out here at Oak and Iron.
If you taste it and you like it, can you buy a bottle?
I am certain that can be arranged. I'm just guessing here. That may be an executive decision. I just believe there's maybe a bottle somewhere. You will find a way to be able to purchase that bottle. So yeah, man, get on out here. Good times, as always, being had while the drive is on the road. We'll at 5 o'clock fire give you the latest update on the biggest story in sports right now, Tiger Woods, who's been arrested on a DUI and property damage. Anything else that continues to come out with that, we will keep you updated on.
Going to be interesting. The Tiger Woods stuff's getting more and more interesting as you go. Blues 0.000 on the breathalyzer.
Yep. Refused the urine test.
Refused the urine test, and got booked for DUI. Suspicion of medications. That's boy, if that's the treatment Tiger gets, good God. I know refusal to blow was ultimately equivalent to a DUI, basically.
Well, when you flip the car too. I mean, we got you flip the car and you're Tiger. I mean,
Tiger's got a need for speed, and he came up behind that old lawn man's trailer and clipped the edge and laid it over on his side. It happens. You can do that sober.
Yeah, you can. But somebody flips the car. You got to, and it's Tiger. You got to make sure you do everything by the book. And then now he doesn't want to take a urine test.
I don't know. I feel like that being Tiger. I feel like if they really wanted to, it could have been a. Hey man, breathalyzer was .000. Man, let's get this thing towed somewhere.
They're going to go by the book as they should anyway, and they're damn sure going to go by.
They watched Tiger climb out of that sand trap the other day and knows his ass has got some pain meds.
No, they watched him climb out of that car, and they said to themselves, "Well, that's Tiger. That's not just Roger Woods. That's Tiger." But we gotta, So we'll give you the latest on that as we continue. All right, Clint. We know yesterday the Houston Cougars season came to an end, a surprising end to me. It was surprising until the game really started and they were playing pretty far, and you were like, "Wow, it looks like Illinois might be the better team here." But they go ahead and win this thing. At one point, they go on a 17-0 run in the second half against Houston, playing at the Toyota Center, so they were playing at home. Kelvin Sampson, after the game, spoke, and I heard this first from Brandon Scott. Myron Metcalf, ESPN, is the one who posed this question to Kelvin Sampson. But this was interesting, Clint. You've been around coaches that sound like they may hang it up, that may retire. You've seen this in your time watching and playing and covering sports. What is this? Is this somebody you think that if you're a Houston Cougs fan that might be concerned that he wants to go ahead and hang him up? Or is this just the emotions after you lose a devastating game? Here's Kelvin Sampson after the game.
I mean, I still like it. But, we all have our time, But I think coaches have to understand when their time is. I mean, we all know this is a young man's game. I mean, I still like it, but, we're all going to step away eventually. I haven't really thought about that to the point where I can share anything. But I'm not going to get anybody's way, though. If I'm in somebody's way, or if I'm overstaying my welcome, I'll be the first one to leave.
All right, that is Kelvin Sampson. His son is his heir apparent. That's already been agreed upon. Clint, listening to that, because you could take that he's emotional after a devastating end to the season in which he didn't think was going to come to an end yesterday. But he is also, Clint, 70 years old and had his first coaching job in 1979. All right, neither me, Tyler, Byron, you're the only person who was alive.
I was too.
By 1979. That's when he started coaching. It is 2026 right now. Your thoughts on that? Did you feel like this is a guy that may be ready to hang him up?
Yeah, it does sound like that.
He said, I like it multiple times.
It's not ideal. It's not ideal. I would think that a guy that's in it and in it 100%, you're more in it after you lose in the Sweet 16 than you are mid-season, to be completely honest with you. I mean, that's what you're doing it for, and to have that taste in your mouth and get to the 16, Sweet 16. Even when you lose, you would think like, hell yeah, man, this is what it's here. I got another little taste, man. Making this run is what it's all about. And instead, you're getting a guy that can't really decide whether he likes coaching or not. So yeah, I would say it's not ideal. It's hard to read into it with an older coach. I mean, he's got to be exhausted with how the game has changed.
Yes.
And all, but I would just say it's not ideal to hear those remarks from the head coach.
Yeah. Because when you hear like I like it, that part stuck out to me. He said that multiple times. I still like it, And as you said, man, this is a different. I mean, Nick Saban had to get up on out of there. This is a different world right now. You got to re-recruit your players every year. You got to try to get other players. You got to the work for the college coach is so much more difficult to be able to maintain and stay where you're trying to stay.
But the interesting part is that we say it's a young man's game. He says it's a young man's game, but when you look at the Sweet 16 coaches,
Rick Pitino.
Hey man, you got Calipari's in there. Old buddy from Michigan State's in there. I mean,
Tom Izzo, yeah.
You got to. I mean, Calipari. Hell, I mean, you want to talk about. I mean, he looks like he's knocking on 80. I mean, the old men are still.
Rick definitely looks like he's 80.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, but the old men are still doing it at an extremely high level. Now we'll see how long that lasts. But right now, I don't know how true it is that it's a young man's game.
Yeah.
You know, we'll see.
Yeah. All right. Again, Oak and Iron here. Come on out and have a good time with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, but you can stay much longer than that. Happy hour throughout the time we are here. Whiskey tasting, 35 TVs all around the building. You come on out here now, and this may be your game day headquarters for you moving forward. Boy, I mean, I forgot to tell you, boy, Courtney almost made me drive off the side of the road earlier today driving here.
Well, driving here?
Yep, driving to Oak and Iron.
Was she with you? Oh, so it must have been something on the phone. I didn't know what she was doing. I didn't know she was kind of handsy.
She went to get an oil change today too.
She go to Jiffy Lube?
No.
Oh man.
She went to the dealership. I'm what you should have been. Well, I tell you what, Mike Wilbon's getting real loose with these outfits. I mean, what is it, a hoodie with a jacket now that he's got? I mean, it's a hoodie, turtleneck, and it looks like a jacket, like a jacket with.
He got that pocket square going on.
Pocket square in there.
A hoodie with drawstrings and a pocket square. You want to talk about?
It's a turtleneck too, though. It looks like a burgundy turtleneck.
You want to talk about a young man's game?
There it is.
Getting exotic with them suits.
Yeah,
I saw somebody trying to sell a sport coat that had puff jacket to it.
There you go.
I said, oh hell.
You probably somebody gonna get it.
Oh, ain't no doubt.
But she went to go get an oil change.
Okay.
She gonna say to me, she gonna text me and say, "Damn, can't just never walk in and get an oil change, can you?" I said, "No." Then she texts me a price, Clint. My response was the S word and a bunch of dots. What all did you get done? What do you think that price was?
$724.
Wow, Clint, you're really.
It's 727. Is that what it was?
727. I said, whoa. Hold the
See
phone.
there? Jiffy Lube, when you could have got 50% off.
Whoa.
Not 700. You could have got 50% off, though.
Somewhere. I said, man, damn.
What all she get done?
I mean, I almost blacked out. What all did she get? Fluids, filters, alignment. I mean, good gracious. Whew. My God, man. How you walk in there? I mean, 727. I mean, it's an airplane, I think. Close to it.
My old lady was driving a Benz at one point in our relationship, and I was driving that thing to work. And you know that old Mercedes-Benz dealership right across the street from the radio station?
Yeah.
She said, "Why don't you take my car to work and pull it in that Benz, the Mercedes-Benz, and get that oil change?" She said, "I got an appointment set for whatever, 12:30, whatever." I said, "All right, cool, I got you." Pulled up in there. Well, hey, first class now. Put a cone in front of your car,
nice.
Hand you a number and all this kind of stuff.
Knowing you about to spend a lot of money.
I'm like, damn, that's nice. But all of a sudden, they bring me a sheet to sign. Like I got to sign off on this. And I'm like, I looked at it. I mean, it was $700-800. And all I was getting was an oil change. I said,
an oil change?
I said, "Hey, Pod."
I think we got something wrong here.
I said, "Hey, Pod, come here for a second." He said, "Yeah." I said, "Hey, man, what am I getting on this car?" He said, "Let me see." They said, "Oil change, and I think they're going to check some filters." I said, "No, I need you to check them keys back over to me, and I'm gonna get on up out of here." I called her. I said, "No, baby." I said, "If you want to keep paying for this, you can, but I'm going to find somebody else to change that oil." "Nah, you can't do that."
Nah,
she got rid of that damn Benz real quick, I promise you.
Yeah, man. It was something else.
Come
man.
on,
That
Court.
caught me off guard, boy.
Come on, Court.
They got. I mean,
Jiffy
listen.
Lube.
You got to get some stuff done with the vehicle. I get, but God, dog. I said, boy, I just didn't.
Her Wi-Fi work? JiffyLube.com, man. That Wi-Fi working, Court? What the hell's wrong with you?
Wi-Fi working.
Come on, man. You got that on? You got roaming on that phone or what?
Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. The big news of the day in the sports world: Tiger Woods. He's been arrested. We'll let you know the latest on that. And the Astros going to try to get back to 500, 1-1, game 2, as a former Astro, Kikuchi, comes into town. You say Kikuchi comes into town. Burrows makes his first start. We'll look at that. Kikuchi. Sweet 16 tonight, and much, much more right here live on The Drive.
All right.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill is out, but Byron's in the building. Young Byron is in the building holding it down. We had to go to the bullpen as T-Mill got sick. He tried it. He tried it in the third quarter.
Oh, Kentucky Byron! I bet you like bet you like Calipari getting beat up on last night, didn't you, Byron?
He had to have that happen.
You're just lucky I wasn't able to troll you.
Yeah, you're one of them old boys that likes to, just because your team stinks and lost last week, you like to troll the guy the next week. I knew you had that in you.
He did this on purpose. He got himself a part of this show just to get you.
Oh, he couldn't wait to get up there. I knew old Kentucky Byron. I knew he was going to do. I knew. Last night when I saw he lost by 21, I said, oh, hell, I got to listen to Byron's old lost in the round of 32's ass.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe next year. Maybe next year.
Maybe next year, huh? All right. But Byron's in for Tyler. Tyler was feeling under the weather mid-show. We appreciate him going hard and trying, but just couldn't hang in. But the first thing is where we are. We're live. We're on the road. The drive is on the road. We were on the road all football season. It's been a while, and we're out at a great spot. Great spot. It's 5 o'clock. Damn it, it's Friday. Come on out. You got happy hour right now. And we are live here at Oak and Iron in Vintage Park. Come on out here right now. My man that came out, he's ready. He just pulled up to a seat, get you a drink.
Got the head nod and pulled that seat up now.
There he is. We got a whiskey tasting that you can get here. Happy hour happening right here. If you need a TV, every one of them has Tiger Woods on them. And now this is what happens to Tiger. We'll get to it. They're pulling out the 2017 walk that we had to look at. Those videos from Tiger. God, what is that?
Hey, I mean, that's what happened last time right there, by the way. It's
on every TV damn near. But, hey, Final Four, Sweet 16 tonight. Elite 8 coming up on Saturday. Final Four next week. This is a great place to stop in and check it out. The place to be right here at Oak and Iron here in Vintage Park. So make your way on out here and enjoy yourself. But
Clint,
Tiger
needs to make better decisions.
Clint, let's get to the story of the day, and that is Tiger Woods. He was arrested today on suspicion of DUI after a car accident. This, if you remember, he's had several issues. He was involved in 2009 in a one-car incident in Florida, charged with a DUI in Florida, later pled guilty for reckless driving, involved in a one-car incident in Los Angeles, which tore up his whole leg.
That's the one he ended up in that pasture.
Yeah, that one. And this one, he flipped his car on the side. No injuries to him or anyone else. He did take a breathalyzer, Clint, but refused to take a urine test. Those are the latest there. Official report, the Martin County Sheriff, they provided an update in the 4 o'clock hour that Tiger Woods was indeed arrested on a DUI following a two-car incident on Friday. Florida law requires law enforcement detain people suspected of DUI for at least 8 hours.
Hey.
What is that?
There ain't no excuse.
He don't have his hat in there.
There ain't no excuse to drive under the influence. Look, I'm not going to be the guy to make excuses for that. But I'm going to tell you what. Tiger damn sure ain't got no excuse. That damn list you just read off, Tiger, after any of those, buy you a Sprinter van, get you a driver, you're worth $1 billion, and don't ever get behind the wheel again. What are we doing, Tiger? Nice Range Rover, though.
It was a Range.
Nice Range Rover, though.
It was. Yeah, man. This is a tough thing, though, Clint. This is obviously. I just rattled off 4 different problems he's had in Florida with driving. He's had multiple. This is now multiple DUIs, and you wonder he blew a 0.0 on the breathalyzer, but refused to take a urine test, which obviously leads to a lot of speculation that we won't nail down anything, but it would lead one to believe that there was something that wanted him to avoid doing that.
I guess it could have been worse. He could have actually blown over the limit, and that would have been awful. But this is clearly the guy's. Everybody would understand if he's heavy into pain pills. With what he's been through and probably legitimately needs the pain pills in order to play around, in order to be on his legs the way that he has. Now getting behind the wheel impaired is another story. So,
but listen, we don't know exactly what happened here. We obviously know that he has been arrested for this multiple times he's been arrested with a driving incident. It is a deal of obviously, as you would say, Clint, Tiger does not have any issues financially.
I'd love to have the funds and the reason to get me a Sprinter van with a driver. Ooh, boy, I wouldn't. He'd be sitting right out there.
Yeah.
Andy, would you drive my Sprinter van, Andy?
Well, I know there are people who just like to drive, but my goodness.
It ain't a big wheel like that, Andy. A Sprinter van got a normal wheel, man.
Yeah,
Andy said he's got to stay. He got 8 hours. Got to stay in the cell for 8 hours.
Yeah, that's what they said. It
so
is a law requirement.
I'm sure when he comes out, there'll be.
Interesting thing. Again, if we get any more news on that, but Tiger Woods once again arrested for DUI and property damage. At 1 o'clock this morning, he was involved in a two-car incident, which his car was left on the side. But he was arrested and refused to do a urine test. Did take a breathalyzer and passed that, blew 0.00, but refused to take the urine test. As we continue, we'll see what happens in this story with Tiger Woods.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. Tonight, the Astros and the Angels get back at it. Game 2 of the season and Game 2 of this series. We know yesterday the Astros lost 3-0. The offense really left them completely. 3 hits in this game, in Game 1 yesterday, and 0 runs. Clint, what are you more watching tonight? This lineup, and this is the lineup that you have wanted to see. The lineup tonight against Yusei Kikuchi, the former Astro.
Who?
You say Kikuchi. The former Astro is Jeremy Pena back in the lineup after missing the first game of the season. Yordan Alvarez batting second, and he's playing left field, Clint. Isaac Paredes is the DH tonight. Altuve's at second base. Correa is at third. Cam Smith is behind him. And then we've got Walker and Diaz. And then Matthews is in center field as Jake Myers is out as well. Thank you so much. As Jake Myers is out tonight. That's the lineup you wanted to see. But also, Clint, Mike Burrows.
Yeah.
He makes his debut, his first start for the Astros. What are you looking at more, that lineup that's put in, and I know you love that lineup, or the pitching tonight?
Well, I mean, I'm turned on with the lineup, but it's more about the pitching for me, man. I mean, if Mike Burrows can come out and be nails and follow in the footsteps of Hunter Brown and have, maybe not that level of success, but just a solid outing and show us all why Joe Espada and the staff put him in that two-hole in the rotation would be huge for all of us Astro fans out there and kind of getting to know this guy. So it's got to be about Mike Burrows. But to your point, man, Jeremy Pena being back in that leadoff position. Can Jeremy follow up last year with something similar in that leadoff spot? The length of this Astros lineup with all of the bats in it, with Yordan in left and Paredes as the DH. What does that look like? And then, look, I don't necessarily like the turnstiles that they've got in the outfield at it seems like every damn position. But Bryce Matthews had a hell of a spring training, obviously a big-time prospect. Him getting run in center field right now, I said this, or tonight, I think is big. I said this when he was having a great spring, Ron. I do wonder, and we probably hadn't talked about this enough since he left, I do wonder how they replace Mauricio Dubon, right? And it looks like they're going to do it with multiple players. But if you look up and Bryce Matthews is a guy that can play second, short, left, and center, then you've got a guy that can do some Mauricio Dubon things. Now Dubon can obviously play third.
Just on the roster to play second base.
Yeah. But then now all of a sudden you get that level of speed in there, and he's got some a huge upside at the plate as well. And so I think Bryce is a factor here tonight too for all Astros fans watching this game. Man, a lot to learn about these Stros. And I think tonight will go a long way.
Yeah, this is the lineup that a lot of Astros fans are craving for.
Agreed.
Yeah, right. To have all of the bats in.
And let's be honest. We're hoping for, like, you're hoping that this lineup is something that can prove to be the why that you can get back to the top of this division and compete for a World Series. So. I would say that most fans are anxious to see what this looks like.
Yeah, and like, to me, I think it's way too early. I know I heard In the Loop kind of discussing a little bit, like, is this almost the thought of, was last night just a bad night or a bad day, or is it a signs to come? Like, I don't think we can get to that point yet, Clint, but I think it is clear when you look at the lineup. Just like yesterday, you look at the lineup, Clinton, you look up and you see Joey Loperfido's batting fifth on this team, right? Like, that is a whoa. Like, if you remember, Correa was flirting with batting seventh during those World Series years, and Joey Loperfido, who just got traded over here, batting sixth or fifth is one you're like, whoa. All right, what does that mean for this team? But you look at it, and now today though, you see that top five, Clint. It makes you feel a lot better about this. So this offense, I'm not ready to say, boy, this is going to be a problem, but you can see they need their guns in there. They need their guns in there, and then those other guys to maybe step up as well.
Well, the Loperfido thing hitting fifth, I mean, that's got to be Joe's left, right thing when he gets a chance, right? I mean, because Christian Walker's got to be, I mean, if we're being serious, being an everyday player, he's got to be in that top six kind of deal or in that top five. If Pena's not going to play, I mean, I think you get beyond Correa, I guess. You get beyond Correa, and boy, that right left thing really takes hold of Joe Espada, and he can't help himself. So, but all in all, man, if you can get those bats in the lineup, I'm anxious to see how good they really are. I think we're underestimating how good that lineup can be with all the bats healthy.
Yeah, no, it looks like it is going to be we'll see, a potential potent lineup. when you have everybody in there, but they got to have everybody in there, it looks like.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, Sweet 16 back getting started tonight. We watched it last night. Tonight, you can watch that right here at Oak and Iron. There are 35 TVs in the building. There is not a spot in the building, inside or outside, that you can sit and not be able to square up a TV. But tonight, some big games. You got Duke and St. John's. We'll kick this thing off. Rick Pitino going up against Duke tonight, and then the National Football semifinal between Alabama and Michigan is happening a little bit later on. Tom Izzo and Dan Hurley, two of the most emotional and fiery coaches, they will get together. And then Iowa State and Tennessee. Iowa State's one of their important pieces, Jefferson. He is a game-time decision. Which one of those games are you intrigued to look at the most, Clint?
Man, I'm to be honest with you. I mean, my intrigue lies with the team I saw play last night and beat the brakes off my Hogs, man. I don't want to keep going back to that same game and live in the rearview mirror, but my honest opinion is I'm more interested in watching the rest of the tourney this weekend of tonight, simply to see if there's anybody out there that can keep up with Arizona.
Yeah.
I mean, that was an impressive bunch. And physically, in today's game, with how many guys bounce around and leave early and all that jive, man, that's an impressive bunch, mature bunch. And so I'm just watching games to see, obviously, how teams stack up to them cats.
Yeah, I think the Michigan State-UConn game is going to be fun. It's going to be two physical teams going at it. The Duke-St. John's game, a lot of people think like this is going to be the game of the night. I think Duke might handle St. John's. St. John's has a difficult time scoring, and if they shoot the ball the way they did against Kansas in this game, Duke will run them right out of the gym. So I like Duke pretty strong in this game. But it's a great amount of matchups tonight in the Sweet 16. You can watch that again right here at Oak and Iron throughout. They've got all kinds of drinks, everything you need, all the food you need. So come on out here on a great Friday night.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, I was waiting to see if this was official, Clint and Byron, and now it looks like it is. Several places report, Yahoo Sports reporting, Clint, that the Connecticut Sun, they are being sold to the Fertitta family to bring the WNBA back to Houston. The team was sold for $300 million and is expected to be renamed the Houston Comets. Again, and the Houston Comets were the first dynasty in the WNBA originally, with Cynthia Cooper and Tina Thompson and Cheryl Swoops and that crew. Shout out to Kim Perrott, rest in peace, that crew. And it looks like Tillman Fertitta has brought the WNBA back, which, Clint, the WNBA now, the Caitlin Clark situation, Angel Reese, they're in the league, is a more profitable league. They just had to pay $300 million for that. That was not the cost for WNBA franchises before. It looks like we're getting WNBA here in Houston.
Yeah, you mentioned Caitlin Clark. It's pretty wild to see.
I'm at that game.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm at that one.
I mean, look, I'm intrigued. I've got two little girls right now, 2 and 4-year-old, and I hope like hell they take up athletics just for the lessons that can be taught, and I hope they're interested in something like that, because that'd be really cool to bring them to them kind of games. So, yeah, man, I'm here for it. I think for Houston not to have a WNBA team in 2026 is wild. I mean, it's just it's
especially
too good.
how they were to start.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too good of a sports city, and it's I mean, with all the teams that are out of the way it's growing, you gotta think this is a great move.
Yeah. So the WNBA is back in Houston. The Fertitta family, they've bought the Connecticut Sun. They'll be renamed the Houston Comets, back to their roots. So they are back here in the WNBA business. All right, coming up as we continue, T-Mill is out. Byron is in, but we will still give you T-Mill's best bets. He has left those out there. We will give you T-Mill's best bets. And also, is it an overreaction? The WNBA is here. They'll probably be playing at the either at the Fertitta Center or over there at Toyota Center. But is it an overreaction, the other team in the Toyota Center? that they need to make major franchise-changing moves this offseason. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Astros' opening day performance left Seth with a sense of deja vu in the worst way.
I was angry by the 7th inning. I kept telling
Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Oak and Iron Sports Social. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, clap it up in here. The party is happening. You two right there. Come on now. Get some sky. There we go. Good time is being had. There we go. Here at Oak and Iron, man. It is a fun time here. As we've been here since 2 o'clock, and we'll be here till 6 o'clock. And you can be here longer than that, as TV's all over the place. UConn women are starting to pull away. Somebody is bringing drinks here around here. Utah women are starting to pull away here, as we said, and they're on TV. Hockey's on TV. Tiger Woods is on TV. And the men's Sweet 16 that will get started a little bit later on will be on TV. The Rockets will be on TV as they play Memphis a little bit later on, and the Astros. So anything you need, 35 TVs, indoors, outdoors, all over the place. This is your new game day headquarters, right here. They might as well make it out here.
Whatever kind of game it is you're looking for, man, this is the spot right here. So you've got to mention that old Houston Open's rocking and rolling too now.
I can't, man. Well, Tiger was overtaking it.
You know, you want to get in here and just kind of relax and have you a couple of pops, and get to watching this golf now. It'll stick you around.
And it will, man.
Come on now.
Yeah, man, it's a good time being had here. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a bit. Yesterday, another 2-for-4 performance.
My Hogs didn't help him, baby.
Nope. Your Hogs or the Coogs did not help him. Yep, did not help him. Iowa and Texas helped him, but he had the Coogs on the money line. That didn't happen, and he had the Hogs +8, and that didn't happen. So 2 for 4, but we'll get to his best bets because he's got 4 tonight. 4 tonight, March Madness style as well.
Did he get them in before he left?
Yeah, he got them in.
All right.
I got him right here.
All right. Hey, I'm going to be honest with you, Ryan.
I was thinking about putting Byron completely on the spot and making him say it, but I won't do it.
Yes, you should have. You should have.
I thought about it.
I'm going to tell you, man, I'm a little jealous of the fellas over the table over here.
Which ones?
I mean, weather's great. A lot of wonderful sports being played, and they got a crew of about 8 or 10 over there that are clearly.
They're making some noise over there, ain't they?
There is no way that crew. The gal's got an Astros jersey on. There's no way they're Yankee fans. There has to be a large bet on the Yankees.
It's got to be.
I mean, the table erupted when Judge or Stanton, whichever home run it was. That has to be a bet, right? But either way it goes,
they lost it.
I mean, to have a crew that big that, one, you want to sit at the same table with is a beautiful thing. But two, to all be in whatever bet they are, I think they've all got $100 in or something because the table went just went nuts.
Yeah.
Good
job. Way to catch yourself.
Well, yeah, no, but I mean, it's just. I mean, what a time, man. What a time to be alive, man. Congrats, fellas, to your friend group and hopefully your winning bets you got going on. And I hope you're not a Yankees fan.
Yeah. 713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you hanging with us. I'll just throw this out. You think it's an overreaction right now? The Rockets, they play tonight in Memphis. And they are the 6th seed right now after the loss to the Timberwolves, the historic loss to the Timberwolves. You think it's an overreaction right now to say that the Rockets definitely need to make a major move in the offseason?
I do not.
You think we've reached that point?
Yeah. No, I think we've reached that point. Look, I hope that the Rockets, I hope the brass, they take a page out of Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryan's playbook. I love the fact that D'Amico and Nick they don't seem to waste much time. When something needs to be fixed, when they need to move on from somebody, right, wrong, or indifferent, they go make a move, and they don't believe in doing the same thing over and over again. Now, we'll see if that changes, but over the first 3 years with D'Amico, if an offensive coordinator's not right or a quarterback coach isn't right or D'Amico calling plays isn't right or an offensive line coach isn't right, boom, they get it right. If the chemistry and the culture isn't right in the O-line room, Laramie Tunsil, get up out of here. Even though you're making all that kind of money, get out of here, kind of deal.
Cam Robinson.
It wasn't a good move. Let's get Cam Robinson out of here. I love the sense of urgency in their decision making, and I hope that the Rockets take a page out of their playbook, and I believe it's Ime Udoka. I think the body language sucks. I think the head coach has not been a weapon at any point in time this year. You got national TV folks talking about does this team even practice? Literally, I'm not paraphrasing.
It does not appear that they're responding to him.
Not only they're not responding, clearly they ain't even practicing, and people are questioning that. But then you get to your team doesn't respond to you, and the superstar that you have in Kevin Durant is not a guy that clearly takes over situation and can create a plan himself like some superstars we've seen in the past. And so I think you got a group that can win. I think you're too deep from an investment standpoint with KD and these other guys to punt and just completely redo it. And I think that a change at the top, a weapon in a coach that can help you in critical situations that the team responds to, if you want to put it that way, I think that would help this team, and you can win a lot of games and be a problem in the playoffs, which they are not right now with Ime Udoka.
Yeah, this is a shock to even have this conversation coming from 2 years ago when he took over and what he has done. But I mean, you have to be honest. They are just in refusal to go along with what his game plan is and what he's coaching, or he's coaching stupidity, right? They cannot take advantage of simple double teams. They are an NBA team with NBA players that should get great shots if they're going to double team. I mean, and telegraph it. Clearly just walk right up and double team Kevin Durant, and they turn it over more than they get the good shots. It's just
the most disappointing thing is there's not even a plan. Literally, they were up 13 under 3 minutes the other day, and in 4 straight possessions, a different player brought the ball up the floor.
That was an 8-0 run in 58 seconds.
It was a 15-0 run to lose the game. But I don't like. What is your plan if you got Amen Thompson, Reed Shepherd once, Kevin Durant, and Şengün all bringing the ball up the floor? Is it just get the ball to a guy and, hey, let's pick a guy and say, hey, Ron, you bring the ball up the floor this time, and just completely disregard the fact that the momentum swung to the opponent and you've got a situation that you need to get the reins of here? I'm not an Ime Udoka guy. Now, I liked him coming off of the Silas deal. Silas was obviously a soft-spoken pushover. They got everything right when he was here, and the change from Silas to Udoka's no nonsense obviously was effective with the young guys. But right now, it's not the answer. And I think the biggest problem that Udoka has is the body language, the overwhelming, the lack of plan, and to your point, the team doesn't appear to be responding.
Yeah, it's a rough thing right now for the Rockets, and I don't think it's. I can't believe I'm saying it coming off of last year, and they're going to make the playoffs this year. But Clint, yeah, something has to happen. The GM, the coach, big changes with these young guys breaking it up. Something has to happen big with this franchise, and I'm with you on that. All right, let's get to T-Mill's best bets. Yesterday, he broke even 2 for 4. Again, if you missed these, you can head to @T-Mill Real Deal. He will have those posted if he doesn't already. But here he is, March Madness edition. These are his best bets, Clint. He's got, I saw it at 6.5, but he has got St. John's. They are plus 7.5 versus Duke. So he likes St. John's to keep that one closer. Do not like that one myself. I think Duke's going to win big. Hopefully, for Tyler's sake and people trying to roll with Tyler, that it happens the same way it did with you yesterday when you said you think Houston's going to win big. Hopefully that happens.
I thought they were going to roll. When I looked at that score, they ain't rolling nothing.
No, they didn't. They got rolled. And then also on that, he's taking the over in that St. John's Duke game, 140.5. We'll see. St. John's, they struggle to score, but I do think Duke will be able to put up points on that. Also, he's got Alabama and Michigan, both of them. He's got them going the under 173 for the game is the best bet there with Alabama, number 4 seed Alabama, and number 1 seed Michigan, the under on 173. And then he is taking Connecticut on the money line against Michigan State. Michigan State's been a popular pick to win that game, but Tyler has Connecticut winning on the money line. So those are T-Mill's best bets. If you missed those, if you need to look at them again, go to @TMillRealDeal, and he will have those setups. All right, we'll get you ready for the two big stories here. Something crazy that happened last night in the Sweet 16. And is this an issue? Clint wonders, is this an issue with the Houston Texans and their offense? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, we are dead in the middle.
Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Oak and Iron Sports Social. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here. We've had a great time. Give yourselves a hand. Go ahead, clap it up. It's been a good time. This is a great spot. I hope this is not the last time that we come out here. Vintage Park. It's a great time, man. Oak and Iron is a spot to get to. They treat you well. Shout out to Jess and Shannon. They have taken care of us. They'll take care of you. Been open 2 weeks. You would not have convinced me the way they're running things. That they look like they got a couple of norms in here. They got some regulars already in 2 weeks. I mean, that whole table erupted again over there. What the hell is going on?
They got a hockey bet going too, I guess.
They got to, man. They lost it again over there. But man, it was a beautiful time here. Shout out to all of the wait staff, all the staff here. They have been fantastic. Tip the bartender right there. She is working hard too. I don't know what that looked like a tequila drink, but she is working hard, man. It's a great spot. Great spot to get your Friday night rolling. And they've got TVs all over the place for you to do what you need to do. You want to watch the Astros, you want to watch the Rockets, you want to watch Sweet 16, you got it right here at Oak and Iron. She's going to take the drink to where it needs to go, too, man. She made it in.
That's usually what they do, Bob. I mean, I know there's a lot of people in 2026 that they they want to tip, and all they do is take your order. But around here, she'll bring you your drink. I mean, that's how that tip, Ron.
What happened?
I mean, that's what you tip.
That's what you tip?
That's why you break out that big money.
I would have tipped
out. By the way,
for me.
If you do come to Oak and Iron, which I strongly suggest, suggest it, deviled eggs. Deviled eggs, two kind, oyster or
those deviled
pork belly.
Eggs. That the best? That maybe the best thing?
Oh, no, not the best. You can't make me make a decision right now. I'm being dead ass, too. Y'all know I'm honest with this stuff.
The duck wings, is that peach? Yep. Spicy peach. That. All right, that's what was coming through.
That may be your new nickname, Spicy Peach.
Shut up, man.
The duck wing was really good. The Daytona chicken wing was tremendous. You can't go wrong. The chicken cracklings was really, really good. And those two different deviled eggs. If I had to pick one, I hate to do it because I really like to lean towards kind of the more exotic stuff. But that's one of the better wings I've had.
Yeah, the Daytona one. Yeah,
the flavor between the flavor.
Nice little kick. Yeah,
there's some thickness there, but it's not too thick, right? But it's just perfect meaty, and that Daytona's got a little bit of kick, not too much. And it's got great flavor, so I would probably lean there. I hate to do that because I would typically lean towards the more exotic stuff.
Yeah.
But I would probably lean there. I know you really like the old duck wing, but bottom line is you can't go wrong. Come down to Oak and Iron. You can see all the sports action live, obviously, and the food is tremendous.
Yeah, the food, the service, they got it rolling here. This is going to be a great spot. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access Clint and Hannah McNair. She will be live.
I'll be damn. On
Texans All Access. So
it's a great time to have her on a day they announce that the Comets are back.
I was going to say we'll get to those big news stories here.
Wonder if Cal got any money locked into that, you think?
I don't know. Tillman looks like he rolls by himself.
Yeah, but it'd be fun.
It'd be fun.
But yeah, Tillman doesn't look like a guy that needs any assistance in his investments.
But no, he don't. He's good, golden. Hannah McNair coming up on Texans All Access. Remember, there is no Area 45 because Sweet 16 play, courtesy of Westwood One. It'll be starting right as Mark and John get done with Hannah McNair. So coming up after that, if you're rolling around and trying to listen to something on your way here to Oak and Iron, go ahead and turn on Westwood One, courtesy Westwood One, Sports Radio 610. You can hear the play-by-play coverage of the Sweet 16 in the NCAA tournament. I did want to get into this, Clint, real quick. The two big stories here today. One, as you just mentioned, the Houston Comets. They are going to be back. The Fertitta family, they've purchased the rights to the Connecticut Sun for $300 million. And they will be back in Houston, and we renamed the Houston Comets. As you remember, the Houston Comets, I believe, won 4 straight championships behind the backs of those stars of Cynthia Cooper, Cheryl Swoops, Tina Thompson, and that crew. Dan Chancellor, the head coach of that group, they'll be back. The Houston Comets will return here as they were purchased by Tillman Fertitta and his family. And then, Clint, also the other big news, Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods was arrested after a rollover crash in Jupiter, Florida. He was arrested on a DUI, suspicion of a DUI and property damage. So he has to sit in jail for 8 hours. That is a statewide law, and so he will be there. The crash occurred at 1 a.m. Nobody was injured. Not 1 a.m. Excuse me, 1 p.m. Eastern. Nobody was injured. He walked away from it, took a breathalyzer test, but decided that he didn't want no parts of taking the urine test. So that is where we stand with Tiger Woods, and a massive story in the sports world as he has been arrested. This is another car incident. This is 4 or 5 of those that he has had here recently, and when more comes down from that, we'll discuss that as well.
Yeah, man, I hate it for Tiger, man. I hate it when this kind of stuff happens to anybody, but you listen to the details of the breathalyzer registering at 000s. I mean, obviously it wasn't alcohol, thank the good Lord. And then you look at what he's been through with the injuries and trying to play, and there's obviously some medication associated with trying to make that happen. And, you wonder how he's going to come out on the backside of this. I mean, he's got to, as you said, he's got to be in custody, I guess, for 8 hours. And then it'll be interesting to see if he speaks or if he has some kind of representation
He'll
speak.
probably have a statement.
Yeah, I mean, look, as
surprised that mugshot ain't surfaced yet.
Right. But if this isn't like a cross-eyed, like you said, mugshot type of situation, it's more of a medication deal. It wouldn't shock me if he didn't speak. So we'll see what comes of it, but unfortunate, man. Hate to see it happen again.
So those are 2 big stories, one real local, one the Houston Comets will be back, courtesy
now that I'm excited
the Fertitta family, and then obviously that Tiger Woods news, arrested on suspicion of a DUI and property damage. All right, Clint, before we rock and roll out of here, man, you said this about the Texans that intrigued you when you look at their coaching staff.
Yeah.
And I felt like the number one thing for the Texans this year is to fix C.J. Stroud. That's what everybody's talking about. How can we get this lady right here? She just said, hell yeah. How can we get C.J. Stroud back to being the C.J. Stroud that made this entire city believe? And Clint, one thing that stuck out to you was they don't have anybody on the coaching staff that's played quarterback beyond a high school level.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, when you released Gerard Johnson, I mean, you obviously it's a quarterback coach, had a great relationship with C.J. Stroud, but it's also a guy that played the quarterback position in college and at the NFL level, and the training that comes with that. When that's the life you live and the people that you're surrounded by, the decisions that you make, and you train it every single day, and you played it at a high level, you got a different way of going about
different experience,
different experience, but a different perception of the game. And not that it's a must, because I know there's been great staffs and there's quarterbacks that have played well and there are guys that have never played the position. But I think it's an advantage that's being left on the table, right? I mean, if you and I may be wrong, but I looked through the staff, and I don't think there's anybody that's played above the high school level. I think Ben McDaniel, I think he may have been in college and may have played a couple of snaps here or there at Akron or Toledo or something like that, but never really got on the field, never did much. And I do wonder, in a year where you've got to get the absolute best out of C.J. Stroud, out of a young quarterback, in a system that leans so heavily on making the right decisions and throwing the ball accurately and great footwork and doing all the quarterback 101 things at an elite level, I do wonder if that is an advantage that them leaving on the table is going to end up hurting them.
Yeah, and I wonder, and you kind of said something.